In this world where martial arts prevail, everyone dreams of becoming a warrior. However, 3 months before the martial arts exam, I was expelled from school because I was framed by my classmates, and even the class teacher turned a blind eye, accusing me of causing trouble. Even the adopted daughter my parents had taken in chose to ignore me. Everything was because I was considered a useless person with a chi and blood value that couldn't even reach 20. I thought revenge was hopeless, but after accidentally stepping on an ant, I discovered that I gained 10 points of killing value. At that moment, I suddenly woke up, wondering if this was my lucky break. My eyes lit up, and hope ignited in my heart once again. I added the killing points to my chi and blood value, feeling a warm flow surging through my body. Looking at the panel again, the killing points had returned to 0, and my chi and blood value had increased to 28. This excited me greatly, and although I wanted to shout out loud, I suppressed the restlessness in my heart and waited. Just waited. Today's revenge, Sumo, will definitely repay 100-fold. I took a deep breath and got into the car to rush home. However, when I took out the key to open the door, I was stopped by a voice. "What are you doing?" I turned around and saw a girl with willow leaf eyebrows, a palm-sized face, and a teardrop mole on her right eye. She looked about 21 or 22 years old, holding a plastic bag in her hand. Of course, going home. As I inserted the key and tried to turn it, I found that it wouldn't budge. The woman pushed me aside, took out the key, and effortlessly opened the door. Impossible. This is my house. A bad feeling surged in my heart, and I became restless. The woman, seeing that my emotions were genuine, hurriedly explained that she had bought this house a few days ago from a girl named Su Yao. It was only then that I understood that Su Yao had asked for my ID a few days ago for this reason. Just then, the phone rang, and I picked it up. TSK, Sumo, you must have arrived home by now. A mocking voice came through the phone. No, you no longer have a home. Su Yao sold the house your parents worked hard to buy, and now you've become a homeless stray dog. I forgot to tell you, Su Yao was able to sell the house, and I helped a lot. Do you know why your dear sister didn't testify for you? 10,000 yuan. I gave her 10,000 yuan. Sumo, don't say I, Zhou Liang, don't value our classmates' friendship. I'm giving you a chance. Come work for me like a dog. I'll pay you 3,000 a month. Your chi and blood value is not even at 20. It's not easy to find a job that pays 3,000 a month. Zhou Liang, you just wait for me. I hung up the phone. My hand was already sticky. My fingers were pinching my flesh because of anger. I'm sorry for the disturbance. I calmed down, turned around and apologized to the explosively shaped woman. After speaking, I turned and went downstairs. Just as I reached the bottom of the stairs, a figure blocked my way. It was Su Yao, my parents' adopted daughter. I looked at Su Yao. The past tenderness was long gone, replaced only by endless indifference. I know you hate me, but I also have my reasons. Upon hearing this, I laughed. What are your reasons? I asked Su Yao. There are only 3 months left until the martial arts exam. I need money. A lot of money. Selling the house was also a last resort. My chi and blood have been increasing slowly these past few months, and breaking through 180 in 3 months is a bit difficult. I want to buy blood increasing pills. Each pill costs 100,000. Looking at the pear blossoms with rain on Su Yao, I felt no ripples in my heart, even feeling nauseous. Before our parents died, they saved 500,000 for the two of us, and I gave you that 500,000. Even the money I earned from odd jobs I gave to you. Isn't this enough? It's not enough at all. After the college entrance examination, entering a bigger school requires more money. Zhou Liang told me that he could help me sell the house, so I agreed. Su Yao's words were not finished when I interrupted. So you sold me for 10,000 yuan. Watching me being wrongly accused and fired, I didn't talk to her anymore, turned and went to the market. The scene downstairs was also clearly seen by Baiwei above. Is the boss hiring? I asked as I arrived at a place selling poultry. The boss was a bald man wearing an apron, glanced at me, and finally handed me 200 yuan. Take these for emergencies. This is not where you should be. Sumo took a deep breath and took the money, picking up an apron next to it, skillfully wipe off the neck of the chicken and bleed it. At this same time, a voice sounded in Sumo's mind. Kill a chicken. Get a kill point. After the bald boss saw it, his eyes revealed a flash of surprise, so he didn't stop it. Kill a chicken. Get a kill point. Waiting for the sun to move west, Sumo took off her blood-stained apron. Uncle Zhao, I'll come back tomorrow. It's a lot easier for me if you boys can come over. Sumo left and looked at the panel. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Blood value, 28 of 200. Kill points, 120. Sumo added the kill points to his blood value. A warm current surged out of his body, and the muscles of his entire body turned into flowing lines. The blood value became 148. Tomorrow you can break through to martial artist. Su Rouge, Zhou Liang, you all wait. Chapter 3, Breakthrough Martial Artist. Kill mutant demon beasts. Earn 120,000 a day. Sumor suppressed his inner excitement. It is still early. It is still early. All wait for me. After he breaks through to martial artist, he can apply to leave the city. Then you can hunt demonic beasts, and your strength will increase rapidly. But there are dangers everywhere outside the city, and one needs to be prepared for all sorts of things. Weapons, radar, backpacks, protective clothing and feats. These cost a lot of money. These things are desperately needed by Sumor. Need a quick boost in strength now. Sumor rented a single room with a bathroom and a refrigerator around the adjoining food market. $500 a month is a pretty good deal. After resting for the night, Sumor got up before dawn and came to Uncle Zhao. You boys are here so early. Zhao Yong had surprise in his eyes. He thought Sumor would be a little late. I couldn't sleep at home, so I got up a little early. Sumor put her apron on and began the day's work of killing chickens. Kill a chicken. Add 1 kill point. Kill a chicken. Add 1 to your kill points. Near noon, Sumor had already killed 200 chickens. Taking off her apron, Sumor took the water handed over by Zhao Yong. It's amazing that you can kill a chicken so skillfully at your age. Nowadays, kids your age can't even cook, let alone kill a chicken. Sumor sniffed and laughed after hearing this. Who wants to be able to do that if they have a choice? Like nowadays, in this society, they all admire the kind of person who buys a car and buys a car on their own, but they don't want to be like that. Also, it's too hard to turn around on your own without someone to pull a hand. It's better to become a powerful martial artist. At least you don't have to worry about your life. The two men were making small talk when the sound of crashing continued to ring out. Not good. Run. Run. Something's mutated. Get the superintendent. Sumor stood up. Near noon, there were not many people in the food market. A seafood stand had been lifted up and the fish and shrimp kept bouncing on the ground. A 2-meter-sized lobster kept charging. The 2 pincers in his hands swung around, and everything that stood in his way was crushed by the pincers. Zhao Yong's heart trembled after seeing this scene. The chickens he sold had mutated once before, and that time he had come back from the dead, and now had a hideous wound on his back. Run. Turning his head, he realized that Sumor had already disappeared. Sumor added the kill points, and his strength finally broke through, coming to the first level of martial artist. Breath churned and a steady stream of warmth poured into all parts of his body. Sumor came to the mutant lobster as if he was an arrow off the string. The body leapt a full 2 meters. The chicken-killing knife in his hand slashed directly at the lobster. Dang! There was a crunch and sparks flew. The lobster was unharmed, but the immense force also caused the mutant lobster to eat pain. Seeing that the mutant lobster was not harmed, Sumor secretly said that it was not good and twisted his body to avoid the 2 pincers of the mutant lobster. Sumor landed on the ground and drilled underneath the lobster with a sliding shovel. With a stroke of the chicken-killing knife in his hand, just a white blade appeared. Sumor's heart was ruthless, holding the knife vertically and slapping it hard. Stabbing, the chicken-killing knife was inserted into the mutant lobster's abdomen, and blood sprayed on Sumor's face. Sumor held the knife with both hands and directly gave the mutant lobster an open belly. Sumor slid out from underneath the mutant lobster. Bang! With a jolt, the mutant lobster collapsed to the ground, blood flowing all over the place. Kill the mutant lobster and gain 50 kill points. Sumor stood in place, and after seeing the death of the mutant lobster, then he breathed a sigh of relief, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Martial 1 was still too weak. Killing a lobster was actually so difficult. Just now, the strength of his entire body was used to break through the defense of the mutant lobster. Blood and seawater mixed together, giving off a pungent bloody odor. At the moment chaos, cacophony all turned to silence. The crowd in the food market stared at Sumor incredulously. I don't know who led the applause. Good. Since ancient times heroes have been young. Zhao Yong rushed over, looking distraught. More than that, he was surprised. He didn't expect that the teenager who casually helped was actually a martial artist. So more. No injuries? Uncle Zhao, there's nothing wrong with me. It's the blood of a mutated lobster. It's just that your chicken-killing knife is broken. Fear not. I sell knives. I'll give him 10. Little brother. Thank you. I would have died if it wasn't for you. The owner of the seafood cellar was so distraught that his body was still shaking. Sumori shook his head. This is what I should do. Any martial artist who sees this will not stand idly by. Well said, little brother. So young to be a martial artist. He'll definitely be great in the future. Zhao Yong actually knows this little brother. At the moment, Zhao Yong stood up his chest with a proud look. Quick, quick, evacuate the crowd. The three men hurriedly ran from the distance at great speed. When he waited to follow, his pupils changed and looked at Sumo, whose face was covered in blood. Who did it? The crowd pointed at Sumo. It was this one little hero who did it. Lu Shuetian stared at Sumo incredulously. He thought Sumo was an injured person. So it turned out that the mutant lobster was killed by him. Looking at the age of only 17 or 18, a person who can solve the mutated lobster. The future is unlimited. Thanks little brother. My name is Lu Shuetian. Hello, my name is Sumo. Thanks to little brother's hand. This is not a dead man. I should do it. It wasn't that Sumo didn't gain benefits. The kill points were the biggest benefit. Management Lu, you can't let Xiao Su suffer. Fortunately Xiao Su has been helping to kill chickens at my place for the past 2 days. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Shuetian instantly realized when he heard Zhao Yon's words. Sure. After Lu Shuetian finished speaking, a man came out from behind and took out a pile of money. Here's $50. 000. A reward for helping us out. In addition, this mutant lobster can still be sold for quite a lot of money. We have the intention to purchase it. We can offer 50. 000. I don't know if Brother Su is willing? Just make it up to Brother Lu. Sumo's sentence of Big Brother Lu. The two people's relationship was much closer. The safety accident did not happen. And also got a mutant lobster. At the same time, befriended a young man with unlimited future. For Lu Shuetian, earn hemp. For Sumo, beheading the mutant lobster to get 50 kill points and obtaining $1,200. He also earned hemp. The other 20,000 was given by the seafood stall owner. Sumo didn't want it. He gave it to him. Today I'll be the host to the drunken immortal house. Brother Sumo must show his face. Sumo did not refuse. He could tell that Lu Shuetian was definitely not an ordinary security administrator. His own strength was not low. Befriending such a person would do him no harm. At this moment, a person behind Lu Shuetian revealed a thoughtful gaze. Are you a junior in the 10th high school? There's another sister named Su Ballad? Sumo turned his head to look at him. You know me? Even Lu Shuetian had surprise in his eyes. Chapter 4, Authentication Success. Reward of 100,000. Shameless Su Yao. In a flash a few people arrived at the drunken immortal house. Zhang Dahai. Being secretive. Quickly say why you know Brother Sumo. Zhang Dahai took a deep breath. Earlier, a person named Su Ballad came to our security management office and registered to sell her house. That girl looked quite quiet and gifted. I remember her particularly well. He just said his name was Sumo. And I just remembered. After Zhang Dahai finished speaking, the crowd realized that Sumo was very quiet and flat. If Brother Sumo looks up to me, you can tell me about any difficulties you encounter. Big Brother Lu is polite. It's just a small matter. I can solve it myself. Sumo knew that it was better to rely on others than to rely on oneself. And asking others for help just after getting to know them would only make them look down on him. Lu Shuetian didn't ask much. After finishing the meal, Lu Shuetian went to settle the bill. And Sumo inadvertently glanced at it. 250,000. That's what this meal is worth. Think of the previous odd jobs. An hour is only $15. Exhausting work are still scrambling to do. And even reduce the unit price. Otherwise no one will use you. There's a saying, if you don't carry your weight, how can others enjoy it without worrying? Now Sumo was recognizing this sentence more and more. After separating from them, Sumo returned to the rental house. There's already an extra $120,000 on the card. Before that, you could only make $150 a day for 10 hours of work. Now we're making 120,000 a day. The next step was to go to the Martial Artist Union to get certified and obtain the Martial Artist badge before you could go out and hunt demonic beasts. To buy a weapon to accompany him, and feats. If these two were in hand, killing the mutant lobster today could be solved in one move. Previously, when his chi and blood values couldn't be raised, he tried to increase his fighting skills by all means, but he didn't think that it would help him so much. Looking at the panel, Sumo revealed contemplation. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist I. Blood value, 348/1000. Kill points, 50. Breaking through to the second level of Martial Artist required 1000 chi and blood values. Not even close. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and after breaking through to Martial Artist, it was much easier to obtain kill points. Sumo lay on the bed. The corners of his mouth rose. The days were getting more and more promising. Strength to break through to Martial Artist, and a bit of money in his pocket. Since the death of her parents, this was the most peaceful night Sumo had ever slept. Today Sumo did not go to kill the chicken. Before Sumo could open his mouth, Zhao Yong had said that it was not condescending for a martial artist to kill chickens. At this moment, Sumo had already appeared in front of a luxurious building. How many times before had I fantasized about coming to this place to validate and earn a martial arts badge? I didn't expect it to materialize so soon. After going in, Sumore's eyes revealed consternation, for he saw a familiar person, especially that familiar pair of big thunders. Sister Shiroyuki, Sumore called out, and when Bayu saw Sumore, she had the same surprise in her eyes. Sudi, what are you doing here? Come and verify. After Bayu heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She also inquired about some of the situation later on, and sort of got to know Sumore. Come with me. Coming to an instrument, Sumore stood on it. A little while later the machine made a sound and it said 398. Shiroyuki covered her mouth and stared. Sudi, you're actually a martial artist? Sumore calmly got off the instrument. A fluke to become a martial artist. Are you teasing me? Becoming a martial artist at your age would be a phoenix-like existence in any city. It looks like my sister is quite lucky today, actually seeing the birth of a young martial artist. Sister Bai is joking. This is nothing for me. Sudi, wait for a while. I'll go get your badge. Shiroyuki turned to leave, and Sumore just waited a moment. A pair of large thunders squeezed hard into his eyes. This is a martial arts badge that can be deposited or used as an ID. Martial artist certification successful. Here's a reward of $100,000. Sumo received the martial artist badge. It was cold in his hands, but Sumo was warm inside. Sister White, I want to buy a weapon. Any recommendations? Bayu's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard Sumore's request. Sudi is going out of the city? Sumore just nodded and didn't say much about the rest. Follow me. Walking into the middle of another room, the shelves were full of items, all labeled with prices. Sumore looked around. The cheapest alloy weapon would cost around $100,000. Those weapons made of arcane iron could easily be in the millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. For a moment, Sumore felt that he was still a poor man. This one, an alloy knife, is considered to be of the best quality. This one is a little worse than an alloy sword, and not by much, depending on whether you choose the blade or the sword. Bayu brought over two weapons and handed them to Sumore. Sumore weighed it. The alloy blade was $20,000 more expensive than the alloy sword. I want this alloy knife. Looking at the badge Sumore handed over, there was also a card. Shiroyuki turned around. Sister is happy today. Give you 70% off. Go out and don't tell anyone. Oh. Not long after, Sumore received a message that the account had been reduced by 1,100,000, leaving 10,000 left, another 2,000 cheaper. Sister Shiroyuki is just as atmospheric as a certain part of her. Since you chose the sword, you should also buy a book of sword techniques to use with it. Wait for me for a moment. Bayu turned towards another room, then took out a gongfu and handed it to Sumore. Without waiting for Sumore to agree, he scratched away 100,000 from the martial artist badge. Stacked wave blade technique. Yellow grade, lower grade. $100,000. Is there anything else Sudi needs? Sumore shook his head. The bullets were all gone. There was nothing he could do. Then brother, go for it. Sumore nodded and left the martial artist guild after thanking Bayu. Not long after that, Shiroyuki's cell phone rang. Bayu, what the hell are you up to? Stacked wave blade technique. $100,000 you sold me. Your brain was kicked by a donkey. Shiroyuki had long ago held the phone far away from her until the angry voice inside died down, which brought the phone closer to her ear. I found a good one. Oh, what's so great about Z City? You're just fooling me. 18 years old, with a blood value close to 400. The taunting voices across the room paused. Really? Old man, do you think I would lie to you? You've lied to me less, but I'll believe you this time. Bayu hung up the phone and stood upstairs, watching Sumore's back as he left. Sumore had just left when two figures walked in the distance. Su Ballad, your chi blood value has broken through 107. That's awesome. Key universities are beckoning you. Suro did not listen carefully to Wuchio's words. Just now she seemed to see a familiar back. How could he be in this place? No way. This place was not for him to come in. It should be, because she was overthinking it. After Suro came in, there was surprise in her eyes when she saw Bayu. Miss White, so you work here? Miss Su, quite a coincidence. You've come to buy something? I'd like to buy a few blood-enhancing pills. 100,000 apiece. How many do you want? 5. $500,000. Without blinking, Su Rouge paid over $500,000 and took the blood enhancement pill and was about to leave. Miss Su Ballad, do you regret it? Suro turned her head to look at Bayu. Her eyes carried a moment of confusion, and then immediately reacted that it should be about her selling her house. No regrets. Not to mention that this was left to me by my parents, and now that I'm using it to enhance my strength, it's worth every penny. Chapter 5, A Chance Encounter at the Mall. It's time to raise a dog and wag its tail. When Suro left, Bayu took out a phone. There's something wrong with that house program, so ask the management office for me. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile hung at the corner of Bayu's mouth. Sumo, who had left at the moment, came into the middle of a shopping mall. He's going to buy some clothes. There's more than enough to go around with 10,000 left in hand. While Sumo was purchasing, two figures walked in outside. Yo, come on. These clothes are so pretty. Wuchio pointed to a few pieces of clothing. Suro looked at it, and it was indeed beautiful. Yao, this one definitely suits you. Looking at that white dress, Suruja's heart also fluttered. The guide's eyes lit up and she was about to introduce it. No need for introductions. I buy things just to see if I like them. After Suro came out of the fitting room, the guide and also Wuchio's eyes lit up. How much? Suro did not wait for the guide to open her mouth and opened her mouth to ask. Girl, this dress is one of our town store clothes. No discount. $88,000. Swipe, Subalad said as she took out her card. The guide suppressed his inner excitement. Today he really met a big customer. Two people just came out of the store. Wuchio's disgusted voice rang in Suro's ears. Oh, bad luck to run into him. Suro looked over and saw Sumo walking towards them carrying several bags. After not seeing her for just 2 days, Suro found that Sumo had changed greatly. The face was even colder, with a special pair of eyes that contained no warmth, and there was an extra stern aura on his body. Sumo passed by Subalad without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. It was as if Su Rouge was a stranger. I'm sure there's no upbringing, and when you see your sister, you don't even say hello. Father born, father unraised. Wuchio watched Sumo pass by them and snorted. Sumo turned his head to stare at Wuchio. Wuchio was startled by Sumo's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Thinking that Sumo's chi and blood values could not even reach 20, he braced himself. What? Not convinced that I'm wrong. Snap. A bright red slap mark appeared on Wuchio's white face. One more outburst and don't blame me for doing something that no one wants. Wuchio covered her face, incredulity flashing across her face. How dare this punk hit her? How dare you? Su Rouge pulled Wuchio behind him. So more. What are you doing? What gives you the right to hit her? Apologize. The next moment Suro's body trembled as her gaze crashed into Sumo's eyes. Lines of sight met, and Suro felt a wave of cool air run up from her back, and her cold hair stood straight up. The next moment take a deep breath. Sumo, I order you to apologize. Suro stood in front of Sumo and said angrily. Pop. A slap was what greeted Su Rouge. Suro was slapped on the ground, covering her face with the same unbelief in her eyes. How dare you hit me? Oh, it's time for a dog to wag its tail after more than 10 years of breeding. The mocking words were like a sharp knife piercing Suro's heart. Suro's hands were clenched and her eyes gradually became cold. Who knows if your parents had ulterior motives for adopting Yao Yao in the first place? Maybe they kidnapped her just because they saw her talent was too good. Suemo took a step forward. Wuchio subconsciously took a step back and hurriedly covered his face with his hands. The guide saw the customer being bullied, and an anger rose in his heart. Looking at Sumo's dress, it doesn't look like he's rich. Stop. You actually hit my client. Believe it or not, I'll have you thrown out. The guide helped Su Rouge to her feet with a burst of pleasantries. What an evil folk. There are actually people like you under the sky. The guide's voice was particularly loud, as if he didn't want anyone to hear him. In no time at all, there were onlookers coming over in the middle of the mall. Look at you shabby. You couldn't afford a single dress here if you worked hard for the rest of your life. Some of the onlookers also pointed at Sumo. Hurry up and get this person out of here. It's affecting the mood. A smell of poor people coming out of nowhere. Sumo's eyes narrowed, flashing a dangerous glint. He was neatly dressed and clean. At least it's not dirty inside like these people. I have no money, but my heart is clean. Unlike some people, who are hypocritical at heart, and indiscriminately and casually slanderous. How dare you talk back? A person with a dark heart like you deserves to live. Why don't you hurry up and die? That's it. Get the hell out of here. Get out of the mall. This is where you can come. The guide saw the scene in front of him and his eyes flashed with cunning. Humph. A brat. I'll let you know my power today. A figure walked in the distance, holding a belly like a pregnant woman. After seeing Wuchio and also Su Rouge's appearance, his eyes lit up. Ahem. What happened? Manager, it's this evil citizen who beat up our customers at the mall. Manager, hurry up and kick him out. Just now he offended us with his words. I'm the one who has spent over $1 million in your store. If I don't get a satisfactory attitude, I won't spend money here in the future. I've also spent hundreds of thousands of dollars here. And if I can't resolve this matter properly, I'm not going to spend any more money here. The manager felt pressurized after hearing this. Unbridled. How dare you make trouble in my territory? How dare you? Get down on your knees and apologize to the two ladies and these other ladies. Sumo's cold gaze rushed towards the manager. The manager's expression tightened when he saw Sumore's gaze, and he felt an aura of death. As security came over, the manager braced himself. Apologize or I'll let you go out sideways today. As more and more people converged around him, the manager struggled to keep his neck up and put on a moralistic face. The manager is right. Let him go out sideways. Young people should learn a lesson. Let him know that not everyone can be offended. This one sister is right. Not just anyone can be someone like him to offend. The manager looked at the security officers standing around him. Quickly kneel down and apologize, and this one thing will be settled. Otherwise, assaulting a guest and speaking out of turn can be prosecuted and you'll end up in jail. Sumore revealed a sneer when he heard this. Surely this is human nature. Suro did not make a sound, covering her face with an aggrieved look. What happened? The onlookers gathered in the back opened their mouths and asked. See those two pretty girls? See, this young man hit. One man slapped. Very loud. Heard it from a long way off. So exciting? A model for my generation. That's how exciting it is. I heard the commotion from a distance just now. That's why I came over. I didn't think such a good-looking girl could still get off. Sumore was oblivious to the gazes around him, and his gaze fell on Suro. Suro's look of resignation was pitiful. This made those onlookers hate Sumore even more. At this point the guide is watching the fun. Gentlemen, come and judge. This beautiful young lady spent around $200,000 in our store and just went out to meet this unruly man. Without saying a word, he struck and knocked our guest to the ground. He would have tried to do it if I hadn't stepped in to stop him. Look at the way he's dressed. He's also a no-money goods, typical wealth hater. Seeing that the two girls are rich, they bully these two girls on the basis of their height. At this time a voice came from the distance. Just now this gentleman bought clothes at our store for a total of $1,000 and returned the price. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Who knows if the money is clean or not? The money is for you. The clothes are returned to me. Chapter 6 Crowd Accusations. A pair of don't want Billy and mixing pity. The man threw the money in front of Sumore, snatched the clothes back, and turned his hand to throw them into the trash can. I don't want these clothes. They've been touched by this man, and I'm sick of being dirty, and I'm more afraid of dirtying others. Sumore didn't bother picking up the money, glancing at the boss selling the clothes and averting his gaze. Oh, that's what she's suffering from. Buying clothes for $200,000 and crowning it as being used for cultivation. How ridiculous. How ironic. At this moment, Suro's eyes twitched. No, she had to seize the initiative. With so many people watching, they couldn't let Sumore say anything else. Suyao walked forward, picked up the money and stood in front of Sumore. Just apologize to them and don't make a big deal out of it. It's not good for you. It didn't occur to me that people can really laugh a little when they're particularly angry. Sumore stared at Subalad. Such a kind girl, and you're still bullying her like that. Look at his attitude. It's not like he's admitting he's wrong. Girl, don't try to persuade him. Just let him sit in jail. That's right. People like that are a scourge to society even when they come out. They might as well die in there. Wuchio slowed down, looking at everyone verbally attacking Sumo with a look of righteous indignation. She also got up the courage to come forward. Let me introduce you all. His name is Sumore. He has just been expelled from Z9 City's 10th high school. Wastes who can't even break through with an evil chi and blood value of 20, and maliciously provoking trouble. The person who had just given instructions to Sumore revealed an expression of dawning realization. So they knew each other. More importantly, a waste. This time, the crowd was even less merciful with their mouths. Chi and blood can't even break through 20. Waste of a man. Still has the nerve to live. Indeed, they are evil folk. So arrogant when their chi and blood haven't even reached 20. If they become a martial artist, what a mess. Wuchio's emotions ran high and he shouted. Her name is Suro, the sister of the person in front of me. Her chi and blood value has already broken through 107. A famous genius of my 10 high. He was raising his arms and maliciously provoking the school before, just because his sister is a genius. The manager was also shocked when he heard that the chi blood was 107. This was a genius person. Someone who could definitely enter a key school. Su Rouge's chest also lifted slightly. Even when the people around him heard that the chi blood was 117, envy flashed in the bottom of their eyes. Having such a high chi blood at this age, the future was unlimited. It didn't occur to me that the two were still siblings. People wonder why the sister is doing well and the brother is doing poorly. Su Rouge was adopted by his parents when they were alive and left all the house money to Su Rouge after they died. So he holds a grudge against Su Rouge. Think about it, people. Even his real parents didn't want to leave their inheritance to him, their real son. When the crowd heard this, their looks changed once again. Even their own parents disliked them, and they were expelled from school. This kind of person is really a tumor, and it's a scourge to keep people like this around. A number of people were already planning. not to let the manager forgive him and let him spend the rest of his life at the bottom of the jail. 2 days ago, Subalit even took out $2,000 and gave it to him to take care of himself, and pulled his face down and found him a job that paid him $4,000 a month, which he didn't want to do. With his hands and feet in idleness, he had to let Suro support him. The crowd's eyes reddened at these words. This is an animal. If this were my son, I'd strangle him. It's really unimaginable that there are still people like this now. That manager, we don't accept the apology. Let him sit at the bottom of the jail. People like that don't do society a bit of good. That's right. Such scum deserve to live. Before Sumor could say anything, Suro had already stepped forward. It's not like that. He didn't mean to hit me. He must have had a hard time. I know he hates me for selling my parents' house, but if I don't sell it, he's going to take it and sell it. Please let him go. His parents only have him as a son. Don't let him go to jail, please. Suro cried with pearly rain and bowed continuously to the surroundings. Apologize, brother, and everyone will surely forgive you. At this moment, Sumor seriously surveyed Suro. Hi, really hi. I just saw that Su Rouge was ungrateful, but I didn't think that it was still a white lotus flower. This ability to drive the ducks to the shelf made Sumor admire it. Now Sumor believed that if she was allowed to act, she could definitely get a movie queen. As for the mouth and pen of the onlookers, Sumo could no longer raise a ripple in his heart. His heart went cold when he was wrongfully dismissed. What is this little false accusation in front of me? At this moment, Suro turned around and lowered her head, her back facing Sumor. This one girl, you're just too kind. If you ask me, you should just let him fend for himself. You can help him for a while, but not for a lifetime. There's nothing wrong with that. And the fact that your adoptive parents won't even leave him their inheritance is a sign that this son is no good. If this were my son, I would give away my inheritance and not leave it to him. Suro heard these words and revealed an anxious look. It's not like that. It's not like that. He wasn't like that before, when his parents died, probably because I was too busy with school to take care of him. Looking at Suro, the crowd sympathized even more. Girl, wake up. You know gratitude. But he's a vampire. Assholes. You're a genius. You can't be held back by a mess. I'm sure your parents in heaven wouldn't want to see you like this. Yes, you study hard, get into a major university, and repay the country when you're successful. Your parents will also feel comforted in heaven. A few older sisters came forward and took Suro's hand, wiping her tears and comforting her. Get lost, assholes like you. Get lost and don't let us see you. That is, get out of this place and don't let us see you. Sumor smiled without anger and clapped, and the anger of the crowd increased. It's amazing that one can be so shameless and still laugh like this. What a beast, a villain. There was an endless stream of angry curses all around. There were some sensible people in the crowd. Strange, if she really wanted to be so good, would she spend over $200,000 on clothes? The words came out, and there was instant silence. Suro and also Wuchio glanced at this person without thinking, and the crowd reacted. Yeah, spending over $200,000 on clothes just doesn't make sense. Suro's head spun and she pursed her lips, not opening her mouth. Ugh, she's buying this for someone else. Why else would people offer a loser a $4,000 a month job for no reason? This money, she is going to use it to buy the blood enhancement pill. He hit Yo-Yo, also because Yo-Yo spent $200,000 or so at once. Wuchio's gaze was regretful as he looked at Suyao with a look of anger. The crowd became even angrier as they listened. I am really convinced. Girl, you are also really stupid. Such what do you still care about him? Let him fend for himself, and slowly he'll learn how difficult it is to survive in this society. Why do you even offer him help for something so ungrateful and without conscience? Suro also breathed a sigh of relief, not thinking that Wuchio thought of an excuse for her. It's so hateful. I can't stand it when you help him like this and he holds a grudge against you. Where's the manager? Report him to the security administrator quickly. This time he'll get his ass in jail. Girl, you're just too kind. We'll take one for you today. Let's get you out of this drag for good. Sumor looked at Wuchio and also Suro. Today was a real eye-opener. Since you guys think I deserve to die, I'll prove that I do deserve to die. Chapter 7. Watching the surveillance. The young director strikes, and the punishment arrives. After hearing this, many people protected Suro and also Wuchio behind them. Where's security? Get him under control. This time the manager also spoke up. He also wanted to please Su Rouge. Wait. Sumor took a step back, his eyes narrowing. There's surveillance here. Why don't we see what's going on the monitor? As soon as Sumor's words came out, Suro and also Wuchio's inner urgency rose. A bad premonition rose, and they forgot about the camera. Can't view the monitor. The faces of the two men grew pale. What? Don't dare? This place is full of surveillance. not to mention the fact that it just happened. So it's easy to find, isn't it? Seeing Sumore's undaunted appearance, the person who made a move to stop him just now also had a bad feeling in his heart. In turn, seeing Wu Qiu as well as Su Rouge averting their eyes, some of them had already reacted. We don't need to see the surveillance to know what you are. Besides, this girl has a chi and blood value of 117. She can definitely become a big shot in the North District in the future. Just you, someone who can't even reach a chi and blood value of 20, are worthy of letting her defile. The person who had just accused Sumore instantly came to his senses after hearing that there were still big names in chi blood 107. There's no mistaking it. This girl is a genius. Why would they even consider the idea of a loser? Su Yao and also Wu Qiu's eyes crossed with surprise. Was this the benefit brought by a genius? It turns out that the name genius can actually really make someone speak against their conscience. Sumore applauded and mocked. Admirable. Admirable. I think we can turn on the surveillance. At this time outside came a figure. A formal dress. The bridge of the nose on a pair of golden glasses. The bottom of the eyes hang mild, but there is a kind of refusal outside the coldness. After the manager saw this person, his legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. What's this one doing here? Meet Young Dong. Chu Yao glanced at the manager. The manager was in a cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his face was pale. Men, watch the gates, and don't let any of them out. Security personnel quickly retreated to the gate to prevent others from leaving. Many people outside saw this scene with surprise in their eyes. Not long after that someone held out a laptop. Young Dong, it's ready. Sumore turned his head to look at the large screen in the mall, playing the very same image that had just happened. The scene cuts to just before the three men meet. Sumore was the first to come in and find a store selling clothes. Suro and Wu Qiu came over 10 minutes apart. This scene made many people's faces change. It wasn't like the Sumore had come to trouble these two girls. The picture continues. In the middle of the store, Suro and also Wu Qiu looked at a beautiful dress, their eyes glowing. Yao Yao, this dress will definitely suit you. Immediately followed by Suro's words. I only buy things if I like them. After hearing the price of $88,000, he swiped his card directly, leaving many people in the room with their jaws on the floor. My brother buys clothes for 1,000. My sister buys clothes for 88,000 without looking at the price and still sells the house for the money. Followed by two other purchases. The three dresses add up to close to $240,000. Every piece of clothing Suro tried on and it fit perfectly. The people who had previously protected Suro Wu Qiu gradually dispersed. The two people's faces were pale. Their previous aggrieved expressions disappeared. And what hung on was trepidation. Immediately after that, he gave a malicious look to Xiaodong, blaming this person. What followed was an encounter between three people. The first thing was Wu Qiu's comment about meeting Sumore's bad luck. Sumore passed by the two people without his eyes lingering on either. Immediately after that came Wu Qiu scolding Sumo for having no upbringing and having a father who was born without a father. The segment played out, and Wu Qiu swished, his face bloodless. Many people stared at her, anger flowing out from the bottom of their eyes, and she tightened her grip on Suro. She said this but for Suro. The screen continues to play. It was Sumore who beat Wu Qiu, and then it was Su Ballad who spoke. Who are you to hit her and order Sumore to apologize? The onlookers at the moment kept their heads down. Inwardly, he kept cursing Suro and also Wu Qiu. Seeing as Su Rouge was a genius, they didn't think there was much of a problem. Those are your adoptive parents, and you actually asked your brother to apologize when someone else called them names. Would adoptive parents really leave an inheritance to someone like that? Suro's face was equally pale and shaky. Raising his head, his eyes were filled with watery mist, staring pitifully at Sumo. Before, as long as she acted like this, Sumore would coax her. This time, Sumore's eyes were cold, like an abyss that swallowed people. What follows is the scene that just happened. It was a moment when you could hear a pin drop in the middle of the mall. Chu Knight walked up to Sumore. Please forgive Mr. Su for the trouble he has caused. The manager's face pales when he sees the young manager apologizing. He is considered to understand Xiaodong a little bit, is also a genius, has entered the key school. The face of the boss who had previously disliked Sumore's dirty money was equally pale. The guide was even more scared and about to go soft on the floor. Thanks. Sumore looked at Chu Knight. If it wasn't for Chu Knight appearing, he would have had to solve it in his own way. I should be the one to thank Mr. Su for staying merciful, or else this mall of mine might have to close down and consolidate. Sumore's eyes narrowed and didn't say much. He could sense that this person was also a powerful martial artist. Hearing Chu Knight's words, Suro and also Wu Qiu were unbelievable. Absolutely impossible. Why was the business suspended and reorganized because of him? What's changed in him? It's only been a few days since the dismissal. Why is even the mall's young director so polite to Sumore? The surrounding people looked at Chu Knight's attitude and their faces similarly changed. Could it be that Sumo was also a genius? Yes, these two women are supposed to be deceitful and full of lies. At this moment, the mall manager carefully walked up to Sumo. Mr. Su, I have been deceived and made a mistake. Please forgive me. Sumori didn't look at him. The manager was in a cold sweat and finally plopped down on his knees. Sumo didn't have any mood swings. Shu Knight stepped forward. Your store is not allowed to appear in all malls in Skynight, and you'll be held responsible for any damages caused. You are fired from this guide, and you will be held responsible for any damages caused by your inappropriate remarks. The guide plopped to his knees. His pupils dilated, and endless regret welled up in his heart. The thought of losing money jolted her awake. Selling her entire family wouldn't be enough. Crawling to Sumo, he slapped himself in the face. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it's because I'm obsessed. Please forgive me. Please beg for mercy for young Dong. I can't afford to pay for it. Shu Knight looked at Sumo's unfluctuating expression and sighed. Indiscriminately, you are also dismissed and the damage caused will be tallied. The manager's face was pale and he crawled in front of Xiaodong, looking at his cold gaze, turning his head to crawl in front of Sumo again. His head knocked on the ground with a thud. Those who slandered Mr. Su just now will receive a lawyer's letter, so go back and wait. Hearing this, the faces of those present all changed. By the time they wanted to apologize, Sumo had already turned around and left the mall, his figure standing tall, leaving only a back that stretched out for a long time. Chapter 8. The crowd beat Su Yao Wuqiu, a martial artist triple, earns $500,000 a day. Shu Knight hurriedly followed up. As for the aftermath, it was not his turn for a young director to step in. After Xiaodong left, many people stared at Wuqiu as well as Su Rouge. It's these two crooks that prey on our sympathies. The shopper and the manager looked at the young director and Sumo who left. Sitting on the floor, their eyes gradually lost focus. The angry cacophony of the crowd pulled their thoughts back. That's them. Especially the guide. Thinking that he had to lose a lot of money. Insanity. Open teeth and claws at Su Rouge and Wuqiu face clawing. The security guarding the gate saw this and turned their collective backs. Looking out, the technician playing the footage turned the camera off and turned away. Bang, bang, bang. Wailing, angry curses echoed through the mall. The farce didn't end until security personnel took them all away. Su Rouge's chi and blood were powerful, but his combat experience was too poor, and his face was scratched. Wuqiu was even worse, with a row of teeth marks on his face, bleeding. After settling the matter of the mall, Sumo wanted to become stronger. A plan was already brewing in his mind. Make them all pay big, but it also takes enough strength to get someone's attention. Turning around and walking towards the outside of the city, the demonic beasts were the only way to gain more kill points. Shu Knight stopped in his tracks as he stared at Sumo walking towards the city. A panel floated in front of Sumo's eyes. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist I. Martial art, stacked waves blade technique, yellow grade low grade 0/1000, proficiency, none 0 out of 100. Blood value, 398/1000. Kill points, 0. Sumo's eyes lit up. The level of this martial skill as well as the proficiency could also be raised with kill points. He was really getting excited. After the city gate guards looked at Sumo's martial artist badge, their eyes stared at such a young martial artist. What was he doing when he was the age of Sumo? This woman is so beautiful. These legs are so white. This ass is so perky. Sumo took a deep breath after coming out of the city. A bit of light cloud cover in the eye. Since the recovery of the aura, the human race has declined severely, and strong people are slowly appearing, creating 9 districts, each with hundreds of cities, from A to Z. For example, the place where Sumo was Z9, the 9th city in the Z code. Each city had coordinates, just to prevent not knowing the exact location after a powerful demonic beast appeared. But aura recovery is not preventable. That's why people dream of becoming martial artists. The more powerful the martial artist, the more respected they were and the more privileges they had. Sumo walked in the other direction. Right now he didn't have the money to buy a scrying radar or a map, and he couldn't go too far or he'd get lost easily. Of course, outside of the city, the most dangerous thing was the demonic beasts, and likewise the people. There is a bottom to the abyss, but only the human heart is unpredictable. Sumo didn't go far before he saw a group of mutated red fire ants. Each one was the size of a human head and brightly colored like fire. Sumo took out his alloy short sword and charged at the red fire ants. The scarlet eyes of the red fire ants changed after seeing Sumo. Several red fire ants impacted towards Sumo. Previously, the blood chi value was too low, and Sumo's hammered combat skills were revealed. With a leap of his body, the short blade kept changing directions, chopping and stabbing and picking. The red fire ant's leg was chopped off by Sumo, lying motionless on the ground. A knife burst. Kill 1 mutant red fire ant. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 1 mutant red fire ant. gain 15 kill points. Kill 1 mutant red fire ant, gain 15 kill points. Sumo seemed like a merciless killing machine, tireless. When the sun moved west, Sumo sat down on his butt on the ground, breathing heavily. It reeked of thick blood, and the short white alloy blade had been dyed red. Sumo gouged out the eyes of the red fire ants and put them in a bag, turning his head and running towards the city. The body has developed a slight overdraft. Just now he felt the fluctuation of the ground, because it's killing too many mutated red fire ants. The red fire ant queen is going to show up. When he had raised his strength a little more, he would directly reunite them. After Sumo ran for 2 hours, he vaguely saw the city in the distance. Only then did he slow down and observe the system interface. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist I. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade low grade 0/1000, proficiency, 0 out of 100. Blood value, 398/1000. Kill points, 4500. Right now, his limit was to kill 300 red fire ants. Sumo first filled up his chi and blood values. A wave of warmth surged out of his body, and it felt as if his essence was becoming stronger, and his perception of his surroundings was becoming clearer and clearer. It then began to be added to the stacked wave blade technique. Sumo took a deep breath. If not for the fact that there were people around earlier, he gained kill points to add to it. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist 3. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade low grade 0/1000, proficiency, great achievement 1500/5000, blood value, 3000/5000, kill points, 398. Sumo looked at the interface, and a wave rippled inside. Today was the 4th day since he had been expelled, and he had transformed from a waste with a chi and blood value of less than 20 to a triple martial artist. Sumo carried a bag inside his hand. These were the eyes of red fire ants. These things can be sold for quite a bit of money. A red sun set, and Sumo entered the city. The city gate guard's color changed after feeling Sumo's aura. What a great killing intent. In his eyes, at this moment, Sumo seemed to transform into a sword, with a continuous chi like water. Back. Sumori nodded and smiled a greeting at the guards. These are the people who carry the weight, and to guard the city is to put life and death at risk, especially when the demonic beasts rushed the city. The guards were the first to throw themselves into the middle of the battlefield. It's also the easiest person to sacrifice. Sumo also admires these people the most. When he came to the martial artist guild, he caught a glimpse of a pair of big thunders dangling in front of his eyes. I smelled a fury from a long distance. So it's Sudi. Sumo smiled at Shirayuki. Sister Baiyu, do you accept demonic beast materials? Sure, collect. Sumo took out a carry bag, and inside was a pair of red eyes, as if they were red crystals. Red fire ant eyes. Good stuff. Most of them are first class, first order, and can be sold for quite a bit of money. After Shirayuki finished his inventory, he pulled out a computer. That's a total of $490,000, so I'll round it up for you. 500,000 is good. Sumo's eyes fluctuated when he heard it. Previously 120,000 a day was more than enough. Now 500,000 a day. As his strength increased, he was able to earn more money. Why don't Sister Baiyu put together $1 million? You brat. You know how to take advantage of your sister. Shirayuki punched the money into Sumo's martial artist badge, and her gaze turned. Should I buy a space storage baby? Can't afford it. Sumo was also moved, but that thing was too expensive. Right now what he needed most was radar and a map. Without continuing to recommend, Shirayuki turned around and brought over a box. Radar. It can detect the level of demonic beasts in a 10-meter radius, and it can't be detected if it exceeds the second level. This is the map of Z9 South Gate, 100 miles in a radius. It's all labeled. It's not particularly accurate up there, and it won't be too far off. Demonic beasts move around. No one can say for sure. Sumo watched Bayu's operation with surprise in his eyes. It looks like Sister White has been ready to earn my money just like that. That's right. Little brother's a good liar. Sumo felt a pair of big thunders pinning his arms inside, and with a swish, his face turned red as if on fire. Chapter 9, The Class Explodes. Sumo is actually a martial artist. Su Yao's thoughts. Bayu covered her mouth and laughed out loud as she looked at Sumo like this. Ha ha, I didn't think little brother would be shy too. I just don't know if I'll throw up after being shy. After Shirayuki finished speaking, she lowered her head and rushed to look at ersatz more. TSK, 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 TSK. Sumo took a deep breath. Since Bayu was so provocative, don't blame him. Wide eyes stayed fixed somewhere on Shirayuki. Baiyu blushed, cursed a little colorful skin, and scratched Sumore's money away. Looking at the money inside the badge, Sumore looked up to the sky and sighed. I thought I was making $500,000 a day from hard work, fooled in 3 seconds by a big thunder girl. Come on, follow me home. Sumore heard this and went on guard. You're not plotting against me, are you? Sumore's hands protected himself. That's right, my sister is just plotting against you and eating you in one bite. Shirayuki even licked her lips after saying that. The two stopped snickering, and in the end, Sumore followed Baiyu home. On the other side, Wu Chou, who was released, and Su Rouge had their heads bowed, followed behind the class teacher Wang Yang, shrinking his head and not speaking. Wang Yang's face was grim. There are still more than 2 months to go before the martial arts exam. You actually made such a mistake. How will others look at it if it is spread out? Let's forget about this one. And the next time, you'll be squatting inside. Suro and Wu Chou nodded. Go back to your evening studies. After arriving at the school entrance, Wang Yang turned around and left. The two men returned to class disoriented. Brush up. The eyes of the crowd were fixed on the two of them in unison. Cloaked, with scratches on his face and torn clothes. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were going to ask for food. The two men kept their heads down and didn't speak. At the moment, what Suro's mind was thinking about was that pair of cold and unfeeling eyes. Now that she thought about it, she still felt a chill down her back. And the young director of that mall seems to know Sumore. Could it be that her adoptive parents have a background she doesn't know about? Breaking news. At this time, a figure suddenly barged in from outside, holding a cell phone inside his hand with a panicked expression on his face. Fong Ben, you pooped again without paper. You guys watched the video. I sent it inside the group. Fong Ben looked anxious and didn't realize that it was posted inside the large group. The crowd pulled out their cell phones and clicked on the video. Seeing a man of athletic stature, leaping through the air, he slashed above the mutant lobster. Sparklers. The blow doesn't work, so the man uses the air to slide underneath the mutant lobster and give it an open belly. It's so silky smooth, there's not a single extra move. The man slid out from under the lobster, his body red with blood, wielding a curly-bladed chicken-killing knife. Blood ran down the tip of the knife. After taking a good look at that figure, the color of the people present changed and their pupils contracted. It's normal to take a deep breath and get dizzy. The noisy class instantly quieted down, and the students all stared at the figure in the screen with dead eyes. That one blood-red figure just barged straight into their eyes. Standing there, transformed into a knife-like, and even through the screen they could feel that aura of fury. Suro stared at the screen, her body trembling, her teeth chattering, and fear spewing out in her heart. Sumore was like a god of killing, and she was the mutated lobster, especially those eyes that didn't contain a trace of warmth. Before that pair of eyes were gentle, sunny, and full of desire for life. When did it change? It seems to have changed from the moment he was fired. It became unrecognizable to her, unfamiliar. Even with a smile on his face, his eyes carried a coldness that rejected people. This is Sumore. It can't be. Isn't he a waste who can't even reach 20 chi blood? Does he look like a waste in this way in the video? Demonic beasts undergo mutation and are basically level 1. That means Sumore is a martial artist. Not bad. Being able to kill a mutated lobster can only be a martial artist. There are hundreds of high schools in the entire Z-character city, and I haven't heard of any high school students breaking through to martial artists recently. The person who had previously slandered Sumo's body was constantly trembling and cold sweat was pouring out. They subconsciously looked at Zhou Liang, who was staring at the screen with dead eyes. Yes, Zhou Liang. They all listened to Zhou Liang before. Zhou Liang, how do we do it? Will Sumore find trouble with us now that he's become a martial artist? Will he hold a grudge for what we wronged him before and will he kill back? If I had known I wouldn't have wronged him. Bang! Click! Zhou Liang suddenly stood up and slammed his cell phone on the ground. Broken parts sprayed everywhere. The anger in Zhou's conscience was evident. All shut the up and open up. Once Zhou Liang spoke, the crowd quieted down. At this moment those who chose to keep their mouths shut inwardly began to rejoice. Fortunately they did not take Zhou Liang's money and wrong Sumore. But there were some people who looked at Su Ballad. To say that they didn't testify on Sumore's behalf was because they were afraid of Zhou Liang. Suro, as Sumore's sister, didn't testify either, and now they haven't figured it out. Su Ruan sat in her seat, her eyes gradually losing focus. She had eaten quite a few blood-enhancing pills before raising her chi and blood to 107. She had been quite happy, but now she was told that her punk of a brother was actually a martial artist. No wonder that young director in the middle of the mall treated him so well. Everything explained. It must be that the adoptive father and mother had left a treasure for Sumore. Otherwise how did that trash become a martial artist? Must be. Good. You guys are really selfish. So selfish. I can't believe you won't give me something like this. Sure enough, I am an outsider. No wonder Sumo was so generous in giving me the money. Could it be that my adoptive parents said that I had a share of the chance? And that Sumo was unwilling to give it to me, which is why they gave me the money and used it to paralyze me. Yeah. Definitely. Lost Sumo before you also said, will be good to me? There is a chance that the baby actually private. I really look at you wrong. Loss, I still take you as a younger brother. Thanks to me, I even gave you $2,000 to rent an apartment. And this is how you repay me. Find Sumo and ask for the chance. He owes it to me. Then I'll be able to break through to martial arts and become the envy of all. Suro's eyes lit up. Her insides flamed up and she looked a bit manic. Zhou Liang's gaze fluctuated as he saw the surrounding quiet down. Sumo, you are really a wrong soul. In that case, let you enter the hell. To save the annoyance. At this time in the office, Wang Yang looked at the video inside the group. His eyes hollowed out and gradually lost focus. Sumo is actually a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist. If he is not dismissed. Wang Yang was becoming more and more regretful. Who's this? Looks kind of familiar. Wang Yang hurriedly turned his cell phone off. Qian Ming was a big mouth. If he knew it was Sumo, the principal could take his head off the next day. Students make videos to motivate them during martial arts exams. Qian Ming gave Wang Yang a thumbs up. I didn't think that Director Wang had kept a hand in this. I admire that. I'm really a classroom teacher who is dedicated to the good of his students. Wang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Qian Ming didn't see it clearly. No, the video can't be spread. Wang Yang rushed to the class. Chapter 10, if you break through the penetrating vessel realm, I'll recommend you to become an examination officer. Wang Yang looked at the quiet class and knew that all these people knew about Sumo's breakthrough as a martial artist. Class, don't spread the word about this one. If the school finds out, I'll be expelled and you'll be punished. And in severe cases, your chances of taking the martial arts exam may be cancelled. When these words came out, the students in the class turned pale and cold sweat instantly broke out. Wang Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. These students are still relatively simple, so it's good to fool them a little. Feng Ben, Zhou Liang, you two come out. The three men came into the walkway. Feng Ben, where did you get this video? I read it on a little website. Feng Ben also let them take a look. A few likes have appeared below, so clearly the video hasn't been completely propagated. Zhou Liang took out a phone after seeing that website. Hey, are you asleep, Uncle Junior? No. A tired voice came from inside the phone. I have the name of a website here. Get someone to block the site, especially one of the videos in it, and get him to take it down. Are you in trouble again? If I can't solve it, I might be in trouble, and I'll have to go to Grandpa. I know. Give me 3 minutes. The three men stood in the walkway, staring at the site. 2 minutes later, the site was nowhere to be found. The three men looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Ben also withdrew the video from the class group. I'm sure those people won't come forward to say anything. Next, let Sumo disappear silently. Zhou Liang raised his head and looked at Wang Yang and also Feng Ben. If the matter leaks out, Mr. Wang, your future will be in jeopardy, and we'll be in trouble too. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Zhou Liang. If you need anything, just give me a word. First we have to create evidence that doesn't exist to close the loophole that got Su Stray fired. That previous charge didn't stand up to scrutiny. Now we need to come up with a more ruthless one. The best thing is that when the university finds out, they'll also say we did the right thing. And then I'll be looking for a push. Let Sumo die by the mouths and pens of the people. 2 plans are being implemented at the same time. The first one I'm responsible for implementing, and even if it succeeds, the second one will still be implemented. We can also take the initiative when someone investigates later. Wang Yang pondered for a while, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. I heard something earlier. As Wang Yang said it, Zhou Liang and Feng Ben's eyes widened. I'll have someone look into it, and I'll let you know if it's true. Wang Yang nodded. For the sake of his future, it could only be done. None of us should focus next to prevent revealing accidents. Especially you, Feng Ben. If it's because you spoiled it, you know my methods. Feng Ben hastily nodded his head. Don't worry, I won't have a problem this time. The three men conferred some more before finalizing things. At the moment, Sumo was eating with Baiyu. Sumo noticed Baiyu staring at him from time to time. Sister Baiyu, if you stare at me like that, I'll think you're interested in me. Baiyu realized that Sumo had an aura about him. There's a wave after wave of energy. You've cultivated the stacked wave blade? Baiyu stared at Sumo and asked curiously. It's already a big success. Snapping, the chopsticks fell on the table and rolled aside. Baiyu froze and looked at Sumo. Cultivating to a great accomplishment in one day. What kind of qualification was this? This one is a real find. Shirayuki took a deep breath. Do you want to be admitted to the Northern Academy? Sumore's color changed after hearing this. Is this Bayou Road so wild? On what terms? I'll just ask you if you want to get on? Sumore nodded. There was no one in the North Courtyard who didn't want to go, right? Demon Invasion. Aura Revival. Division of 9 districts. Each district is independent of the other. If you want to cross the zone, you also have to cross through the zone where the demonic beasts are located. They also had a number of universities in the Northern District, but there was only one supreme institution, and that was the Northern Academy. As long as there are no students who don't fantasize about getting in, I have another spot on my hands that I can recommend you for. Suro knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. State your terms. Condition free. Bayou calmly stared at Sumore and said seriously. Sumore looked at Bayou with the same calmness. There are still more than 2 months to go. If you can reach the Pulse Passage realm, I can even recommend you to be an inspection officer. Sumore was shocked in his heart. This Bayou's identity was so big that he couldn't hold it in one hand. Thanks. Sumore wasn't polite. The chakra realm, right? 2 months is definitely possible. After the martial artist is the realm of channeling the veins, which requires the heart to open the Qi Jing and the 8 veins. Good. Bayou's eyes narrowed after hearing Sumore's promise. If Sumore could really reach the pulse-passing realm in more than 2 months, the nature of the representation would be different. Let's eat. It'll be a while until you raise your strength in a bit. Sumore nodded. Sumore left from the place where Bayou lived after eating. Come to the Security Management Registry. After Zhou Dahai and also Li Wuyo saw Sumore come over, the two of them instantly stood up. Old brother Sumore, what brings you here? Because of the house. Of course. Zhou Dahai nodded. After Lu Shuetian knew about Sumore's matter, he let them get the materials ready. The previous Security Management Service registration was also done because of an acquaintance. The guy who handled it has now been fired. It also requires the cooperation of the buyer. Zhou Dahai said. Sumore nodded. During dinner, he talked to Bayou about this matter. Shirayuki said she docketed it a long time ago. The buyer's name is White Moon. She's registered and there's a problem with the house program. Zhou Dahai nodded after finding it. We'll notify Su Ballad tomorrow. Don't worry. It will definitely satisfy old brother. Zhou Dahai looked at Sumore with kindness in his eyes. After things were done, Sumore's figure disappeared into the darkness. The next day dawned, and Sumore had already left the city. The guards had admiration in their eyes. Working so hard at such a young age. Sumore came back to the place where the mutant red fire ants were this time. Before he said that he would end the mutant red fire ants family. After the red fire ants sensed Sumore's aura, they all surged out from the ground. Forward and backward. They bit at Sumore. There are also several kinds of red fire ants with the size of 1 meter or reddish. And there are flames hidden on the body. Sumore took the knife out. The stacked wave blade was executed. And a light-colored blade chi transformed into water-like. Wave after wave. The arriving red fire ants became even more frenzied. A knife went down and the beeps kept ringing. Kill the mutant red fire ants. Gain 15 kill points. Kill the mutant red fire ants. Gain 15 kill points. Sumore felt it was the most melodious waltz. Chapter 11 Martial Artist 6. Crooked. Sumo's stacking wave blade was constantly being executed. And at this moment, he was transformed into a blade-like figure. Moving in and out of the red fire ants 7 times. Even the few red fire ants with flames coming out of their bodies were half slaughtered by Sumore. Buzz off. Sumore had just stopped. And the red fire ants in the distance stared at Sumore. Their bodies constantly retreating. The red fire ant swarm couldn't help Sumore. Instead, their companions kept falling, which gradually made them fearful. The figure kept retreating. After Sumore felt the movement of the soles of his feet stomped, and with the help of this force of recoil, his body rose up in the air, like a spirit monkey, and jumped out. The place where Sumore was just now turned into scorched black. Sumore's heart palpitated. Luckily, he reacted quickly and needed to buy a book of lightweight stances. The ground rolled up and a red fire ant with flames all over its body appeared, with a body that was 3 meters in size. Sumore's eyes lit up. He had his lightness. As long as this red fire ant was killed, it would definitely fetch a big price. The watch radar on his arm showed that the red fire ant in front of him had the strength of a level 6. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 3. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Low Grade 0/1000, Proficiency, Great Achievement 1500/5000, Blood Value, 3000/5000, Kill Points, 36398. Sumore directly added the kill points to the blood value. Add 2000 points to the 4th, then 5000 to the 5th, and 20,000 to the 6th. Sumore's skin under the clothes was like a boiled prawn. An invisible wave of air appeared from Sumore's side. The grass underfoot was blown and bent over. Looking at the remaining kill points, the stacked wave blade technique added 3005 points, and the proficiency level instantly became perfect. Sumo then added points to the level of the stacked wave blade, and the low yellow grade became a medium grade. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 6. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000. Proficiency, Minor Achievement 5000/50. 000. Blood Value, 30,000/100000. Kill Points, 4898. Sumo looked at the panel. The realm had already turned into the 6th level of Martial Artist, and he believed that it wouldn't take long to break through the Vein Passage realm. At that time, one would also need to purchase a heart technique for opening up the Chi Chakra. The stacked waves blade had become a yellow grade medium and reached a small completion. The red fire ant queen stared at Sumo, and in the blink of an eye, the carbon-based creature that could have been destroyed with a single hand turned out to be even more terrifying than it was. Scarlet eyes coalesced, and flames appeared around his body. It transformed into 3 flame masses and attacked at Sumo. Good timing. Sumo was trying to verify his strength. The stacked wave blade looked like he had practiced countless times. With a swing of the blade, a meter-sized wave of air appeared in a continuous stream. The 3 fire clusters were directly cut down. A furrow about 30 centimeters wide was plowed into the ground. The mutant red fire ant queen let out a strange cry as the blade energy directly cut her in half. Kill the red fire ant queen. Gain 6,000 kill points. The remaining red fire ants are still trying to escape. At the moment in Sumo's eyes these were his kill points and also his mind techniques. Light skills. Ergo. It's all ergo. Kill 1 red fire ant. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 10 red fire ants. Gain 105 kill points. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Sumo looked at the knife in his hand. With a click, the alloy blade snapped in the middle. Sumo sighed. The alloy blade could no longer withstand it after the stacked wave blade was upgraded. It looks like you still have to spend money on weapons. Cultivation relies on money really. Sumo used the broken knife to gouge out all the eyes of the red fire ants and gather them together. 2 big bags full. As for the eyes of the red fire ant queen were put away separately by him. It's only been most of the day, and night has not yet fallen. Sumo desperately wanted to buy a space ring or space bag. When the time came, there would be no need for such trouble, and he could kill to his heart's content and gain kill points to enhance his strength. Nowadays, if you want to raise your strength or martial skill proficiency, you need a large amount of kill points. Rustle, rustle. The sound of falling leaves breaking rang out, and Sumo's complexion tightened. Come out now that you're here. A few figures drilled out from the middle of the woods, staring at the cloth bag in Sumo's hand with greed in their eyes. They had noticed this guy before, and what they didn't expect even more was that Sumo had actually single-brushed the red fire ants. Wealth moves people, and they venture out every day to hunt demonic beasts for what? Sumo put the cloth bag down and stared at the 3 people in front of him. These 3 were the ones who were watching him last time. Hand over the stuff and we can let you off the hook. Sumo stomped his feet, and his body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards the 3 men. What a nerve! The man in the lead took out a machete, and his body leapt up as if it were Tarzan falling, the big knife in his hand and the air friction making a sound. Sumo's body came to a sudden stop as this person slashed at the ground. Sumo violently stepped forward and kicked the back of the knife. Clench your hand into a fist and punch this person in the heart. The large sword came off and the man's feet kept retreating. Sumo grabbed the big knife. Stacked waves. The blade chi transformed into waves. Continuous, wave after wave. The 2 men were just coming over, their feet lurching and their heads moving down. Grunting, 2 heads rolled down. Kill 2 people in martial artist triple. Gain 4,000 kill points. The man who had struck earlier stopped and sat on his butt. His face was pale and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. 1 punch, just 1 punch, and he suffered heavy damage. Impossible. Why was he so strong? He was also a martial artist 6th level. He couldn't even take a punch from Sumo. Sumo walked up to him with his knife and cut off his head. Kill 1 person of the 6th level of martial artist. Gain 6,000 kill points. Jingle bells, jingle bells. A piercing sound rang out, and Sumo flipped the person's cell phone out. It's probably not that far from the city, and there's still a signal here. When Sumo saw the name on it, the corner of his mouth was tinged with playfulness. Chao Liang. It's been such a long time since I've heard his voice. Sumo pressed the answer button. Blood Tiger. Here's a mission for you. No matter what method you use, kill one called Sumo. I'll send you the picture later. Sumo did not say anything and hung up the phone. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Using the Blood Tiger's hand to unlock the code, Sumo lifted the Blood Tiger's head and took a picture to send to Zhou Liang. Send. Cell phone off. Smash. Carrying the cloth bag towards the city. Zhou Liang didn't dare to get angry when he saw Blood Tiger hanging up on him, but he was his grandfather's beloved. Then a photo was sent. Zhou Liang hurriedly opened it, and the next moment the phone directly fell on the ground. the screen directly fell flower. That wide-eyed, bloody head became even more hideous, horrifying. Zhou Liang took a few deep breaths, and he realized that his hands were trembling in fear. He didn't know what he was afraid of. A fear if anything gripped him. Picking up his cell phone and finding a patch where he could still see clearly, he found his grandfather's number and hurriedly dialed it. "Grandpa, it's bad. The blood tiger is dead." "What?" A pale, surprised voice came from across the room. "Did you mess with someone again?" "I called in to take care of something and before he could do it, I got a picture." Zhou Liang hung up the phone and sent the picture to his grandfather with the help of a place where he could see clearly. Sumo had not yet entered the city when the phone rang. After pulling out his cell phone and glancing at it, he simply hung up and blacked out the caller. Su Ryong, you've spent almost all your money. What are you paying out with this one? I'm afraid that's the only thing. Chapter 12, you're going into the store? You give me the chance. Sumor entered the city, and the guards looked at Sumor with a stunned expression. You're going in for a stocking. Yesterday I was carrying 1 bag. Today I'm carrying 2. Is tomorrow going to be carrying 3 bags? Greeting the guards with a greeting, Sumor walked towards the martial artist guild. Bayu had just sent the guests away when she sensed a fury from a long distance. Just as he stood up, he saw Sumor come in carrying 2 large bags. You're going into the store. Sumor put down the cloth bag and took a breath. Quickly calculate how much. Today this young master is going to make a big purchase. Looking at the excitement in Sumor's eyes, Bayu did not delay any longer. He knew Sumor needed money. After opening the cloth bag and seeing that there was another parcel of things on it, Bayu opened it with surprise in her expression. Red Fire Ant Queen. Sumori nodded. You're not going to end the Red Fire Ant nest, are you? Not bad. End of story. Shirayuki put down her things and pulled Sumor to stand on the instrument. Martial Artist 6. Seeing the strength displayed above the machine, Shirayuki was dumbfounded. Martial Artist 6. You wouldn't have hidden your strength the last time you came for testing. Can't I have a little chance? Sumor asked a rhetorical question. Not to mention that the 6th level of martial artist is nothing in front of you, right? What's so surprising about you? Shirayuki moved closer to Sumor and grabbed Sumor's shoulders and shook them. Suor's eyes couldn't shift away. I think I should lie down while you tie your hair up. Shirayuki blushed at the sound of this and went up to give Sumor a punch. You boys are quite a monster. Bayu didn't continue to ask and began to calculate Sumor's harvest. Calculated. $1,354,800. They're all acquaintances. So I'll round you up and give you 5,000. Sumor's eyes widened at the sound. Have you ever gotten it together like that? Bayu put the things in her storage ring and looked at Sumo. What does brother want to buy? Light stances, weapons, space storage stuff. Sumor had already thought about it a long time ago. You wait. Bayu turned around and went into a room, and in a short while, he walked out, and a body technique appeared in his hands. A long knife was taken out from the middle of another room. Finally, a ring was taken from the middle of another room. Treading snow yellow grade low grade. Black blade made with 100-year-old black iron. Enough for your current use. Space ring, 2 cubic spaces. $1.5 million total. Sumor grabbed his hair. Not enough. He expected it to be expensive. And didn't expect it to be so much worse. That $150,000 is as if I lent it to you. Remember to pay me back. Brother, you are now poor again. You don't have enough money for this if you want your sister to tie her hair up. Sumor put the ring on, put a drop of blood on it, and put the long knife in. A smile appeared on his face, finally accomplishing another goal. 2 cubes, enough for him. When he earns big money, he will replace it with a big one. You also have to earn money to buy a house. You can't live inside a rented house. Sumor looked at Shirayuki's teasing look and decided to give her a little shock. Who doesn't want to pretend in front of a beautiful woman? The panel opens. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 6. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000, Proficiency, Minor Achievement 5000/50. 000, Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Low 0/10. 000, Proficiency, 0/1000. Blood Value, 30,000/100000. Kill Points, 45. 000. Sumor noticed that Treading Snow suddenly needed 10. 000 kill points to raise its grade, and added it, turning it into a medium grade. A low grade minor proficiency required 1,000 kill points, and a medium grade became 10,000. Kill points are still not really a good idea. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 6. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000, Proficiency, Minor Achievement 5000/50. 000, Treading snow, yellow grade medium 10,000/50,000, proficiency, minor success 10,000/50,000, blood value 30,000/100000, kill points 25,000. Why you watched Sumor flipping through treading snow and didn't interrupt. After a minute, Sumor closed it. How is it? The gumfu that sister recommended to you is not bad, right? Sumo's figure moved, and his figure floated, becoming more and more agile. Shirayuki's pupils quake. It only took a minute to cultivate successfully. It's indeed quite difficult. Sumor knew the way of pretending and turned around to leave the martial artist guild, leaving Shirayuki alone in a state of self-doubt. Finally took out a phone. Old man, have you ever seen a minute learn to tread snow? Shirayuki, are you not awake or are you drinking fake wine? 1 minute to learn to step on snow I eat upside down. No, could it be that you saw it? Shirayuki took a deep breath. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. And he did learn it for a minute, reaching a minor accomplishment. You're not talking about the guy whose chi blood reached 400, are you? A mid-sentence voice came from the phone. He's already at the 6th level of martial artist. Bang! The sound of a chair falling over came from the phone. Really? Would I lie to you? Keep an eye on him. Don't let him get taken by someone else. What school? He was fired. Shirayuki said flatly. Fired? It's more school. No, they're sick, aren't they? No, I'm going to go there myself. Old man, I'll make a deal with him. If he can break through the pulse passage realm come the martial examination, let him be the examiner. Well, or you have the means. Don't let him be bullied. You tell me the story. Shirayuki narrated the story. The opposite side sulked. He's smart enough to start preparing to get his stuff back, and I'd like to take him on as a close disciple. Shirayuki's eyes snapped open. Are you serious, old man? If this news were to spread, the entire 9 regions would be shaken, not to mention the northern region. Well, seriously, I wasn't going to take on an apprentice, but when a genius like this slips away from me, I wake up in the middle of the night and curse myself for being sick. Demonic beasts reproduce too quickly and their strength grows rapidly. Humans are still in internal conflict and many geniuses suffer from backstabbing. I can't let go when I meet such a genius. After Sumor left the guild, he saw a person halfway. This guy's a dog, right? You can find him here. Brother, wait, I have something to tell you. Suro's eyes lit up when she saw Sumor, and she hurriedly ran forward. You didn't treat me like this before. Why have you become like this? We were the closest of people and now we are like strangers. Sumor looked at Suro's heavenly canopy with a fine layer of sweat, and really wanted to lift it to see if it was filled with. You can't kill anyone in the city. That's the red line. Su Rouge hadn't broken through to martial artist yet, and he couldn't leave the city, so it was troublesome. I wish I could dig a hole outside the city and bury her. Suro looked at the murderous intent brewing under Sumor's eyes. Her footsteps lurched, and the words she was about to say were swallowed. Sumor, I really treat you as my own brother. Otherwise I wouldn't have given you $2,000 to rent an apartment. As you know, the martial arts exams are coming, and now that my strength is growing a bit slowly, can you give me what mom and dad left behind? As long as I can break through as a martial artist, when the martial exam comes, I'll definitely be able to hit the ground running, and then I'll buy you a big house, and anything you want, I'll buy it for you. Chapter 13, Shameless Su Yao. I'll also plant. Su Yao was complained. Sumor knows that Su Ballad is shameless, did not think that, but also so naive. On the relationship between the two people now, there are things also do not give you to use you're, right? Su Ballad, we're enemies now. What you got from my house? I want you to spit out every single cent. Meeting Sumor's cold eyes, Suro's heart trembled with fear. Killing intent, such a strong killing intent. The aura of fury wrapped around her as tightly as the air, making it difficult for her to breathe, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead down her cheeks and onto the ground. There was contempt in Sumor's eyes. Get lost. I can't promise I won't hit you next. Su-ran took a deep breath, with a touch of determination in her eyes. Sumor, I'm your sister and this is how you treat me. Why are you so selfish? I even gave you $2,000 when you didn't have any money. Wasn't that good enough for you? I can kind of see that you just see me as a hug from mom and dad and you don't think of me as family. Mom and dad knew that I was gifted and left me with a chance. You didn't want to give it to me, so you gave me money to hoodwink me. And then you misappropriated the chance that mom and dad left behind. And that's how you broke through to martial artist. At the expense of me thinking that you were really good to me. Pop. Sumor slapped Suro in the face. A bright red slap mark appeared. Sumor lowered his head, and his eyes filled with killing intent sent chills throughout Su Ballad's body. You are worthy to mention my parents. The word ascendant is insulting to you. If we weren't in the city, I'd cut your head off right now and shove it in a cesspool. Su Ballad, cherish the life you have now. Suro watched Sumor walk away and covered her face and sat on her butt. After reacting, he rushed after them. You give me the chance mom and dad left behind. You give it to me. I'll die if you don't. You'll have to take the blame when the time comes, too, and I can't believe you don't care. After Sumor heard this, he turned around and lifted Suro. Poof! Suro in the middle of the pond struggled up, a panicked expression on her face. Somebody jumped into the river. Somebody! Sumor's voice was loud and passed out in no time. Some people approach the pond and then their faces change. They can't swim and the pond is not shallow. Sumor's eyes showed the same anxious look. You guys get the rope. Sumor directly jumped in, and when he was close to Subalad, his body quickly sank. What are you doing? Sumor called out loudly, his voice anxious and frightened. Under the water Sumo dragged Suro down. Only Sumo was underneath. Looking like Suro pressed him down. Suro showed her panic and swam. Grab the rope. Sumor grabbed the rope with one hand and grabbed Suro, but Sumor's body sank from time to time. Damn! What woman is this? Another person who came over, poofed in, quickly came to the two men, and slapped Surouge in the face. An unbelievable expression appeared on Suro's face. Can't you see that it was Sumor who did it on purpose? When he got ashore, Sumo sat on the ground, panting heavily, his face was pale, and his expression was still a bit panicked. The people around them looked at Subalad. The most poisonous woman's heart. That's what you say. What a snake's heart. Pop. Some people couldn't look away and went up to give Surouge a slap. Surouge covered her face and was already confused. Didn't you guys see that? He's the one who threw me down and tried to drown me just now. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You can swim. Don't think I can't see that this little brother can't swim. People save you, and you still beat them back. Are you still a human being? You are also a student by the look of you. Which school? We need to tell you about the school and how it teaches the students. It's really him. He's my brother. We're family. The crowd looked at Sumor after hearing this. She was adopted from out of town when my parents were alive. But I've been out of a relationship with her for a long time now. She stole and sold my parents' house and spent even the money my parents saved for us. She had no money and came to me for it. And when I didn't give it to her, she jumped in the river and threatened to take the blame. Sumor lowered his head, his voice getting colder and colder. Beast, despicable, shameless, ungrateful. People like you deserve to be called family with others. It's not like that. It's not like that. Suro was still trying to argue when Sumor staggered to his feet, picked up the jacket that was thrown on the floor, and pulled out $2,000 from it. This is the last of my money. I don't have any more. Sumor left, leaving a watery mess on the ground. I think I've seen that young man before, scrubbing dishes in my back kitchen. I remembered when you said that. He was carrying cement at my place in the middle of the night earlier and said he had a genius sister and had to earn money for her. As a result of becoming a martial artist, Sumor's angles were more distinct, causing them to not recognize him at first, and now they finally remembered. Sure is a white wolf that can't be fed. She's in 10th high. Let's report her. For someone like that to become a martial artist is not pure of heart. Yeah, let's call 10 high. Hearing these words, an anxious look appeared on Suro's face. It's not like that. It's really not like that. He's lying. He's lying. Suro spoke anxiously, with a pearly appearance. But the crowd had no sympathy for the moment. It was abominable. The nature is so nasty, and the mind is so evil at such a young age. There was also someone who sent the video that had just been taken along with a package to 10 high. It's been a while, and 10 high's phone has been busted. The principal had just returned to his office when a sharp figure came running. Principal, our school is being complained about. Even the safety administration called to question us. Fong Zhengyu just sat down and stood up violently, his face showing incredulity. Well, there hasn't been a whole lot going on lately. Headmaster, take a look. Genius students 10 high are remembered. Subalad they naturally recognize. After seeing the video screen, the principal's face changed. Jingle bells. The phone on the desktop rang. Fong Zhengyu's face darkened, really afraid of what will come. Hello, old Fong. We're old acquaintances too. So to make a long story short, someone called the phone to me. Fong Zhengyu's expression changed. I'm the one who didn't supervise it. You don't need to talk to me much about these scenes. She is a student of our school. There should be a misunderstanding in this matter. I will look into it. That's good. But there's one more thing to congratulate you on. After Fong Zhengyu heard this, he was puzzled in his mind. There was nothing worth celebrating recently, but a martial artist showed up at your school. Fong Zhengyu's newly seated body bounced up this time. Brother Liu, Master Liu, you didn't lie to me, did you? Do you think I would lie to you? Come on, tell me, who is it? Do your own research. I can't tell you who he is. Lu Shuetian of the Security Management Division hung up the phone with helplessness at the corner of his mouth. Old Fong, as a classmate, I can only help you so far. Chapter 14 Assisting in the decapitation of a grade 2 demonic beast. Earning numbness. Fong Zhengyu, the principal of the 10th high school, put down the phone and pondered. Call Su Rouge over and ask her what's going on. Also, the entire school begins a new round of blood gas testing. The assistant nodded and proceeded to make the arrangements. Fong Zhengyu sat down, took a sip of tea, and suppressed his inner excitement. If a martial artist appeared in the school, it was possible to enter the North Courtyard. By that time, their 10th high school would be completely famous. There are students who get into North Academy, which is the best enrollment profile. Even the principal is already thinking about next year's student overflow. He is also getting more and more resources, more and more reputation, and more positions. He couldn't help but grin at the corners of his mouth, growing wider and wider, like a hippopotamus. Compared to a martial artist, the matter of Su Ballad was trivial. The corners of Sumore's mouth rose at this moment after he separated from Suro. It's a trick who wouldn't use the same. Sumore did not leave and turned to the security management office. Lu Shuetian was about to go out when he ran head-on into Sumore. Ha, old brother Sumore. You came over. Brother Lu, long time no see. Come on in. What is it that old brother Sumore needs from his brother? I've asked them to prepare information about the house, and I've absolutely dumbed her down. How do I kick someone out of my family's account book? Lu Shuetian did not show surprise or amazement after hearing this. He had already thought of it. You'll be able to do that when the house thing is settled, because you're the head of the household. The real estate license is in your name, not hers, and the guy who helped her before has been fired. In addition, she will have to pay for the damages of the person who purchased the house. Thanks, brother Lu. Sumore chatted with Lu Shuetian for a while longer. At this time an urgent phone rang. Brother Lu, it's bad. Another mutated demonic beast has appeared. Brother Lu, how about going together? Good. Thinking that Sumore was also a martial artist, Lu Shuetian did not refuse. Driving up to the lake, there were still fishing contraptions on the edge and the pungent odor of blood. There were also several severed limbs floating on the lake, coloring the water red and sending shivers down the spine. In the light of the setting sun, it looked even more bizarre, eerie, and terrifying. Lu Dahai and Li Wuyo were holding their weapons. Their bodies were like spirit swallows, dodging the attacks of the giant things on the water. The mutant water snake's eyes were scarlet, and a water arrow sprayed out of its mouth. The lake is its domain. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo were at the 9th level of martial arts and it was more difficult to cope with them. It's a grade 2 mutated beast, equivalent to a human's pulse circulation realm. After Lu Shuetian saw it, his body leapt into the air. A long knife appeared in the storage ring and slashed away. A 2-meter crescent blade chi broke the surface of the lake and slashed at the mutant long snake. The water snake sensed the danger and its scarlet eyes became even redder as it spewed out 2 water arrows to force Li Wuyo as well as Zhang Dahai out of the battlefield. With a flick of his tail, a wave of water appeared, blocking the blade energy in front of him. When one strike failed, Lu Shuetian continuously struck out, and in the blink of an eye several sword chi swung out. The bottom of the lake is clearly visible, as well as a full view of the mutant water snake. It adds up to 10 meters. Most of the body is hiding in the lake. Lu Shuetian was smart enough to use his blade chi to split the surface of the lake, and also to prevent any more accidents from appearing at the bottom of the lake. I'll hold him back. You guys find a way to attack his 7-inch position. Strike quickly and don't let it escape. The power in Lu Shuetian's meridians burst out, and a white light appeared above the knife in his hand. Windbreaker. Lu Shuetian bellowed as his chi coalesced around his sword. A blade was swung out, and this time, a white blade on 3 meters in size slashed at the mutant long snake. The mutant long snake's eyes rolled and its tongue lolled out. Hissing, a vortex appeared in the lake, and in no time a water prison appeared, encasing the mutant water snake inside. Watch out. Back off. Sumore, who was on the shore, spoke hastily. Zhang Dahai as well as Li Wuyo's body twisted and hastily retreated. Put. Click. 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 2 1-meter-sized deep craters appeared on the ground where they were standing just now. If this attacked on them, they would be crippled without dying. This mutant water snake actually plays with his brain. Be careful. 2nd-grade demonic beasts. Their spirit is not low. Don't be careless. Lu Shuetian stepped on the water, and as his body approached, he leaped in the air as if he were a monkey. The long knife in his hand faced downwards and plunged at the mutated water snake's head. The mutant water snake's body lowered and quickly disappeared into the water. Lu Shuetian stopped his descending body. A white light appeared on his feet, stepping on the water as his body rapidly retreated. There was a huge shadow in the lake, constantly chasing after Lu Shuetian's figure. Sumore realized that Lu Shuetian was very calm and did not have any fluctuations in his emotions from the beginning to the end. After retreating 10 or so meters, Lu Shuetian seized the opportunity and swung his sword. Pust. The lake was quickly colored red. Bang. A huge wave of blood rose and a bloody mouth opened to swallow Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian swung out several knives in succession, slashing at the water snake's head. With the help of this force of recoil, his body took to the air and retreated, dodging the large mouth of the mutated water snake. Even more, he swung out 10 or so white blade awnings. The mutant water snake's ferocity has been aroused. Sumore's eyes flickered. This Lu Shuetian was actually deliberately provoking the ferocity of the mutated water snake. That way the water snake would lose its mind and just want to kill him. The blade chi suddenly fused and overlapped as it neared the mutated water snake. Here's your chance. Strike! Lu Shuetian shouted. Zhang Dahai as well as Li Wuyo both stomped their feet on the ground. 2 craters appeared on the ground, and the 2 of them spiraled away like cannonballs. But 2 voices. The 2 men's knives were stuck in the middle of the mutant water snake. The mutant water snake's head had been cut in half and was not dead. Feeling the pain on his body, the scarlet in his eyes faded rapidly. Lu Shuetian secretly said that it was not good. The snake was going to run. Zhang Dahai's face changed. Clearly he was aiming at the 7-inch position. And at the critical moment, this mutant water snake actually twisted a bit. Stacked waves. The blade chi appeared and transformed into something like ocean waves, layered on top of each other. And finally 20 layers appeared. To the mutant water snake, these blade chi superimposed. Pust. The blade energy penetrated the body of the water snake. Sumore moved to step on the snow and directly drilled under the water. The black knife in his hand was stuck directly on the 7 inches. The light in the mutant water snake's eyes disappeared. The massive body collapsed, splashing huge waves on the water. Sumore drew back, as if he were a carp, and leapt out of the water. Kill a 2nd grade 3rd order demonic beast. Gain 50,000 kill points. After Sumore heard the voice, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth, picking up the pieces successfully. And just now, observing Lu Shuetian's fight, his stacked wave blade went even further, turning from a minor accomplishment into a moderate accomplishment. It's a big haul this time over. Lu Shuetian raised the mutated long snake and dug out the snake's gallbladder, followed by digging the head open and unearthed a demon crystal, which was only the size of a small thumbnail cap. Lu Shuetian's eyes lit up, then skillfully peeled off the skin of the mutant snake, leaving only the bare flesh. After doing so, he turned his head to stare at Sumore, surprise flashing in his eyes. Even Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo stared at Sumore with a strange face. Chapter 15, Baiyu comes looking, calculating Su Yao. Old brother Sumore, tell me the truth. What strength have you reached? Don't worry, we won't tell. Martial Artist 6. But it won't take more than a few days to break through Martial Artist 7. Hiss. 3 strands of voices sucking in cool air rang out, looking at Sumore as if they were looking at a monster. Monster? What a monster. How old are you? You're actually at the 6th level of Martial Artist. At your age, it's already a phoenix that can even break through to a martial artist. The 3 men looked at Sumore and flamed up. What kind of looks are you guys getting? Lu Shuetian took out the snake gallbladder as well as the demon crystal. This is for you. After all, you killed it. The snake skin will not be given to you. When the time comes, I will have someone build a few sets of protective clothing out, and get a set for you. Sumore picked up the demon crystal. I'll just take this one. Snake bile won't be necessary. Don't open your mouths. If you 3 hadn't made him hit him hard, I certainly wouldn't have been able to do it on my own. Lu Shuetian put things away. Between men, there is no need for this politeness. Sumore also knew that if he wanted snake gall, Lu Shuetian would not agree to anything. Let's go. Let's eat snake meat today. I'll cook it myself so that you, old brother, can taste my brother's handiwork. Sumore was willing to befriend them, and they were more than happy to befriend Sumore. That's what strength brings. The 4 of them sat in the car, looking at the city at night. What seems like a bustling city is littered with crises, but it's safe enough compared to the outside of the city. Lu Dahai looked at the rows of neon lights outside and opened his mouth. Older brother, do you want me to recommend a school for you? With your strength, others will definitely treat you as a treasure. Thanks Lu, I've already made a good deal with someone else. Seeing that Sumore did not look like he was faking, Lu Shuetian no longer recommended it. Brother Lu, elder brother Su definitely doesn't need us to worry. He will definitely be able to enter the Northern Academy in the future. That's also true, but Sumore was expelled. It's a bit difficult to participate in the Northern Academy's examination, and not having a school registration is the most troublesome thing. I have the way. The 3 people looked fiercely at Sumore. They said the North Courtyard. Sumore said that he had a way. Is this not an indirect answer to him to enter the North Courtyard? I knew my oldest brother could soar. The 3 Lu Shuetian people were happy for Sumore. When I arrived at the security management office, I have to say that Lu Shuetian's handiwork was really good. None of the 4 men had been drinking, for danger could strike at any moment and could not be delayed. After eating, Lu Shuetian sent Sumor out. The matter of old brother Sumor must be done well. Tomorrow you guys go to school and make a big deal out of it. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo nodded. I thought he was going to ask us about Zhou Lian. Lu Dahai lamented. He's smart, he's got a handle on these things, and he doesn't want to bother us. But Zhou Liang is a bit complicated behind the scenes. Just that old thing's minders are scary. Lu Shuetian revealed a smile. The blood tiger is dead. Hearing this, the 2 men showed shock in their eyes. The blood tiger is actually dead. Brother Lu, you won't swindle us. Zhang Dahai could know that blood tiger's strength was not low. Dead indeed. How I don't know. But he is. That old thing from the Zhou family isn't shaking with rage. There was curiosity in Li Wuyo's eyes. That old thing asked me to help investigate. Who has that kind of free mind? Don't even know who the murderer is. Only a picture of a bloody tiger's head. We don't need to care. Taking care of old brother Sumor's matter is no more beneficial than taking care of that old thing's matter. Zhang Dahai as well as Li Wuyo nodded their heads. This they did believe. After Sumor left, he was about to return to the rental house, and there was someone standing at the door. None other than Bai Yu. That's all it takes to tell your sister to tie her hair up. Old buddy, you still need to work on that. Sumor didn't expect to be invisibly molested by this woman again. I can't live where I live, but I can physically, and when my sister ties her hair up, I don't know who will be the first to beg for mercy. Shiroyuki cursed. Come with me. In the middle of the night. You're not plotting against me by asking me to come with you. Yes, it's just plotting against you. First making you walk against the wall, then making you 3 pounds heavier. The 2 men sat in the car and stopped snickering. Bai Yu drove the car, and Sumor didn't ask, until he reached that familiar home. Sometimes it's just so strange how 2 people can become very close friends when they don't see each other very often. You'll still live here from now on. You're moving back anyway, but you can't touch my room. Sumor froze. You're going to live with me here. It's a man and a woman. It's not good. Suoma was afraid he was sleepwalking. Have you eaten? Bai Yu shook her head. She went to look for Sumor from work and the guy came back so late. Gollum. Shiroyuki blushed, a little embarrassed. I'll feed you below. I don't eat it. It's all chives. It sticks in my mouth. Sister White, what are you thinking about? Noodles? Noodles. Oh, sorry, got the wrong idea. An extra egg and a sausage is not too much, is it? Sumori turned toward the kitchen, came out with a bowl of noodles, 2 eggs and a sausage. Eat. Bai Yu took a deep breath, smelled the faint aroma, and took her chopsticks and ate. It's a shame you don't run a restaurant with your skills. Sumor didn't say anything. After the death of his parents, he took on the task of cooking, and Suro was only responsible for cultivation. Today, Suro came to purchase a few more blood-increasing pills, and I estimate that the Qian blood broke through 109. The blood-boosting pills don't do much for her anymore. She's just wasting her money. The money in her hand is pretty much spent, so you can do it. What do you think will happen if she has no money and sells the martial arts medal? Bai Yu looked stunned. The martial arts medal was not the same as a badge. The medal was only issued by the Martial Arts Guild after obtaining merit and was recognized by the state. It wouldn't be a small problem if she trafficked in this stuff and got caught. You mean she'll sell that on the black market? Sumori nodded. I can get someone to keep an eye on you when the time comes. I want to break through the Pulse Passage realm. Do you really have a way for me to become an examiner of the Northern Courtyard? Absolutely. There's a big surprise waiting for you then. Sumor nodded and looked at Bai Yu seriously. Sister Bai Yu, thank you. If there's anything you need, just call me and go through fire. Sumor said solemnly. He also hadn't expected that Shiroyuki, whom he had met and gotten to know in the beginning, would be so helpful to him. Then you'll give me food down there, with 2 more eggs and a sausage. Not full. Sumo's eyes were stunned as he carried the bowl into the middle of the kitchen. Another bowl came over a short while later. Sister Yu, how much can a demon crystal like this be sold for? Bai Yu looked at the demon crystal that Sumor took out, and a flash of shock appeared in the bottom of her eyes. Don't tell me you went hunting for this thing this afternoon? Hunted with someone else. Since the demon crystals could be given to Sumor, it meant that Sumor had made a lot of effort, and those people wanted to curry favor with Sumor, combined with the fact that Sumor also asked if it was true that he could be made an examiner. Shiroyuki's pupils gradually dilated. There wouldn't be someone snatching someone from her hands. What a dog's guts. This man has taken his death in his own way. Chapter 16, Aren't you sinking? Out of town again. Bai Yu placed the pair of heavy things on the table, leaving Sumo dumbfounded, and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, Sister White, aren't you heavy? Shiroyuki nodded. It does seem quite heavy. Do you want to help your sister hold it up? May I? Bang. Shiroyuki punches Suoma in the head. You big head. You little colorful skin. Did someone solicit you? Shiroyuki asked cautiously and tentatively. No. This was settled piece by piece with Lu Shuetian from the Safety Management Center. Shiroyuki pats his chest a bit after hearing that. Sumor unconsciously shifted her gaze. Didn't this goblin know how dangerous her movements were? Shiroyuki hauled himself up with his own 2 hands and then let go, making a dull sound of a crash on the table. The tables are shaking. Thought about gapping this thing off before. It's too big. I don't think so. It's fine. Baiyu covered her mouth and laughed out when she heard Sumor's words. Come. I'll introduce you to the role of demon crystals. Demon crystals don't mean that only second-ranked demonic beasts can be born. Even a grade 1 demonic beast is possible. This thing contains raging power that cannot be absorbed. It can only be used to enchant weapons, but the likelihood of this thing being born is too small. Usually when demon crystals are born, they are demonic beasts with special bloodlines. Sumori nodded. This is born from a second-grade demonic beast, around $2 million apiece. There's no use for you to take it. Baiyu finished transferring $2 million to Sumor. Sumor looked at the $2 million and was in a good mood. After waiting for Baiyu to finish eating, Sumor cleaned up and turned his hand to the shower room. When he came out, he looked at Shiroyuki sitting on the couch in her pajamas watching TV. Well, that TV is so white and big. The embarrassing gouging words were still coming from inside. Woman, do you realize you're playing with fire? Sumor didn't expect Shiroyuki to like this kind of drama. You're washed up. Sumori nodded. Shiroyuki turned and walked away. Sumor looked at Baiyu's back. Sister Shiroyuki, have you heard of a truism? What? Shiroyuki stared at Sumor in slight confusion. It's dangerous for a woman to bathe alone. The temperature within the bathroom is too high. The oxygen level is too low. It's easy to pass out. It's better to have a man beside you, and you can also help to rub the ash. Baiyu looked at Sumor with contempt. I've also heard that men should be careful when they sleep, and that women like to sleepwalk when they sleep, and are prone to running around with scissors. Sumor felt a wave of cool air run up from inside his pants. When Baiyu came out, he found that Suemo had already returned to the room where he lived before. Not long after a small storm appeared in the middle of the room, Baiyu's complexion changed. That kid wouldn't have broken through to the 7th level of martial artist. Sumor was in the middle of the room, feeling that warm current in his body, his mood soothed. The 7th weight of a martial artist was a completely different feeling from the 6th weight, and the strength of the entire body changed qualitatively once. Thinking of that 2nd-grade mutant long snake, Sumor's whole body strength gathered together before he pierced the snake's skin. Sumor was now increasingly looking forward to breaking through the pulse passage realm. A panel hovered in front of Sumor. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 7. Martial Skills, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000, Proficiency, Medium Success 5. 000/50. 000, Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Medium 10. 000/50. 000, Proficiency, Minor Success 10. 000/50. 000, Blood Value, 105000/200000. Kill Points, 0. Still need to kill points. Tomorrow continue to go out of the city. Now the storage ring also have. Weapons also have. Strength also become Martial Artist 7. In the wild survival possibilities and a lot more. The next day Baiyu got up and found that there was already a good breakfast on the table and Sumor had disappeared. Omelette. Sausage. Baiyu's eyes flickered. Was this brat obsessed with these two? At this moment, Sumor had already walked to the city gates. The guards looked at Sumor, their eyes changing. This kid is going to go into the goods again. Sumor took out the map, which was marked with different colors. White places mean there is little danger. Green means danger is elevated. And yellow means there will be a crisis at any time. As for the places marked in red, there was no difference between Sumor going over now and delivering rations. Sumori stared at a zone between white and green this time. With treading snow, Sumor sped up quite a bit. After arriving at the marked place, Sumor's expression became serious. Ouch! Sumor took a deep breath. This time he was staring at the ironback demon wolf. A group of demonic wolves surrounded Sumor, their scarlet eyes a bit lurid in the mist. The top of the wolf's back glowed dark, like black iron. High above the wolves beyond the pack was a wolf with one remaining eye, a hideous gash on its face, and a mouth with one tooth still missing. The hairs in his neck were like steel needles, standing up at the roots. Sumor knew that this one was the Wolf King, a level 7 rank. With a roar from the Wolf King, the wolves rushed at Sumor. Sumor's long black iron sword was swung out, and several demon wolves were directly chopped in half. Kill one ironback demon wolf. Gain 20 kill points. Kill one ironback demon wolf. Gain 13 kill points. That familiar voice rang out, making Sumo even more excited. The blade chi was like waves, one after another. Those demonic wolves were cut down under the blade before they could even get close to Sumo. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and Sumo's chest rose and fell rapidly. The remaining few demonic wolves met Sumo's eyes. Their bodies crouched low and shrunk their heads as their bodies kept retreating. Sumo stood on the corpse of the demon wolf, and the ground was already covered with demon wolf corpses. The smell of blood rushed through the air and stung his nose. Sumo knew that it needed to be resolved quickly. The smell of blood was too great and might attract more powerful demonic beasts. Sumo stepped on the snow and moved, his figure fluttering. The Wolf King growled. His huge body leapt, and his sharp claws swung out a black gas. Sumo's stacking wave blade swung out, cutting the black gas to pieces. The blade chi swung out and landed on the Wolf King's back. It clicked, and the back snapped right off. Sumo froze. You are really called the Iron-Back Demon Wolf. You can't even catch a move from me. The Wolf King's eyes also carried confusion before he died. His iron back was cut off by the young human in front of him, with a single slash. Killed a level 1, 7th order demon wolf, gained 15,000 kill points. Sumo also no longer dwelled on it, and cut off all of the wolf's back, even breaking off its teeth. Every demon wolf had become bare, the same as a bullfrog that had shed its skin. Sumo suddenly thought that this was demon beast meat, and those restaurants should want it. Nay, there was not enough space, so I had to stop. Alas, another wasted opportunity to earn money. After Sumo cleaned up the battlefield, he hurriedly left. Not long after Sumo felt the ground shaking up, and the tree in the distance kept collapsing. There was also an appalling aura that appeared. Sumo did not dare to stay. This green area also had a great crisis for Sumo. That big guy just now should be a third-level demonic beast, equivalent to the human divine orifice realm. Throughout the hundreds of cities in the northern district, the third-level divine orifice realm could be a city lord of a third-level city. Sumo shifted his position. As his strength increased, he needed more kill points. Just now he killed a few hundred demonic wolves and didn't have many kill points. At this moment in the city, several figures appeared outside the rental house Sumo had rented before. Is everything I just said clear? Chapter 17, Second Grade Demonic Beast. Picking up big leaks. At the moment, Sumo, who was still playing outside, didn't know that he had been stolen from his home. Kill 1 red fire ant. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 100-footed bug. Gain 30 kill points. Along the way Sumo as long as encountered demonic beasts are killed. Mosquitoes and then small is also meat. Roar. A roaring voice suddenly sounded. Sumo's eyes tightened. What a powerful fluctuation. This was not the kind of movement that a grade 2 demonic beast could convey. Looks like a mutant tiger. With the roar, many of the surrounding demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground with fear in their eyes. Sumo transformed into Old 6 and continuously harvested these demonic beasts. Kill a pale moon rat. Gain 35 kill points. Sumo's eyes lit up after hearing this. The price of this pale moon mouse was quite high. Quickly striking out, he cleared out all the surrounding pale moon rats. Kill 30 pale moon rats. Gain 450 kill points. Rumble. The woods kept collapsing in the distance. The mist dispersed, and Sumo's pupils changed. Two huge black shadows entwined together in the depths. Even from a distance one could feel the amazing pressure. Roar. An agonizing roar continued. A giant wave of flames then appeared and fell into the ground. Dozens of meters in a circle left a charred blackness. Sumo didn't dare to continue forward and stood on a large tree. Snort. Hundreds of vines densely rushed at Sumo and twined around. Sumo moved his feet and dodged the attack. A human face appeared above a large tree with emerald green eyes, staring at Sumo in death. There were still a few white bones hanging from the top of the cane. A grade 1, 8th order mutant tree. Sumo didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was one level higher than him. The long knife in his hand was swung out, and the rattan bars surrounded Sumo from all directions. From a distance, the strip turned into a spider's web. There's a green fluctuation on it. Sumo cut the vines around him, and the green liquid stained the black blade. Snort. Green smoke rose from the black blade. Sumo's brows wrinkled. This mutated big tree was actually poisonous. It's going to be a quick fix for this big tree. It also has to be protected from its toxins. And outside of the city, injuries are a most troublesome thing. Sumo was about to move, and the big tree disappeared into thin air, hidden among other big trees. Sumo sighed and turned on the watch radar. A slash at a large tree. Mother asterisk 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 her. You're still hiding. The large tree bubbled with emerald green light as the blade energy approached. Sumo's essence condensed. Stacked waves. This blade had no reservations, and Sumo had wielded the strongest blade since he had practiced. Wherever the blade chi passed, it left a half-meter wide gully on the ground. The green light was even broken by Sumo. The Dao Chi flashed, and the mutated tree broke from the center. Kill 1 mutant tree. Gain 20,000 kill points. Sumore's chest rose and fell rapidly. This time he utilized the stacked wave blade to the extreme. The 20 layers of blade waves chopped away at all of them in succession. Sumo moved closer and saw a green bead. There's actually a demon crystal. This wave earns hemp. Sumo put it away in his storage ring. His body moved, and he was like a spirit monkey in the dense forest. Not long after approaching, it was only then that he noticed a glistening white tiger with a body that was 20 meters in size. Fighting it was a mutated vulture with a body about the size of a white tiger. The vulture's wings were now half bitten off by the white tiger. There was also a huge wound on the white tiger's back, running from his back to his abdomen. The two powerful demonic beasts were also surrounded by human white bones and various demonic beast white bones. It looks like someone tried to pick up the slack and got killed. The mutated white tiger and the vulture stood opposite each other, their scarlet eyes staring at each other in death. In the end it was the mutant vulture that took a step backwards, and the mutant white tiger let out a low roar. The word king on his forehead shone even brighter. The mutant vulture took a few more steps back, turned and disappeared. The mutated white tiger roared and fell to the ground with a plop. The wound that had just been penetrated continued to crumble, with blood flowing out. Sumore didn't dare to go forward. This was a grade 2 demonic beast, equivalent to the passing veins realm. Radar could no longer detect white tiger's strength. Sumore hid behind the big tree and didn't move a muscle. As a hunter, he was patient. Rustle, rustle. Several dark shadows emerged from the distance, staring at the mutated tiger lying on the ground with greed in their eyes. He can't move anymore. Let's join forces and kill him. Sumo hid behind a big tree and cursed this group of people. The mutant tigers that had been lying on the ground suddenly stood up, and even the vultures that had been injured earlier ran back. The two huge figures attacked at the besieging people. When Sumore saw this scene, his eyes revealed horror. These demonic beasts were so powerful spiritually. I can't believe they set up a trap. They have long since discovered the people hiding in the dense forest. Not good. Impossible. Why would these two unite? Retreat. We're no match for the two of them. The white tiger let out a tiger whistle and an invisible sound wave appeared. Sumore covered his ears, his head roaring, feeling dizzy and weak. One of the vulture's remaining wings spread out, and its feathers were like steel blades as they shot towards those who appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of 1-meter-sized craters appeared on the ground, gurgling blood. What an awesome tie-in. Tiger whistle is about as close as you can get to a mental attack, and then vulture continues to strike. Tigers and vultures ran up to those pits and lowered their heads to swallow the carcasses. Sumore hid behind the big tree, not daring to take a breath. Luckily he didn't rush out. Old 6. It's really old 6. Today also let Sumore realize that these demonic beasts can't be treated as a view. Their spiritual intelligence is not weaker than that of human beings. They just can't speak. While Sumore was secretly celebrating, he suddenly had a feeling that the abyss was staring at him. The beating of the heart continued to accelerate, and the next moment it was about to jump out of his chest. Looking up, a giant mountain the size of 100 meters stood up. The large tree Sumore hid in just now was next to this figure. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at the vulture as well as the mutant tiger. It was clear that he wasn't looking at him, but he felt an aura of death. While Sumore was in a daze, the 100-meter giant ape uprooted the tree he was in and smashed it against the mutant tiger and the vulture. Sumore grabbed the tree, not daring to move, really not daring to move. At this moment, the mutated white tiger and also the vulture's body kept retreating, wanting to escape. The big tree had approached. The vulture's fur shoots out and the tree breaks. Sumore stepped on the snow and moved, his body prancing out. The gazes of the three huge figures didn't care about this ant. Sumore ran into the distance, his heart still thumping. Just sit down. Sumore was startled as the vulture was directly thrown by the 100-meter giant ape to where he was hiding. That remaining wing was even torn off alive. The head drooped and his gaze grew cloudy. Sumore took the knife and stabbed it directly into the vulture's head. Pus. Blood flowed out. Kill a second grade, 6th order demonic beast. Gain 120,000 kill points. Sumore suppressed the excitement inside. 120,000 kill points. How many grade 1 demonic beasts did he need to hunt? Roar. Bang. The hiding rock blew right up. A white tiger descended from the sky and smashed the stone away, and a huge deep pit also appeared on the ground. Sumore took the black knife and made up the last point. Kill a second grade, 6th order demonic beast. Gain 120,000 kill points. Chapter 18, Return from the Dead. Big gains. After Sumore was done, his body moved and ran towards the dense forest, not forgetting to pick up a few vulture hairs as he ran. The giant ape pounded its chest as a wave erupted from its body. Hundreds of meters around it were reduced to rubble. Sumore was hit by the airwave. With a bang, his body flew toward the front. Pust. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Sumo didn't dare to stay, and treading snow was played to the extreme. Sumo had only one thought in his mind. Run. Run far away or die. The 100-meter giant ape didn't chase after Sumo. Walked over to where the mutant tiger and also the vulture were and grabbed them and stuffed them in his mouth. One bite and it pops right out. There was blood seeping out from the corners of the 100-meter giant ape's mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. Pounding his chest with both hands, he turned away and faded into the dense forest. Half an hour later, Sumo hid behind a large tree, his face pale. Seeing the huge crater on the ground, Sumo gulped a mouthful of saliva. When would he be so powerful? Thinking that he still had the system, determination rose in his heart that he would reach it soon. Picking up all the feathers on the ground, adding up to hundreds, Sumo's ring had been ruthlessly stuffed. Sumo took out the map and after taking a look at it, he walked towards the city. Today's harvest was great, but he was also injured. The first time he had ever been injured in the wild. He was glad that he had bought a copy of the escape body technique before, or else he would have surely died. The gas wave from the giant ape was finally about to disappear before it hit him, letting him be injured. If it was closer, Sumo did not even dare to imagine that it should turn into mush. Because of her injury, Sumo was extra careful when she went back. They also stopped striking out when they encountered a grade 1 demonic beast and chose to avoid it instead. The power in his body was not enough to sustain him in battle. Only after seeing that familiar city gate did Sumo let out a sigh of relief. At the moment, unbeknownst to Sumo, the guards were also crossing their fingers. Why didn't the kid who came in return? Seeing Sumo with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, the guards walked out and helped Sumo. You're actually hurt? Don't say it. It almost didn't come back. Sit down and rest. The guard poured a cup of tea for Sumo, curiously sizing up Sumo, and after seeing Sumo wearing a storage ring, he then reacted. Presumably stuffed. Sumo sat for a while. The breath in his body calmed down, thanked the guards and stood up to leave. Sumo left 10 vulture feathers. The guard looked at the vulture feather inside his hand with surprise in his eyes. This kid is really interesting. The feathers of a second-grade demonic beast. The guard murmured and put the feather away. He was also willing to befriend a person like Sumo. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone rang and Sumo answered it. Little Sue, come back and take a look. Sumo hung up the phone. To the rental house to rush. He has not yet returned the rent. Thinking of the 2 days to return the rent. By the time he arrived, various things inside the room had been destroyed. It still has knife marks on it. The landlady looked at Sumo. Little Sue, have you offended someone? Maybe, but they came at me. It just so happens that I don't live anymore. Auntie, here's $2,000. Enough to buy things inside the house. Don't mention it. None of these things are worth much. That old thing at my house is a carpenter. Just have him make a set. Take it, ma'am. It's easier for me to earn money. In the end, the landlady only wanted $1,000, and Sumo no longer refused. Sumo left the rental house to find Shirayuki. Shirayuki heard the knock on the door and knew it was Sumo returning. Opening the door, a pungent odor of blood appeared. Sumo's face was pale and colorless, and his body was still shaking a little. Bayu was startled and hurriedly helped Sumo in. It was only at this moment that she noticed the blood still seeping from Sumo's back. Get your clothes off. Not good. Sumo refused. What time is it? Listen to me. Arms up. Being stripped naked on top. Shirayuki blushed. This guy is in great shape. But seeing the patch of bruises in the back, and the back oozing with blood, Shirayuki's abnormality retracted, and took the medicine box and began to treat it. Finally, he took out an elixir and handed it to Sumo's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. Sumo smelled the scent and saw a dandelion-colored pill near his mouth. This time Sumo didn't refuse, and his body churned up again. As the elixir went down, the bruises in the back went down quite a bit, and even the oozing blood was slowly scabbing over. The surge in his body was also suppressed, followed by a wave of coolness, and even his spirit recovered quite a bit. Shirayuki didn't ask much after cleaning Sumo's back. Did you eat? Sumori shook his head. When Bayu came back from the kitchen, Sumo had already fallen asleep on the sofa. After putting down the bowl, he turned his head back to the room and took out a set of quilts to cover Sumo. This brat is not letting up. Shirayuki's cell phone rang. After seeing the incoming call, Shirayuki had a strange look in her eyes. Gee, I thought you were dead. Not even a phone call. Sister, I ran into a genius kid named Sumo. I noticed it while guarding the city gate. You have a high vision and have never been able to look at other geniuses. This time you believe in your brother. You can definitely look at them. A bright voice came from inside the phone. Shirayuki had a strange look in her eyes. You said you met a genius named Sumo? Right. Is it hurt? Right. Was she wearing a black jacket on top and a pair of black high-waisted pants underneath? Yes, my sister is awesome. No. Something's wrong. How do you know? You guess. Guess if I'm guessing? Guess what I guessed you guessed or not? You wouldn't have pushed him down already, would you? A surprised voice came from across the room. He did collapse and fall asleep. Sister, you beast. Where are you? Quickly give me a location. I don't need you to care. Just watch your gait. Shirayuki hung up the phone, shaking her head at the thought of that unreliable big brother. At the city gate guard, Baishio looked at the hung-up phone and walked around the room. No, she's sick, isn't she? Seeing little Jiao husband hunting demonic beasts outside. She's not worried. Big sister's husband. Hard work. When you get married, brother will give you a big red packet. Finally Whitehue dialed a phone number. You investigate someone for me. Name is Sue Moore. Age 17 or 18. I have a picture here sent to you. I know. Not long afterward Baixu's phone rang. Baishio, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or have you been drinking xiang? You sent me a back. I'm investigating a chicken hair. This is the guy my sister has her eye on. The angry voice from across the room stopped it. Don't worry. You just give me a piece of clothing and I'll investigate it for you. Baishio had just hung up the phone and looked at the phone call from Baiyu and hurriedly answered it. You stay out of anything. And your group of friends. He has his own path to follow. Baishio's heart tightened when he heard the severity in his sister's tone. The old man is going to take him as a close disciple. With a snap, Baishio's cell phone fell to the ground. Horror on his face. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Dude, don't investigate. I didn't investigate. An unusually calm voice came from the phone. Didn't you promise to investigate even one piece of clothing? Cut. Your sister looked at can be ordinary people. I go to investigate. Just your brain. Deserve you to see the gate. Chapter 19, making over $6 million a day. Spending hard. Baishio looked at the phone. The clown was actually myself. My sister said I was stupid in the head. Is that really true? It wasn't until the next day that Sumor woke up leisurely. And after he got up, he didn't feel any pain on his body. Sumor got up and took a look in the mirror. The bruises disappeared. And there was still a faint bloodstain on the scabbed back. What exactly was that elixir that actually had such a powerful healing effect? It looks like when you go out, you need to prepare pills as well. Looking at the food on the table, 2 fried eggs and a sausage, Sumor was speechless. That charred black and black put together. It always felt a little weird. Turning towards the kitchen, he ordered himself a clear noodle soup, and after eating it, the inside of his stomach was warm and cozy. It was only then that Sewer looked at the panel. Name Sue Moore. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 7. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000. Proficiency, Medium Success 5000/50. 000. Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Medium 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, Minor Success 10,000/50,000. Blood Value, 105000/200000. Kill Points, 275. 000. Consuming 95,000 kill points, the realm broke through once more, turning into the 8th level of Martial Artist. The remaining 180. 000 killing points were not enough to break through to the 9th level of the Martial Artist. And this encounter with the crisis also let Sue Moore know the importance of treading snow. 40,000 kill points were added to snow treading proficiency, and the minor accomplishment became a medium accomplishment, and another 50,000 were added to become a major accomplishment. Sue Moore's mind moved, and his hands hastily stretched out, finally stopping next to the wall. It was so fast, more than twice as fast as before. There were still 90,000 kill points remaining. Sue Moore sighed. Risking so much danger plus luck to obtain 270,000 kill points, and this was all used up. Looking at the stacked wave blade technique, Sue Moore chose to raise his level, consuming 29,000 and turning it into a high grade of yellow. The proficiency level was refreshed every time a martial art rank was upgraded, which was something that couldn't be helped, as upgrading was equivalent to a new gongfu. With the addition of 45,000, the yellow grade high grade stacked wave blade became a minor success. Name Sue Moore. Age, 18. Realm, 8th level of Martial Artist. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade High Grade 30. 000/100. 000. Proficiency, Minor Achievement 50. 000/100. 000. Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Medium 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, Dichung 50,000/1000000. Blood Value, 2000000/500000. Kill Points, 16. 000. To break through the 9th level of martial arts requires 300,000 kill points. And there is the pulse passage realm behind it. As for living outside the city, Sumor wouldn't dare. At night even the city gates might have demonic beasts. This little bit of strength he had now was simply a giveaway when he went out. After Sumor packed up, he chose to go to the Martial Artist Guild. After all, the storage ring was ruthlessly stuffed, and exchanging it for money can add a lot of things again, such as the storage ring needs to be changed. 2 cubic meters of space was still too small for Sumor. After arriving at the Martial Artist Guild, Shirayuki was dozing off while sitting on the counter. After seeing Sumor come over, his eyes lit up and he immediately took out a computer. Come on, I can't wait. Sumor pulled something out. Hundreds of feathers from the vulture. Bayu picked it up and took a look at it. Good stuff. Second level 6th order demonic beasts. 113. 130,000. 3,399,000. Sumor took the wolf skin out. First class. Not particularly valuable. 460. 5,000 apiece. 2,300,000. Finally, Sumor took out that cyan-colored demon crystal. It's actually born from a plant-type mutation. This is something good. It's a pity that it's only a level 1. $1,200,000. This thing can be used to refine pills. It's a bit more expensive. If it was any other level it would only sell for $1 million. 102, plus 203, plus 339, for a total of 6,899, plus the 2 million you were given before. You now have 8,880. Congratulations, you finally have money. Should the storage ring be changed? Suemo was speechless, looking at Bayu's face of excitement. This was catching him as a big wrong seed oohing and awing. This is a 10 cubic meter storage ring. 5 million. Do you want it? Sumor couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this. What was the difference between this and robbery? There was no choice but to bite the bullet and buy it. How much can I sell these 2 cubes for? Sumor took the ring off. 200,000. Sumor's face was dark. Damn. It was expensive when he bought it, but it was really cheap when he sold it. There are also special means of removing the marks on them. And labor is expensive. I'm not for sale. By then 2 cubic meters can hold stuff too. After the $5 million were scratched away, looking at the remaining 3 million or so, Sumor's heart was dripping blood. It's good money. It's really not worth spending. Does the radar need changing? Shirayuki brought out another radar. Looking more sophisticated. It's a good deal. It only costs 2 million. It can detect the movement of the surrounding 50 meters. Even the demonic beasts of the pulse-passing realm can be detected. Sumor's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she bit her teeth and bought it. The original radar could only be sold for $100,000 and was no longer useful, so Sumor could only use it to sell. Is there a potion? The one you gave me to eat. You can't afford it. Shirayuki rested one hand on her fragrant cheeks while the other drew circles on the counter. How much? Level 1 pills, 5 million apiece. Level 2 pills 10 million. What's the difference between that and robbery? Why is the blood increasing pill so cheap? Because only that elixir can be machine made. The others can't. Chi in blood, martial artist, penetrating veins, divine orifices, and transfiguration, which are the early stages of the realm. Transfiguration is the shedding of mortal dust to become a spiritual body more suitable for cultivation, awakening attributes, and also needing to awaken the 2 attributes of fire and wood in order to refine pills. So that's why pills are expensive. Sumor sighed helplessly. The poor man had no words. Looking at Sumor's depressed appearance, Bayu covered her mouth and laughed out. That's a big computer. So little brother, you still need to work on getting your sister to tie your hair up. You don't have enough money. Sumor was speechless, not thinking that a joking remark. Bayu used to poke fun at himself. While Sumor and Bayu were joking, the 10th high school, Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo had already arrived. Principal Fang Jianyu was waiting at the door. He could have not come, mainly because he wanted to inquire about who had broken through to martial arts. The school blood gas test. 2, didn't check out. 2 of you inside. No, put things in order. We have an inspection to do. What class is Sue Ballad in? The principal's mind tightened. It couldn't be about the previous fall into the water. The thing about falling into the water before is not that one thing. The principal's expression changed after hearing this, and he led the 2 of them to the 9th class of the senior year where Sue Rouge was. Chapter 20, Triple Compensation. $15 million. The people in Class 9 looked at Li Wuyo and Zhang Hai, who appeared outside. Their complexion changed. Of course they knew these 2 people. As long as these 2 bogeymen appeared, there would be no good things. Zhou Liang's expression changed. It couldn't be that what he did was exposed. Sumor had already become a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist. The weight was too great. The entire class fell silent. And there were some worried students with a fine layer of sweat already appearing on their foreheads. They all have a suspicion that it's about Suro. As a result, Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo walked up to Suro. After school today, you come to the security management office. You steal Suro's ID card, account book. Private theft and sell the house is not the right procedure. The class had a strange face. This one thing they didn't know. Zhou Liang's color changed. At that time, he still found someone to help him with the process. It's in the past. So why is it such a big deal that things are leaking out today? The buyer said there was something wrong with the house. And our investigation revealed that the house belonged to Suro, who is still alive and was not present. And that this one thing was out of order. I'm sure you know who the person who bought the house is? We're under pressure too. So please cooperate. Li Wuyo as well as Zhang Dahai left without looking back after finishing. At this moment, the people in the class changed in color. Those who hadn't spoken up for Suro before looked at Su Rhythm with contempt in their eyes. But they knew that Suro had gone to work odd jobs after school before. And on vacation too. Now he's actually selling the house his parents left behind. Or selling it in secret. Fang Zhengyu's face turned black. If this one thing became a big deal, coupled with the previous matter of falling into the water, the face of Ten Hai was finished. You come with me. Fang Zhengyu snorted coldly. Suro followed behind. The gazes of the rest of the class piercing her heart as if they were sharp knives. Suro, you're so cruel. You treat me like this. Thanks to me giving you $2,000 to rent an apartment. You've become a martial artist and you're still so calculating. Why are you so careful? Fang Zhengyu returned to his office. And Su Ruan stood next to him. Not daring to speak. Fang Zhengyu held a piece of information inside his hand. Suro's chi blood value showed 109. There were still 2 months before the martial arts exam, so he might be able to reach 200 to become a martial artist. There was also a profile of Suro, with a chi and blood value of 18, who had been dismissed. 2 people are siblings. Why? Su Rang knew he couldn't say anything about his brother's breakthrough. I wanted to break through as a martial artist before the exams, and after my brother was expelled, he squandered his money and had no choice but to do so. And I'm certain that I'll break through the martial realm by the time the martial exam comes around. Yesterday, my chi and blood value had broken through 193. Fang Zhengyu's eyes lit up after hearing this. If he could really break through to martial artist, all those things Su Rouge did would be trivial. Even after the martial arts exams came, if they were accepted into any key academy, all those voices of discussion would voluntarily disappear. That's what genius brings. Are you sure? It's a sure thing. The house has been sold. I didn't waste it. I used it to buy things to increase my strength. I don't have a lot of money in my hand right now. If I need to pay for the problems with the house, I may have to drop out of school and go to work to pay off the debt. You go back first. After Su Ruan left, the principal called Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, you're the homeroom teacher of class 9. How about the one called Suro? Wang Yang's heart tightened and an angry expression appeared on his face. It ended with a helpless sigh. Principal, Suro, this student, the blood value has been stuck at 18, cannot break through. Usually look quite hardworking, but after one thing happened, I realized that I know the face of a man and not his heart. As Wang Yang added more fuel to the fire, Fang Zhengyu slammed on the table with a bang. Good dismissal. Mr. Wang, you did a good job. It would have been really troublesome if it was exposed. I also want to thank Zhou Liang, another great general of your 9th class. You go back. I'll take care of this one. You guys don't have to ask. Wang Yang left the principal's office and closed the door before letting out a sigh of relief. Without realizing it, his back was already soaked. At this time Zhou Liang was standing on the aisle, obviously waiting for Wang Yang. Have you arranged that one thing yet? Wang Yang was still a bit uneasy. Don't worry, everything is ready. It's just that kid is hiding somewhere, and my men have found no trace of him. What about your side? I'm almost ready to move on my end. When the time comes. After Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo came back, they saw that Suro was already sitting in Lu Shuetian's office. The 2 of them also came over and gave a greeting to Suro. Elder brother Suro, this piece of protective clothing is yours. Suro looked at the protective clothing that Lu Shuetian took out from within his spatial ring. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, cold to the touch, and had a strong toughness. Suro knew that Lu Shuetian should have spent a great deal of effort. Thank you, brother Lu. You're still being polite to me. This is for both of you. The 2 men looked at the protective clothing, their hearts and minds agitated. This was a means to save their lives. It might just save their lives in a pinch. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Lu Shuetian's phone rang, and Suro and the 3 of them were about to leave. Old brother Suro, none of them are outsiders. So listen too. After Lu Shuetian connected, the 3 of Suro sat down. Hey, old Fong, what's up? There's really one thing about the houses. You should know that. Several ears perked up at the word houses. I know that the procedure wasn't legal before I let someone get to her. Old Lou. Is the person who bought the house not simple? Yeah, he's from the martial arts guild. And she said there's a problem with the housing. There was silence on the other side of the phone. No one from the martial artist guild could be easily messed with. How much compensation is required? There's one more person involved. Sue Moore. Hearing the word Sue Moore, Fong Zhengyu became angry. Such not to mention it. I do think that Sue Ballad did not do wrong, including that time in the water. It must also be Sue Mo planted the evidence to frame the blame. Know the face of the people, do not know the heart. Sue Moore quietly listened and did not make a sound. Li Wuyo Zhang Dahai did not dare to breathe a breath. Why? It's a scandal aside. Just say the word on how much you need to pay. The house sells for $5 million. Triple the damages. 15 million. Can you get in touch with the person who bought the house for me and I'll give her the money and this whole thing will be over? No. You've got it wrong. This is the compensation for the person who bought the house. And there's something in there for Sue Moore. And also from the man who bought the house to purchase it back to Sue Moore. That's not right. After I compensate, the house will be equivalent to mine. I'll just return it to Sue Moore. Why do I need to buy it again? They're a martial arts guild. They waste time dealing with these things. How much money does that place make in an hour? Then make the connection for me. Could be. Chapter 21, Su Yao questioned, do you know how much I lost my face? After Lu Shuetian hung up the phone, he realized that Sue Moore didn't show an angry look. Old brother Sue Moore, do you want to help you inquire about which people planted you? No need. There is still Zhou Liang's handiwork in this matter. The strength behind him is not simple. The things that piss people off the most about students are just those. You can figure it out with your ass. I want to ask Lu for a favor. First, then. Lu Shuetian's eyes widened as if he was looking at a monster as he stared at Sue Moore. Elder brother Sue is really extraordinary. Truly the preparations are matchless. By the way, I've got another videotape here of the guys you filmed when you were at the rental house. Sue Moore's eyes flowed with emotion. Thanks. It's not a surprise. We call it an investment. You're a potential stock. Sue Moore nodded. There are some things that can be remembered in the heart. There is no need to say them. When are you going to officially tear yourself away from them? Isn't the martial arts exam still 2 months away? I'll give them a big gift then. The background behind Zhou Liang is a bit troublesome to deal with individually, so why don't we take care of it all in one pot? Then, if my principal can go so far out of her way to help Suro, it looks like that good sister of mine can break through to martial artist before the martial exam arrives. I'll make her realize that even if she breaks through to martial artist, she can't fly with her wings. This is something I obtained outside the city. Brother Lu, you three can use it to build weapons. Sue Moore took out a few vulture feathers, which were left for Lu Shuetian and the three of them when they didn't sell out last time. Relationships also need to be maintained. The three of them wanted to refuse, and Sue Moore had already walked out. Brother Lu, that Fong Zhengyu is your classmate, right? Zhang Dahai opened his mouth and asked. It's a classmate no less, making decisions on anything without investigating, and it looks like that position has made him feel like no one dares to deceive him. In fact, if we hadn't seen old brother Sue Mo put up a fight, we would have thought that old brother Sue Mo was a waste of space who couldn't break through 20 in terms of chi and blood. And we won't help him so much. The world is in the wrong place. And the world is in the wrong place. In this world nowadays, whoever has the biggest fist is the reason. They don't care about old brother Sue Moore. And it's because Sue Moore is a loser. Sue Moore hadn't been gone long when he received a text message. Do you want to come over? The principal of the 10th high school is coming over. I'll pass. In the middle of the martial artist guild, Suro looked at the text message in her hand and raised her head to look at Fong Zhengyu. Principal Fong is really a good principal, stepping in to solve the students' difficulties. Miss Bai is joking. Of course I have to step in when a student makes a little mistake. Then congratulations to Principal Fong for obtaining a martial genius. After Fong Zhengyu heard this, a smile swept across his face. Name one condition. Miss White? $20 million. And I'll return the house to that Sue Moore by then. The principal nodded and took out his martial arts badge, not showing any fluctuations after seeing $20 million less on it. It's easy for the strong to make money, but $20 million is a lot for a principal. Slow down. Seeing Fong Zhengyu leave, Baiyu looked at the extra $20 million on her account, a touch of playfulness hanging at the corner of her mouth. Hey, security management? Give the house back to Sue Moore. After hanging up, dial another number. Hey, little brother, the payout is here. $20 million. The house is yours again. You're not going to kick me out, are you? I can't let you live for nothing. Do you have to pay something? How about I cook for you? Forget it then. I want to live 2 more years. After hanging up the phone, Sue Moore just came back and his face darkened. Is really shady. Sue Rouge was a meter away from Sue Moore this time. Why? Sue Ro's small face became cold. Sumor now has no desire to talk to her. Wasting words that effort is better than going outside the city to hunt a demonic beast. I asked you. Answer me. Why did you do it? Do you have any idea how much it has embarrassed me in class? How does that make my classmates look at me? How does that make the principal look at me? How can you be so selfish? I didn't even bother with you when you threw me inside the water. I sold the house to increase my strength so that we could have a better life. Didn't I give you $2,000? You're so heartless. I'm your sister no matter what. Sue Ballad, do you think I can kill you now? Do you think people will know if I kidnap you and drag you outside the city to kill you? Looking at Sumor's cold eyes, Suro subconsciously took a few steps back. You, Sumor, you wait. After Suro left, her expression tensed up, and she had wanted to ask for some money on Sumor. There is no longer any way to get money out of Sumor now that she's completely torn from her. She promised the principal that she could become a martial artist by then. As long as she became a martial artist, she would have a chance to enter the northern courtyard. At that time she would be the genius in the limelight. After selling the house, she spent money lavishly. There were a few extra millions inside the card, which at first she told herself was going to be used to increase her strength. Every day the dormitory people discuss is how much I this piece of clothing. Tens of thousands of dollars. Even thinking about it she resented why her adoptive parents died so young. As long as she went out of the city to hunt a bit of demonic beasts, she would be just like those people in the dormitory. The latter was even more resentful that Sumor was a waste. Every time someone mentioned Sumor, she had anger in her heart. Why would there be such a waste of a person? Or her brother? Go out and do odd jobs and work hard for only a few dozen or $100 a day. She resented it when it was given to her. But she didn't have much money. The $500,000 that Sumor had transferred to her earlier had long been spent cleanly by her. As a result, now that he has become a martial artist and can earn money, he has actually turned his face away. Sumor, you wait. I will make you regret it. And when the time comes, I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. A scowl appeared on Suro's small face. She had already thought about becoming a martial artist, entering the north courtyard, and becoming the object of others' starry eyes. How many rich, powerful, and noble dukes with strong backgrounds would fight for her and eat their veggies? Taking a deep breath, he snapped out of his fantasy and took a medallion out of his pocket. It had been acquired by her parents before they died, and now that she had no money, it was time for this item to realize her immense value. She knew how risky it was to sell this. As long as she became a martial artist and entered the northern courtyard, someone would naturally take care of it for her at that time, especially with the principal taking care of her room for her. It made her even more aware that she had a lot of value to play up. Zhou Liang, do you know anyone from the black market? Recognize, but if you want me to introduce you, you'll have to agree to one condition, and it's for your own good. What? After Zhou Liang's conditions entered his ears, Suro's eyes lit up with pain and excitement. Okay, I'll agree to your terms. There's no use having a brother who disrespects his sister like that. I'll give you a call. After Suro hung up, she saw the number Zhou Liang had sent. Sumor, you wait. It will be your end soon. Chapter 22, Su Yao's death. Killer hits the nest, drawing out demonic beasts. After Sumor terrorized Su Ballad away, the phone rang. Brother Sumor, we have monitored Suro heading to the black market. Then I'll trouble Brother Lu. It's best to record and film the things they talk about. I've sent someone to make arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Sumor took a deep breath. Suro, you really are a wolf. But this was just what Sumor expected. This was Su Rhythm's style. Stupid, unaware, self-righteous, White Lotus. Sumor glanced at the time. It was only noon. There was still time to make a trip outside the city. Breaking through the Vein Passage realm required a large amount of kill value, and when the time came, one would have to purchase the heart technique. Including upgrading martial arts also required a large amount of kill value. Shirayuki had given him a chance, and he had to take it. The North Courtyard, there was a place where geniuses gathered, and it would be a new challenge. Sumor put the protective clothing inside. The protective clothing that was cold to the touch had a warm feeling when worn on the body. It also doesn't affect physical flexibility. After packing up, Sumor walked towards the outside. When he came to the city gates, Bai Xiu looked at Sumor and his eyes lit up, this time taking the initiative to welcome him. Old brother Sumor still has to leave the city. Sumori nodded. Nothing to do. Go out and earn some money. Bai Xiu was speechless. Other people out of the city gates cannot be so easy, which is not a face of gravity. But he was relieved to think that Sumor looked like he was stocking up. Bai Xiu's eyes glanced at a few figures. He saw Sumor's relaxed face, and his eyes glanced at him without a second thought, so he had obviously noticed it long ago. After Sumor came out, he stepped on the snow and moved, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, and his body had long since left dozens of meters away. After the 5 people in the back lit up their martial artist badges, they went out of the city gates and had already discovered that Sumo had disappeared without a trace. Damn. This kid runs so fast. Find. He must not have gotten far. What the Duke has arranged for us. We must do well. Yes. The 5 people simultaneously chased after Sumo in the direction he left. Kill 1 Thunder Shadow Leopard. Gain 40 kill points. Kill 1 Bamboo Worm. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 1 Fire Cloud Python. Gain 60 kill points. Kill 10 Fire Cloud Pythons. Gain 600 kill points. After Sumo found a mutated python nest, he directly killed it. The figure moved and headed towards the depths. The white zone was too little for Sumo to obtain kill points. He needed a large amount of kill points and could only venture forward. Not to mention the protective suit, which gave him a better chance of escaping in the face of danger. Treading snow also upgraded. Even the sword technique was upgraded. And it's a hairy thing to come out without risking anymore. As for the few people who had their eyes on him, they should have been arranged by Zhou Liang. 1 martial artist 9th level. 4 martial artist 7th level. If he killed them all, Zhou Liang should be heartbroken. Sumo was a martial artist of the 8th level and was certain to kill them. But the dead have a role to play. Demon beasts can nest with schemes. Why can't Sumo? That's why Sumo deliberately left traces along the way, aiming to make them follow him. Taking out the map and determining the general location, he was now running into the light green area marked by the map. Beep beep beep. At this time, the radar issued a warning that there were demonic beasts of the Passage Vein realm appearing in the surroundings, and there was more than one. Sumo's eyes lit up. Those who were chasing Sumo's eyes lit up after seeing Sumo stop. I didn't expect this little brat to run so fast. After they got close to Sumo turned her head and bared her teeth at them. A chill rose from behind. Sumo swung out his sword as if a giant wave was continuous. But the ones who split weren't them, but those Passage Vein realm demonic beasts. Ho! Ho! The ground rolled as a stone python burrowed out of the ground, and tens of meters in a circle were destroyed. The dozens of meters of stone pythons looked like boulders stitched together. One pair of eyes was like a blood moon. Sumo stepped on the snow and moved. His figure had long since run hundreds of meters away. Not good. Retreat. The Blood Panther's face changed drastically after seeing the stone python, and there was horror in his eyes. Big brother, look behind you. Turning his head to look, his soul was scared away. A dense swarm of mutated poisonous bees. Although it was a grade 1 demonic beast, thousands of them added up and covered the clouds. There were also a few poison peak tails emitting a reddish aura, like they were blood-stained. Big brother, we've been tricked. That kid did it on purpose. Damn. The Gungzi said that guy was only a martial artist one. I didn't think that the mind was actually so insidious. Buzz off. Venomous Bee's black eyes flickered as he stared at the 5 men dead in the face. Grunt. Grunt. The sound of gagging rang out as the 5 men stood with their backs to each other. The poisonous bees had split into 5 clusters to stare them dead in the face. Thousands of poisonous bees were enough for them to cope with, and as long as they were touched by the poisonous needles, their lives would be in danger. Not to mention that there was a stone python eyeing them from the side. Big brother, can we still go back alive? Can I still go back to Xiaochui? Shut up and join forces to kill Poison Peak first. Kill the road so we can have a chance to escape. The leader of the poisonous bees' wings flapped and swept down from the sky towards the 5 men. The 5 men rushed out to respond. Sumo hid in the distance, hiding his tracks. Should I buy a kung fu that can mask my breath? A thought popped up in Sumo's mind. I don't know if the ones for sale are available. Such a feat was definitely not common, but it was definitely a means to save one's life outside of the city. Sumo had already made up his mind that when he went back, he must buy a copy. Shirayuki should have the way. Ah, big brother save me. 2 of them, stung by the leader of the poisonous peaks, swelled rapidly. His body went limp and he sat on his butt, dizzy. Bang, bang, bang. A blade chi appeared, and the heads of those 2 martial artists rolled down with a grunt. Kill 2 7th level martial artists. Gain 44,000 kill points. Killed 60 poisonous bees. Gained 1,200 kill points. Have the guts to come out. What kind of hero is hiding behind your back? A murderous intent enveloped Blood Panther as he watched his 2 brothers drink hate. The long knife in his hand glowed red. With a swing of the blade, the leader of the poisonous bees emitted a special fluctuation. Those poisonous bees converged together, their poisonous needles bursting with black light. The red glow and the black glow collided together and disappeared. Sumo's eyes changed. Why didn't that stone python move? It's as if they're jealous of those poisonous peaks. Suor fumbled with his chin. The stacked wave blade was swung out, and the 50 layers of blade waves continuously slashed at the stone python. Bang, bang, bang. The blade chi landed on the stone python, and a layer of gray light appeared on top of the stone python without receiving the slightest damage. But the stone python's ferocity was also aroused. rushing at the three men winding up. The leader of the poisonous bees' black eyes glowed with a flash of light after seeing it. The entire swarm of poisonous bees surrounded the stone python's massive body as it came to a halt. Sumore's eyes flickered after he noticed this scene. The poisonous bees should possess special means to make the stone python die. Sumore, being a good person, decided to help them out a bit. Chapter 23, Beheading a Grade 2 Demonic Beast. Zhou Liang's Fear. The stone python didn't dare to move, and those poisonous bees once again stared at the three people. Blood Panther's face was pale. They all said that they were not afraid of death. When they really faced death, they would all cower. This time the poisonous wasps swarmed across the room. The stone python retreated one after another, its huge body moving and rumbling around it. Three figures lay on the ground, their bodies swollen and blackened. A blade she appeared from a distance, leaving a gully about a meter wide on the ground. The three Blood Panther heads turned with difficulty, and only a slit in their eyes saw a flash of white blade chi. But three sounds rang out as blood flowed onto the ground. Kill 1 Martial Artist 9. Gain 26,000 kill points. Kill 2 of the 7th level of Martial Artist. Gain 26,000 kill points. The wings of the poisonous wasp flapped and attacked in the direction where Sumore was. It was this old six who made a move to kill his kind just now. Sumo stepped on the snow and moved, only leaving behind a trail of residual shadows as the stacked wave blade continued to swing out. The blade chi was like waves, one after another. Put. The sound of falling kept ringing out. Kill 50 poisonous bees. Gain 1,000 kill points. Kill 30 poisonous bees. Gain 600 kill points. After Sumore swung a strike, his figure drifted off into the distance. Venomous bees have wings and are very fast. The ones especially following the leader of the poisonous bees. Their wings stirred faster and faster. It was about to catch up with Sumore. Sumore's body came to a violent stop and violently stomped towards the ground. The body leapt high with this force. Stacked waves. A 3-meter-sized blade chi swung away from his hand. All the poisonous bees that came along the way split in half. Sumo stepped on the snow and ran, reversing his direction towards the stone python. Kill 160 poisonous bees. Gain 4,000 kill points. Sumore's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Sure enough, his choice to race treading snow to greatness was the biggest gain. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble when facing this swarm of poisonous bees. Sumore had already seen that the stone python was large and powerful, and its body was too clumsy. The stone python was clearly a grade 2 demonic beast, but when it saw Sumo, its figure kept retreating, because thousands of poisonous peaks followed densely behind. The stone python's blood-red eyes stared at Sumore, as if saying, "Don't come over, don't come over." The stone python looked at Sumore and ignored it, running straight at it. Tail flicks, came the sound of breaking air. Sumore's body jumped up and went with the trend, moving quickly over the stone python's body. The leader of the poisonous bees in the back stopped his body. The wing frequency then began to change. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of poisonous bees tailed up. Bang, bang, bang. The poisonous needles detached from the body and rushed at Sumore and shot fiercely. Sumore's body jumped and turned back with a slash. A 3-meter-sized blade chi didn't slash at the poisonous needles. Instead, it falls on top of the poisonous bees that shoot the needles. Kill 300 poisonous bees. Gain 6,000 kill points. The corners of Sumore's mouth rose. This was the result he wanted. At this time Sumore's footsteps lurched, and his speed slowed down. Looking back he saw a gray glow emanating from the stone python as it became heavy around his body. Sumo landed in the distance and took a deep breath. You really can't be careless yet. Those poisonous needles landed on the stone python, making clanking sounds and sparks. The stone python's body twisted and swept towards the poisonous wasps in the sky. With one strike, hundreds of poisonous bees did not avoid it and were directly smashed. The smell of blood filled the place where the battle was fought. The swarm of poisonous wasps were even separated by this blow from the stone python, and a blank area appeared in the center. The black eyes of the leader of the poisonous bees flashed a black aura. The swarms of poisonous bees converged once more, falling from the sky in an all-encompassing manner to attack the stone python. Sumore stood at a distance and gulped a mouthful of saliva when he saw this scene. The gray light on the stone python's body was getting thicker and thicker, and the swarm of poisonous bees clearly gave their figures a lurch when they reached their side. The stone python swept horizontally, and the poisonous bee swarms of poisonous needles continued to shoot out. Sumore knew this was an opportunity. The black knife in his hand was raised. Essence cohesion. Stacked waves. Layers of blade chi overlapped and coalesced 70 layers. As he swung the sword, the black blade was trembling, and tiny cracks had appeared on it. The stone python also has a poisonous swarm of bees. Did not expect Sumore to be able to burst out with such a terrifying power. Venomous bee wants to snake the poisonous needles on the stone python. The stone python desperately fought off the poisonous needles. The addition of this third-party force directly alarmed both sides. After the blow, Sumore's chest rose and fell. Half of the stone python's body was directly cut off from the center. The leader of the poisonous wasps also turned into two halves, and the swarm of poisonous wasps behind them was once again separated. The blade chi passed through the swarm of poisonous wasps, leaving a 10-meter-long gully on the ground. Sumore once again saw the power of the stacked wave blade technique. Slowly approaching the stone python, the closed eyes suddenly opened, opening a bloody mouth to swallow Sumore. Sumore was prepared for this and grabbed the broken half of his body, the muscles of his entire body bulging. Click! The stone python bites into the broken half of the body. It finally fell to the ground, never to be heard from again. Kill the second-grade demonic beast stone python. Gain 60,000 kill points. Kill the leader of the poisonous wasps and gain 30,000 kill points. Kill the swarm of poisonous bees. Gain 36,000 kill points. Looking at the remaining several hundred poisonous bees that wanted to flee, Sumore stepped on the snow and moved, his hand rising and falling. In the blink of an eye, several hundred poisonous bees were directly killed. Kill 420 poisonous bees. Gain 9,000 kill points. Fearing a problem like the last time, Sumore collected the poisonous bee needles. The fact that he could easily decapitate the stone python just now was also due to the fact that that place had been attacked by the dwelling poison needle and had become vulnerable. Perhaps this was why the stone python was afraid of the poisonous bees. Although there were no second-grade poisonous bees, it couldn't be helped that there were more of them. Seeing the body of the stone python, Sumore pried the head open, but unfortunately, there was no demon crystal inside, not even among those poisonous bees. The stone python body was the best material, but a lot of it was destroyed by the poisonous bees. After Sumore put away the remaining ones, he stared at the decapitated corpses. Walking over to Blood Panther, he took out his cell phone and opened it to see the chat inside, along with his picture, sent by Zhou Liang. Sumore carefully flipped through it and sent the package of things to Lu Shuetian. Take a picture, send it to Zhou Liang, and then smash the phone. But to Sumore's surprise, Blood Panther was wearing a ring on his hand. I didn't notice it before when I was just remembering to kill him. The gold belt of murder and arson. After packing up his things, Sumore left this place. Zhou Liang, who was in the middle of a class, almost vomited after seeing the cell phone picture. 3 corpses cut down the middle, still bleeding, their faces hideously horribly swollen and blackened all over. Zhou Liang suppressed his inner fear and dialed the phone out. Couldn't get through, then sent the photo to Grandpa. There was no message sent across the street. Zhou had a bad feeling in his conscience. They went after Sumore. Now they're dead. What about Sumore? Is there anything wrong? They should have encountered a swarm of poisonous bees. Zhou Liang's throat rolled a little as he looked at the message from his grandfather. The waist-high break looked like someone else had chopped it off with a knife. Settle down for a while these days while I investigate. Zhou Liang replied with a good word, and the words on the blackboard became illusory in his eyes at the moment, turning into the grim faces of the Blood Tiger and also the Blood Panther before they died. In the end, it even turned into Sumore's face, carrying a knife and slashing at him. Ah! There was a yell, and the souls of the class were almost scared out of their heads. Even the teacher stared at Zhou Liang in surprise. Are you alright, Zhou Liang student? Teacher, I'm fine. I just met a bit of sensation and got too excited. The teacher nodded and didn't press further. No, Sumore must die. Glancing at the balance on his card, he decided to hire some people to do away with Sumore. Chapter 24, Martial Artist 9, targeted by Boa. Lu Shuetian from the Security Management Office looked at the pictures sent, and the screenshots of the messages, and his pupils contracted. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo came over, and after seeing the content on it, their complexion changed in the same way. They knew Blood Leopard. That was a martial artist of the 9th level. Who do you think sent this? Li Wuyo as well as Zhang Dahai shook their heads. They really didn't know who sent it. I'm guessing it should be from old brother Sumore. Record it separately, and when the time comes, this will be the evidence to capture Zhou Liang. The two people hadn't reacted from Lu Shuetian's words. Brother Lu, are you saying that this was made by old brother Sumore? Elder brother Sumore is only at the 6th level of martial artist, even if he breaks through to the 7th level, but Blood Leopard is at the 9th level of martial artist. It's just that I'll have to be injured if I make a move to try to take him down. Have you seen an 18-year-old martial artist of the 7th level? Lu Shuetian asked a rhetorical question, leaving the two people dumbfounded. You don't say it's true. They really haven't seen it before. At least they haven't appeared in the Northern District. The 18-year-old martial artist they had seen seemed to be Sumore as well. Record it separately. And how about that thing old brother Sumore arranged for us to do? Don't worry, brother Lu. I'm personally keeping an eye on this one thing. There will be no accidents. Now that I'm already collecting evidence, when they wrongly accuse old brother Sumore, that's when we'll make our move. Lu Shuetian nodded. These two people were his beloved, cultivated along the way, and he was relieved to do things. Old brother Sumo is perfectly capable of investigating on his own. He's looking up to us by letting us help. We mustn't spoil brother Sumo's business. The two men nodded with a serious look on their faces. After coming out from the martial artist guild, Baiyu looked outside with worry in her eyes. That brat hadn't come back yet, and she couldn't get through on the phone. Especially after her brother told him that someone was after Sumo. It worried her even more. At this moment, Sumo didn't know that a big thunder sister had been worrying about him. This time Sumo was in the green zone, staring at a group of mutated beetles with thousands of them. The demonic beasts that fell alone were no longer attractive to Sumo, mainly because they were not strong enough. Sumo's body moved and rushed at the mutated beetles to kill them. With Sumo's strike, the beetle charged at Sumo with its hard shell. Sumo's stacking wave blade was continuously executed, and treading snow was utilized to the extreme. Instead of touching Sumo, those mutant beetles crashed together. Sumo caught his chance and struck quickly. The blade energy kept swinging out. Kill 300 mutant beetles. Gain 1000 kill points. Kill 400 mutant beetles. Gain 1200 kill points. Kill 200 mutant beetles. Gain 600 kill points. Kill a mutant beetle. Gain 13,000 kill points. Sumo pulled the spikes off the beetle's head and turned to leave. Now Sumo is just a shot in the dark. Sumo had just left not long ago, stopping his steps and staring into the distance with a grave expression on his face. A pair of blood-red eyes showed up in the mist, and the figure could not be seen clearly. Sumo could clearly feel the beating of his heart as he stood still. The blood-red eyes that were as if the size of a millstone stared at Sumo in death. Sumo backed up, constantly on guard. After waiting for that glimpse of a figure to appear, Sumo's soul almost flew away in fear. The trail was finally revealed. Without saying a word, Sumo turned around and ran. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared without a trace. Sumo had a look of horror in his expression. He thought of a question that Shirayuki had given him earlier. Only demonic beasts with special bloodlines could give birth to demonic crystals. This one mutated long snake. No, it shouldn't be described as a snake. It should be a boa. Sumo also felt a familiar aura of the mutated water snake that he and Lu Shuetian had decapitated. The weather of the two demonic beasts was similar. Sumo treading snow was utilized to the extreme. Not long after the ground rumbled, many demonic beasts appeared and ran towards the distance. When Sumo saw the densely packed demonic beasts, the only thing in his heart was escape. When he saw the demonic beasts that suffered from trampling, he didn't forget to pull out his poisonous stinger and shoot it. Kill a mutant bear. Gain 6,000 kill points. Kill a mutant tiger. Gain 10,000 kill points. Sumo glanced back and his soul almost flew away in fear. The ground cracked and trees shattered wherever the massive 100-meter figure passed. All obstacles along the way were destroyed under the body. Snicker. Sumo's back was cold. Looking back, hundreds of water arrows appeared, shooting directly at Sumo. Sumo hurriedly added points to the treading snow grade, consuming 40,000 to become a high-quality yellow grade, followed by proficiency adding 50,000 points to become a small success, and another 100,000 points to become a medium success. Double the speed and almost lose control. After stabilizing his body, he felt that the power in his body was also rapidly draining away. He was only at the 8th level of martial artist, and running the yellow grade high grade treading snow at full strength for a long time would be a bit of a stretch. Gorilla. Yeah, gorilla. Sumo suddenly remembered the gorilla. After taking out the map and taking a look at it, he continued to run off into the distance. Passing by the demonic beasts that suffered from trampling, Sumo didn't forget to make up for it. But you can't pick up materials. It's all money. Millions and millions of dollars. The boa is also getting faster. Kill 20 demonic beasts and gain 350,000 kill points. Sumo actually felt a wave of kindness after seeing that pair of scarlet eyes in the distance. As a result, the next moment something that left Sumo dumbfounded happened. After seeing the boa, the 100-meter giant ape turned around and ran, disappearing in an instant. Grass. What a loser. Useless. It clicked, and there was an icy chill coming from all around. The boa spat out water arrows that turned to ice, freezing everything it touched. Sumo winced as the poison needles in his hands kept flinging away. Well, can't even break the ice. Descending from the mortal. This boa is the realm of descending from the mortal. Sumo hurriedly added $300,000. The 8th level of martial artist turned into the 9th level. Sumo's speed increased once again, and his tired body recovered once again, but as it continued to run for some time, Sumo realized that the boa's body stopped. Sumo has a bad premonition in his heart. Mother *********, it won't run the red zone. The surrounding demonic beasts lay on the ground. directly passing out. Since Boa didn't dare to come forward, Sumo directly struck out. And with Sumo cutting their flesh and blood out of the red zone, there was only one thing to bet on. Hunted and killed 60 demonic beasts. Gained 280,000 kill points. Sumo put away some materials and had dug up a demon crystal. This was a bit of a surprise to Sumo. Sumo suddenly felt that it was dark. It turned out to be a pair of wings that blocked out the sky. Boa's gaze was also fixed on the figure in the sky. After seeing this scene, Sumo sneaks away. The huge divine eagle in the sky didn't stare at Sumo. Looking at Boa, that pair of eyes constantly turning. After Sumo changed directions, he hurriedly ran towards the city gates. Not long after, a cold aura appeared, and the great battle in the distance made a popping sound as if a cannonball had exploded. After 4 hours of running at full speed, Sumo finally saw that city. When he came in, he sat down on his butt and gasped for air. Baishou walked forward and sized up Sumo. "You're looking a bit miserable today." "What? And you're still being targeted by the demon beasts of Demergence." Sumo gave him a blank stare. This guy was definitely a crow's mouth. "It can't be true, can it?" Baishou asked again. After resting for a while, Sumo stood up and patted his butt to leave. This knock was nagged to pieces by Baishou. Not long after Sumo entered the city, a huge black shadow appeared outside. Baishou's eyes narrowed as he grasped the spear in his hand. A powerful aura kept spreading and appearing on his body. The flash of black shadow disappeared into the mist. "No wonder this kid doesn't want to talk to me. It's pretty pathetic. If you can be targeted by Anaconda, this kid won't kill someone's kid, will he?" Chapter 25, earning $37,065,000 a day. Purchasing a heart technique. Sumo still felt his legs soften and his heart palpitate on the way back. It's a good thing that Mutant Eagle was dragging Boa, or he wouldn't have made it back. Sumo took out his cell phone, looked at the incoming call on it, and dialed another number. "What's wrong, old brother Sumo? You three don't go out of the city. The mutated long snake we killed earlier. His father is still alive and morphed into a boa." Lu Shuetian's shocked voice came from the cell phone. "So you're okay? Look at my broken mouth. The fact that you're still calling me means you're okay. I've made a separate backup of that one piece of information, and the person I planted in the black market brought me a message that Zhou Liang went over today." "I know. Thanks, Lu." After hanging up the phone, Sumo walked towards the Martial Artist Guild. "Egu, which big beauty is this that is turning into a lookout stone?" Sumo sat on his butt in front of Shirayuki. "I thought you were dead out there." Sumo shook his head and didn't say anything about being in danger outside. "Come and see what these are worth." Sumo took out the materials in his head, and a strong smell of blood emanated throughout the great hall. Shirayuki's eyes lit up as she took the computer and began to calculate. After half an hour, Shirayuki looked at the numbers on it. "Not bad. 37,650,000. Sumo took a deep breath after hearing this, with the same excitement in his eyes. "By the way, I have a couple rings here." Sumo took out a few rings. Shirayuki's pupils fluctuated after seeing it and didn't ask questions. "I won't give you a valuation for these first. Maybe there are other things inside. I'll give you a valuation when it's time to open it with special means. Plus what's inside. Then thank you, Sister Shirayuki." "No, I should be the one thanking you. My performance has skyrocketed since I met you." Sumo shook his head and didn't say anything. White Moon's guests were definitely not short of him. "Sister Baiyu, are there any good heart techniques to recommend, as well as techniques to hide one's breath?" Baiyu's pupils dilated when she heard Sumo say this. You wouldn't have reached the Pulse Passage realm, would you?" Sumori shook his head. "Where is it so soon? It's not about preparing in advance while there's money. I can't give you an answer today. The heart method of cultivation is very important. I'll look for it for you, including the feats to hide your breath as well. The fact that you can think of these shows that your experience is getting richer. Sister, I was doubly glad when I saw it. It's also nice to see my sister still sinking in and showing up." After glancing at Sumo, Baiyu transferred the money to his martial artist badge. "It's an address." Baiyu took out an address and handed it to Sumo. Sumo turned around and left after taking a look at it and memorizing it in his mind. "Sister Bai came back early today. I'll give you food below. You'd better really be down there, not down there." Looking at Sumo's back as he left, Baiyu's worried heart relaxed. As long as the boy is safe. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Watching that unreliable brother call, Shirayuki subconsciously wanted to hang up, but finally connected. "Sister, your little doting husband is being watched by Anaconda. Has he given you the word yet?" Shirayuki's heart tightened. "Are you sure it's a boa? This eye of mine is getting better and better since I've been looking at the gate. Do you think I'd be wrong?" "I know." Baiyu hung up the phone. "Go back and arrange this brat. Boa is very vindictive. This kid can't go out easily again. How about killing the boa?" Shiroyuki's gaze moved slightly. In the end, he still shook his head. Since Sumo didn't open his mouth, he must have wanted to solve the problem on his own. Hey, old man. How's my undeclared shut-in disciple doing? Alive and well. But today he wants to purchase the heart technique as well as the technique to hide his breath. Oh, could it be that you've already broken through the pulse passage realm? Not yet. I reckon it's close. His cultivation speed can't be speculated by common sense. How can it be simple for someone who can cultivate treading snow in a second? Tomorrow I'll make a trip over there and you bring him to meet me without revealing my identity. Baiyu was shocked after hearing this. Okay, but you'd better give him more money, or he'll get suspicious. Now that he's close to $40 million in hand, I'm taking disciples, not asking for money. Old man, you weren't like this before. After hanging up the phone, Baiyu also took a deep breath and quickly got ready. Without thinking, this old man was really coming over. At this moment, Sumo returned home, and after washing up, he looked at the panel in front of him. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 9. Martial Skills, Stacked Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade High Grade 30. 000/100. 000, Proficiency, Small Success 100. 000/300. 000, Treading Snow, Yellow Grade High Grade 10. 000/50,000, Proficiency, Medium Success 200. 000/500. 000, Blood Value, 500,000/100,000. Kill Points, 530. 000. The kill points were just enough for him to break through the vein passage realm. There was still a bit of waiting for the heart technique. And the more powerful the heart technique, the wider the meridians expanded, and the more powerful it would be. If the heart technique wasn't powerful enough, he could raise it first. With 2 months left, it was definitely possible to break through the pulse passage realm. Sumo looked at the protective clothing worn on his body. That boa could clearly find him. Could it be because of this thing? You can try it out when the time comes. After making the decision, Sumo began to prepare dinner. Not long afterward Shiroyuki returned. Nose sniffing. It smells so good. Now that you're back, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. After the two sat down, Baiyu looked at Sumo. Come with me tomorrow to meet someone with a special heart technique, so be prepared to hemorrhage. Thank you Sister Shiroyuki. Sumori knew that Baiyu should have contributed a lot, just a mouthful of thanks. Then how to do? As a younger brother, money is not necessarily for you to spend. Have the strength must give you to make. You see you use? Bah! There's not a decent word inside your mouth. Who wants your strength? After the two bantered for a while, they each went back to their rooms to sleep. Sumo lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. Shiroyuki didn't fall asleep. She felt a few figures outside. Interesting. The eyes of Sumo in the middle of the room opened and stole out along the window. Send a message to Lu Shuetian. Faced with this kind of business delivered to his door, Lu Shuetian was of course excited. Sumo turned around and hid in the shadows. You are also here to kill Sumo. When these words came out, the three men were so frightened that their souls were almost scared off. Who? Come out. The man at the head of the group asked in a small voice. I'm also here to kill Sumo. Hearing this, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. Since they are fellow travelers, brother might as well come out and meet them. You are not yet qualified to see me. The three people felt the oppressive aura and their expressions tightened. You guys go over there and I'll meet you. The three men pried open the door to the room stiffly. Go in and turn left. One of the innermost rooms. Chapter 26, Evidence Gathering. Intimidating Zhou Liang. The three men nodded. And once inside, they headed for the innermost room on the left. They were relieved to see that there was a crack in the door. And with the help of the faint moonlight they could still see a man lying on the bed. It must be Sumo. The three men came in, pulled out daggers, and stabbed at the bed. The three of them went down together. Big brother, something's not right. The door snapped open. Lu Shuetian, Li Woyo, and Zhang Dahai stared at them with smiles. After the three people saw Lu Shuetian, they felt like the sky had collapsed. A man came outside. Not bad, but quite obedient. Sumori snickered. It's you. It was you just now. After seeing Sumo come out, this person exclaimed. Second rascal. How dare you? Lu Shuetian obviously recognized this person and said sorrowfully. Brother Lu. I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Someone gave us $1 million to do this. A few days ago I owed a bit of loan sharks. There's no way. You see I didn't hurt him either. Or this one thing is settled. Li Wuyo and also Zhang Dahai went to give the trio a few punches, and 3 pairs of freshly flamed panda eyes appeared. After capturing the 3 people, Lu Shuetian took them away and disappeared into the night. Sumor turned his head and returned to the room as well. Lu Shuetian hadn't gotten very far and backhanded the three men to knock them out and bind them. Immediately after that, the three people got out of the car and quickly ran towards where Sumor was. Others play sound and fury with them when they won't. But just after entering, the three men were dumbfounded. The house was brightly lit. Sumor stood by the side shivering, not daring to take a breath. A pretty woman with a wooden stick and a man on the ground with his teeth knocked out. And dared to sneak into my room. Who gave you the nerve? Bang bang. Both legs were knocked right off. Sumor turned his head to look at the three people. Three people back past. Damn. Can't provoke. I can hide. The three men hid outside to smoke a cigarette, and only after they heard the commotion inside stop did the three men enter. It's so miserable. It doesn't look like a human being, and Shirayuki has gone into the middle of the room. Sumor crouched beside this person. Who sent you? The man crossed his head and just didn't say anything. TSK, 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 isn't that Zhou Liang? I know. Killer hasn't made any moves yet. Do you know who she is? The martial artists guild. The killer opened his mouth and blood bubbled out, turning his head to look at Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian didn't know him, and apparently he knew Lu Shuetian. She is indeed someone from the martial artist guild, and her background is not simple. If you have a child, I'm afraid you won't be able to be certified as a martial artist. You can only be a rat in the shadows, and you won't even dare to enroll in the academy. Abandoned and cursed. Don't believe it. A girl family can become a city martial arts guild head. Behind the energy can be imagined. You think. I'll say. Before Sumor's following words could be said, this person had already opened his mouth. It's Zhou Liang. He gave me $10 million to kill a young man. I still have the video recording here. Sumor's eyes held surprise after hearing this. Aren't people in your line of work the most trustworthy? I can't believe I'm going to leave a handle. I'm not like the others. Sometimes after we assassins settle things for our employers, they find someone else to kill us, and then we had to defend ourselves. Suemo was speechless, saw this person take out the USB flash drive, brought a computer and opened it, then saw the face that made Suemo hate. After Sumor made a backup copy, he handed the USB flash drive to Lu Shuetian. Don't worry, old brother. After the people were taken away, Baiyu came out of the room and sat in front of Sumor. Little brother, my sister is in shock. Do you want to sleep with her? Sumor was speechless. Sister Bai, I did notice that you seem to be quite excited. Your innocence shouldn't be feigned, right? Sumor now seriously doubted that the Baiyu in front of him was really pretending. That look of excitement on her face when she beat up that killer just now didn't seem fake. Shirayuki hung her head. I was just subjected to intimidation, and it breaks my heart that my brother wronged me like this. Yeah, just a little more amplitude like that. Shirayuki comes at Suwama with a jab. Sumor fell to the ground with a thud. Baiyu was startled, and didn't exert any force. So more. You're okay. Sumor's face grew pale. Baiyu was so anxious that tears would come down, and finally made a strong twist at Sumor's thighs. Ah! Suor clutched his legs and bared his teeth. Ha ha, give me back the pretense. You weren't even born yet when my sister knew this move. Looking at Baiyu's back, Suemo shook his head and returned to his room. This time he could finally sleep in peace, taking out a cell phone from inside the drawer. After opening it, the video that had just been intercepted was sent to a person. Zhou Liang, of course. Zhou Liang, who lived in the apartment, heard his cell phone ring and sat up hurriedly. On it was the very video where Zhou Liang said he would kill Sumor. Zhou Liang's back was cold. Who are you? Halzhou family son actually looking for killers to kill people. TSK, that called Sumor seems to be a martial artist. If proclaimed out. Zhou Liang looked at the threatening words on it and was horrified. This was not the killer he was looking for. Who the hell is it? Could it be the person who killed the Blood Panther and the Blood Tiger? Zhou Liang suppressed the bad feeling inside. Talk about your terms? Let me think about it. Sumor turned the cell phone off, pulled out the nameless phone card, and crushed even this one. Sumor was sleeping peacefully. Zhou Liang hadn't slept all night, staring blankly at his cell phone screen. The outgoing message turns into a red exclamation point. A cold breath rose from his back. At this moment Zhou Liang felt his hands and feet cold. If he let his grandfather know about this one thing, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one in the Zhou family could disobey his grandfather's orders. He was obviously careful enough. So why did he record evidence of his search for the killer? That assassin had worked with Zhou Liang several times, and the first few times there were no accidents. That's why he dared to show his face. Asterisk. Grass. Zhou Liang slammed his cell phone on the ground and it shattered. He had broken 3 cell phones since Sumor was fired. Sumor. Why you just won't die? Zhou Liang's low roar echoed in the middle of the room, as if a wild beast was hissing. Suppressing the anger inside, his head gradually calmed down. It suddenly occurred to him that since this person was so capable and knew him, could he pay some price to let him kill Sumo? This man is so careful. He fits into the category of those who lick blood from the edge of the knife. Zhou Liang's eyes lit up, rather expecting this person to contact him. Chapter 27, Recognizing Master. Breaking through the veins. The next day, Sumo was still asleep, and there was a figure standing beside the bed, looking at Sumo's bulging mass. Bah! Who are you scaring? Shiroyuki took a fistful of hair and shoved it into Sumo's ear. Stop it! The next moment Sumo felt to grab something heavy and very tender. Sumo subconsciously pinched and woke up with a jolt. No! You! Sister you! Let me explain. Ah! Baiyu clapped her hands after coming out of Sumo's room. One of Sumo's eyes was black and blue, and his arm was even red with the imprint of a slap. After washing up and eating, Sumo followed Baiyu to the Martial Artist Guild. You wait here for a moment. Seeing that closed room, Sumo stood outside. Not long afterwards Shiroyuki walked out. Follow me in. After Sumo came in, he looked at the boss chair that was placed so that only one leg could be seen because his back was turned to him. Inside his hand, he held a piece of information. Not knowing what he was contemplating, Shiroyuki stood by without saying anything. This was the first time Sumo had seen Baiyu so quiet. The atmosphere in the room grew more and more oppressive, and there was no telling how much time had passed. The boss's chair turned around. Only then did Sumo see this person's face, looking close to 70 years old, with a head of white hair and scars on his face, making his face look a bit hideous, especially when a smile was pulled from his face, as if he were a wild beast. It was unnerving. The eyes just stared calmly at Sumo. Inside his hand was a piece of information, which was none other than Sumo's. As the two people looked at each other, an aura appeared in the room and descended on Sumo. Sumo saw Baiyu's mouth move. Use your full power to hold on. Baiyu wouldn't harm him, and Sumo hadn't heard of buying a heart technique that still had to be tested. As the pressure that descended on his body grew, the old man's eyes gradually became calm and satisfied. At this moment, Sumo's back was already wet with sweat, and his body was shaking a little. Looking at Sumo still being able to hold on, the corners of the old man's mouth rose to a greater extent. It couldn't possibly be a degenerate fan. It was definitely a powerhouse above degenerate fan. Who the hell is this old man? Sumo kept guessing inside. As time passed, Baiyu took a deep breath and looked at Sumo. Her eyes similarly crossed with shock. It was amazing that this guy had managed to hold out for so long and that the old man's aura was increasing. The aura released now exceeded the 5th level of the passing vein. The amplitude of Sumo's shaking was also getting bigger and bigger, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and fell on top of the ground. Within a few moments a small water stain appeared on the bottom of his foot. The old man's aura gradually withdrew. Sumo's essence slowly condensed as he felt the old man's pressure, hammering his flesh a bit. Sumo's body bowed after standing firmly. Thanks. The old man did not hide the admiration in his gaze. Not bad. No need for me to point it out. I'm sure you've already realized it and will pay attention to it in the future. Baiyu took the same breath after hearing this, indicating that Sumo had withstood the old man's test. I've got a couple of heart techniques here for you to take a look at. The old man took out 3 books of heart magic and placed them on the table, signaling Sumo to come over and take a look. Sumo moved closer and saw the names of the mind techniques: Ancient Wheel Scripture, Easy Scripture, and Plastic Dao Scripture. 3 books of mind. Sumo hesitated. Trust your first instinct and follow your conscious mind. Sumo closed his eyes and took a deep breath before finally picking up a Plastic Dao Scripture. Watching Sumo get this one merit law, Baiyu's pupils moved slightly and her mouth opened slightly. The old man had the same surprise in his eyes. Are you sure you've chosen well? Sumo nodded. Just choose him. The old man nodded and finally took out a book of hidden concealment technique. Xian grade upper grade. Is this the kung fu you want? Sumo looked at the Xian level top grade and shook his head. He couldn't afford it. Xian level feats didn't move for hundreds of millions. Take it. I have one condition. What? Be my disciple. Sumo's eyes moved slightly. He didn't know the identity of the old man in front of him, nor was he clear about the way he came, but to be able to casually take out a Xian level, his identity must not be simple. Adding to the fact that before, Baiyu said that there was a way for him to become the Northern Court examiner and introduce him to someone. It should be the person in front of him. Then the old man is the person of the North Courtyard. The specific identity is not known. It should have a pivotal position, especially since the old man had just used pressure to help polish his body, making him realize that over-improving his strength wasn't as good as he thought. In the future, if you have someone like this to guide you in your cultivation, you will also be able to take a lot fewer detours. After Sumo figured it out, he bowed. Greetings, Master. The old man laughed out loud. I'm sure you've already guessed my identity. I'm from the Northern Courtyard, and what Xiao Yu promised you is perfectly fine. We will meet again when we come to the northern courtyard. The first time we meet, Master sends you the same meeting gift. This is a storage ring the size of 100 meters. And this is a Xian iron crafted Xian grade premium weapon. It's enough for you to use. I do look forward to our second meeting. The old man left with his hands behind his back after he finished speaking and disappeared into the room. Sumo had a stomach full of doubts. Don't ask. I won't say anything except that you've earned it. This is a closed room, so you can look at the feats inside your hand first. Shiroyuki left. After Sumo flipped through the Dao shaping technique, his eyes moved slightly before he realized how difficult it was to cultivate this one technique. When one waited for the dematerialization realm, one could awaken attributes, and this book could shape one's own attributes. And after the Gong method was in operation, it would continuously cleanse the flesh. The downside is that if you're not careful you might explode and die. Shiroyuki left and went into another room. Master, did you think he would choose that one technique? The old man shook his head. If he doesn't succeed in his training, learning to step on snow in a second. If even this kind of qualification can't cultivate the Dao shaping technique successfully, there's no one else who can. Let him settle things here, just so he can polish his mind. Master, I know. The old man's figure shifted and disappeared. Shiroyuki had envy in her eyes. At this moment, Sumor looked at the system panel. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 9. Mind Technique, Shaping the Way, 0/10,000. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade High Grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, Minor Success 100000/300000. Treading Snow, Yellow Grade High Grade 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, Medium Success 20000/500000. Hidden Concealment Technique, Xian Grade Upper Grade 0/10000000. Proficiency, 0/100000. Blood Value, 5000000/100000. Kill Points, 530. 000. Sumor first added 10. 000 killing points to the Dao shaping technique to turn it into a first level, and at the same time, he also had more insights about opening up the meridians. However, the plastic Dao technique didn't show what level of heart technique it was, which was strange. Then the next option could be to break through the pulse passage realm. Chapter 28, Find the metal and get the evidence. Sumor took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement within his heart. Pulse passage realm he had come, with 500,000 kill points gone. Sumor felt that the plastic Dao skill was constantly running, and the strength of his fleshly body was rapidly increasing. One of the 8 odd meridians was opened, and a powerful aura filled Sumor's body. There was a fierce wind in the entire room. After Sumor opened it, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he had already broken through the pulse passage realm. Half a month ago, he was still a waste who couldn't break through 20 in chi and was mocked by everyone, and he had to go out to do odd jobs at a lower price than others. Otherwise no one would use him. It's only been half a month and he's already in the passing vein realm. Someone who can make tens of millions of dollars a day. After Sumor adjusted his emotions, he looked at the panel suspended in front of him. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, first level of the channeling. Heart technique, Shaping the Dao technique I, 10. 000/1. 000. 000. Martial arts, Stacking Waves Blade technique, Yellow Grade High Grade 30. 000/100. 000. Proficiency, Small Success 100. 000/300. 000. Treading Snow, Yellow Grade High Grade 10. 000/50. 000. Proficiency, Medium Success 200. 000/500. 000. Hidden Concealment Technique, Metaphysical Grade Upper Grade, 0/100. 000. 000. Proficiency, 0/100. 000. Blood Value, 1. 000. 000/3. 000. 000. Kill Points, 20. 000. To break through the second level of pulse passage, 2 million killing points were needed. Sumor was staggered inwardly, especially since the Shaping Dao skill also required 1 million kill points to raise the second level. It made Sumor feel a wave of pressure. That's a lot of kill points. Now that boa in the wild, I wonder if it has left. Now his master had given him a basalt iron sword and 100 cubic meters of space. Enough for him to use. I don't know how much these things would cost if they were paid for. Quite a few mind tricks aren't available for a price. Though, even the one given to him by his master was a topography. After Sumor flipped through it once, the books had been destroyed, including other martial arts techniques as well. Baiyu took the initiative to welcome Sumor after seeing him come out. She realized that Sumor's temperament had undergone a sea change. I don't know how many women this kid is going to charm to death in the future. The looks are okay and the talent is still strong. Hearing Bayu's snark, Sumo also sighed. Sister Bayu, such a beautiful woman hasn't been chased yet. How can I be willing to die? Bah! You cheap bastard. Your mouth is getting stronger now. Didn't you learn this from Sister Shirayuki? What are you going to do? Bayu watched Sumo about to leave and hurriedly asked a question. Taking care of some things. Shirayuki didn't continue to ask. Instead, he pulled out a phone. Old man. He may have succeeded in his cultivation. What did you say? A surprised voice came from the phone. I have a feeling he's already cultivated. It's too early to tell for sure, and I haven't inquired. If he succeeds in cultivating so quickly, old man, I've really picked up a treasure. After Sumor left, he found the address that Bayu had given him. Staring at that place, Sumor's eyes narrowed. Handsome. Want a set. Only 300. 250. Handsome. I don't want the money. Back you up 200. Sumor just stood for a while, when 3 people came over beside him and started selling themselves. Without paying any attention, Sumor turned around and left. The next moment Sumor was blocked inside an alleyway. Boy, look at you staring at that place for a good assembly. Who sent you? Say it. Speak quickly, or I'll. Grand Master, Big Brother, Father, Ancestor, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, just leave me alone. I have a 100-year-old daughter-in-law up there and a 70-year-old daughter down there. If I don't go back, my daughter-in-law will pull up on the bed. Sumor looked at these people with a strange face. Who lives at this address? The person who was crying just a moment ago changed his expression when he saw the address. Ha, Big Brother, isn't this where you live? A man in the back opened his swollen eyes and opened his mouth to exclaim. The. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No one thinks you're dumb if you don't talk. Oh, so that's where you live. Sumor casually picked off a brick, revealing a cruel smile. Don't, Big Brother, I'll do whatever you have to account for. Sumor's cell phone displayed a photo of none other than Suro. Then flipped to a medallion mold. Familiarize yourself. Big Brother, what are you talking about? What is this? Bang. There was a crunch and blood ran down the side of his head. Big Brother, don't fight. Don't fight. I'm wrong. I know. I do have a guest for the girl. These people look spineless, but in reality, there are many doors, and Sumor knows it. Introduced by whom? We can't talk about it. Sumor took a deep breath. Hey, Lou, want performance or not? Old brother Sumor. You didn't swindle old brother. There's still this good thing? 3 men robbed me and I overpowered them. After Li Wuyo and also Zhang Dahai came over, they saw Sumor and gave a greeting. Sanju, you're good. Seeing the person who had been beaten up, Zhang Dahai gave a thumbs up. Sanju had a bad feeling in his heart as he watched Li Wuyo and also Zhang Dahai being so polite to Sumor. Do you want to sit at our place? Old brother Sumor. We know his boss. Sumori nodded. Back at the security management center, Sumor stared groggily at the opposite side, which showed helplessness on its face. There's a medal on the table. It's the same one Su Ballad is selling. It's just good to have people. Finally the person took out a cell phone with what Su Rouge had said on it. There are also records of transfers between the two. Sumor took the medallion and left. Brother Lou, thanks a lot. I'll treat you guys to dinner in a couple days, and Lou will do the rest. Since they all know each other, Sumor did not interfere too much. Lou helped him so much, and could not make it difficult for Lou. Brother Lou, this one brother of yours is quite arrogant. Yes, if I can break through to martial artist at the age of 18, and it's not even martial artist one, I'll be even more proud than him. And when my old man walks, the birds will be able to hold their heads high. Sun Knight's heart tightened after hearing this. Looking at Sumor's back, horror appeared on his face. Thanks, Brother Lou. You changed some of your men. Sun Knight nodded. Needless to say he had such intentions. You're also one of the heads of the underground black market. You should understand the gold content of that kind of person. He has a chance to break through the pulse passage realm at 19. Sun Knight's pupils contracted violently as he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. I know what to do. I'll keep my mouth shut about it. And he hasn't been to the black market. Anything about him? I will also record a copy for Lou. Lu Shuatian nodded his head. This is a smart person who knows how to make trade-offs. The black market was also complicated behind the scenes, and even he couldn't easily intervene. He and Sun Knight worked pretty well together at times. Sumor's oldest brother gave his face so much, and he also had to settle some follow-up matters for Sumor. Chapter 29, Spending $50 million. Suyao breaks through to martial artist. The medallion was found and evidence of Su Rose trafficking was obtained, and that single condition was enough for her to drink a pot of water. I'll definitely surprise Su Ballad when the time comes, so I hope I don't get scared to death. Sumor took off his protective clothing and put it in his storage ring, intending to sneak around outside the city again. The demonic beasts outside the city were predominant and could obtain a large number of kill points. If they expected the demonic beasts in the city to mutate, they might have to wait until when. Baishio had a strange look on his face after seeing Sumo. And you're going out? Nonsense. What's the point of staying in the city if you're not going out? Baishio gave a thumbs up and didn't ask too many questions. You'd better be careful. There was a boa that came over after you left that day. Sumo's heart was stirred after hearing this. Eyes narrowed as he surveyed Baishio, looking more imposing because of the armor he wore. He hadn't taken a closer look before, but this time, he realized that this guy was a bit familiar. You do bear a slight resemblance to a girl I know, but they're like a flower and you look a bit euphemistic. Asterisk off and get out of here. Baishio is most annoyed with people saying that he looks euphemistic. If it is not wearing armor, take it out and let you know what is called intimidating. After Sumo left the city, his figure quickly advanced. There was no sign of the boa. That big guy was so powerful that he actually didn't get killed by that eagle last time. Sumo could only start sweeping continuously on the outskirts of the city. Kill 1,000 mutant red fire ants. Get 15,000 kills. Kill the mutant pale bear. Gain 9,000 kill points. Beheading of the murderous face of the poisonous spider. Gaining 8,000 kill points. Sumo kept sweeping the periphery. Corpses are everywhere. White bones. Sumori seemed like a machine that knew no fatigue. Many people who went out of the city to hunt demonic beasts saw the corpses and their faces changed. They thought there were powerful demonic beasts out there, and as they probed they didn't find any traces of demonic beasts. Many of the martial artists who had left the city revealed shocked expressions. What in the world had happened? By the time night fell, these martial artists had excitement in their eyes, because they pick up a lot of bargains. At the same time, he also got an even more shocking news. There was no longer a single demonic beast infested in a 30-mile radius. Kill a grade 2 first order demon beast. Gain 100,000 kill points. As a demonic beast of the first level of the Pulse Passage realm fell at Sumo's feet, Sumo took a deep breath and lifted his head to look at the sky. After cleaning up the battlefield, the figure disappeared. By the time Sumo returned to the city, the sky had already darkened, and Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, Baishio was at the guard, holding his cell phone with a strange, shocked, and a hint of incredulity in his eyes. After seeing Sumo return, Baishio stood up and rolled his throat a little. You'd better take a look at the Northern District Martial Arts Forum. Sumo nodded his head, indicating that he knew, turned around and walked towards the city. He needed to rest. A day of high-intensity fighting. Even if he broke through the pulse-passing realm he was still a bit tired. In the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu was also holding her cell phone. Looking at the content on it, a flash of shock similarly flashed across her features. Security Management Office. Lu Shuetian looked at the Martial Artist Forum, his throat surging and his mind vibrating. At this moment, a feeling of absurdity rose within him. This was too much. In the middle of the black market, Sun Knight looked at the Martial Arts Forum with a grave expression, and the shock in his pupils could still be seen vaguely. After Sumo returned to the Martial Artist Guild, he sat down on his butt. Baiyu poured Sumo a cup of tea. Sumo drank it all in one gulp and handed the storage ring to Baiyu. Baiyu was also a lightweight, and this time it took 2 hours to finish the inventory. This time the materials are all low grade. There are only 10 second grade ones, totaling 24 million. The storage aid you gave me last time didn't have anything valuable in it, and it could be sold for $3 million combined. Good. Sumo directly agreed and ended up selling even that 1 cubic meter storage ring. Looking at the balance of 66,744,000 inside the martial artist badge, the corner of Sumo's mouth rose. All that hard work finally paid off. Now that the heart technique was also available, the technique to hide his breath was also available, and the Xian iron blade was sufficient. A stacked wave blade technique was enough for him to cultivate, and so was treading snow. Hunting demonic beasts outside the city required some recovery elixirs to save their lives even if they encountered danger. Sister Yu, are there any recovery pills? Yes. Spirit Recovery Elixir. Second grade elixir. $10 million apiece. Give me 5 first. Sumo purchased 5 spirit recovery pills in one breath, and after hearing this, Baiyu brought a jade box from a room in the distance. Originally, I was going to charge you $3 million for this jade box as well, but seeing as you're spending $50 million in one go, I won't ask you for any more money. $3 million for this piece of? This is specially forged from jade, specifically for preserving pills. There are also higher grade jade bottles, 500 million apiece. Forget it then. I feel like this is fine. It suits me. Sumo is not going to say that she doesn't have any money. You'd better take a look at the Northern District Martial Artist Forum when you get back. Sumo had a strange look in his eyes, as Baishio had also reminded him earlier. Okay, I'm going to head back, so I won't be down here for you today. Sumo waved his hand and turned to leave. After returning home and washing up, he took out his cell phone and downloaded the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. He had registered before, only that his chi and blood could not be raised, and when he saw the powerful martial artists above, his mood was a bit uncomfortable, so he simply uninstalled. Out of sight, out of mind. After logging in, I saw the post that dominated the top of the list. Who said that there is no great emperor in my human race? One person and one sword slaughtered the demonic beasts for 30 miles. There were a few more pictures below, starting with the corpses of demonic beasts roaming the mountains, and a blurry picture of a man holding a basilisk sword, surrounded by demonic beast corpses. Sumori knew that the blurry figure was him. There was also a lot of chatter below the post. Heavy money to find my husband. After my husband and I had a quarrel, he took a basalt knife and went out, and has not returned yet. After finding it, the reward is $10 million. Big sister, the doll behind you is wailing with hunger, so hurry up and feed the baby. When was I so powerful that I would be willing to spend endless money by letting me be accompanied by beautiful women every day? IP yellow. Let me make way upstairs. Just use 10 bottles of corkscrew. Watch me pull a big one on him. After taking a look at it, Sumor turned his gaze on the other posts. B3-26 A crocodile farm goes rogue, with 46 casualties, and is eventually subdued. There's also a picture of several people standing in front of a decapitated crocodile, with the farm behind them already stained red, and it looks a bit horribly oozy. There are still 2 months left for the martial arts examination, and this time I don't know if there is anyone in District Z who can enter the North Academy. I haven't even heard of any young martial artists appearing in Area Z now, so I guess it's a bit up in the air. Not a single person from District Z entered the North Academy last year, and was taunted by the other districts for a long time, and I don't know when it's going to end. The latest news reveals that I've heard that a martial artist has already appeared in the 10th high, or a beautiful girl. Seriously, you said she's not married to me. What am I supposed to do? Wake up, brother. Don't dream. Can't stop you from being realistic. $15 an hour. We're just posters. You crossed the line. Chapter 30 City Lord wants to see Sumor. After Sumor saw it, his eyes flickered for a moment. It looked like Suro had already broken through to martial artist. That's kind of what he's looking forward to. Enjoying your last highlights to the fullest extent possible. In the middle of the 10th high school, the principal, Fong Zhengyu, looked at the quiet girl across the street with surprise in his eyes. Good, good. There are still 2 months left before the martial exam, and you've already broken through to martial artist, so maybe there's still a chance to go even further. I know. I'll keep trying. Here's a martial arts skill, and here's $1 million that the school awarded you. Take them both and give me a word if you need anything. Su Ran nodded. After returning to the class, Suro's head was slightly raised as she looked at her classmates with a hint of arrogance hidden in her eyes. What's with being godly? My younger brother broke through as a martial artist a long time ago. As an older sister only breaking through now. What's there to be proud of? Who knows what means were used to obtain the resources to break through up there? I heard that she secretly took the house to sell, and the house book is still in Sumor's name. I see. No wonder Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo came over last time. I didn't think it would be someone like this. Before my brother worked part-time to help her. I didn't think of it. Wolf heart and lungs. After Suro heard those words, she was angry inside. You guys want to leave the class too? Zhou Liang sat in his seat and opened his mouth without thinking. Hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded and lowered their heads, looking at the book not daring to raise their heads. Zhou Liang sat down next to Suro. Since you've broken through as a martial artist, that one thing can also be implemented to prevent accidents. Good. Suro agreed without thinking. As long as Sumor died, her taint would disappear, and in the future, the sea would be wide enough for the fish to jump, and the sky would be high enough for the birds to fly. Zhou Liang took out his cell phone, and the person who had threatened him last time. No more news came. Zhou Liang put away his phone and turned his gaze to look at Wu Qiu behind him. Are you ready? Wu Qiu took a deep breath with a struggle in his eyes, thinking of Zhou Liang's conditions. Yes, in that case, starting tomorrow, there must not be the slightest mistake. I have already arranged the rest. After this one thing, someone will give you plastic surgery, and I'll also give you $30 million to find connections to get you into an ordinary school. After hearing the conditions, Wu Qiu nodded. There was contempt in Suro's eyes. Now she kind of looked down on Wu Qiu. For $30 million, such a thing can be agreed upon. Tomorrow I'll go ahead and verify the martial artists, and increase the truthfulness of the facts then as well. Zhou Liang nodded. At this moment, Sumor was in the middle of the room, looking at the panel. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, passing through the vein first level. Mental technique, shaping the Dao technique I, 10. 000/100. 000. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, minor success 100000/300000. Treading snow, yellow high grade 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, medium success 200000/500000. Hidden concealment technique, Xian grade upper grade 0/1. 000. 000. Proficiency, 0/100. 000. Blood value, 1. 000. 000/3. 000. 000. Kill points, 310,000. He had swept away the 30 kilometers of demonic beasts outside of the city, and had only gained 3,100,000 kill points. If he went any deeper, it would be difficult for him to escape if the boa came over. He was lucky last time, and even with the system he couldn't be too wavy. Let's add on the strength first. With 200 kill points added to the blood value, Sumore's meridians were opened up by another one. It also represented Sumore's breakthrough to the second level of pulse passage. Looking at the remaining kill value, Sumore chose to add it to the Dao shaping technique. The 990,000 kill values disappeared, and the Dao shaping technique broke through to the second level. Sumore realized that when the gong method was running, there was a warmth if anything around it that entered the body. Could it be that this is the aura that lies between heaven and earth? This is only the channeled vein realm, but it can actually absorb spiritual chi? Only when one waits until after they have transcended the mortal world will they be able to absorb the aura. So powerful feats. There were still 110,000 kill values remaining, so they were directly added to the hidden concealment skill proficiency. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Realm, second level of chakra passage. Heart technique, shaping the Dao technique 2, 1. 000. 000/300. 000. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, minor success 100000/300000. Treading snow, yellow grade high grade 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, medium success 20000/500000. Hidden concealment technique, metaphysical grade upper grade 0/100000. Proficiency, minor success 110. 000/500. 000. Blood value, 3. 000. 000/6. 000. 000. Kill points, 0. Watching the kill points go to 0, Sumore took a deep breath and turned toward the outside security management office. In addition to obtaining kill points, materials, Sumore let him obtain one good thing today. After finding Lu Xiuetian, the three men stared at Sumore strangely, looking up and down. Old brother Sumore, have you broken through the passing vein realm? Sumore just smiled and didn't answer. The three men sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo's eyes changed when they looked at Sumore. If it was politeness before, now it was respect. All brothers? No need to be polite. The three big brothers have helped me so much. I have to return a little. Sumore took out a bottle with a water-like liquid inside, but it looked a bit more viscous. You guys prepare a couple bottles. Lu Xiuetian seemed to think of something and brought the bottle. Sumore gave the three of them a little share. Feeling the pure energy, the three men's gazes were filled with greed, excitement, and exhilaration. Even Lu Xiuetian's black face became red from overexcitement. Spiritual liquid. Brother Sumore actually has spiritual liquid, acquired in the field today. The three men quickly hid. Brother Sumore, we accept your favor. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo nodded their heads fiercely, looking at Sumo with gratitude in their eyes. In the future, if Brother Sumore has something to do, he can go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. The two of them had been stuck at the 9th level of martial artist for many years, and with this spiritual liquid they were able to break through to the vein passage realm. Such things are all but unattainable. A drop the size of a thumb can fetch hundreds of millions of dollars and is not always available. Now they all have 20 or so drops in their hands. Yes, Brother Sumore. Someone wants me to investigate you. Do you want to meet? Who? The lord of our city of Z9. Sumore is still considering it. Brother Sumore. Trust old brother? Sumore nodded. Then meet. It will help you a lot. Even if you want to eradicate the Zhou family, I believe he will be happy to help you. In that case I'll listen to Brother Lu and meet tomorrow. Sumore thought that they would have to meet again at that time, so they might as well familiarize themselves in advance. By the time Sumore left the security management office, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Back home, Shirayuki sat on the couch in her pajamas, watching TV, her head spinning a little. Hearing the door open, he looked over at Sumore. Oops, back from foraging. Chapter 31 Meeting the City Lord. Martial Artists Union's post. Causing shockwaves, Sumo shook his head and didn't pay attention to Bayu's snark, taking out a bottle and placing it in front of Shirayuki. You take half and leave me half. Bayu looked at what Sumo took out with shock in her eyes. Where did you get this thing? Outside the city. The two concise words made Shirayuki's face change. You really aren't afraid of dying out there. These things are guarded by demonic beasts with high spirits. I'm more lucky. It's just a passage vein realm demonic beast. Shirayuki opened her mouth and actually had no way to retort. I don't use it. This thing is no longer useful to me. Sumo's pupils contracted after hearing this. Bayu wouldn't lie. Then this spiritual liquid really wasn't useful to her. What kind of strength has this ninny reached? The divine orifice realm? Shirayuki looked only 3 or 4 years older than him. Since Bayu didn't want it, Sumo couldn't give it to him by force. Martial arts medal found? Sumori nodded. Did you see the posting? Someone from 10 High broke through to martial artist. I guess she's coming to the martial artist guild tomorrow to verify it. Shirayuki's mouth was tinged with a touch of playfulness. Do you want to come and see? No. I'm not going. I'm meeting a guest tomorrow. Bayu nodded her head. Since Suemo had something going on, she didn't continue to pursue it. Early the next morning, Sumor found Lu Shuetian. When he came to the drunken immortal house, he was still in the same box as before. There was already a middle-aged figure sitting inside, nodding his head after seeing Lu Shuetian come in. This is Sumor, isn't it? A true hero. Sumor's gaze stared. He then realized that the city lord and Lu Shuetian seemed to be a bit similar. This is my big brother. You're welcome. Sumor's heart rippled after hearing this. The city lord was actually Lu Shuetian's elder brother. No wonder Lu Shuetian has such a wide network of connections. Even the people of the black market were so polite to Lu Shuetian. So there was this layer of relationship. Have a seat. Goten told me about you in advance. Sumori nodded. Since Xiao Tian called you brother, I'll be the bigger one and call you brother. Big brother Lu is polite. It's me who's in high places. He. Brother Sumori, you still don't know your gold content. It's me who's high up. They're all brothers. No need to be polite. Lu Shuetian said with a chopstick of vegetables. The atmosphere in the box was getting more and more intense. Sumor walked in front and Lu Shuetian followed Lu Shuedo. You're growing up. Lu Shuetian had a strange feeling that he was almost 30 and said that he had grown up. Help him well. We may have to rely on him in the future. Lu Shuetian nodded. Someone has been trying to set him up lately, and he's perfectly capable of taking care of it. So you'd better use your connections. After all, you're the leader of this city. I can't make a move. There was surprise in Lu Shuetian's gaze. A great man has come. Before I wasn't sure. Now I can be sure. It's for Sumor. Maybe Sumor has been valued by him and these things are working him out. Cultivation, state of mind, opportunity, and luck are indispensable. If I had intervened, any problems wouldn't have existed, and old brother Sumor wouldn't have agreed to it, or he wouldn't have let those clowns bounce around. I guess he's waiting for the martial arts exam, when everything will be over. But I'll look into some things and send them to you then. Lu Shuedao patted Lu Shuetian's shoulder and left. As the lord of a city, he had a busy schedule. In the middle of the martial artist guild, Suro looked at the 205 displayed above the instrument with excitement in her expression. She finally broke through to martial artist. Congratulations on your breakthrough to martial artist, an 18-year-old martial artist with a promising future. A person in charge of testing looked at Su Rouge with delight in his expression. Thanks. After the two left the room, Shirayuki had returned from outside. President, this one girl named Su Rouge has already broken through to a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist with a chi and blood value of 205. After seeing Bayu, Su Ro's smile gradually tightened. Her house was sold to this woman. She thought it was an ordinary guild member, but she didn't think it was actually the president. Suppressing the dissatisfaction in her heart so as not to be seen, she couldn't afford to offend such a person. Bayu sniffed and looked at Su Rouge with a scrutinizing gaze. This woman hadn't taken few blood-enhancing pills. That brat came over for the first time to verify that the blood value seemed to be on the verge of reaching 400. In that comparison, the Su ballot in front of him was really a waste. Sumor hadn't purchased a blood-increasing pill. Congratulations. Thanks a lot. President, has the investigation come out yet? No. The news could also be fake. I don't know who is so bold to actually steal and sell our martial artist guild's medals. If they are found out, not to mention martial artists, even the passing veins and divine orifices will have to pay the price. Su Ro's face turned pale and her breathing slowed down by half a beat. A chill ran down his back and straight to his head. Miss Su Ro, are you alright? I don't have any. I still have to purchase some blood enhancement pills. $100,000 apiece. How many do you want to buy? 15. Bayu nodded and had the others take out 15 blood enhancing pills. After swiping away $1.5 million, Rouge wanted to leave quickly. Here she was afraid of being exposed. When the waiter saw her back as she left, his mouth was tinged with mockery. Where was his previous elated look? President, how did I act just now? Not bad. I'll give you $100,000 raise this month. Thanks, President. After Bayou was done, he took out his cell phone and made a post in the martial artist forum. Recently, there has been news that someone has stolen and sold the medals issued by our martial arts guild, and those who assist our martial arts guild in investigating and coming out will be rewarded with 100 million. The corners of Shirayuki's mouth turned up after she sent it. Stun my titanium alloy dog eyes, even the medals dare to auction? Who is this? What a nerve. It's a long time to live. What's the difference between this and dancing in front of Hades? The brother upstairs may be looked upon by Hades. Don't you guys ever notice the reward? $100 million. I can't even imagine how happy I could be if it was given to me. Not long after the post ran to the second position. The most top post was still the one where a man with a sword swept away 30 miles of demonic beasts outside the city. Shiroyuki casually scrolls through. Quite a few replies below. Hubby, killing demonic beasts is too tiring. Come to me for $10 million a month. This is my man. So I argued with him for a couple of minutes, without thinking that I would accidentally expose my strength. This one brother likes men? Dead S. Die for your master. Brother, could it be that you like men too? Check me out. Grass. Another man popped up. I'm the emperor. Come on. Drag these two out and castrate them. Shiroyuki shook her head. It was only a blurry shadow and it had already made so many women crazy. In this world invaded by demonic beasts, who wouldn't want to find a powerful shelter? The waiter's voice sounded behind Shiroyuki. Brother Sumo is really popular. I just don't know if he has a girlfriend. If this were my boyfriend, I'd serve him warm water with ice water every day. White Moon. Chapter 32 Shocking Big Melon. This man actually. After Suro left the martial artist guild, the heart that was hanging in the air was lowered, but this one thing had already spread out, and Sumo knew that there were martial arts medals left behind by his parents. What if he finds out and tells the martial artist guild? Sue Ballad took out her phone, dialed a number, and then hung up again. No, I can't tell Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang doesn't know what I'm stealing and selling, but that person was introduced by Zhou Liang. He will definitely tell Zhou Liang. After Su Rouge agonized for a while, she finally dialed the phone. Zhou Liang, there won't be any problems with the person you introduced me to, right? You can rest assured that the person I introduced to the black market has rules and will not sell his employer's information to death. Su Ro heard this and then she put her heart down. Zhou Liang in the middle of the apartment looked at the information inside the posting. Su Ro. Really? He really didn't know what Su Ro was stealing and selling before. That's the rule of the black market. Now that he saw the post made by the Martial Artist Guild, he was also curious as to who was so bold. Who would have thought that Sue Ballad would give him a call at this time? He was already sure it was Sue Ballad. But did Sumore's parents really have medals? It looked like when that one thing was over, Sue Rouge would have to be kicked out as well, or else it would be a scourge to keep it. This woman is too stupid, has no brains, does wishful thinking, and is too easily taken advantage of. Zhou Liang also broke through as a martial artist, only he didn't proclaim it. The crowd thought that his blood value was still at 109. One genius in District Z is enough. And that's me, Zhou Liang. If the martial arts examination test reveals what happened to Su Rouge, Zhou Liang's mouth was tinged with a touch of sinister. Sumor was on his way back with Lu Shuetian. Zhang Dahai took out his cell phone. Look guys, the Martial Artist Guild has posted. Said someone was stealing and selling martial arts medals. After Sumor took over the phone and glanced at it, there was no change in his complexion. There is also a posting below that was posted by the Z9 city owner. Anyone who receives the martial artist medal is contributing to the city, and the city lord's office will cooperate with the Martial Artist Guild to investigate this kind of wolfish person. In support of the city lord, if you all find out, say something to me and I'll go tell the Martial Artist Guild. Dude, your abacus beads popped in my face. There are various other replies below, but most of them are just people watching. Trying to investigate something like this is no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Sumor returned the cell phone to Zhang Dahai. Sumor old brother, now a lot of women want to be your girlfriend. There are also open high prices. Now the top one is 100 million a month. Sumor guffawed after hearing this. He had no interest in this. He might as well go kill a few demonic beasts to improve his strength. The pulse passage realm isn't enough. A boa left him helpless, even to the point of avoiding it. Sooner or later, he will kill that boa. Sumor returned to the place where he lived alone and found a man waiting for him with a somewhat arrogant look, especially with a martial artist badge pinned to his chest. Only martial artists could obtain this item, and it was also a status symbol. It's here to show off. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Go inside and talk. You don't deserve to go in there, so talk or get out. Sumo. I've already broken through to martial artist. After waiting for a month or so, I'll be able to enter the North Academy. And by then the gap between us will be getting wider and wider. As for you, you're just an expelled student with no schooling. And even if you break through as a martial artist, no academy will want you. If you beg me, after I enter the Northern Academy, I can find connections to allow you to enter other academies. Sumo had contempt in his eyes. It was true that after breaking through to martial artist, his brain was still so stupid. So, I have to suck up to you? Suro snorted coldly. I'm your sister, and I don't want to see you fall down and want to pull you up. Oh, I'd like to thank you for that. What should I do? Hearing Sumo's words, Suro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You are also a martial artist. You can hunt demonic beasts and collect materials to sell for money. My talent is better than yours, and when the time comes, I will have the Northern Academy to cultivate me, and my strength will increase faster. You mean I hunt demonic beasts to earn money for you? Suran nodded. Who's to blame for my lack of schooling? Suru's tone was a beat. When you couldn't break through 20 in your blood value, besides $10,000 is quite a lot for me. Didn't I give you 2,000? You're not at a disadvantage. Sumo cursed this kind of person who only has himself in his eyes. Really want to kill it earlier. But there was always justice to be done for her parents. And now was not the time. It was still a month or so away, so she could bounce around for a while. Get lost. The sight of you disturbs me. Come back to me and I'll kill you. Sumo. I am also a martial artist now. You think I will be afraid of you? Something occurred to Sumo. Where are my parents' martial arts medals? Bring them out. When she heard the martial arts medal, Suru's expression tightened. That was given to me by my parents. Why should I give it to you? You're not going to steal it and sell it, are you? Sumo's eyes narrowed. Fine Su Ballad. I'm going to report you to the Martial Artist Guild? Go ahead. Go ahead. Report me all you want, and when the time comes that you don't have the evidence to wrong me, you know what kind of punishment you'll get. Sumo's face changed. Humph. Since you don't agree, we'll see. Suro originally wanted to wait for Sumo to agree, and then pull at it a bit to keep Sumo from talking about it. It didn't occur to Sumo to directly reject her request. Just follow Zhou Liang's plan. If Sumo died, no one would know about her parents getting the medals, and her business could be uncovered. The big deal is to wait until you are admitted to the Northern Academy and are strong enough to earn money before redeeming it. I'm afraid the people of the black market will have to flatter her at that time. Since this was the case, it would be better to announce the news of her breakthrough, and perhaps the people in the black market would take the initiative to send it up after seeing it. Those people would surely think of flattering her as a genius. Suro was secretly glad she had a good head on her shoulders. Sumo looked at Suro's footsteps quite a bit more cheerful, with surprise in his eyes. Really sick. I don't know what kind of death-defying tactics I'm going to come up with. Sumo was about to turn around and go in when a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Sumo. You beast. So you're in this place. Sumo turned his head after hearing the voice, and after seeing the visitor, the corner of his mouth carried a touch of mockery. Everyone, come see this negative man. After Wuchio's roar, a lot of people passing by on the road, a brain all flocked over. No one does not like to watch the fun. Good you beast. You're actually in this place. I finally found you. So you're hiding in this place. Come and see. Everyone, it was this beast who drugged me and did those shameless things to me. I had a better youth, and it was all ruined by this beast. Quite a few people who were watching hurriedly took pictures and recorded videos before posting them on the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. Amazing big melon. This man actually do such a thing. Chapter 33. As long as Sumo dies, no one will turn the tables on him. Sumo's eyes narrowed. Knowing that these people would frame him, he didn't think that it would come so quickly. And this person was also Wuchio, who had always looked at him in a bad light. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and stared angrily at Sumo. Let me introduce to you all. He is the student who was expelled from the 10th high school. His name is Sumo. When I didn't know any better, he said he wanted my help and gave me a bottle of water afterward. And I drank it and fell unconscious. And then she did that to me. What's even worse is that after it was done he didn't recognize it. And even more so, he wouldn't let me talk about it, and threatened to kill me if I did. I've been suffering from this kind of pain, but I found out I was having his baby, and as a result, he dragged me to the hospital even more. At this time, she brought out a lab sheet with Sumo's signature on it. This is the chat he sent me after he was fired. She took her cell phone out and flipped through the chat logs on it for all to see. Transfer some money to me or I'll tell the truth about what happened in the first place. Wuchio, when I was shooting there is a video. If you do not give me money, I will forward it, so that all people can see what you are like. A threatening word is like a sharp knife. Those present felt their breathing slow down a beat after seeing it. I'm fired. From now on, you pay me 4,000 a month or I'll print out your picture and post it on the street. Here's a recent chat. Below that were the words of Wuchio begging for mercy and asking him to let her go. A word is as humble as it gets. Scum. People like that can't be tolerated. They should be allowed to die. Girl, you're confused too. You should have gone to the safety management center then. Not bad. Scum like that will only get an inch. Many people took pictures and posted them all on the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. In no time at all. This post took the second position straight away. All those people on the sidelines were talking. And even the forums were full of curses. Daughter, are you alright? At this time a middle-aged couple came over, and with tears in their voices, they hugged each other and cried. Afterwards, he even knelt down in front of Sumo. Please spare my daughter. We know you have a talented sister. Please spare my daughter. After the onlookers saw this scene, the anger on their faces increased. I have reported it to the security management office, and not killing such a beast is not enough to quell my anger. Look, you guys, this beast can still laugh. It's really damned. Such a person should be put to death immediately. Daughter, we can't afford to offend him. Let's leave the city. Okay? You listen to mom and dad. Okay. Wuchio's body trembled as she raised her head again, her cheeks having 2 tear tracks appearing, finally plopping down on his knees in front of the middle-aged couple. Mom and dad, please forgive my daughter's ungratefulness. This time I will seek justice. Hey, we came over to help you too. 2 voices came from outside at this time, followed by the appearance of several figures in white coats. This is the doctor from Z9 City's 7th hospital. I didn't expect them to come over as well. The head of the group is the head of the gynecology department, and she's actually coming here in person. Everyone listen to me for a moment. I have advised this one little girl before. Nay, I did not listen. Just now I also saw the news and rushed over with the evidence. The person behind him took out a laptop, which clearly recorded the images of Sumo accompanying Wuchio to the hospital. Even more so, he took a shot at Wuchio at the hospital and slapped her. I advise you to settle down and get rid of the baby quickly. I won't give you a penny. And if anyone finds out, you should know what will happen to you. The woman's aggression was clearly visible. Paying his own way into the operating room, Sumo had long since disappeared. Beasts, people like that deserve to die. The gods and the people are angry. At this moment, the principal's office of the 10th high school in Z9 City. Headmaster, look at the forums. Something big is happening. Fong Zhengyu took out his cell phone and after seeing the message on it, his face changed. Quickly, this one thing can't affect Su Rouge. It can't affect our 10 high. Several threads appeared immediately above the forum. I am Wang Yang, Sumo's class teacher. Because of his malicious provocation and nuisance, he was expelled. I did not think that there was such a thing in the middle. As a class teacher, I did not notice the dissimilarity of the students of Wuchio. It is my dereliction of duty. My name is Feng Ben, Sumo's classmate. Sumo is usually just loathed by everyone in the class. There are quite a few more posters below, talking about all the evil things that came out of Sumo. I am Fong Zhengyu. There is such a student as our 10 high shame. Happen such a thing as our dereliction of duty. We 10 high guarantee. Will give Wuchio students an explanation? Moore did not think. He actually back his sister. Make so many people in God common indignation things. There are also quite a few pictures below of Su ballad training every day. Sweating and persevering. I am the sister of Su Moore. Adopted by his parents. I no longer have a relationship with him. And adopted me only to see that I am gifted and can take care of Su Moore. And after their death 5 years ago, my relationship with Su Moore was very poor. Not to mention that he did so many things behind my back. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Not unrewarded. The time has not yet come. Followed by the attached picture of obtaining the martial arts badge. That martial artist badge was too convincing. Side by side proving that Suro had been cultivating hard. Or else he wouldn't have obtained a martial artist badge at this age. It looks like my sister doesn't know. Or someone else is tolerating the past for my sister's sake. The homeroom teacher is also good. Actually not covering up and directly admitting his mistake. It's still good to have a school leader like that when the 10th high school admits its mistakes directly. At this moment, Sumo ignored those cursing voices, and his gaze absently looked at those killers hiding among the crowd. The eyes of Lu Shuetian, who had already arrived from afar, narrowed with a feigned killing intent. Damn! Scum like that really deserve to die. At this moment, among the crowd, 3 people suddenly stormed up and ran towards Sumo. People like you, God forbid I don't beat you up. Wuchio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sumo died, this time the plan could be brought to a successful conclusion. By then she would be rich and could change her face and enter the academy. So more people like you go to hell. As the 3 men stormed off, those who had gathered around to watch the outrage could no longer restrain themselves. One after another, They rushed toward Sumor. The assassin hiding amongst the crowd moved with the men. Sumor is a martial artist. They just planned to kill Sumor silently by virtue of their large number of people. Zhou Liang, who was hiding in the shadows. And Suro's eyes flickered after seeing this scene. This annoying guy finally died. As long as Sumor is dead, no one will ever turn the tables for him again. Chapter 34, Reversal. Liquidation. None shall escape. None of these people Sumor had put in his eyes. Among the crowd, several people pulled out daggers and hid them under their sleeves. Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo quickly arrived, transforming into a spirit swallow. The few assassins hurriedly put their weapons away, but Lu Shuetian had already noticed them just now. Lu Shuetian struck out. The three killers didn't even have the strength to resist, and after falling to the ground, they were still questioning. Why did you hit us? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a security administrator. Zhang Dahai took out his cell phone and enlarged the photo. Here's the proof. After Lu Shuetian reacted, he fiercely stepped forward and moved quickly to dislodge the jaws of the three men. Straight away, he pried their teeth open with a dagger and took out a small black pill from inside each of their three mouths. The three people at that moment showed a panicked expression. After Zhou Liang, who was far away, saw this scene, his expression changed. Hurriedly, he pulled out his cell phone. Uncle Junior, the assassin you were looking for has been arrested. I know. You don't need to ask. Just prepare for the exam at ease. The people who had originally rushed towards Sumor instantly quieted down, and a bad premonition welled up in their hearts. They feel used. Wu Chou also had a bad feeling in her heart. She also didn't expect Lu Shuetian to actually come over so quickly. These killers were too stupid. Wouldn't it have been less of a problem if Sumor had been killed? Zhang Hai stared at the person who had maliciously incited before. I just don't like the look of this guy. These people have nothing to do with me. Zhang Hai directly handcuffed this person without even a word of nonsense. Sumor stood still and didn't move. Fortunately, he had asked Lu Shuetian to help investigate the evidence before. Since Lu Shuetian had already made a move, there was no need for him to do so. However, this time when the door provoked, Sumor also had to fight back. Sumor walked towards Wu Qiu. What do you want? The middle-aged couple protected Wu Qiu behind them and stared at Sumor with a guarded face. Sumor ignored it and continued to walk towards Wu Qiu. What do you want? Now that the security administrator is in this place, you are advised not to make a move. Sumor looked at the three people and said word for word. Nothing, it's just that you guys wronged me and I need you to go to jail. That Chow promised you, and he can't do it. Hearing the surname Shou, Wu Qiu's face changed. Sumor suddenly glanced up behind the tree. Zhou Liang as well as Suro met Sumor's cold eyes and their gazes trembled. They had the feeling of being seen through by Sumor. Since you can wrongly accuse me, I'll bring out some evidence as well. Sumor opened his cell phone, and the evidence of Lu Shuetian's previous investigation was organized to give him a copy. Sumori opened a video. It was the video of the rehearsal inside the 7 hospitals of Z9 City. There are still words coming from inside. You're not mimicking. That's not how Sumor walks. Your steps need to be a little bigger. One scene at a time. The onlookers had been stunned that this girl was so vicious. Sumor then opened another video with a person imitating Sumor's font. Wu Qiu was frozen in place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did Sumor get these? In the distance, Zhou Liang and Su Rouge had already left. They wanted to escape this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. Sumor didn't care after glancing at them, and they couldn't run away. In the end, Sumor even flipped out another video, which was a completely strange man with dyed yellow hair who walked 3 steps in 5 steps. Did everyone see that? This yellow hair is her boyfriend. Also before that I went to 10th High and her name was Wu Qiu and she was always at odds with me. As for the one called Suro, today I'll reveal her true colors. Really thinking that I'm easy to bully. She was adopted by my parents. And if you ask me, it would have been better to let her die in the mouth of a demonic beast in the first place. After my parents died 5 years ago, they saved $500,000 for each of us. I'm transferring my money to her just so she can practice. There should be quite a few people who know me. I used to do odd jobs before. I know quite a few people. 15 maximum an hour. $10 when the price is low. And all the money I earn goes to her. Sumor flipped the transfer records over, and a single stroke was recorded on it. 80, 100, 102, 105, and 60 are all available. At this moment, Zhang Dahai came forward. When I saw the message sent by Su Rouge, I felt pained. She is a martial artist, but her heart is too dirty. These words shouldn't be said by me. I really don't like to see it. A video was produced immediately afterward. Everyone look carefully. This is the evidence that Suro took Sumor's account book, real estate license, an ID card to steal and sell the house left behind by her parents. The previous registration violator has been fired. At this time, Sky Night Mall public also releases a video. Especially the video of Wuqiu scolding Sumo and Suro making Sumo apologize. There are even videos of buying clothes without blinking an eye and spending $200,000 on them. Some people who were watching the fun didn't mind the big deal, and posted the video of Sumo and Su Rhyme falling into the water to the martial arts forums. Damn, dead liar, you didn't deal with it before, and you said people were plotting against you. Surely not one who pities the innocent. The onlookers, turning their guns on Wuqiu, have accused. You've wronged me, deliberately smeared me, and you, all of you, get in there. At the moment the head of the gynecology department of the 7 hospitals did not say anything. It had already happened, so it was better to think about what was behind it. Since Sumor went to do odd jobs and was struggling to make ends meet, money could be used to keep Sumor off the hook. The thought settled her mind. Take all of these people away? These must have also been deliberately arranged by these people, with the purpose of wrongly accusing Sumor. Sumor walked over to Wuqiu. Do you think that Zhou Liang will let you guys out? Several people all winced when they heard it, and even the head of the gynecology department lost her composure. Yeah, they're just considering Sumor. There's also a Zhou Liang. As for the people who just insulted me, I'm keeping track of them all. Management Lu. These people insulted me. It's okay for me to report it. Anyway, I have nothing to do lately. Big deal. I'll sue each and every one of them. I'm afraid that some people can't afford to delay. Don't you love to watch the fun? So I'll let you have a good time. This word just spoke out to accuse the person. Face white. How will the company look at the time? Indiscriminate wrongly accused people. By the time they came back to their senses, Sumor had already turned around and left. Let's go. All of you follow me to the security office. Besides, you can run. There are cameras here anyway. Lu Shuetian is also most annoyed with such people, indiscriminately opening their mouths and cursing, and then realizing that they are wrong, and then accusing others. Anyway, they are not wrong. That's a good move by old brother Sumor. There were also people who wanted to get close to Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian directly took out his cell phone. I'll record it, and you'll be squatting inside. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the crowd turned pale, and endless regret welled up within them. Quite a few people's phones are ringing. It. You're fired. Because of you. The company just negotiated business yellow. You wait for the lawyer letter. Where did you die? Married you really poor 8 lifetimes of blood luck. I'm going to be on the manager. And now inexplicably fired. Before you messed up to get together and wronged people. Lousy looking for a job everywhere bumping into the wall. These years have just had an upturn. And you're ing offending. And now you're divorced. Chapter 35 City Hall Announcement. Headmaster's Fear. As things festered, this one got bigger and bigger. Z9 City Lord announcement, indiscriminate and without a sense of self-judgment. The City Lord's office now doubts whether certain people are really suitable for that position. Once this announcement was made, the entire Z9 City was sent into shock waves. Within the 10 High office, Fong Zhengyu held his cell phone and sat on the chair, his body constantly trembling. Is the announcement from the City Lord's office talking about him? Gollum. His throat surged a little. At the moment he was completely flustered. But it had already happened. Wang Yang, come here. Wang Yang came over, sweating profusely, and walked into the office with a panicked look on his face. Bang! Fong Zhengyu took the teacup in his hand and smashed it on Wang Yang's head. Damn! You're killing me. If something goes wrong with my old man, you'll be waiting. Cursed! I just listened to you, and now the City Lord's office is displeased with me. The blood on Wang Yang's forehead flowed down his cheeks, not daring to lift his hand to wipe it. Headmaster! Listen to my explanation. This one thing is still what Wuqiu told me. I'm also the one who was blinded. Call that Su Ballad over here. At this moment, Fong Zhengyu was in a rage. What genius or not? He couldn't keep his position. Who cared about a genius in the martial realm? Su Rouge came in with a pale face. In her eyes, at this moment, Fong Zhengyu seemed to be transforming into a demonic beast, wanting to devour her at any time. I thought it was just a house issue. I didn't think that there was so much more involved. What's going on with that mall thing? The waterfall was suppressed before, and now that it's been exposed, do you think you'll be fired or what? Suro's expression changed when she heard that she would be fired. At this moment, Wang Yang mumbled his mouth, wanting to say something. Have a fart. Headmaster, martial artists have appeared from other schools as well. Fong Zhengyu's complexion changed, and he inadvertently glanced at the warning on top of his cell phone. You think Lousy would care about one martial artist, now let alone one? I don't care about two. I'm telling you, if it's because of you guys, I'm expelled, and before I leave my job, you're all expelled. You won't even have a school record, and you still want to take the martial arts exams. Eat. When Su Ballad heard this, her body trembled. and her face became bloodless. At this time, a student wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed open the door and walked in. "What are you doing over here?" Fong Zhengyu obviously knew Zhou Liang and didn't have a good question. "Don't be angry, Principal Fong. There are remedies." After Fong Zhengyu heard this, his expression changed and he took a serious look at Zhou Liang. So it was you who pushed behind the scenes, worthy of being the seat of the Zhou family. Zhou Liang knew it wasn't a good thing to say. The problems that are being exposed now are character problems at best. Wu Qiu can't spit out anything. "It's not true that I'm the one pushing behind this one thing, but Wu Qiu's ideological work was done by Director Wang. Principal Fong, you are the principal of this school, although you don't know what's going on in it. But how do people from the outside look at it? You're the principal. The school is your turf. No wind can hide anything from you. If something happens to us, you won't get away with it." Fong Zhengyu's eyes narrowed as a powerful sense of oppression appeared within the office, and several people shook. "Is that a threat? Principal Fong is joking. You're the principal of the 10th high school, the administrator of this school. I'm just a student. How can I threaten you? I'm just telling a fact. That's all." Fong Zhengyu quieted down after venting just now. Zhou Liang spoke badly, but what he said was the truth. "Tell me about your plan." Zhou Liang took a deep breath. "What do you think would happen if Wu Qiu died in the security management center?" Several people's faces changed. Even Fong Zhengyu looked at Zhou Liang carefully. This little can be much more ruthless than his grandfather, and human life is not in his eyes. Even that old thing from the Zhou family has to follow some rules. It looked like this kid hadn't experienced blows, and after several failures against Sumo, he wanted to prove himself even more. If Wu Qiu dies, he won't spit them out and die in the security administration, and then that old friend of his will be hanging on for dear life, and die in it will be a big problem. Then the outside world will not speculate. Is Sumo self-directed to pull them into the water? After all, it's inevitable to feel resentment after being fired. Those who had spoken out against Sumo would jump out even more. Things get reversed a little bit. When the time comes, the blame will be shifted and his identity will be preserved. Rather a workable plan. In that case, go ahead and make the arrangements. Zhou Liang. Several people left the office. Teacher Wang should still wash up, otherwise it's not good for others to see. Wang Yang nodded and left. "You're too eager." Suro opened her mouth without saying anything. Originally she thought it was foolproof, turning the word of mouth around and selling herself a wave along the way. Maybe by then the Northern Court could see it as well. Zhou Liang left with a smile on his lips. Of course he noticed when Su Rouge posted. He didn't discourage it. He had said that Su Ballad was a stupid, brainless one. Trying to sell yourself is only going to paint yourself in a bad light at this point. He arranges things and prepares with a backhand, especially when dealing with Sumo. Failing time after time, he knew that Sumo was not easy to deal with. He had gotten the news about the mall before, and he reacted to the fact that as long as it trickled out, the evidence of Wu Qiu's wrongful conviction wouldn't hold up. But by that time, the plan had already been set in motion. And who the hell is the man who killed the Blood Panther and the Blood Tiger? Wasn't helping Sumo, so he came up with another ploy to wrongfully accuse Sumo as usual. Successful or not, together with Suro's breakthrough as a martial artist, it was just the right time to take advantage of it and pull Tenhai down. And the principal should make a move in order to keep his position, including the suspicion of the original Sumo expulsion all transferred to the principal and the class teacher. Now Wu Qiu and his family should be dead. Zhou Liang took a deep breath and the corner of his mouth rose. This step was successful. So more. I'm not the only one dealing with you now. Zhou Liang found a hidden location and dialed the phone. "Grandpa, Fong Zhengyu will be looking for you. Don't promise anything." "What happened?" Zhou Liang told what happened once again. "I know." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Liang returned to his class, his brows congealed with a worried look. In the safe house, Vu Guin and the middle-aged couple kept vomiting. "Spit it out even if you pick at it with your fingers." Lu Shuatian kept an eye on the three of them, and there was a doctor waiting. Sumo had arrived at the Martial Artist Guild. "Sister Shiroyuki, I've come to get my purchases." Baiyu took out 3 green-colored pills. Sumo's gaze coalesced. "Thanks a lot. Hurry up. There are some poisons that you can't just spit out." Sumo took the elixir and left. Baiyu looked at his back with relief on her face. This guy's getting smarter. By the time Sumo rushed to the security management office, the 3 men were already vomiting blood, and even the doctor was shaking his head. Sumo directly came in, broke the 3 people's mouths open, and fed the 3 of them an elixir each. Not long after, the 3 spat out a mouthful of black blood and breathed heavily. Just now they couldn't even manage the simplest of breaths. Sumo watched the 3 people recover before relaxing. Zhou Liang, that's really something. Chapter 36 removed Su Yao's account. Sumo looked at the pale 3 people did not rush to speak. Zhou Liang was a member of the Zhou family. And under the influence of that kind of big family, it was impossible to be so stupid. Previously, they had been looking for someone to deal with Sumo, but as a result, nothing happened to Sumo. It would be strange if they didn't suspect it. That's why Sumo and Wu Qiu said, "Do you think Zhou Liang will let you live?" The three men have been picking at their throats since they were brought back. Lu Shuetian took a deep breath. He called Sumo, and Sumo just said, "Don't worry, they won't die." Wu Qiu and also her parents sat paralyzed on the ground, their faces pale, with black blood still lingering at the corners of their mouths. "Why did you save me? You're still useful." Hearing this sentence, Wu Qiu laughed out loud and cried as he laughed. "Ha ha, I wronged you, looked down on you, set you up, and in the end you saved me. How much money did Zhou Liang give you so that you can be so crazy that you don't even care about the world's eyes?" $30 million, plus going to the regular schoolhouse. TSK. These 3 pills of mine are almost $30 million as well. Not to mention that your chi and blood value is about the same on an ordinary academy. What you care about is still that $30 million, that's all. Poor people have to be hated. What do you want to ask? Do you want to watch them get away with it? Wu Qiu just experienced death. Even if he kills me, he's going to kill my parents. I'll never let him go. Well, from now on, you're dead. After Lu Shuetian heard this, he instantly came to his senses. But for a while, you guys will have to suffer implications. Big brother Lu. Oh, that's just right. When the time comes for things to be announced, in exchange for the Zhou clan going out of business, Zhang Dahai and also Li Woyo also reacted. Lu Shuetian turned around and left the room. After the arrangements were made, an ambulance appeared silently at the back door of the security administration. 3 black bags were carried to the car. At this moment, the distant high building, see the ambulance appeared, and 3 black bags, and Lu Shuetian a windy look. The corner of the mouth hangs a smile. At this time, Sumo also came out from inside, his face pale and with a look of 6 gods. "Young Liang, the 3 of them are dead. Take a picture and send it to Zhou Liang." The corners of Zhou Liang's mouth rose as he looked towards Sumo's hexed appearance. "So more, this time I win. But there's a chance to wait. Wait for the principal to step in. That's when my suspicions can be diverted." Everyone now believes that the Wu Qiu family is in jail. By the time it was exposed they died, and by that time the principal had struck. Zhou Liang was in a good mood when he thought of this. Turning his head to see a silhouette, it was none other than Su Rouge. Previously, he didn't deal with Sumo because he couldn't stand to see Sumo having a beautiful genius sister. At first he was also attracted to Su Rouge, but now he doesn't have that kind of mind at all. This kind of woman is too stupid. Marrying home will only do bad things. Not to mention that this person, Su Rouge, only had himself in his eyes. Suro looked at the posts, which were all scolding her. Such a person can actually break through to martial artist. God, are you blind? An ungrateful person. Such a person. Those academies will definitely not want her. Brothers, don't be sour. People are geniuses. Character problems can be corrected. You are a waste. Want to correct it, can't be done. We're just posters. You crossed the line. Hey, if my brother hadn't just miscarried, I wouldn't be like this. Upstairs brother. Wait a minute. My cerebellum is obscene. Obviously I recognize every word. Why do I not recognize them when they are combined together? Che, don't you get it? He's talking about his second brother. Second brother miscarriage, what else could it be? Asterisk. Or brother, you're smart. But you're all cursing her. Don't you realize she's pretty? If I had a sister like that, even if it mistreated me, I'd do it. Asterisk. Dead lickers, pull out and castrate. A brother is a good brother. A sister is really not a good thing. Sell even the house your parents left behind and leave your brother homeless. Buy clothes to spend more than 200,000. Brother working part-time only a few dozen a day. Think about my heartache. This is if my brother. I will spoil him to heaven. Zhou Liang looked at the Pearly Sue ballad and shook his head to avoid it. This woman. Scolding your comments still look. At this time there is more than one. And another person is Fang Zhengyu. A principal like that investigates a bit, and his ass is definitely not clean. An enabler. Such a person deserves to be a principal. It was useless even if Fang Zhengyu had the post deleted. Many people had already taken screenshots of it. At first I thought it was a chauvinistic one too, but it turned out to be a little yakuza. I seriously doubt the 10th high now. No wonder there hasn't even been one that entered the North Courtyard all these years. So this is where the problem lies. How does the back run well when the locomotive is all crooked? Quit your job quickly. Don't waste your resources. And give it to someone who can do it. Fang Zhengyu turned his cell phone off as a surge of anger surged in his heart. Dial a number. Family Master Zhou. How's the consideration? I said I won't work with you. Whoever makes a mistake has to bear it. Not to mention that the problem arises also because you have a problem. It's not just a grandson. I have more than enough. Hearing the sound of the phone hanging up, Fang Zhengyu put the phone down and turned his head to call Wang Yang. And when he came out, his head was bleeding again. At this moment, Wang Yang kept cursing inwardly because he didn't dare to curse to his face. Sumor, why don't you go to hell? At this moment, Sumor was also in sorrow. Brother, how about I be your sister and give you $100,000 a month? Stranger treasure good. Such a sister don't want it. Ungrateful. Not equipped with a brother like you. Tomorrow is Thursday. IV you 50. You go to eat nibble up. Come work for me. 15,000 a month. Contact me anytime you wanna come over. And I'll do what I say. Sumor, you have a good image. Are you interested in coming to us to shoot an adult viewing movie? Upstairs. Where's the channel? Can I come? No. 1 meter 8. 18. You're not worthy. Asterisk. Broke the defense. Sumor cried and laughed a little after closing the post. But it's not too late for this one. Sumori looked at the account book. Now she's been scolded and is crying her eyes out. As my sister, how could I let you suffer like this? Remove your account from my family. You should be happy for a while. No Hoku, no ID card. None of them can take the martial arts exam. Suro also knew that a grudge seed would help her out, like that 10th high school principal, for example. So once again, Sumor came to the security management office. Brother Lu, get her off my account. She has already said that she has no relationship with my family, and that such an ungrateful person doesn't deserve to be on my account. Plus she said my parents had ulterior motives for adopting her. In that case I can make her make up for what my family has given her over the years, I guess. Okay, I'll let her know right away. Chapter 37, Picking Up the Pieces and Incarnating Old 6. Sumor turned around and left the security management office after registering. As for where to go, of course it was outside the city. Before he killed 30 miles around without the presence of demonic beasts and left so many corpses behind. This time there should be quite a few demonic beasts converging over. There was no mistake. Sumor left behind the demonic beast corpse to lure other demonic beasts over. Suro or Zhou Liang, the Zhou family or now Suimo is not particularly concerned. Empowerment is what matters. As long as Sumor was strong enough, none of this would require him to open his mouth. And someone would clean them up for Sumor. Play slowly. And the next step is the martial arts examination. So that Su Rouge will completely hit the dust, including Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, that person cannot stay. Before doing things also personally appear. Left behind there is evidence. Lately, I've been dealing with things, and I'm not taking the initiative on my own. This time the 10 high school principals were pulled down by him. It can be seen how quickly this person grows up. This is the children of a big family. There is now evidence of Zhou Liang and not of the Zhou family. The Zhou family, but there are old foxes. Abandon the son to protect the general can definitely do it. If there was enough strength, where would there be so much trouble? Taking advantage of this opportunity, it was the right time to go hunting demonic beasts outside of the city to enhance their strength. Sumor sneaked up to the city gate guards. If anyone asks you if you've seen me out of town, just say no. Bai Xiu was also secretly paying attention to the recent events. You're not afraid of the boa? Looking at Sumor's posture, he was afraid that he wanted to stay outside the city for a long time. For the sake of strength, you can only gamble. You can't stop practicing just because of a boa. Sumor turned around and left the city, and ran out again not long after. What's wrong? That boa is out there. Bai Xiu stared at Sumor with a contemptuous face. Just now you were quite righteous. This moment you wimped out. Sumor went out once more, and Bai Xiu sat and waited for Sumor to run back. As a result, he didn't see Sumor's figure even after waiting for a few minutes. This kid isn't stupid. Since he dares to go out, he must be practicing special techniques. At this moment, after Sumor came out, he secretly said that the hidden concealment technique was worthy of being a Shin grade upper grade technique. It can mask his breath. The boa was hiding in the shadows, and presumably saw that Sumor didn't come out and had already left. Sumor hid and didn't appear. This boa was not weak in spirit. Sure enough, not long after, a huge figure appeared, staring at the city gates. Sumor's mind moved, and with the help of the hidden concealment technique, he stepped on the snow to perform it. The body continued to advance in the mist. When it came to the red area, Sumo's mind coalesced, not daring to have the slightest carelessness. This was the most dangerous zone. From the spatial ring, he took out a protective suit. It's made from the skin of a mutant water snake. After Sumor threw it out, his body fled far away. Boa, who was still staring at the outside of the city, violently sensed something and his body backed up sharply. Sumor was extremely fast and reversed a direction so as not to collide with Boa when the time came. When Sumor returned, he took out his Xian Iron Longsword. Kill a grade 2 first order demon beast. Gain 30,000 kill points. Demonic beasts also have strengths and weaknesses. and gain kill points differently. However, a level 2 demonic beast, at the very least, had tens of thousands of kill points. Slaughtering so many demonic beasts before attracted quite a few numerous second-level demonic beasts. Kill a second-grade demonic beast. Gain 40,000 kill points. Sumo held the Shin Iron Blade and traveled through the mists. Every time he hunted a demonic beast, he would collect the important materials and then throw the corpse in the distance. The purpose was to attract more demonic beasts to come. As night fell, the surroundings had been shrouded in clouds, and you could only see about 10 meters around you. At that moment a voice rang out. Stacked waves. The mists were blown away by the blade chi, and a huge demonic beast split right down the middle. Sumo stood still, his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a 5-meter-sized demonic beast in front of him that was directly cut through the middle by Sumo. Hunted and killed the grade 2, 4th order demon beast mammoth. Gained 80,000 kill points. Sumo's eyes erupted with a divine light. Passing pulse 2nd level, decapitating a demonic beast equivalent to passing pulse 4th level. He really did it. After sensing the movement around him, Sumo collected the materials and his body was like a spirit monkey as he turned around and jumped towards a large tree. Click, click, click. The sound of bones crushing rang out. This was the first time Sumo had spent the night outside of the city, and even though he was now at the 2nd level of pulse passage, he couldn't help but get nervous. The scarlet eyes were like millstones, and only vaguely visible was the large open mouth with sharp teeth that emitted a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The body was in the mist and not particularly clear to see. Not long after, the demonic beast's corpse was directly devoured and its figure disappeared into the mist. Sumo hid behind a large tree and was startled when he turned his head. A spider the size of a man's head stared at Sumo in death. Sumo split the spider in half with one slash. Kill a level 1 demonic beast. Gain 4,000 kill points. It was better than nothing. And now kill points below 10,000 could no longer attract Sumo's attention. Sumo carefully checked that there were no demonic beasts in the big tree before closing his eyes. A short while later, the sound of vibrations woke up Sumo. Subconsciously, he gripped the Shin Iron Sword in his hand. The fog obscured the surrounding area from clear view, and even the watch radar could only detect movement in a 20-meter radius. Sumo went down the tree and directly decapitated the 2 demonic beasts under the tree. Kill a grade 1, level 7 demonic beast. Gain 18,000 kill points. Kill a grade 1, 9th order demon beast. Gain 24,000 kill points. Sumo changed a big tree to continue to rest. Cannot blame him. Who let these 2 demonic beasts cannot move a little less, affecting him to sleep. The whole tree are shaking up. Can't sleep. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, 2nd level of chakra passage. Heart technique, shaping the Tao technique 2, 1, 000, 000/300, 000. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, minor success 10000/300000. Treading snow, yellow grade high grade 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, medium success 20000/50000. Hidden concealment technique, metaphysical grade upper grade 0/1000000. Proficiency, minor success 110, 000/500. 000. Blood value, 3, 000, 000/6, 000, 000. Kill points, 237,6593. It was only over 2 million kill points, and it was still over 600,000 short of wanting to break through to the 3rd level of the passage vein, which would be possible tomorrow. Just as Sumo was about to fall asleep, the tree trembled once again, and the temperature around it is getting colder and colder. All of Sumo's sleepiness disappeared at once. With the aid of radar, head in the direction of the vibrations. With such powerful fluctuations, there should be demonic beasts fighting. Could it be Boa? Sumo didn't dare to be careless with the help of radar detection. After all, above grade, radar won't detect it. As long as the demonic beasts were not dangerous, Sumo killed them in passing. Rumble. The earth roared and cracked, and the mists around them had been dispersed into a land of ice. Sumo lay down next to the stone. Suddenly I realized that the stone was trembling. Sumo went up for a slash. What a class, and worthy to pass off as a stone. Kill a 2nd grade 7th order demonic beast. Gain 90,000 kill points. Sumo's eyes lit up after hearing this. These 2 demonic beasts were too powerful. The surrounding demonic beasts that didn't escape actually fainted in fear. What a godsend. Chapter 38, Cooperation. Slaying 3rd grade demon beasts. 2 million killing points. At this moment, Sumo was utilizing the essence of Old 6. Constantly hunting those demonic beasts that had fainted. Kill a grade 2, 7th order demon beast. Gain 100,000 kill points. Kill 1 second grade 8th order demonic beast. Gain 130,000 kill points. Kill a grade 2, 9th order demon beast. Gain 170,000 kill points. After turning Sumo hunted a dozen or so demonic beasts, he finally realized that something was wrong. Why were they all second-level demonic beasts? It was impossible for such a powerful place to be devoid of third-level demonic beasts. Sumo thought of something, stepped on the snow and hurriedly ran towards the distance. The two demonic beasts that were still fighting suddenly stopped. A boa on one end and a huge black hawk on the other. Is this the mole you're talking about? Not bad. It's this person who killed my son. Didn't expect that. And really dared to come over. The boa opened its mouth and let out a strange shriek. At this moment, Sumo's face changed as dense red dots appeared above the watch radar. Bang! The watch radar blew right off. Sumo's expression changed. After approaching the big tree, with the help of the hidden Een technique, suppress your breath, the current Sumo didn't dare to break through either. If there was an accident and an instant breakthrough, his body would be able to recover quickly, and he might even be able to save his life at that time. A demonic beast appeared from the mist, with dozens of them. Sumo's expression changed. These should all be demonic beasts of the divine orifice realm. Roar! A demonic beast suddenly stood up and pounded its chest. Sumo's color changed. Wasn't this the gorilla from before? Before Sumo could react, the gorilla came this way. And at this moment Sumo's heart beat faster. The gorilla stopped a short distance away from the tree where Sumo was hiding, his huge body bending. Sumo was about to run when the gorilla clasped his hands. Sumo's face changed as the gorilla pulled the tree up. At this moment, Sumo's eyes flashed with surprise, and disbelief, and more than anything else, fear. The gorilla didn't kill him and kept sweeping across the room with the big tree. Sumo was just being in the middle of hiding in the palm of her hand. Why? Sumori fear could only wait quietly. Dozens of demonic beasts converged next to the boa, constantly hissing, as if reporting back. 3 ice arrows coalesced out of the boa. Bang! 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 3 demonic beasts in the distance directly died. Find it for me. I'll kill you if you don't. The third-level demonic beasts dispersed and hurriedly ran towards the mists. He's hiding in that chimpanzee. Blackhawk spits out human words. I know. He can't move. Black Eagle also thought of something, and a flash of fluctuation flashed through his eagle eyes. After walking away, the chimpanzee lifted Sumo. Hello there, we meet again. Sumo smiled a greeting. Roar! Big brother, I can't understand. The chimpanzee placed Sumo on his shoulder and his body ran towards the mist. It was only at this moment that Sumo noticed that the chimpanzee's eyes were bursting with a flash of golden light, and it was as if these mists didn't exist in his eyes. Sumo was shocked. No wonder he was hiding and only this gorilla could find him. This was his third meeting with the gorillas. The first time he tigers and hunts vultures and a tiger, and the second time he lures the boa into its territory. This is the third time. The chimpanzee came to a mountain peak, put Sumo down, and pointed to a crack, then pointed at Sumo, followed by a punch that shattered the fist next to him. Sumo could roughly understand what it meant. Look down. Mother, so deep. The crack was small enough for only one person to pass through, and below it was a fruit tree with a few red fruits hanging from it. Now he finally understood what the gorilla meant, and it turned out that he was told to pick this over. The gorilla was too big to get down, and there were whacked breaks around the edges. Ho, 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 ho. The gorilla found a vine and stood on the mouth of the cliff, pointing his finger at Sumo. Sumo took a deep breath. What a smart gorilla. This guy grew up to be absolutely terrifyingly ruthless. Sumo could only grab the vines and go down slowly. When he was very close to the fruit tree, Sumo took a look downward. Damn, it was too deep to see the bottom. The gorilla was a third-level demonic beast and also climbed for a long time. If he goes down this way, won't he fall into a meat pie? As for picking the fruit off and hiding it, Sumo pressed the idea. This gorilla was chicken thief. How many fruits must have been counted? Suoma cut the tree down. Kill the third-level mutant spirit fruit tree. Gain 300,000 kill points. Sumo sucked in a breath of cool air. This fruit tree was actually a mutated third level. Then these fruits. As Sumo froze, the vines were directly thrown up, subconsciously grabbing the vines. Just coming up, the gorilla grabbed Sumo, snatched the fruit over and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a mouthful, a red light appeared on his body. In the blink of an eye, a smattering of golden hairs appeared on his chest. The gorilla pounded his chest and let out a startling roar. Falling rocks are appearing quite a bit all around. The gorilla grabbed Sumo and leapt down from the peak. Sumo's soul was scared out of his body. Bang! With a shocking sound, the ground cracked out hundreds of meters. Trees kept falling. Suor's throat rolled. This gorilla is getting so powerful. What the hell is that fruit? You can't think about it so much. It's still important to stay alive. The gorilla ran up from the middle of the woods, rampage all the way. Then he came into the middle of a forest, and with a big wave of his hand, a large tree several meters thick directly snapped. 100-meter-sized boar appeared with 2 tusks in its mouth emitting a black glow. See the gorilla make a grunting noise. The gorilla pounded his chest and ran up to the boar and punched it. Big brother, don't. Sumore's soul was almost flying in fear. If this gorilla's hand was penetrated by the boar, he would definitely burp. What Sumore was worried about didn't happen. The boar's tusks were directly broken, and its 100-meter-sized body flew out even more. Sumore was shocked in his heart. He could tell that this boar was also a 3rd-level demonic beast. He didn't know exactly which level. The gorilla put Sumore down and points to the boar. Now he's mine? The gorilla nodded. Sumore was also not polite. Walking to the boar, the Shin iron blade was directly inserted into the boar's head. A knife burst. Kill a 3rd-grade 8th-order demonic beast. Gain 2 million kill points. Sumore was shocked in his heart and put the body away. Right in that 100-meter-sized spatial ring, the gorilla grabbed Sumore and his body ran towards the outside. It was unknown how long had passed. Sumore finally saw the familiar city wall. The gorilla put Sumore down. Sumore turned his head to look at the gorilla. The gorilla casually pulled up a large tree, pointed at Sumore, then at himself, and finally snapped the tree. Sumore nodded. Today he helps the gorilla, who gives him a wild boar in return and takes him back to a safe area. The next time we meet, it's either you or me. The gorilla disappeared. And Sumore didn't return to the city because the city gates would be closed by night to prevent demonic beasts from entering. Besides, Sumore had no intention of going back. Finding a hidden place, Sumore hid his breath. He could break through. Chapter 39, the 4th level of pulse penetration. Suyao came to apply for an account. When we meet that chimp later, we'll see who the deer is. Sumore looked at the system panel. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Realm, 2nd level. Heart technique, shaping the Dao technique 2, 1. 000/300. 000. Martial arts, stacked waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30. 000/100. 000. Proficiency, little success 100. 000/300. 000. Treading snow, yellow grade high grade 10. 000/50. 000. Proficiency, medium success 200. 000/500. 000. Hidden concealment technique, metaphysical grade upper grade, 0/100. 000. 000. Proficiency, little success 11. 000. 000/500. 000. Blood value, 3. 000. 000/6. 000. 000. Kill points, 877, 7779. The Shen grade upper grade hidden concealment technique with a beginner's level of proficiency was sufficient. Next he focused on strength. Extra points. With the 3 million kill value disappearing after that, Sumore's realm directly reached the 3rd level of the passing vein. With the operation of the Dao shaping heart technique, at this moment, Sumore had a feeling that he was like a sponge. The cells in his body constantly absorbed the surrounding aura and polished his flesh. After the breakthrough, Sumore didn't rush to break through to the next realm, but carefully sensed the changes in his physical body. A small stream of wind appeared around Sumore. These were pooled auras. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the flesh absorbed the aura slowly until it disappeared. At this moment, Sumore felt that the strength of his physical body was more than doubled compared to the 2nd level of pulse passage. It was not yet the moment of testing. Sumore continued to add points, this time disappearing 4 million. The body suddenly rolled over, and a powerful force of chi and blood impacted the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. There is a small bottleneck in the middle of the 3rd to 4th weight. However, with the system plus, this kind of small bottleneck was completely non-existent for Sumore. The surrounding aura continued to pour into Sumore's body. The meridians continued to expand, metamorphose, and thicken. Physical strength was also increasing rapidly. After a few hours had passed, Sumo opened his eyes, and there was a stream of light appearing in the bottom of his eyes. Looking at the remaining 1 million kill points, Sumore revealed contemplation. The stacked wave blade was his means, and Sumore began to add points. As the 70,000 kill points disappeared, the stacked wave blade had turned into a Shien grade lower grade blade technique. Continuing to add points, the kill points disappeared by 200,000, turning it into a Shien level middle grade, before adding 500,000 points, turning it into a Shien level upper grade. Sumore's eyes flashed with surprise. The stacked wave blade couldn't continue to be upgraded. It looked like it would at most reach the upper Xian grade. There were still 1 million kill points remaining, and Sumor added all of them to proficiency. At this moment, an image suddenly appeared in Sumor's mind. Holding a long sword in his hand, he stood above the sea, the sword in his hand constantly waving, the waves around him constantly flooding and overlapping. A sword was swung out. 100 layers of blade chi transformed into waves, constantly repeating and superimposing. A sword cracked mountains and broke rivers. Sumor opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Looking at the Xian iron blade in his hand, he had a feeling that he was going to swing it out. However, thinking that this was outside the city in the mists and there were dangers everywhere, he could only suppress the thoughts in his mind. Treading snow's level should also be raised a bit. Sumor added points to treading snow, turning it into a Xian rank lower grade. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, passing through the vein 4th level. Heart technique, shaping the Dao technique 2, 1, 000, 000/300, 000. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, Xian grade, complete. Treading snow, Xian grade lower 50,000/500000. Proficiency, minor achievement 2000000/800000. Hidden concealment technique, Xian grade upper grade, 0/1, 000, 000. Proficiency, minor achievement 110, 000/500, 000. Blood value, 1000000/150000000. Kill points, 27779. After a busy schedule and nearly dying, the realm had only risen by 2 levels, cultivating the Xian grade upper grade stacked wave blade to perfection. If Sumor's thoughts were known to others, they would have cursed Versailles. A quick glance at the weather showed that the clouds were no longer as thick as they had been before and were dispersing quite a bit. Sumor took a deep breath, took his knife and started hunting demonic beasts. Kill a level 1 demonic beast and gain 8,000 kill points. Kill 15 level 1 demonic beasts and gain 130,000 kill points. Sumor continued walking towards the depths. Kill a second grade 3rd order demonic beast. Gain 50,000 kill points. Sumor sighed. In order to obtain a large amount of kill value, he still needed the demonic beast swarm. Sumor took out the map and looked at the places marked on it. This time he set his sights on the iron-tooth crocodile pack, as well as the 3-tailed wolf pack in another place. At the gate guard, White Fix was answering a call from his sister. Have you seen him come back yet? That kid hasn't been back since yesterday. Probably got high and crazy in the wilderness. Will he be in danger? That kid is so smart. He won't be in danger. No. Why are you this concerned about him? I guess. What do you care? Watch your gait. Bai Xiu listened to the beeping sound coming from his cell phone, a depressed look on his face. When there's something going on, it's your brother. When there's nothing going on, the ass isn't one. In the middle of the martial artist guild, Shiroyuki held her cell phone to reveal her contemplation. Could that guy be in danger? Wasn't he targeted by Boa before? Should I go out and see if he's in danger? What if I go over and attract a more powerful demonic beast? Shiroyuki tangled up. Security management service at the moment. The whip in Lu Shuetian's hand was thrown hard at the other party. Who sent you here? How dare you come to the security management office and kill people? Lu Shuetian's eyes narrowed. Yesterday he received a call that a demonic beast had mutated. It's the middle of the storm, and he can't believe it's such a coincidence. Fortunately, with the spiritual liquid given by Su Mo earlier, Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo had already broken through the pulse passage realm. It didn't occur to me that this person across the street was so bold that he really dared to blend in. Brother Lu, the investigation came out. Zhang Dahai ran and brought the man's information over. Lu Shuetian's eyes narrowed after taking a look. What do you see here? The eyes of those who had said nothing before widened. I said, it's Fang Jiangyu. Hearing those 3 words, Lu Shuetian's eyes narrowed and flashed dangerously. Are you sure you're talking about Fang Jiangyu? That's him. I went to elementary school with him and helped him with something before. As this person narrated, Lu Shuetian walked outside, sat on the ground, and lit a cigarette. After smoking, he stood up, leaving a long, drawn-out back. Fang Jiangyu, you want to get me killed. Fine. Let's see if I don't check you out. Lu Shuetian had just walked to the office when he saw a familiar person. This person is, of course, Su Ballad. Come in. Every time Su Ruan saw Lu Shuetian, she had the feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. Sign it. Lu Shuetian handed Su Rouge a piece of paper with conditions densely written on it. The first thing was that her account had been struck out by Su Moore. The second is the compensation for the Su Ballad. Su Moore was about to speak when Lu Shuetian glanced at her. Come on. Before you posted that there was no relationship with Su Moore, saying that people's parents used you. Chapter 40, The Scolded Su Yao. $30 million in IOUs. If you sign it, it's good to get the word out to prove what you're saying is true, or you're just a deadbeat. Suro did not want to sign. As long as she signed, the account would be gone, and it would be hard to have a separate account. The first condition, she must have her own house, completely hers. Even buying a one-bedroom house would be close to $1 million. Where would she get that kind of money? She spent all her money on potions. I disagree. The big deal is getting yelled at by someone else. I'm sorry, but Suro is the head of the household, and he calls the shots. Not to mention that because of your inappropriate remarks, you no longer have the right to refuse. If you don't sign it, you may have to see it in court. Give me a moment. Suro turned around and walked toward the outside, picked up his cell phone and started calling Suro. I'm sorry, you've reached. After Suro called a dozen times in a row, the phone was turned off, sending a message to Suro. Looking at that red exclamation mark, a grievance welled up in his heart. Obviously you weren't like this before. Why did you become like this? I'm your sister. Many people who came to the security management office to do their work saw Suro's pearly appearance. Bah, really a money loser. Just a dog that knows how to wag its tail even after feeding it for 10 years or so. Such a person still has the face to cry. Her brother is desperately trying to earn money for her cultivation, and he doesn't even blink when he buys more than $200,000 of clothes. The ugly duckling is delusional about being a white swan, and the dead crow is delusional about flying to the branch and becoming a phoenix. Z9 City has actually appeared a trashy commodity like this. It's really disgraced Z9 City. Hurry up and go. Look at her crying again. Maybe she'll say we're bullying her later. Hurry up and go. Suro's tears flowed down again. If she had testified and Suro hadn't been expelled, was it possible that none of this would have happened? But that's $10,000. Suro worked for a long time to earn. Not to mention that at that time, he could also let him work for Zhou Liang, a few $1,000s a month. Doesn't he suffer a little aggravation? And now what about her? She's all scolded. Zhou Liang? Yes, Zhou Liang. Su Yuan called Zhou Liang. Hey, you do me a favor? You say? Zhou Liang's voice came from the phone. Lend me $2 million. I want to buy a house. And Suro is kicking my account out. I can't help you. Now that my allowance is restricted, I can still get $100,000 out, but not $200,000. Besides, you can buy $200,000 worth of clothes without blinking an eye, and you're still missing the $2 million. Suro's complexion changed. After hanging up, he gritted his teeth and dialed another number. Su Ballad, don't tell me you've caused trouble again. I don't have the time to take care of you right now. Principal, Suro is kicking my account out. I have no choice. You buy a house is not on the line. $200,000 of clothes are bought. You are still worse than this. You sell Suro house. Lousy lost $20 million to others, just to keep you. And then you're given $1 million reward. So you can have no money? I spent it all. You're good. A few million. Say no. Your brain is kicked by a donkey or clogged with. I'll buy the blood enhancement pill. That thing is 100,000 a piece. Buy a few and the money will be gone. Su Ballad said carefully. You naive batch. 205. Stupid. Blood increasing pills eat a few of the effect of the slow disappearance. You do not tell me that you still eat all the time. Su Ballad could only mumble her mouth in response. Dahi mother, old me is really pissed off by you. You use elixirs to make a strong boost here. Don't hammer yourself. Don't damn it. When the time comes, you can't even beat someone with less than 200 chi in blood. Forget it. I'll fix it for you. Hurry back. Disgraceful thing. Still a genius. Can't even set your brother straight. What a waste. One more thing. What's the matter? Piece by piece. Gulp. And a payout of $7 million. Su Ballad could hear a deep breath from across the room. Good. I'll give you $10 million. Together with the $20 million paid out before. This is $30 million. You give me an IOU, or else I won't lend you any money. You ask for another one. Do you think that my money came from the gale? Big deal. I don't want you as a genius. 10 highs ago no martial artist appeared also came over. As a result, because of the appearance of a U, the reputation is stinking. Suro's face went bloodless when she heard that the principal wasn't going to help her. I sign. Then come back and sign it. And when you do, I'll pay you to hurry up and finish your. Lu Shuetian looked at Suro's back as she left, the corner of her mouth tinged with derision. Not long after that the phone rang. Old Lua, there's a Su Rouge account. You see? Lu Shuetian's mouth was tinged with playfulness. She just has to have the house and wave her hand. Old Lu, to ask you about something, that Wu Chou. Because of her, now the city lord is dissatisfied with all of us 10 high. Lu Shuetian spoke out to interrupt. Old classmate, I'll be honest with you. The day I brought it back, Wu Chou was already dead. What did you say? You didn't lie to me, Did you? Brought back spitting blood and dead. They had already taken the poison long ago, and I don't know who was so cruel. Nothing is accounted for and it's already dead. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shuetian picked up another cell phone, then quickly wrote a line on a piece of paper. Back inside the cell, the phone rings. The person who was interrogated by Lu Shuetian before looked at Lu Shuetian. I've given a full account. Give me a break. It has nothing to do with my family. As it says. Good. Lu Shuetian put the phone through. Hey, what's up? You didn't make a move, did you? No, it's not. Where is the security management office so easy to get into? Not to mention the circuits. The place of confinement are to be figured out. The plan is to move in 2 days. That's good. That's good. Don't move. Don't do this mission. I'll pay the money as it is. Why? Just don't ask. The phone hung up and Lu Shuetian looked at the recording, the corner of his mouth rising. It was his good fortune to know Sumo. It wouldn't be long before he was promoted. Well done. In the middle of the 10 high office, Fong Zhengyu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Almost made a big mistake. After sitting down, he kept pondering over Lu Shuetian's words. Zhou Liang, really underestimated you. No wonder that old fox of the Zhou family did not agree. It turns out that he wanted to pull me down. Oh, you want to remove yourself from it, but unfortunately you don't know that Lu Shuetian is my classmate. The next step was to prepare for the martial arts exams with peace of mind and redeem his reputation. Once Wu Qiu died, his position was preserved. Anyway, he died in the security management office, which had nothing to do with him, and was almost pulled down by the Zhou family. After thinking about this, Fong Zhengyu called Lu Shuetian and said he wanted an autopsy report. Lu Shuetian of course gave. Dog bites dog. Of course he is happy to see. Instead of letting someone else expose it, it would be better to let that Fong Zhengyu take the initiative to expose it. Chapter 41, Cursing Su Yao. Cursing the principal. Great pleasure. After Fong Zhengyu received Lu Shuetian's fax, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the contents on it. Zhou Liang, Zhou Liang, you're much more ruthless than that old man in your family. You're not following the rules at all. Since Zhou Liang wanted to pull him down, why couldn't he pull Zhou Liang down? But that old fox of the Zhou family is a bit of a pain in the ass, doing things very low-key. Lu Shuetian had planned to be about to go on inspection when he suddenly received a phone call. Brother Lu. A dark voice came from the opposite side. Lu Shuetian's eyes flashed with surprise. This was a call from Sun Knight, one of the heads of the black market. What is it? About that Sumo. Someone from the Zhou family went to Jiangquan today. There was an inexplicable emotion brewing under Lu Shuetian's eyes. You go on. The person I planted around Jiangquan send me a recording and I'll send it to you. Yes. Older brother Sun Knight. I'll give you a word of explanation as well. Someone is going to make a move against the Zhou family. Old brother Sumo has broken through the passing vein. The sound of a teacup falling came over the phone. Brother Lu really didn't lie to me? We've been working together for so many years. You should know my identity. Otherwise you wouldn't have chosen to work with me in the first place. Do you think I'd lie to you? Z9 City's black market is cluttered, and it's time for a real black market head to appear and unify the planning arrangements. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a long moment. I know what to do. Don't use that pawn of yours too often. It's easy to set you up if the other side realizes it. If you can plant people, others can plant people around you. Brother Lu, don't you understand me? Sun Knight asked a rhetorical question. Lu Shuetian nodded. He just had a number in his heart. Lu Shuetian turned the phone recording on and heard a familiar voice. The second oldest member of the Zhou family, Zhou Bangyu's voice. Brother Jiang, as long as this person in the photo dies, $500 million will arrive immediately. Isn't this the genius sister's brother? Sumo? That's him. Okay, I know. I'll get someone to set it up. There's a big thank you when it's done. After backing up his stuff, Lu Shuetian took a deep breath. This Zhou family's penis could no longer run away. And at that time, if old brother Sumo exposed his strength, I'm afraid that at that time, a lot of people would be willing to fall on their sword. The icing on the cake isn't always done, and no time is spared when it comes to dropping a stone. Lu Shuetian tried to make a call to Sumo and realized that the phone couldn't be reached. Probably went outside the city again. That kid isn't afraid of that boa. Not long after, Su Rouge came over. Management Lu, I'm here to handle the account. Can't you see it's almost closing time? Not a bit of human decency. Lu Shuetian turned around and left after he finished speaking, ignoring Su Rouge in the back. Such a woman is selfish, has eyes only for herself, and is ungrateful. He didn't want much contact with people like that. Management Lu, please, I'm going on inspection now, and if there's a problem with human life, you're responsible. Suro did not dare to speak. She could not afford to carry this responsibility. Tomorrow and the day after are weekends, and you don't have to come. Suro had a bad feeling in her heart. He wouldn't not handle it for her. After Lu Shuetian left, Suro walked towards the school. Halfway down the road, a panicked voice rang out. A mutant leech twisted and crawled across the pavement with a body the size of 2 meters. Not only that, but a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from his back, glowing blood red, and a bloodless dead man lay beside him. After Su Rouge encountered it, her face turned pale and she turned to run away. Isn't this that genius martial artist Su Rouge? Aren't you a martial artist? Go kill that demonic beast. Go! Su Rouge's face gradually turned pale as she heard others recognize her. She hadn't fought a demonic beast yet. Her legs went weak at the sight of the demonic beast. Go on. This is a freshly mutated one. It shouldn't be as strong as you. Go and kill it. The mutant leech's wings flapped and flew at the crowd. After Su Ruan saw it, she let out a cry of shock and her face swished pale. How was she going to fight a demonic beast when she had nothing? The mutant leech grabbed a person and took a bite. The person's blood was absorbed and a cold corpse lay on the ground, looking for death. By this time, Zhang Dahai had already rushed over, and with his hand, the mutant leech directly turned into 2 halves from the center. Blood spurted all over the place. Zhang Hai's heart sank as he looked at the 2 cold corpses lying on the ground. I'm sorry I'm late. Many people noticed that Zhang Dahai's body was still stained with blood, so he should have gone to hunt other demonic beasts. Management Zhang has worked hard. We should be the ones to thank you. Yeah, we don't know how many people would have died if you hadn't come over. Zhang Dahai took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. The next time you come across a demonic beast mutation, run towards a place with a building. Demonic beasts have huge bodies, and where there are obstacles, their speed will drop, and their chances of escape are quite a bit greater. Management Zhang, we know, it's all because of this Su Ro. She's a martial artist. She doesn't go hunting demonic beasts and runs towards our crowd. That's right. Let her go kill demonic beasts and stand there not even daring to move. No, that's not it. Su Ro wanted to defend herself and realized that Zhou Dahai didn't even look at her. Gentlemen, hurry home. Not long after, Li Wuyo and Lu Shuetian also rushed to come. Seeing the 2 cold corpses, it was hard to hide a touch of complexity in his heart. They had already seen too many demonic beasts mutate and dead people appear. There's no defense. No way around it. Looking at the pale-faced Su Ballad. Scram. Today's matter will be registered by our security management office. As a martial artist without a bit of commitment, even one like you deserves to be called a genius martial artist. At the moment, in Lu Shuetian's eyes, Su Ro did not even have the qualifications to let him scold him. Suddenly, he thought of the time when he had just met Su More's oldest brother, a chicken-killing knife that directly cut down the mutated lobster. The latter assisted them in hunting mutated water snakes and slaughtering demonic beasts for 30 miles outside the city. Then look at this Su Rouge. Also being a martial artist, he didn't even have the courage to face a demonic beast. No, not for the record. I have no combat experience. After hearing these words, a murderous intent surged out of Lu Shuetian's body. What about all the knowledge you've learned? Can't you even use it? Tell them to scatter and flee. Seek shelter in buildings. And you tell me you didn't learn? Say, if you're going to say you didn't learn, I'm going to go to your school 3 steps at a time and apologize. Don't look down. Look at me. Look straight at me. Face me, cub seed. Su Rouge lowered her head and didn't say anything. The 3 men began to clean up the battlefield. Faced with such nothing but gas to themselves, she would just scream in front of Su More. And it wouldn't take long before she couldn't scream anymore. No princess life, got princess disease. Lu Shuetian turned his head and took out his cell phone, dialing a call. Hey, Lao Lu, you can do this, principal can't do it. Your brain is kicked by a donkey or clogged with. If you don't want to do it, I'll suggest it to the city hall. Fang Zhengyu held the phone in a daze. Chapter 42 Principal scolded. City Lord's office questioned. Su Yao scolded again. What kind of person is called a genius when their brain is stuffed with and their eyes don't work well? And ask me to get her an account. I'll help her grandma's leg. What the hell? Grass. It's bad luck for me to know you. Don't ever ask me for a job again. After Lu Shuetian hung up the phone, he took a deep breath. Cool. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo. Cool. Pack up your things and let's leave. When that principal has to come over to make amends. Fang Zhengyu put down the phone. His face was gloomy, although he didn't know what was happening. It must have something to do with Su Rouge. After the meeting was adjourned, he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Ballad's number. Not long after, the office resounded with the sound of Fang Zhengyu's growl. Are you retarded? Where's that usual smartass? The smartass that screwed your brother out of his money and sold your parents' house? Still with a blank brain and an account that can't be processed. Why can you think of me? Even if you call and we rush over there, it's good for us. You're such a ing waste. Old me was really blind to train you. Training a dog would be more useful than you. Keep your head up. Don't play ing aggravated. And look straight at my cub seed. Buy clothes 200,000 without blinking. Said only buy you like that confidence it. Now run where? Say it. Retarded. Brain dead. Piece of nothing. I've kind of realized that the closer I get to you, the less good things happen. And I now suspect that your adoptive parents were both killed by you. I'll be grimacing at you by then. 2. Your reputation is all over the place right now. And maybe the big universities in the north have a problem with you right now. It's not easy to have a chance to perform and you backed out. You've had too much pig brain. No. Saying pig insults the pig. You're a martial artist. Even if you're injured it's not fatal. Seeing you fight so hard, how will others look at it then? Look at the Northern District Martial Artist Forum now, posting about you. And there's a lot of cursing down there. We're all cursed and stank at the 10th high. Fang Zhengyu took a deep breath and was about to continue speaking when he saw a phone call, after which his face turned pale and his body trembled a little. The attitudes all became respectful. Hey, City Lord, if you're not right for that position, I can replace you. I should still have that right. It's my fault. I'll fix it. I've punished her. You have to understand. City Lord, after all, the students haven't been out of school. Their combat experience is poor. And all they've learned is theory. But she didn't even play out her theoretical knowledge. Fang Zhengyu couldn't wait to slap himself right now. The city lord hung up the phone, and Fang Zhengyu sat down on his chair with his butt looking at the ceiling. His eyes gradually became hollow. It's over. It's all over. I had thought that the Wuchao thing was over. And now something like this is happening because of Su Rouge. It's so tiring, destroying. Or else kill Su Ballad and kill yourself. Get out. Get out. Get out. Don't let me see you. I'm pissed off at the sight of you. Wait till you pay me back. $30 million. Just like you still want to enter the North Academy. Enter the wool. Suro left with her head down, looking a bit aggrieved. Seeing Wang Yang, the class teacher, wanting to complain about something. Wang Yang's face didn't look good. He didn't pay attention to Suro, turned his head towards the office, and came out with a bloody head. Su Rouge returned to her class, her head lowered, and she didn't say anything. No princess life, got princess disease. Many people who were jealous of Suro's breakthrough as a martial artist gloated at the moment. Zhou Liang placed a smile on his face after hearing these voices. People like Su Rouge are not necessarily wanted by key academic institutions. Self-inflicted. It looks like a breakthrough martial artist won't necessarily be accepted. Maybe they don't even want the ordinary academy. Also, TSK, 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 look at the online posts. I'll read them to you. Genius martial artist or genius. The comments below are even more exciting. Even though Su Ballad doesn't have a brain, she doesn't have a bear either. Such a person is weak, but she can cry. If you can't even use the theory, you're not cheating on the test, are you? Letting such a person become a martial artist. The heavens are truly blind. Shut up. Su Rouge suddenly stormed up and slapped the table. What's the point of yelling at us? Now that we've been scolded in class 9, what does this matter have to do with us? That's right. You made our 9th class suffer. I think it's better to expel them as well. Su Ballad took a deep breath. Okay, you guys wait. Su Rouge turned around and left the class after she finished speaking. Many people in the class began to be afraid. Su Rouge was a martial artist after all. They hadn't even reached 106 chi blood value yet, and there was still more than a month left before the martial arts exam. Su Moore, who was still outside the city at the moment, didn't know what had happened. Sumo's figure kept jumping on the big tree, and only a residual shadow could be seen. As a 3-meter-sized spider was hacked to death, Sumo let out a breath. All around were dense cobwebs, with a few more white bones hanging from them, their flesh and blood having been swallowed by the spiders. Kill a 2nd grade 7th order demonic beast. Gain 200,000 kill points. Sumo sat down on a tree to rest. At this moment, the Northern District Martial Artist Forum once again exploded. Demonic beasts roar at night. What happened? There were a few pictures below, a few stumps, unable to see their faces, surrounded by demonic beast corpses, especially the dozen or so demonic beasts that were close to 20 meters in size. The only thing that could be seen clearly was only the back of the demonic beast standing on its corpse, and because of the clouds, it wasn't particularly clear yet. Holding a basalt iron sword in his hand, there was still blood dripping from the tip of the sword from time to time. Sure enough, it's my husband. You still don't want to forgive me? It's you again. Upstairs. You seem to be a guy, right? You control me. You control me. You control me. They're both martial artists. Why is the gap so wide? Thinking about that genius student gives me a sense of sadness. I advise you to speak properly and not insult this one backstabber. That's right. A stinky like that can be compared to my backstabbing brother. For the photo shoot, Send me an address and I'll send you a copy of the top-of-the-line photo shooter. Who exactly do you guys think the backstabber is? Looking at his back, he's not particularly old? If I had known, I would have gone to the door and knelt down to recognize him as my big brother, giving him $1 million a month and begging him to recognize me as his little brother. I don't know if Backstage has a girlfriend. 34E, white long straight, 10 sweets, 11 figures in savings. If he were my boyfriend, it would all be his. 34, want to whore yourself out? Ugly, legs not straight, folded out of paper, 8 more decimal places, right? Don't defame a beautiful woman. Send a picture? Hey, I think I've seen this avatar of hers before. Let me look for it. I really found it. National Flyable Feather. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You say this person I can know. I also have resources. Xiao Yu and AAA Building Materials wants private life. Aren't we talking about Backstabber? Excuse me, that brother with resources. Send me a copy later. For a fee. Give me one too. Then I'll have one too. Chapter 43 Metamorphosis. North Courtyard's post. The entire North District exploded. In the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu looked at the flash of back on the forum. This brat's strength has increased again. I just don't know to what level exactly. Looking at the incoming call, a flash of surprise crossed the bottom of Baiyu's eyes. I can't believe you bothered to call me. Old man, how's that apprentice of mine doing? Regarding the disciples of the sect, you don't care about me as a disciple, do you? Old man, do you believe that I will tell the Master Mother? Better not. You see you can intern at the Martial Artist Guild, or I'll find a way for you to do so. A flash of contempt flashed under Baiyu's eyes. That person on the forum is your precious shut-in disciple. Take a look. Strong and tough, not even coming back outside of the city, keeping company with the sword and hunting demonic beasts. Wait until after the martial arts exam, and you come back too. Shirayuki's eyes crossed with a flash of surprise. Did something come up? It hasn't happened yet. I guess it's coming soon. A powerful demonic beast appeared outside of the city in our northern district, so maybe the attack on the city will be staged once again. Baiyu's mind tightened after hearing this. Every time a demonic beast attacked a city, blood flowed into rivers, white bones paved the way, and there were ruins everywhere, which would also be accompanied by the fall of many martial artists. At that time, I'll go back together with senior brother, just as my performance is finished. Good. After hanging up the phone, a layer of haze covered Baiyu's heart. Demonic beasts attacked the city, and the news didn't even dare to be released. Once released it can cause a huge panic. There's no use worrying about it when the car is on the wrong side of the mountain. There's a taller one to hold the sky when it falls. Shirayuki continued to stare at the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. Also staring at the forum at the moment was Lu Shuetian. Looking at that flash of back, he knew that it was his Sumo brother. Now even second-grade demonic beasts could be hunted down with their hands. Zhang Dahai and also Li Woyo had envy in their eyes. Right now, they couldn't catch up with Sumore's cultivation speed even if they beat their horses. If it wasn't for the spiritual liquid that Sumore had given them, they hadn't even broken through to the pulse-passing realm. Black Market Sun Knight looked at that back. Brother Lu, you lied to me. Where is this something that can be done by just breaking through the passing vein? As time passed, in the blink of an eye, the greater part of a month passed. A post blew up once again. I'm not a coward or a loser. There was also a photo below of a huge demonic beast on the ground that had lost its life. And the figure standing next to it had determination in its gaze, its hands still dripping blood. The post blew right up. Where did this come from to find someone to work with? That's right, this retarded girl also hunts demonic beasts? It's true, she's hurt too. I also saw it with my own eyes, and it was indeed her who decapitated the demonic beast. Suro turned to leave, her body staggering. She was going to enter the North Courtyard. She would definitely be able to get in. She was not a vase. This is her first step. She still has to take revenge. Sumore, you wait. You kicked my account out. I'm going to make you regret it. Waiting, along with all those who called her names, to be punched in the face. At this moment, Fang Zhengyu looked at the post and violently stood up from his seat. If you're acting, I urge you to apologize. No. Su Ruan directly hung up the phone. Fang Zhengyu's face flashed with surprise. Actually dared to hang up her phone, before scolding her who did not dare to return the favor. Could it be that he had really metamorphosed? Security Management Service. Zhang Dahai took the cell phone. Brother Lu, this Su Rouge has risen to prominence? Rise, don't tease. Just want to avenge the recovery of elder brother stranger, as well as make those who scolded her regret it. What do you care what she does? Just give her the account when she comes to do it. There's still a month to go before the martial arts exam, so we'll have a good show then. Lu Shuetian looked at the information inside his cell phone. This was sent to him by Sun Knight. Unable to find any trace of Sumore, the The Zhou family is a little anxious. This counts as a final wail. Early the next morning, a thread suddenly exploded with countless people. The North Academy examination will be set up in Z City, and the specific content of the examination will be arranged according to the main examination officer. The entire North District exploded at this notice. Why? Wasn't it always in A-Town before? To actually come to Z City, could it be that my Z City is going to rise as well? It can't really be for Sue Ballad, can it? Wake up upstairs. To enter the North Academy, at least a martial artist. The entire North District can be more than one martial artist. Surely hidden there are other martial artists. Some schools love to hold back a big pile, but why set in Z City is indeed a bit of a surprise. Not in line with the style of the North Academy and even sometimes the martial arts examination, are going to go forward to the North Academy to participate. Blaze Academy examination is set in Z City. The Tianfeng Academy assessment is set in Z City. Demon Slayer Academy examination set in Z City. Tianshur Academy test set in Z City. The Green Cliff School exam is set in Z City. 5 posts followed, and the entire North End all but exploded. What kind of magic does Z City have? Why are they all flocking in? This is the first time in history that the test has been set in Z City. Before even the ordinary test wasn't set in Z City. Mom, so excited. This is a feat for my Z-Town. A high point. Not even saying what the reason is. For whom exactly is it coming? Could it be that there is a true dragon hidden in my Z City? At this moment, within a luxurious office in the North Courtyard, let him have the assessment. Let him go and stay out of the way. The 4 North Academy teachers were baffled as to why such a decision had been made this year. White Moon is there. Just ask her when the time comes. My shut-in disciple is also in that place. What? Dean, when did you recruit a shut-in disciple? Long Lin Tian opened his cell phone and a flash of back appeared above the posting. This is my shut-in disciple. 18 years old. No contest. The strength is still a little worse. Several teachers hurried over, their pupils contracting. Dean, is this really your closed disciple? Of course, I'm not going to lie to you. This test is more of a morale boost than for him. Hunting and killing demonic beasts 30 miles outside the city. Along with the recent postings, the momentum building has been completed. Thinking about what was about to happen, these teachers' hearts sank as well. No wonder Dean wasted so much effort. So here it is. The 5 of them are also worried. Several of us are old comrades who have been side by side for many years. This demonic beast attack on the city is not trivial. Let's hope the North End doesn't look like that one. Dean took a deep breath, concern in his eyes. Hearing the Dean's words, they had the same complexity in their eyes. There were still 9 districts remaining, but before there were 10 large districts. Only one of them had all disappeared, razed to the ground by demonic beasts. This is the shame of mankind, and the biggest casualty of mankind in history. Hundreds of millions of living beings all died in the mouth of demonic beasts. 1 month left. Go down and get ready. Chapter 44, Narcissistic Su Yao, youngest main examiner. As the Northern Academy and also the 5 key academic institutions released their announcements, all 9 cities in the entire Z-word surged. After all, this was an honor shared by all the cities in the entire Z-word. The 9 city lords of the 9 cities of the word Z were brought together. Choosing Z City this time is an event for our common Z City. It must be done well. Lu Xuedao just smiled when he heard it, of which he somewhat guessed the exact thing. The North Academy, the 5 key academies all flooded in, and he didn't expect it, and he guessed that there was a possibility that there was a relationship with Su Moore. Next, we still need all of you to assist each other in mobilizing some people to build the venue for the martial examination. It should be. We haven't been this lively in Z-Town for a long time. There's an area that previous city lords have divided, in the area bordering our 9 cities, and it's enough to build it. It's a pity that for so many years, not to mention the key academies, even the higher ordinary academies don't come over, and our candidates have to laboriously go to other cities to take the test. As the 9 city lords spoke, a sadness welled up within them, as well as a hint of unwillingness. There was no way around it. Compared to other cities, the gap between Z City was indeed huge. As time festered, the entire Z City was buzzing with activity, and there were even martial artists on standby to be dispatched. Even many wild martial artists joined in, just to do their part for Z City, where the city gates were guarded. Bai Xiao looked at the martial arts forum. It didn't occur to me that for your sake, the Northern Academy, all 5 key academies have come in. Bai Xiao knew that it should be for Su Moore. Examiner? It was interesting. It looked like Su Moore should be the examiner. While he was fuming, a silhouette came outside. Bai Xiao didn't go up to say hello. This woman he didn't like. Suro returned and took a deep breath. This time she was hunting a demonic beast outside the city. The photo that was taken was about to be posted on the martial arts forum. After opening it, I looked at the top few posts and got excited inside. The The Northern Academy's examination location is actually set in Z City. Great, great. You all waited. It must have been for me. At that time I will create the myth of Z City. Those who insulted me, you all wait to regret it. There is still 1 month left for the martial arts examination to come, and I have to work hard, hunting a demonic beast outside the city today, and continuing to cheer tomorrow. Suro posted the photo and found a place to quietly stare at the comments below. This girl has really been scolded and woken up, and actually dares to go hunting demonic beasts outside the city. People go down the wrong path, and it's good to know when you've made a mistake. Not bad, there is growth. Worthy of being a genius martial artist, knowing shame. Not as much as a hair on my back brother's leg. Upstairs, reaching the age of a martial artist at this age and still being able to go out and hunt demonic beasts is already very good. Would you dare? You would have already wowed in fear. The corners of Suro's mouth rose after seeing this scene. Her reputation is also gradually changing. Although there are still voices of abuse. Wait until the examination. The North Courtyard to say that it is for her. At that time, to see who still dare to underestimate her. After seeing the content on the forum, the principal of the 10th high school, Fong Zhengyu, took a deep breath. This finally knows how to help itself, and there is still hope. Hope of being accepted into the North Academy. And he noticed that the posts scolding Su Rouge were now being censored. Even the ones who cursed them for being 10 high were removed quite a bit. Fong Zhengyu took out his phone and took a picture of the note that Suro signed, which he had already torn up. Take a picture and send it to Su Ballad, and send Su Ballad another $1 million. I'm happy to see you awakened. The matter of the IOUs has passed. This is a reward for you. Keep up the good work, and you'll see to the arrangements for the rest of the month. Suro watched Headmaster Fong Zhengyu's operation. The corner of her mouth rose and she snorted coldly. Turn around and come to the Martial Artists Guild. I'm going to buy a storage ring and a black knife. $1.5 million. Shirayuki replied without looking up. These are the 2 demonic beasts I hunted to obtain materials. Take a look. Bayu gave a price of $60,000 after taking a look at it. In the end, Su Ballad paid $44,000 out of her own pocket. It came out with a bit of disgruntlement on his face. Still a Martial Artists Guild. They can't even do business. And they don't know how to get a discount in the face of talented martial artists. Sooner or later, I'll make you all beg for it. Standing in the doorway fantasizing about the image of the North Academy announcing in a moment that it was for her, and that the 5 key academies would also be competing for her. A touch of pride spread across her face. Shirayuki shook her head as she looked at the back of the man standing in the doorway giggling. 1. Picking up his cell phone, he sent another message and sighed after seeing no reply. This guy calls the outskirts of town home. The 9 city lords of Z City worked feverishly for the next few hours, not afraid of getting tired at all. The 9 major cities bordering the area divided into places of assessment were too big, but they weren't the only ones. The other cities near the 9 cities also chose to come and help. None of them are stupid. But now it's a man who has a good relationship with Z-Town. Within just half a month, it had almost been built. The huge fortress that can hold close to 80 million people has been completed. This is still hiring martial artists and building it overnight. Otherwise it couldn't have been so fast. The martial arts exam is now a hot topic throughout the North End. Of course there was another person. And that person was Su Ballad. Hunting demonic beasts every day. Especially this time the image of the 3 demonic beasts lying beside each other. Their clothes already stained red with blood. Their faces pale and breathing heavily. Not to live up to the youth. Not to live up to their own. Go for it. Yao pay attention to rest. There is still half a month left. You should relax properly next. 1 person hunting 3 demonic beasts. Too strong. Wanting to hug the thigh. Not as much as a hair on my back brother's leg. Grass. You're there every time. Come out and let's fight one-on-one. Every time Su Ballad posts. This guy is bound to show up. Really convinced. At the city gate guard. Bai Xiu looked at the man who broke the defense. A smile on his face. Of course he said that line. He's kind of found joy lately in just watching people break their defenses. In all the time he'd been watching the gate, he'd never seen a woman so self-absorbed. Half a month added up to not even killing 20 demonic beasts. That's Su more. Every time I go there, I'm just stocking up. Not to mention that this was someone his big sister valued. So of course he had to stand for a wave. The youngest examiner of the North Academy will take office and preside over this session of the martial arts examination test, and the shut disciple of the dean of our North Academy, a talented martial artist. The North Yard can make a huge splash just by posting. The youngest examiner, the shut-in disciple of the dean of the North Courtyard, and a genius martial artist. 3 pieces of news, each one like a heavy hammer to their hearts. The North Academy was originally the cradle of geniuses, the holy land of the North region, and even the North Academy recognized talented martial artists. Just how demonic is that? At this moment, Suro's body trembled when she saw this news. Could the dean's shut-in disciple, a genius martial artist, be here for me? When Suro thought of this, a blush couldn't help but creep up on her face. Chapter 45, Devilman. The teacher of the North Academy came over and discussed the rules of the examination. A man of genius like this should be a beautiful, talented woman to match him. His own looks weren't that bad and his talent was strong, not to mention the fact that the test location was now in Z City, and the results were already obvious. Su Ballad thought herself still the most qualified. The comments continued to grow as Su Yao continued to stare. I really want to meet such a talented person. Could it be that the test was placed in Z City because of this talented martial artist? It's also possible. I have a bold guess now. This talented martial artist won't be here for someone upstairs. Have you read too many novels? You mean he's got his eye on Su Ballad? It's not out of the question. The comments below were varied, and a smirk flickered on Suro's face when she saw her name mentioned. Who says there's no chance that it might be for her? It takes a genius to match a genius. After Suro returned to her room, she washed and dressed up. Looking at herself in the mirror, her white and red skin, together with her smiling pretty face, she couldn't help but want to kiss herself when she looked at it. Took a few pictures and was about to post them when I suddenly stopped. Such a genius surely likes people who are diligent and hardworking. So tomorrow, continue to hunt demonic beasts outside the city. Su Ballad had already made up her mind. Su Moore, who was still outside the city at the moment, was facing an unprecedented calamity, because it wasn't a demonic beast that was being faced. This was the first time Su Moore had seen such a monster. Stout, about 2 meters tall, with 2 horns on his head and special lines spread across his face. Holds a pair of sledgehammers and is capable of spitting. Suemo held the Shin iron sword and stood opposite to this demon. I didn't expect you to survive my heavy hammer. Again, only to see the lanky figure, with both hammers raised, his body leapt and smashed at Su Moore. Su Moore's long sword resisted. There was a bang, splashes of fire, and Su Moore's body took a step back. The lanky figure gained momentum and swung both hammers quickly. Dang! The sound of collision kept ringing out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves passed. Suer drew back. Stacked waves. The Shin grade high-grade stacking wave was completely utilized by Su Moore at this moment. Shocker! The lanky figure had black gases wrapped around the top of his twin hammers. Bang! A loud collision sounded in the mists. The lanky figure's footsteps retreated one after another, and there was surprise in his eyes. He was actually repulsed by the man in front of him, looking for death. With a cold snort, the light above the double hammers flashed, and with a leap, they descended from the sky, smashing against Su Moore's head. Su Moore's long blade was erected in front of his chest. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Stacked waves. This time there was only one blade chi. Nothing fancy. Su Moore stood in place, and the figure that fell from the sky dropped to the sides when it was still a few centimeters away from Su Moore. Kill a demon of Divine Orifice 1. Gain 4 million kill value. Su Moore leaned on his body with his sword, feeling dizzy. A feeling of weakness came from within, as if his body had been drained. This was a move that he had comprehended after being outside the city for so long, and the only drawback was that the power in his body would be extracted after every execution. Such a move cannot be used lightly, especially outside the city. A demon? What the hell is this? It has not been documented. Get out your cell phone and take a picture. Shirayuki should recognize this thing and send it to her to look at when the time comes. As for the cheap master, there wasn't even a single contact. Putting the corpse and the twin hammers away, Su Moore turned around and left the place. A battle had just taken place here, and there was still the smell of blood, and now that his body was empty of power, he had to quickly find a place to recover. At this moment, in the middle of the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu was receiving a few people. Teachers, you've worked hard all the way. We're not working hard, we're just here early to see that little master of yours. The dean has praised him as a flower, not to mention that we need him to make up his mind on this examination, and we need to let the Z City Lord prepare in advance. Hearing this, Baiyu's face showed helplessness. That guy's been out of town for over a month, and even less news has come in lately, and we know he's still alive because of the last picture someone posted. The few teachers in the North Academy were quite satisfied to have such strong talent and work so hard. Good. Ding dong. Shirayuki's cell phone rang, and after seeing the photo on it, her expression changed. Teachers, look at this. After seeing the spliced together body, several people's faces changed. The demons actually appeared again? So Moore, where are you? Come back quickly. Shirayuki hurriedly sent a message to Su Moore. I'm almost at the Martial Arts Guild. Teachers wait, I'll bring them over to meet you later. The 4 teachers shook their heads and went out with Shirayuki. Luckily, it was nighttime and there was no one near the Martial Artist Guild. Otherwise, when others saw Su Moore, They would have thought that he would be a savage running from the middle of some primitive forest. Sister Baiyu, I'm back. Baiyu looked at Sumo unharmed, and then breathed a sigh of relief. There's still half a month left for the martial arts exam. If you don't come back, I'll think you're dead outside. Only then did Sumo notice that there were a few people following behind Baiyu, all sizing him up. Hurry up and wash up. I have something to tell you. Baiyu pulled Sumo to a place where he could wash up and turned to leave. When Sumo appeared once again, several teachers nodded their heads, looking so handsome, with deep eyebrows and a cold face, seemingly gentle, but actually rejecting people, without any emotional fluctuations in the bottom of their eyes. These are the teachers of the North Academy and the examiners for this time. Hello teacher. Sumo hurriedly greeted. Sumo right, there's no need to be polite. This time I came over. There's also something to find you. You can open the martial artist forum and take a look. Sumo took out his cell phone and opened the martial artist forum, and his pupils fluctuated when he saw the content above. You're the main examiner this time. What are your opinions in response to this examination? After everyone sat down, Sumo pondered. What made him notice was that the chief master that he recognized was actually the dean of the North Academy. Then the kid will dare to say what I think. And if you teachers feel dissatisfied with something, you can correct it out. The 4 teachers were quite satisfied with Sumo. Their attitude was humble and they wouldn't grovel to please a person. The chi and blood test remains unchanged. Before it was all about fighting between martial artists and utilizing points to see the results. Let's change it to fighting demonic beasts. Oh, tell me what you think? A teacher's eyes narrowed as he stared at Sumo with a serious expression. Some candidates have good grades, but their guts are so poor that they can't even stand up when they see a demonic beast, let alone fight. After entering the academy, it takes a lot of time just to develop their guts. Demonic beasts reproduce quickly and are able to devour each other to grow. Humans can't. They need to go through the motions and grow slowly. Exposing them in advance is a baptism for their guts. Their theories, and the demonic beasts can be chosen from those learned in books with clear weaknesses. After it's over, students advancing at the martial artist level are placed outside of the city to hunt demonic beasts, and a points tournament is implemented to sort out the final rankings. What does the teacher think? Sumo looked at the 4 teachers. After all, this was his idea. Chapter 46, End of Rule Customization. Disappearing 10th District. The 4 teachers applauded one by one, looking at Sumo with relief. Not bad. It's still the young people who have the courage. No wonder the dean would let you be the assessment officer. Now we understand what the dean meant. Baiyu also stared at Sumo with a surprised face. The blood value test is the least dangerous. Hunting ferocious beasts. Demonic beasts can be dangerous. This is the first test of their theory. Their guts. Then going out of the city to hunt demonic beasts was another test. When the results came out, those talented students wouldn't be so fearful of demonic beasts, and they wouldn't be so intimidated by the outside of the city. So I have to say that this idea was really good. Many martial artists were flowers in a greenhouse, not baptized in blood. When the content of this examination was announced, it was estimated that there would be quite a few people cursing Sumo, and of course it will gain a lot of supporters. One of the teachers sent a compilation of Sumo's comments to the dean. The teacher's phone rings for the report. The program is good. I'll discuss it with those 5 great academies, and I believe they'll agree. It's just a matter of spending some people to catch demonic beasts. Half a month is enough. Sumo. Not bad. Not letting my master down. Thanks for the compliment, master. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you when you come to the North Yard. Yes. After the phone hung up, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, we'll leave first, and we'll come back in half a month. The 4 teachers left, and this time they came over. It looked like a discussion, but it was more like a test for Sumo. Sister Shiroyuki, did you look at the picture I sent you? It's the devil. Know the vanishing 10th district? Sumo nodded. He had heard of it. The disappearance of the 10th district is related to the demons. Somehow this time it will appear in the northern district. A few teachers are in a hurry to go back because they also want to report to the dean. The appearance of a demon is not a small matter. Demons are not the same as demonic beasts, and similar to humans, they are born with great strength and extraordinary intelligence. The downside is that he's got a short temper and he'll do it at the drop of a hat. It's undeniable that they are much more powerful than some demonic beasts, but there are very few demons. It was the first time Sumo had seen this species. On the contrary, it's you who actually managed to kill him. It's not simple. What strength is it now? This bit of strength of mine is better not to show off in front of Sister Baiyu. It's not as powerful as Sister Baiyu anyway. Shiroyuki nodded approvingly, not modestly. Hurry up and get some rest. You're covered in a murderous aura right now. Those who don't know would think you're a murderous maniac. I have quite a few things in this ring. Sister Baiyu will help me count them and just type them on top of my martial artist badge. Sumo left the martial artist guild and was outside the city, sleeping with one eye open, especially that boa, but it found him several times, almost got killed by that big guy. Back home, Sumo lay on his bed, exhaustion instantly wrapping him up. It's better to be comfortable in bed. As Shirayuki rushed back, she noticed a few dark shadows outside. The god's color stared, and killing intent gathered. These people are really thieves. The Zhou family, they're quite bold. At this time, Baiyu sensed someone coming over, and after taking a look, she realized that it was Lu Shuatian. Miss Shirayuki, you're here too. Nonsense. Where am I if I'm not here? You guys are rather nice to Sumo. The three Lu Shuatian people smiled and didn't say anything. Shirayuki's body moved. In the darkness, bang, bang, bang. Three voices rang out in quick succession. Pust, followed by the sound of spitting blood. Bang. Three figures were thrown out. Get it out of here. It's an eyesore. Lu Shuatian, Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo, handcuffed to three people, hurriedly left. Zhang Dahai returned to his car, his throat welling up and flashing with awe. Big brother, what is that one strength? Lu Shuatian shook his head. I don't know. By now the three killer masks had been removed. Lu Shuatian took a deep breath. Take out a cell phone and take pictures of the three men. Dial a number. Big brother, I've captured someone here. The Zhou family's second son, Zhou Banyu, and I need you to take custody of him. I'll send someone. The person on the other end says one word and hangs up the phone. Really killing old brother Sumo's heart won't die. Lu Shuatian lamented a sentence. Brother Lu, there's still half a month left. By then their good days will be over. An hour later, Lu Shuatian and the people sent by the city lord met together. Hokoten, we took them away. You guys better watch out. The one they assassinated is related to that one examiner. A few people's faces stagnated as they nodded stonily. We've also gathered quite a bit of evidence about the Zhou family recently, so we can uproot them when the time comes. Only after the arrangement was made did Lu Shuatian let out a sigh of relief. The Public Security Administration, really couldn't defend against the Zhou family. The city lord's mansion was different. That old thing Zhou family wouldn't dare even if he knew about it. In the middle of the room, Sumo's tense muscles relaxed. The lights in the room were snapped on. Ah, you rascal! Shirayuki yelled and didn't go out, her eyes staring straight ahead. Sumo hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover his body. He just wore a bottom. Did not expect that Baiyu would come straight in. Sister White Moon, if you barge right in like this, what do you think I should do then if I sleepwalk and do something to you? Shirayuki covered her mouth and laughed out as Dare continued to shake. That's a big bulb. Sumori murmured. With those killers around, I can't believe you fell asleep. Since you can't sleep, get up and make something to eat. Sister, I haven't eaten yet. Then get out first. Che, it's not like there's going to be a piece of meat missing by looking at you. Look at how petty you are. Baiyu turned around and left, closing the door behind her. And only then did Sumo breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he stood up, the door to the room suddenly pushed open. Hey, I'm back again. Sumo was speechless and simply didn't avoid it. It's not like he's losing out anyway. Che, boring, you can't give a reaction. You're going to tie your hair up, approach me slowly, and then push me down. Clasp your hands around mine, and I'll give you as big a reaction as you want. After Sumo got dressed, he walked towards the kitchen. Shirayuki was in her pajamas, leaning against the kitchen door. Egu, my brother is awesome. This line is so smooth and flowing. I can't learn it. It's so flavorful and rich. It's like coming to dream heaven. As expected of a kitchen sage, my brother looks so handsome handling the ingredients. Oh, I become deeply enamored with my brother. Sumo turned his head to look at Baiyu with a look of contempt. If you don't help, forget it. What are you blathering about? I'm not providing emotional value. Without credit. Sumo gave a thumbs up. Admire, admire. This is a woman who knows how to play men. When it was done, Baiyu finally stopped talking and her chopsticks flew up. What are you going to do for the next half month? Find a way to pick you up and push you into bed. Sumo stared at Baiyu with a playful face. Then go for it. I'll watch you. Sumo buried his head and dried his food, resting for a day, and continuing to hunt demonic beasts. What women? Will only affect the speed of his sword drawing? Chapter 47. Earn $160 million. The martial arts exam officially arrives. After the two bantered for a while, Shirayuki took out the martial artist badge. It's been tallied up for you, totaling $160 million. After hearing more than 100 million, Sumo didn't show any excitement. This was how many crises he encountered before earning it. Not to mention that this little bit of money isn't enough to do anything. A random healing elixir is tens of millions. Cultivation is all about money. After a night's sleep, Sumo slept until 11 o'clock. Baiyu had already gone to the martial artist guild and, bored with idleness, Opened the martial artist forum. Today is also a day of hard work. It is also a day of hard work. Hunting and killing 3 more demonic beasts. There was also a photo below, of an innocent and beautiful beauty with her face still stained with the blood of a demonic beast, and 3 demonic beast corpses lying behind her. Yaobao was really trying harder and harder. Alas, there is no way for my brother to get close to you, but I give it all away. Upstairs, will you stop being so dirty? My brother had a miscarriage too. Not a hair on my back, brother. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's you again. Every time, you send an address. I didn't see any photos posted before, but now I'm posting them every day. So it's not to seduce the new examiner, is it? That's the kind of character that would be worthy of a new examiner. Pull back. On this level, put inside the north yard. A catch. On this is not that a handful of outstanding. Ha, it's a frontal shot. I thought my back was straight. That's a lot of money for formula if you're marrying someone. The person who said day after day that he wasn't as good as a hair on his back brother's head went straight for the map gun this time. Selling your brother's house and wrongfully accusing him. Such a character. TSK, TSK. A bunch of dead lickers. Rushing up to get yelled at. Sumor couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This person was awesome. Suro actually replied to him. I take pictures to witness my growth. Nothing more. Please don't misunderstand. And I was unintelligent before. And I'm trying to change myself. So please give me time. There are also netizens below who immediately replied. See, people's attitudes have been put out. This is genius. To know one's mistakes and change them. There is nothing better. Not bad. Not bad. Keep it up. He's just jealous of you. The supporters of the backstabbers ignored those people and instead continued to reply. Really? Why don't I believe it? It can't be thinking that the new examiner fell in love with you at first sight and had to have you. Or even announced that it was just for you. No. 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 No, 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 no. Sue Ballad, who had just returned to the city, looked at this person's reply with an annoyed expression on his face. Bro, talk a little choked. At least people know about the effort. Just a keyboard warrior hiding behind the screen. Other netizens couldn't look away and started disliking this person. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that those who enter the North Courtyard are all geniuses, and those geniuses seeing me is like a firefly seeing the white moon. The person attached a picture of a demonic beast hundreds of meters in front of him lying in a pool of blood. There was a bull-sized hole in his head, gurgling blood. Dude, don't use the web chart for that. There's not really a picture of this one online. Some users replied. The new examiners are all my mentors. Is an 18-year-old martial artist very strong? My senior brother would have broken through the passing vein realm long ago at 18 years old. Maybe he even crossed over into the divine orifice. It's the big guy. Slipping away. Slipping away. Can't afford to spray? Can't afford to spray. Withdrawn. Withdrawn. It's none of my business. I'll just abort my brother to this picture. Sumor was speechless. Which comedian was this? At this moment at the city gate guard, Baishio slapped his thighs and giggled. Give me back my dislike. I can't dislike you. This was followed by a reply to another message. Who else? Followed by a series of arrogant expressions. Sumor continued to look down. And the most talked about thing was the martial arts examination in the next half month. There are also some experts who predict why it will be in Z-Town and also to predict if the exam process will change. Then there are reports of how many demonic beasts have mutated and how many have died. Sumor is now seeing this in a very plain way. Death is an inevitable thing that happens every day. Continue hunting demonic beasts. Sumor packed up his things and continued to go out of the city. There is still half a month. If he does not kill some demonic beasts, I am afraid that I do not know what to do. One of the reasons he came back from killing the demons was that the system was being upgraded. Looking at the system interface, Sumor took a deep breath. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Divine Orifice First, 3/1000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Arts, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Xian Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Xian Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete. Kill points, 3. After the system was upgraded, first of all, the column of Chi and blood values had disappeared and turned into Strength plus points, which was something Sumor had expected. The second change was that, for a level 1 first order demonic beast, after killing it, the kill points changed, giving only 0, 1, and for a level 9 ninth order, 0, 9. Demonic beasts that stepped into the second level only gave 1 kill point. Sumor was feeling quite good. Unlike the previous digital look at people's eyes, There was also the fact that all of his martial arts skills had been cultivated to the perfection realm by his additions. That was his biggest gain. And of course, strength. The Divine Orifices realm was similarly divided into 9 levels, with opening 40 orifices as one level, which was now the case for Sumo. For the next half a month, he was going to be raising his strength as much as possible. The martial arts were enough for him now. Whitefix was so excited about disliking people that after seeing Sumo, he hurriedly put his cell phone away with a strange look on his face. It's afternoon, and you're going out of town? Well, out of town for another half month, Sumo said indifferently. You are really good. I do admire you. Sumo ignored Bai Xiao and turned around to disappear outside the city. Bai Xiao sighed. Some people can be outside the city for a month and a half unharmed, and some people kill a few level 1 demonic beasts every day, and they have to post photos to show off who it is. I want to say. Bai Xiao sat down on his butt after posting, apparently waiting for someone to dislike him. Why? I have nothing against you. Why do you always connote me and hold on to me? Sue Ballad felt like her mammary glands were not working after seeing the post. Who the hell is this and why does she connote her every day? Ouch. I didn't name names. Someone who doesn't have a brain and volunteers to go up to them. People like you, is it a passing by? You have to taste the saltiness too. Rumbo. Ignore him. You continue to post pictures every day with blood on your face. There's a sick beauty in looking at it. And every time I get to hold on to it for a second longer, I really don't want to part with it. Dude, I'm a little better than you. I can last 234 seconds longer. Awesome bro. And watch the table. After Bai Xiao watched Suro did not dare to return, he shook his head, a little disappointed that no one actually disliked him. Just like that, Su Rouge would still send photos every day, and the number of demonic beasts hunted was getting bigger. In a flash, half a month passed. At this moment, Z City was completely bustling with activity, and the martial arts examination had officially arrived. Chapter 48. Who was that youngest examiner? In the middle of the martial artist guild, Bai Yu watched Sumo come back before she breathed a sigh of relief. This guy couldn't get through on the phone. She was really afraid that he would be delayed. After all, it's possible to lose track of time when you're highly strung out in the field. Plus this guy went to the outskirts of town as if he were going home. At this moment, Sumo is also full of fatigue. Mother her, that boa give him a wait. Sooner or later, I'll be able to get rid of him. Half a month out of town. 5 or 6 days were spent being chased by that guy. But it wasn't like there wasn't growth for Sumo. At least he comprehended quite a few things. Come on in. After Sumo came in, he saw that the 4 teachers from before were already waiting for him in the middle of the room. Young house, things are ready. Tomorrow is the martial arts exam. I'll trouble the teachers when the time comes. You're welcome, young house. The 4 teachers looked at Sumo with a grave expression. It had only been half a month since they had seen him, and they noticed that Sumo's aura had changed once again. Vaguely, they seemed to see a sword erected in front of them. Impossible. Right. How could this age? This strength comprehend the sword intent? No way. Absolutely no way. Su Ruan similarly returned to the 10th high school, and class teacher Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Even the principal, Fong Zhengyu, secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Su Rouge had returned. This Su Rouge is doing well, hunting demonic beasts every day. At this moment, Su Ro had already called Zhou Liang to the aisle. You've also broken through to martial artist, right? Zhou Liang looked at Su Ro, surprise crossing his eyes. This stupid woman has actually gotten smart. You had a higher blood value than me before. Not to mention the fact that you have power and money behind you. This time I also know the idea that you already know that I'm auctioning off my parents' legacy martial arts medals. It's possible that you'll have someone spread the news after the martial arts exam, but I advise you that it's best not to do so. I have your evidence as well. So the big deal is that the fish is dead. Zhou Liang didn't turn around to look at Su Rouge, but instead looked into the distance, waves already rippling inside. When did this stupid woman get so smart that she reacted so quickly? What? Hunting demonic beasts can still grow a brain. I wouldn't do that. After all, we're on the same rope. Su Ro nodded and didn't answer, turning around and walking towards the class. A few days ago, she had a bad feeling in her heart and finally reacted that Zhou Liang might have a problem. After all, many of the plans were driven by Zhou Liang, but he wasn't directly involved. He was verbally passing them on. Afterwards, it suddenly occurred to her that she had called Zhou Liang just after the Martial Artist Guild had posted the post, and it was already too late to react. She didn't dare to say anything because she was afraid that Zhou Liang would kill her. It's different now. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. All seniors, teachers, all gather in the playground. All seniors, teachers, all gather in the playground. All seniors, teachers, all gather in the playground. As the senior martial examination assembly began, a wave of nervousness welled up in the hearts of many students. In the middle of the martial artist guild, the two of them, Baiyu and Sumo, were in a room. Lost? Baiyu looked at Sumo and inquired. What? Look at quite a few of the posts on the martial artists forums. All of them are about the Pledge of Allegiance. And there's no point in losing your mind if you can't attend. Sumo dried his rice without lifting his head. What's there to lose? On the contrary, very much looking forward to the fact that it can all be over. She made me leave with a grievance on my back for $10,000. And after the martial arts exams were over, I shattered her dreams with my own hands. And now I'm only excited. And Lu Shuetian also called and has fully grasped the Zhou family's evidence. That's what strength brings. If he was still a waste who couldn't even reach a chi and blood value of 20, he might be beating the screws in some place, let alone taking revenge. So Sumo seized the opportunity to cultivate when he could and buried his head in cultivation. The stronger you are, the more power you have, the more others respect you. Where are you going to sleep today when you're attending with those 4 teachers tomorrow? Sumo raised his head to look at Baiyu. Is it okay to sleep in your arms? Don't think too much. I just want to experience suffocation. Shirayuki blushed as red as a red apple. You brat. Now you can't move to molest your sister. But it's not impossible. When you can surpass your sister, maybe she'll actually agree to your request. Well, Shiratsuki, I knew you had something on your mind about me. I got you. Yeah, I've got a thing for you. Don't you want your sister to tie her hair up? Don't let the time come when you're given the chance and you can't do it. Every day you're great at talking, but when you're actually in battle, you'll lose face if you rest your fire in 3 seconds. Sumo stopped snickering as someone came in that he still recognized. Hey, what are you doing over here? After Baishio came in, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating without being polite. Eating so well behind my back. You don't want to die. Baishio muttered and continued to dry his rice. Can you be a bit more civil? It's like snatching food from a wild dog. Baiyu rolled her eyes at Baishio, revealing a look of disgust. Sister, you can't compliment me after such a long time. Compliment you on what? How well you watch the gate, or good at disliking little girls? Sumo did not say anything. Last time he felt that Baishio was a bit familiar, guessing that it was a bit related to Baiyu, plus the fact that both were surnamed Bai. He guessed that it was a brother and sister, and sure enough, it was not what he expected. Kid, tomorrow is the martial arts exam. I've come to cheer you on. That doesn't look like you're cheering. I seriously doubt you're here to rub it in. You've abducted my sister. What more do you want? You think I have that in me? Sumo asked a rhetorical question. Baishio froze and looked Sumo up and down. Also, I guess you're the one who's being pushed against the grain. Sumo was speechless. Baishio left after eating, and really cheered. After all, before leaving, he did say a word of cheer to Sumo. As the sun rose the next day, the place where the 9 cities of Z City converge, a huge martial arts arena was situated there as if it were a flooded beast. At the moment it was hot inside and there was a lot of talk. Today the Northern District adds up to tens of millions of candidates, all converging on this place. Today there will be those who will soar and those who will fall. More than that, a large number of social animals will be born to add to this society. On the observation deck, many parents were eagerly waiting, and there were many people wearing cheongsams and holding flowers. There were even a lot of parents who got nervous because above the huge martial arts arena, there were rows of cages placed, in which a demonic beast was imprisoned. Eyes bloodshot, low growls, and teeth so sharp that it sent chills down the spines of many. After Suro looked at this scene, the bottom of his eyes glittered. Could it be that the test was to kill demonic beasts? Isn't this God's way of helping her? Could it be that the youngest examiner was really here for her? On top of the high platform, there were rows of seats side by side. The 9 city lords of Z City came one by one and sat down side by side. Immediately after that was White Moon of the Martial Artist Guild, finding a seat to sit down. Then the 5 key academy examiners lined up and walked out, not angry and grim. After the examiners of the 5 key academies took their seats, everyone looked at the remaining 5 seats, as well as the several figures that stepped out from behind them. Today they also finally met that youngest main examiner. The North Courtyard recognizes the most talented martial artist, the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the North Academy. Chapter 49, The Youngest Examiner. Changes in the crowd. Shock. Fear. As the 5 people stepped out, the gazes of the crowd at this moment all gathered on the last figure. Tens of millions of people in the entire examination ground. A needle could be heard. Knife-sharpened face. A mountainous aura. And a cold demeanor. It's a face they recognize. Immediately after that, the 4 Northern Court examiners sat down side by side, leaving the one in the very center. The man they knew walked to the very center and sat down. It was only at this moment that the tens of millions of people in the examination ground came back to their senses. How could it be him? How could it be? Isn't this the guy that was being talked about some time ago? It seems like his name is Sumor, and his sister is genius martial artist Suro. There's also word from the 10th high school that he's been expelled. He's actually the main examiner. I'm not dreaming. He's only 18, right? How could he become an examiner? I definitely didn't wake up. 18 years old, Northern District Martial Examination examiner, and still the main examiner. How is it possible? Becoming a martial artist at the age of 18 is already a phoenix. The Northern Courtyard doesn't fool around. There's definitely something happening in there that we don't know about. To say who is the most flustered at the moment. 10 high. Of course. Whether it is the principal, Fong Zhengyu, or the class teacher, Wang Yang. His face is pale and his hands and feet are cold. What had been excitement instantly sank to the bottom. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be him? Isn't he a waste? Why is he the shut-in disciple of the dean of the Northern Courtyard? Or an examination officer? Principal Fong Zhengyu's face was pale. His body trembled continuously, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Wang Yang was no better. A feeling of the end of the world arrived. The student he expelled had first become a martial artist, and now he was the shut-in disciple of the dean of the North Academy, and was also the main examiner for this martial examination. On what grounds? On what grounds? He was the one who expelled Sumor, and if the story spreads out, by then his future or life will be ruined. All of it. Zhou Liang's fingers kept pushing and shoving the glasses on the bridge of his nose, even taking them off to wipe them from time to time. No way. Absolutely no way. Even as he pinched his leg purple, he told himself that he was dreaming, but the pain coming from his thighs told him that it was true, that the shut-in disciple of the North Academy's dean, the genius martial artist, was Sumor. Su Ballad is also pale, breathing sharply. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can it be Sumor? Her waste brother can only earn a few $dozen a day of waste? That's not true. That's definitely not true. He was a waste of space. How could he be the shut-in disciple of the dean of the North Academy? She was still fantasizing that the dean's shut-in disciple was here for her, and she was still cheering and leaping inside when she saw the demonic beasts on the field. After the martial arts test, the Northern District Martial Arts forums would all spread the news that the youngest genius martial arts practitioner of the Northern Academy had set the martial arts test in Z City in order to win the hearts of beauties. She became the envy of everyone in the entire North End. Sumor would also kneel at the soles of her feet and pray for her forgiveness. Now everything is broken. The classmate who had previously testified to slandering Sumor sat on his butt on the ground. After seeing that familiar face, they felt like the sky had fallen. How could it be Sumor? How could it be Sumor? At this moment, many school principals were looking at Sumor with slight skepticism. They are also questioning the veracity of this one thing. Too young, 18 years old, the main examiner of the martial arts exam. How is this possible? It's something that hasn't even happened in history. Sumor sat in the position of the main examiner. His eyes roamed around, oblivious to those questioning, fearful gazes. Stand up and walk over to the podium. The test begins. Not a word of nonsense. Not a word of encouragement. Just 4 cold, hard words. As Sumor spoke, the crowd's minds were finally pulled back. The martial arts examination had officially begun, and they were no longer qualified to question it. Not to mention that this was a decision made by the North Academy, and if they questioned Sumor, they were questioning the North Academy. They were questioning the dean of the North Academy. The consequences are unimaginable. First level, Qi and blood test. Quite a few teachers appeared on the examination field. These were all people drawn from the Northern Academy as well as the 5 key academies. Thousands of blood gas testing machines all started, and there are recorders next to them. At this time the machine suddenly glowed red. A 2H ago. Fong Qin, Qi and blood 385. The eyes of the crowd all looked away. The machine for the Wukao Qi and blood test is not the same as the other tests. It will only light up if the blood value is over 350. At this age, a Qi and blood value of over 200 and reaching a martial artist was already a genius. Let alone a Qi and blood value of 350. Not bad for a town. Just great. Just as the crowd was envious, several machines in a row lit up with red light. Z1 Second High School. Namgung Crispy Rain. 464. A 7-9 high. Zhao Yifei. 393. B44 high. Thunderstorm. 399. The sudden appearance of 3 red rays of light caused many people to become urgent and excited inside, especially that 464 Qi blood value. It touched many people's nerves. With a Qi and blood value at this level, according to the martial arts examination results of previous years, it definitely ranked among the top. A talented martial artist like this one was basically a seedling to enter the Northern Courtyard. But after the results are in, it's also up to the student to make the choice. An even more blinding red aura rose immediately afterward. Other machines emitted the same reddish glow. I8 first high, Yi Xiaoshi, 684, C67 high, Kong Ping, 628. The entire examination field quieted down. More than 600. This year, the Qi blood value actually has more than 600. In previous years, the ones that appeared more than 500 were extremely rare. This time there were actually more than 600, which was already equivalent to the second level of a martial artist. As time passed, quite a few appeared to have a blood value of over 200. The machine can't bubble red without reaching 350. Though, as time passed, many people looked anxious. Some parents feel that their children's Qi and blood values have exceeded 200, which is already very good. And now they realize that there are people outside of people and days outside of days. There was currently no one whose Qi blood exceeded Yi Xiaoshi's 684. At this moment, there was a machine that once again emitted a blinding red light. D7 Senko, Willow Demon, 643. After seeing this scene, the crowd was surprised. Another one with over 600. This was already the third one. What the hell is going on this year? Why are there so many demons popping up? After Lu Demon went down, the teacher in charge of the assessment looked at the list in his hands. Z910 high, Zhou Liang. When these words came out, many people looked over. Before Sumo seemed to be a student of this class, now people are all chief examiners, and their former classmates are still taking the martial arts exams. It's like a heaven and a hell. Zhou Liang suppressed his inner tension and walked up to the machine. Only red light came out of it. Z910 high, Zhou Liang, 383. Many people showed surprise after seeing it. What's going on in this Z city? Another genius has popped up. While the crowd was talking, a teacher's voice rang out. Z910 high, Su Ballad. After this name came out, the crowd's eyes flicked to it. They knew Su Rouge too well. This girl who took pictures every day in the martial artist forum. Su Ballad took a deep breath and walked up to the testing machine. Chapter 50 praying that Su Moore will give us a chance to meet. As Su Ro stood on the testing instrument, many people's gazes converged on her. Z910 high, Su Ballad, blood value 400. Seeing the numbers displayed on it, even quite a few high school teachers and principals of a city revealed a look of surprise. This girl is really a genius, but compared to her brother, the gap is too far. They didn't believe that the Northern Courtyard was really letting a loser be the assessment officer. After Su Moore in the ring saw this scene, his gaze did not fluctuate. Su Ro subconsciously looked at the top of the high platform. His previous excitement completely subsiding as Su Moore became the main examiner. So what if the blood value exceeds 400? Who would have thought that after he was expelled, he would directly become the examination officer of the North Courtyard, and he would also be accepted by the dean as a close disciple. Any one of those identities weighed out is beyond their reach. Zhou Liang looked at Su Ro's blood value with surprise in his eyes. This stupid bird's blood value was actually higher than his. How is that possible? He then subconsciously looked at Su Moore above the ring. The person he used to not put in his eyes has now become an existence he can hardly reach. Even he was praying that Su Moore would not be a big deal to him. As the sun dipped in the west, the Qi and blood testing finally ended. The teacher in charge of recording handed the rankings to Su Moore. After Su Moore swept a glance, Yi Xiaoshi was still the highest, 684. In second place is Demon Lu with 643. In third place is Kong Ping with 628. Fourth Seatown Third High School Huma Wang 564. Fifth is the F8 First High School, Zhang Yu, 535. The rest are all under 500 and over 400. Su Moore took a rough look at Su Rime in 88th place, Zhou Liang at 140. If in previous years, this is directly into the North Courtyard. But well, now he is there. Want to go in as a fart. Let's make you happy for a moment, then we'll let you fall hard to the ground. As for the over martial artists, the ones whose Qi and blood values exceeded 200 added up to less than 1,000 in total. With tens of millions of candidates and less than 1,000 martial artists, one can imagine how difficult it is to become a martial artist. The results will be announced down the line, and the second round of examinations will be open tomorrow. It is common knowledge that Qi and blood tests cannot be faked, not to mention that these teachers sitting beside him could all be strong, and the truth could be seen at a glance. With the announcement of the results, Su Rime's heart sank more and more. 400 Qi blood value. Actually the top 50 didn't even get in. According to the martial arts exams of previous years, there is a chance to enter the top 10. See the conspicuous number of 684 in first place. How nice it would be for her. She'd be the envy of others. If she hadn't listened to Zhou Liang and hadn't become enemies with Su Moore, she would definitely be the most talked about person. A touch of resentment rose in Su Ro's heart, resenting those few whose Qi and blood values exceeded 600, and resenting Zhou Liang for stirring up trouble. More blame the adoptive parents. Die so early why? If there is money, she can also reach 600. She will not and Sumo turn against each other, and will not now be seen as a joke. As the results were released, the many examiners did not move. Only after Sumo stood up did those examiners stand up. They followed Sumo and walked towards the distance. After seeing this scene, many of the scholars had envy in their eyes. When would they have such an honor? Even if it was only once, they would be willing to die. Within a closed conference room, Sumo sat at the front center. The chi and blood tests have come out. The second level is the demonic beast battle. All the teachers work hard. Don't let the students have life problems. The other teachers nodded, as they should. Every talented martial artist was the elite of the human race. However, they were more curious about what strength the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the North Courtyard was. Sumo should be practicing hidden techniques now. They couldn't see the depth. I wonder what strength the young house has reached. The teacher from the Heavenly Wind School asked curiously. The divine orifice. Hiss. The teachers within the room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 18 years old divine orifice. No wonder the North Courtyard posted that it was the youngest genius in the North Courtyard. It seems like the previous record for the North Courtyard was a girl named Bayu, I believe, who reached the divine orifice realm at the age of 19. However, Sumo only said that he had reached the divine aperture and did not say which level he had reached. It was not good for them to continue to pursue 18-year-old divine aperture. Not to say there is no one after, at least no one before. For a while the attitude of many teachers towards Sumo changed significantly. Sumo naturally noticed that this was the benefit of strength. However, Sumo didn't dare to be arrogant. These teachers were all strong human beings. Each of them had made significant contributions. When demonic beasts threatened humans, they were the ones who took care of it. I also have to educate my students in my spare time. These teachers are the explorers of mankind's journey forward. After Sumo returned from the conference room, he found Bayu and kept his gaze on her. What? Fancy me? I thought of you as a genius. I didn't expect you to be so demonic. Breaking through the divine orifice at 19. Shiroyuki's eyes stared, then reacted. Looks like those teachers told you about me. Sumori nodded. It's really gifted. Sumo shook his head and lamented. You better be talking about real talent? Bayu looked at Sumo's snarky face and blushed red warmly. How dare you come out and hang around? Now that you're a celebrity, you're not afraid of people coming over to find you. Maybe there's a female that's squatting on you every day right now, trying to borrow you. Shiroyuki took out her cell phone. The youngest, hardest, most hardened chief examiner is actually the most talented martial artist recognized by the Northern Academy. Who is? The shut-in disciple of the Dean of the North Academy has finally surfaced, and there's no mistaking that it's 3 posts occupy the top of the list. Even the previous post of decapitating a 30-mile demonic beast was squeezed in the back. At this time Sumo suddenly realized that a post was rapidly rising, and in no time it climbed to the 4th position. The back brother who slaughtered 30 miles of demonic beasts is Sumo. This news blew up the entire thread below. Really? Did you go out without a brain? And now you're questioning it. Do you think it's you who's stupid or the people at the North Yard? It didn't occur to me that the backstory brother is actually Sumo. That Sue Ballad even said that her brother was a waste before. I'll go. How brainwashed can this be? Sue Ballad is brainwashed. Isn't Tenhai even more brainwashed? It's really disgraced Z City. A genius student like this was expelled. And a brain that hasn't been inside a cesspool for 10 years definitely can't reach this level. Honey, when are you coming back? I'm not going to argue with you. Crawl for master. Sumo is now the hope of mankind. Just you are also worthy of giving him a child. Sumo, can I borrow seeds? Once $10 billion. I've told you before. That brain-dead girl is not as good as a hair on my back brother's leg. Brother, it was my fault before. I had eyes to see and a dog's eye to see. I apologize. There were also quite a few people underneath the post. 8 Su Rouge, Wang Yang, and Fang Zhengyus, the hope of our human race. A genius martial artist. The shut-in disciple of the North Courtyard's dean. How did he become the trash you talk about? May I ask if you want to get famous by doing this and then live banding? At this moment in a hotel, Fang Zhengyu put down his cell phone and looked at Suro, Wang Yang, and Zhou Liang in front of him. Give me an explanation. At this moment, Fang Zhengyu's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. The 3 men stood before them feeling an aura of death. Fang Zhengyu moved to kill. Proposals to remove the Tenhai are now appearing all over the internet. You'd better come up with a solution within these 2 days, or I won't let you go even as a ghost. Wang Yang, oh Wang Yang, I trust you so much. You're really good. If there's no room for things to be undone, I'll die and drag your family along with me. Wang Yang was sweating coldly. He didn't expect Sumo to be that genius either. Previously, Sumo couldn't even break through with a chi and blood value of 20, and from the time Sumo entered his class, He looked at Sumo with a bad eye and wanted to expel him. Every time a teacher mentioned Sumo, he became angry, and he had long wanted to kick Sumo out of the class. It just so happens that the martial arts examination is coming soon. Saving this waste to drag the class backward, with the help of Zhou Liang's things, will be expelled from Sumo? And at night he is still excited to find a daughter-in-law to be happy for a few seconds. Who would have thought that he was the genius of geniuses? It was all Sumo's fault, who made him pretend to be a pig and a tiger, pretending to be a waste. Get out! Get out! Get out! There are only 2 days left, that is, kneel before him and pray for his forgiveness. No, what we should be praying for now is that he will see us. Chapter 51 Finding all kinds of connections just to see Sumo. After Zhou Liang came out, he suppressed the fear within his heart. When a phone rang, Zhou Liang's mind tightened when he saw it. Hey, Grandpa, our Zhou family is being watched. An old and late voice came from the opposite side, revealing helplessness in its words. There is only one hope now, and that is to pray for Sumo's forgiveness, or else after the martial arts exams are over, that is when our Zhou family will go up in smoke. Your second uncle is estimated to have been secretly arrested. I have not been able to contact him before. See if you can beg Sumo to give a chance to meet. Zhou Liang heard the sound of the phone hanging up in great inside. Sumo, who they hadn't put on their minds before, now had to use the word beg when they saw each other. Su Ballad, you come with me. Suro followed Zhou Liang to find a hidden place. Can you contact Sumo? Zhou Liang had a hopeful look in his eyes. I can't, he already blacked me out a long time ago. Suro's mood was a bit depressed when she mentioned this matter. You are his sister after all, Zhou Liang said a bit unwillingly. After Suro heard this, a touch of dissimilarity rose in her heart. Right, she was Sumo's sister after all. Just ask Sumo for forgiveness. The two get back together, and by then she will still be the envy of everyone. Not to mention that she was not related to Sumo by blood. Suruj blushed at the thought. After Zhou Liang saw it, he cursed inwardly. What are you thinking again? You must make Sumo give me a chance, or else I'll give up your auctioning of the martial artist medal. The big deal is that it's all over in one piece. Suro's heart tightened when he heard the martial artist medal. I have a solution, and that solution requires you to step in. Zhou Liang nodded. It's to bring out the martial artist medal so that I can have an excuse for Sumo to meet us. Now that those teachers are living in the martial artist guild, none of us can get close, so we can only use this thing. Zhou Liang heard a change in his expression, but hopefully it can still be retrieved. Who did not expect Sumo to become the disciple of the Dean of the North Academy, the youngest examiner, or a heavenly pride? Even now being drowned in regret won't help. Zhou Liang turned around and hurriedly called his grandfather, who had a wider path than him. Knowing the head of the black market should be much easier than him stepping in. Hearing that his grandfather would do his best to find it, Zhou Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. In his mind, there was nothing Grandpa couldn't do. We should be able to get it back, but we can't pin all our hopes on it. You're Sumo's sister. Go to the Martial Artist Guild and look for Sumo. Maybe the others will agree. After all, you've been living together for 10 years or so. You must have feelings. Zhou Liang took a deep breath with helplessness in his eyes, no longer having the high spirits he had before. Then I'll try. Suro took a deep breath. She also wanted to repair her relationship with Sumo at the end of the martial arts exam. Looking at Suro's back as she left, Zhou Liang leaned against the wall. It's ironic that the same stupid woman who couldn't look at her before is now asking for her. When had he, the young master of the Zhou family, the future heir of the Zhou family, become so wretched? It seems like ever since Sumo was fired, everything has gone wrong for him. The body slid down the wall and sat on the floor, eyes gradually losing focus. There is hope. Not much. He's not stupid. Not to mention the fact that he had previously used Wuqiu to frame Sumo. Wang Yang and also Fang Zhengyu walked over and looked at Zhou Liang, who was sitting on the ground with lifeless eyes. Neither of them said anything. Fang Zhengyu suddenly thought of something. Before Lu Shuetian told him that a genius martial artist appeared in their 10th high school, and then it was not detected. He was so stupid. He didn't think of it earlier, or else none of this would have happened and he would have been able to soar to the heavens with the help of Sumo. Really hate to kill these idiots around me right now. It looked like Lu Shuetian and Sumo knew each other. There is still hope. Come, go with me to meet someone who should be able to see Sumo. Zhou Liang. Wang Yang's heart shook after hearing this. They couldn't pin all their hopes on Su Rouge. At this moment, Su Rouge had already arrived near the Martial Artist Guild. The place was already guarded and it was much harder to get close. Hello, may I come in? No, I'm Sumo's sister. The man on duty had contempt in his eyes. Asterisk 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 off. Suro's complexion tightened as she looked at this person's fierce appearance, and a touch of fear flashed under her eyes. What's the point of being so mean? When she and Sumo repair their relationship, she'll make you apologize on your knees. Just you wait. My brother is the most talented martial artist, the disciple of the dean of the Northern Academy. The man on duty had a sneer on his face and ignored this man. Suro even wondered if Sumore would release her from inside the small dark room, taking out her cell phone to send a message, or a red exclamation mark. Su suddenly thought of a solution. Sumore, Sumore, Sumore. Yell again and I'll lock you up. The guards looked at the yelling in front of them and even tried to punch her. At this moment, Sumore had heard it from inside. Shirayuki looked at Sumore. You don't go out and look. What are you looking at her for? Sumore stared at Shirayuki with a strange face. Looking at that thing was better than looking at Dare. Also, brain dead. Shirayuki nodded and said a word. They say that big boobs have no brain. I didn't believe in this saying before, but now I believe it even less. And this saying has a good experience on Sister Baiyu. Baiyu rolled her eyes at Sumore. Sumore's phone rang. Lu Shuetian called. Hey, Lu, older brother Sumore. You're really pulling a big one on your brother. Congratulations on the bitter end. Brother Lu is still being polite to me. Without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. You can pull back. We still need us to help you. But there is A to react. I guess it should come to beg me to see you on side. I also can say hello in advance. Sumore naturally knew who he was talking about. Nobody. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shuetian took a deep breath, and a car had already appeared outside. The excitement in Zhang Dahai's and also Li Wuyo's eyes hadn't disappeared yet. The Sumore brothers were so powerful. Of course they were happy. Old Lu, I've come to ask you for a favor. Lu Shuetian stared at Fang Zhengyu playfully. Old Fang is here. Have a seat. I won't sit down. It's urgent. Old classmates, see if you can help us meet Sumore. You've helped him so much before. I'm sure he'll see you if you call. Lu Shuetian sat in his position without moving, staring at Fang Zhengyu with a serious expression. I can't help. What's his status? The disciple of the dean of the Northern Courtyard. Tianjiu. Who am I? A captain of the Safety Management Service. How can I climb up his ladder? Lu Shuetian waved his hand repeatedly, looking like I don't know Sumore well. Brother don't play with me like this. Really anxious as long as can let us see Sumore. Conditions you just open. Really? Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo froze. Brother Lu, you must not be stupid. Really? The terms are whatever you want. Then I'll tell you what my terms are. And my terms are, you get out of my sight. Right now. Right now. Get the hell out of here. And crawl for the master. Fang Zhengyu looked anxious. Immediately want to cry out. The moment he heard that his old friend did not help. Almost kneeled down. Really desperate. Along the way he made a lot of phone calls. Either he hung up straight away, or his brother was pregnant and needed a maternity checkup, or worse, his milk had crawled out of the grave. What principal demeanor is nothing compared to the future. Lu Shuetian is their only hope. In the end, a few people were still kicked out. Looking at the closed door, a few people wanted to cry. Zhou Liang hurriedly called Su Rouge. Have you seen Sumore? At the moment, Suro was outside feeding the mosquitoes. After receiving Zhou Liang's call, he was about to say that he hadn't seen it. It suddenly occurred to her that she was Sumore's sister anyway, and now that Su was angry. When she apologized, she might forgive her. They had lived together for 10 years or so. It was impossible for Sumore to be so desperate. The big thing is to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. These few people had caused him and Sumore to turn against each other. He must get back at them. Maybe Sumore would forgive him when he found out. The back took her inside the north yard and then, thinking of this, a blush flashed across Su Rouge's face. The guard looked at the crouching man and took a step back. I heard this thing is contagious. Suro adjusted her mood, even a little excited, and said to Zhou Liang, see, chapter 52, Su Yao, who was revealed to be beaten. Suro's voice came, and the three people looked at each other and hurriedly opened their mouths to ask, Su Ballad, where are you? Just got separated from Sumore and was heading back to school. Okay, wait for us at school. We'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhengyu and also Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhou Liang sighed. What's wrong with you? Fang Zhengyu looked at Zhou Liang with disbelief in his gaze. I think there's a trick in it. After the two men heard this, they didn't rush to speak up. They were also concerned and could only treat a dead horse as a living horse when it came to their future. If you were Sumore, would you forgive Su Ballad? After Zhou Liang inquired, he turned around and walked towards the car. This stupid woman is still deceiving them at this time. What a time. A little misinformation can cloud their judgment. It was now a time of life and death for their Zhou family, and they didn't dare to put their hopes on that stupid woman. Go back to school first. Fang Zhengyu and also Wang Yang's heart gradually sank, seeing Zhou Liang sitting in the car with that desperate look on his face. As for dealing with Sumore, don't kid yourself. Who dares to touch Sumore now? Now who didn't know why the location of the martial arts examination was set in Z City? The dean of the Northern Academy was creating momentum for his disciple, letting people know that Sumore's weight in his heart. What kind of big shot was the dean of the North Academy? As long as he said that he would no longer shelter Z City in the future, the citizens of the entire Z City were afraid that they would have to move. The dean of the North Court is standing up for his disciples. It's late. It's all late. Putting himself in Sumore's shoes, I'm afraid he would have done even more. Zhou Liang took a deep breath and came back from despair. The Zhou family was going to be destroyed anyway, so it was a big gamble. Take out your cell phone and send a message to your grandfather. Grandpa, there is no hope for our Zhou family, so we might as well take a gamble and go crazy one last time. The other party didn't reply to the message, and Zhou Liang had a bad feeling in his heart. When I got back to school, I still hadn't seen or heard from my grandfather. Zhou Liang's eyes revealed a deep helplessness. When they saw Su Rouge, they realized that Su Rouge had a relaxed look on her face, and there was a hidden excitement on her face. Zhou Liang secretly said that the stupid woman who was sick might be daydreaming again. That's how it was before. Working with a woman like that is like getting a piggyback. Nope. Saying pig is an insult to pigs. This is Sumore's parents adopted from outside the city. It can't be that the original parents have long known that this daughter is a retard before deliberately abandoning it. You guys came back so quickly. I don't know if you guys have seen my brother? Sumore's pretty face lifted up, and the brother in her mouth became very affectionate. Zhou Liang found a seat and sat down. Not acting with us here, and you haven't seen Sumore's face. Suro's heart tightened and did not show any emotion. Instead, there was disdain in his gaze. Zhou Liang, you have to realize that I've been living with him for over 10 years. No matter how you put it, I'm his sister. I begged for his forgiveness. He still has feelings for me. Fang Zhangyu and also Wang Yang's eyes flickered. Really or not? You subjected him to wrongful dismissal over $10,000, secretly sold his parents' house, and left him homeless, and persuading him to work for me to earn money for you for college, plus what you did at the mall, plus Wuqiu's malicious planting of the story, plus your posting that his parents had ulterior motives for adopting you. Suro, do you really think that everyone else is as dumb as a pig as you are? And who else are you fooling here? He has already removed you from the account book. He has already determined to draw boundaries for you. He will still forgive you? Do you think Sumore is a saint? Su Ballad, don't put gold on your face. You don't have such a big face. Put yourself in your shoes. If I were Sumore, I wouldn't let you go either. Maybe he won't trip you up to your face, but you won't be wanted at any of the academies. What is his status now? The genius student recognized by the North Academy. The youngest main examiner of the martial examination. The maker of the examination rules. The student of the dean of the North Academy. The pride of Z City. One person slaughtering 30 miles of demonic beasts outside of the city with one blade, plus the back of the demonic beasts that stood above them that one time. At least it's the passing Vane realm. What do you think you're taking to make him forgive? The only thing you can pull off with him is the time you used to live together before, and you buried that with your own hands. I know you're still daydreaming. During today's examination, how many talented young girls, with backgrounds, talents, and looks that are all superior to yours, didn't you notice how they were staring at Sumore? What can you do to help him? A stupid sister like you can only pull back, and I really can't think of any way you can get him to forgive. Do you want to talk about how he really forgave you? Zhou Liang was now like a mad dog, biting anyone he caught. You still want nothing more than for us to beg you money, or resources? Then you'll take those things to Sumore and pray for his forgiveness, won't you? After Zhou Liang finished speaking, his gaze swept Suro for a moment. Suro's mind was spoken and panic appeared on her face. She hadn't thought about it and hadn't fooled Zhou Liang. Pop. Fang Zhangyu stands up and slaps Su Rouge. Before calling you or insulting these two words, you are the retard of retards. 3-year-olds are smarter than you. No wonder your real parents abandoned you. They probably saw that you were a retard a long time ago. What time is it now? There are still 2 days left to decide whether we live or die. And you're still playing mind games for me here. Believe it or not, I'll make you pay back the money now. Sell your house, get rid of your account, and let you take the bull **** martial arts exam. Su Rouge's heart panicked. Don't. Headmaster, there is another way. That is, you give me money, and I will take the money and pray for Sumore's forgiveness, and say that I was saving it for him before, in order to sharpen him. Fang Zhangyu and also Wang Yang sat on their asses. There was a deep helplessness in his eyes. Right now they didn't even want to waste their breath cursing Su Rouge. You really don't see the ing picture, and now you're thinking about their money. You think it's all you. Seeing money. Besides, what strength is Sumore now? Is it that much worse than a little bit of money? Now that Sumore said that he needed money, they weren't even qualified to stand in line. Wait to die. The sun rises in the east, and the sky spits out a glimpse of the morning sun. The sky had just dawned, and the examination ground was already abuzz with people's voices. The crowd's eyes fell on the top row of seats. Sumo walked at the front, and all the examiners followed Sumo. Only after Sumo took his seat did these examiners sit down. After glancing at the time, Sumo stood up and began to announce the rules. The second level of the test, fighting demonic beasts. Those whose chi and blood values don't break through 200 can choose a ferocious beast. The beasts are on the same level as humans in terms of blood value. After the rules were announced, the entire assessment field was all quiet. They had guessed it before and hadn't thought it was true. In previous years, the blood value was a test. And then there were battles between martial artists. This one actually changed. Rows and rows of cages were opened, and the demonic beasts that hadn't eaten for a few days came out and roared in low voices. Staring at the martial artist in front of him, his mouth watered. The spiritual intelligence of a first-grade demonic beast was not particularly high, nor was it stupid. There was a demonic beast in front of thousands of martial artists, about as strong as they are on their own. Now this is a test of their guts, their theories, and their combat experience. Many martial artists were scared and their legs were weak. Chapter 53, Suyao 4th. Enjoy your last honor. Some martial artists, faced with demonic beasts running towards him, were so fearful that they sat on their asses on the ground. The soles of their feet flooded with a yellow color and a special smell. The invigilator shook his head after seeing this scene. With a movement of his fingers, the demonic beast's body flew out backwards and was once again imprisoned inside the cage. The invigilator started marking. However, there were also quite a few people who, after seeing the demonic beasts, directly rushed up to them, their figures slashing through, and the demonic beasts directly died. A8 First High Yi Shaoshur. 30 seconds to kill the demonic beast. First place. Yi Shaoshur watched the demonic beast fall to the ground and did not fluctuate. His gaze instead looked towards that main examination platform. That young figure had an upright figure and a cold gaze, lips licked in an inexplicable scowl. Yi Shaoshur's easy decapitation of the demonic beast irritated many people. Nay, the combat experience was too poor, and it took a great deal of effort to kill the demonic beast. D7 Third High. Willow Demon. 40 seconds. Second place. C6 7 High. Kong Ping. 42 seconds. Third place. Z9 10th High. Su Ballad. 50 seconds. Fourth place. After the results were announced, many people had surprise in their eyes. They all looked at the glimmering shadow. Su Rouge was also happy in her heart. Fourth place. She was fourth. It was fortunate that she had chosen to go out of the city to hunt demonic beasts before, or else she would have been just as scared and pissed her pants as those losers. Did Su Rouge know the inside story ahead of time? I remember knowing that she didn't dare to move when she saw the demonic beasts, going out of the city to hunt demonic beasts right behind. Sumo is related to her after all. Would she have been told in advance? Many murmuring voices rang out and began to question this examination. Some of the arguments Sumo could hear, and those examination officials could naturally hear them. Their faces were ugly. This examination was fair and impartial. The teacher from the North Academy's eyes narrowed, trying to get to his feet to say something. Suoma shook his head. After seeing Sumo's attitude, the other main examiners also continued to watch the show. Sumo's gaze didn't linger on Suro. Z City 10th High Zhou Liang. 3 minutes. 465th place. Zhou Liang's face changed after he cut down the demonic beast. He didn't think that there was such a big gap between him and Su Rouge in this aspect of cutting down demonic beasts. Damn. This can't really know the inside scoop. He had never hunted a demonic beast before. Not to mention that it was not his turn to do these things. He's got money. He's got people. It's not his turn to take risks. As the battle ended, the rankings of the thousands had appeared. There was no huge fluctuation. Only Su Ballad alone suddenly exploded into fourth place. Sumori looked at the list. Only 500 people have successfully hunted demonic beasts. Very good. Suamo made a rare compliment. Many people revealed smiles. Obviously they were the same age. Now they were happy because of a compliment from Sumor. It was really one heaven and one earth. There were also some people who escaped underneath the demonic beasts and kept hauling them. Although they didn't decapitate the demonic beasts, their rankings weren't low either. The results didn't wait for a compliment either. These 500 people will next be taken outside the city by our examiners and other teachers to hunt demonic beasts. This is the third level, also called the points race. The time is 3 hours. Whoever hunts more demonic beasts and has more points will be ranked higher. The moment these words came out, the entire examination ground once again fell silent. None of them had expected such a big gesture this time. There were quite a few parents looking at Sumor with admiration in their eyes. This is grist for the mill for your own children. There are those who disagree. What kind of examination is this? We don't agree. It's already dangerous enough to behead demonic beasts, but we have to go outside the city. That's it. What kind of test is this? Why don't you follow the test practices of previous years? In case my child is injured, who will take the responsibility? Sumo looked at the voices of opposition and didn't rush to speak. Let the Northern Court give us an explanation. Yes, give us an explanation. Shut up. Sumo's voice rose high, silencing all the voices in the entire examination hall. Let the Northern Court give you an explanation. To put it bluntly, you deserve it. You may not abide by the rules I have laid down, and we in the Northern Courtyard will not charge. When Sumo said this, the faces of those opposing parents turned ugly. If you don't go, you don't go, and there are 5 other key academic institutions. That's just it. It's not like the entire North End is just the North Yard. The examiners of the 5 key academies likewise stood up and announced. Those who didn't take the test wouldn't be wanted by their 5 key academies. This time those parents were completely dumbfounded. Why? Is Sumo's face that big? The teachers of the 5 key academies weren't stupid. How could they not see the benefits of this examination? It was the fear of public outrage that kept them from reforming before. Worthy of being the dean of the North Academy? It's just bold. Many of the martial artists guarding the city gates are only in their 20s. They are also treasures held in the palm of their parents' hands. What are they risking their lives for? Why not your children? When Sumo said this, there were also many parents who agreed. We agree. It's a lesson in surviving outside the city for our children, and a great test of guts, theory, and combat experience, and we applauded with both hands. More than half of the parents agreed. Those who don't agree can take your children back. After Sumo finished speaking, he turned around and left. 20 helicopters were parked in the distance at the moment. Sumo walked up to one of them, and all the other examiners went up as well. Those parents who objected, their faces changed. It turned out that my own kids went straight up. They were about to open their mouths. At the same age, our main examiner can hunt and kill demonic beasts for 30 miles outside the city. Isn't he afraid of death? Isn't he afraid? Demonic beasts reproduce extremely quickly. Human strength grows rapidly, and after arriving at the academy, we'll have to expend a huge amount of effort to cultivate students' experience in surviving outside the city. Even some students train for a year to 2 years. And please understand us. One of the examiners from the Northern Courtyard stayed behind and said to the crowd, some people sing in blackface. Naturally some people sing in red face. After saying that, he got on a helicopter and left. With the roar fading away, on the examination table, a huge screen appeared, showing the scene. This is what young people should be like. If my child can enter the Northern Academy, I'll make sure he pulls strings for the main examiner. Not bad. That's the example of a young man. Unlike some people, who are selfish. Oh, they have status. They have money. And it's not us people's children who top them at critical moments. Many people sneered. The face of the parent who had disagreed before was as black as the bottom of a pot. Baishio looked at the helicopter that flew past, as if recalling the days of his examination. After reaching the outskirts of the city, numerous students came down. After dividing the area, let the 500 candidates begin to move. Many of the examiners had already disappeared into the mist, apparently to divide the cordon. Many students found Yi Xiaoxi and wanted to team up with her. Yi Xiaoshi didn't pay any attention to them. His body moved as if he was a spirit swallow, running towards the mist. Those 3 with a chi blood value of over 600 obviously hunted demonic beasts often and appeared to be at ease outside the city. There were also students whose chi blood value reached 400, 500. Looking at the mist, their 2 strands warring, constantly rubbing their palms, looking very nervous and resistant. One of the biggest dark horses is Su Ballad. Sumo stood in place, staring at the time. He was the main examiner and needed to keep an eye on the monitor. With the passage of time, one after another, students were brought back by their teachers. Roar! Suddenly, the ground rolled up and a 100-meter demonic beast burrowed out of the ground, biting at Sumo. Chapter 54. Even if an 18-year-old divine aperture is fine, he also comprehended the blade intent. Even those invigilators were startled and hurriedly rushed towards Sumo. At the examination ground, many people were startled as they watched the sudden turn of events. 100-meter body. This is a 3rd-level demonic beast, right? This is a level 3. Divine Orifice Realm demonic beast. This demonic beast looks like it has to kill the main examiner. I guess the main examiner killed too many demonic beasts, and many of them want to retaliate. Can the main examiner solve this demonic beast? Many parents showed concern. There were also a number of parents with a puzzled look in their eyes. At this moment, Fong Zhengyu, Wang Yang, in the audience, stared with dead eyes. Inside, he was expecting it, eating him, killing him. It was best to die in the mouth of a demonic beast, then their predicament would be solved. After Sumo felt the movement, taking out an arcane iron sword, he stood in place without even moving. A knife was swung, only to see a blade flash by. The demonic beast directly turned into two halves when it was still a meter away from Sumo. Kill a third level, third order demonic beast, gain 3 kill points. Sumo put away the Shin iron sword after he was done, and his gaze continued to stare at the computer. Those invigilators were frozen in place, their pupils contracted and their eyes focused. Blade intent, it's actually blade intent. How could it be? How could it be? The divine orifice realm was already enough to shock them, and now Sumo had even comprehended blade intent. On the examination ground, a huge screen played the scene just now. The third-grade demonic beast has been cleaved in half with a single slash, without the slightest bit of resistance. What exactly is the strength of this one main examiner anymore? Too terrifying. He's only 18 years old as well, and his strength has already reached this level. The 9 city lords of Z City looked at each other and laughed out loud. The main examiner must have reached the divine orifice realm, an 18-year-old divine orifice. He's also comprehended blade intent. That was blade intent just now. There were also quite a few people who could see that Sumo's slash just now. 18 years old, divine orifice, comprehending the intent of the blade. What kind of talent is this? As long as he doesn't fall, a supreme powerhouse will appear in the North District in the future. The parents who had previously supported Sumo called out. See, that's the kind of example our kids should be following when it comes to being some kind of hothouse flower. Not bad, not bad. Such talent is what we should be pushing for. Such a genius was actually expelled from the 10th high school. How talented can this be? Ha ha. Before that genius sister of his even joined forces with outsiders to wrongfully accuse the main examiner. It's best to put them all in jail after the martial arts exam is over. Fang Zhengyu looked at the gazes of many people staring at him and hated to find a crack in the ground. Wang Yang was even more afraid to raise his head. The little bit of hope that had risen within them was completely dashed as Sumo made his sword. There are also many reporters who rushed to approach Fang Zhengyu, Wang Yang, and stick their faces on the big one. Principal Fang, may I ask what you think? Fang Zhengyu stammered, not knowing how to speak. Many turned their attention to the students. May I ask? How did Sumo's main examiner fire him in the first place? Can you tell us? Those students kept their heads down, not daring to speak. They're not stupid. Seeing that the principal of the 10th high school cannot put out a fart, the reporter also no longer continued to interview. You do not say. We will start to make up. You're the class teacher of Sumo's assessment officer, and earlier you posted that Sumo is a bad student and a waste. May I ask if this is true? Sumo is the divine orifice realm at the age of 18, comprehending the saber intent. Such a person is a waste in your eyes. May I ask class teacher Wang Yang, what realm are you in? May I ask if you have comprehended the meaning of the sword? Wang Yang, the class teacher, is cold and sweaty, shrinking his head. His veins are straight. Living like that, what the hell? The reporter found his previously deleted post and brought it over to question him face to face about who carried it. It didn't help that the inside was now flooded with remorse. It could have been a flyer for him. Many eyes fell on the top of the big screen. This Su Rouge is really powerful. He's actually decapitated a dozen demonic beasts. Hey, look at those few whose chi and blood values broke through 500. Facing the demonic beasts, they are coy and nervous, and they don't even dare to take the initiative. It's still Sumo's main examiner who has the courage. This is how reforms should have been made a long time ago. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and the roar of a helicopter sounded on the examination field. Rows of students poured out, some with excitement on their faces, some with loss. Sumo walked to the high platform. This examination has come to a successful conclusion. The composite rankings will be posted soon. The first place is still Yi Xiaoshi. No change. The second one is still Willow Demon. Third place Kong Ping. Fourth place, Wang Chuyan. Fifth place, Zhang Yu. Sixth place, Su Ballad. As the rankings were announced, many people did not disagree. Hunting demonic beasts. This was something they had seen with their own eyes. The next step is for the student to choose an academic institution. The 5 major academies all offered very heavy conditions. Only the Northern Academy didn't offer any conditions. Willow Demon. Yi Xiaoshi all chose to enter the North Courtyard. Suro, which academy are you going to enter? Suro subconsciously looked at Sumo. Would he block it? Fang Zhengyu, Wang Yang, Zhou Liang, and the students of Class 9 looked at Sumo at the same time. Even the parents who were onlookers held their breath and quietly looked at Sumo. As long as Sumo gave a word, Suro did not have the possibility of entering any of the academies. When Suro saw that Sumo didn't open his mouth, a leap rose in his heart. He didn't exit to block it. Great. I knew he would forgive me. He still has feelings for me. Surouge couldn't hide his inner excitement. I'm going to enter the north courtyard. After Suro finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Sumor with a smile on his face. There was still a chance. As long as one entered the north courtyard and had a lot of chances to get in contact with Sumor. She just couldn't believe that Sumor wouldn't forgive her. And when the time came, she had all the means to do so. Sumo, who she had looked at earlier, was standing there at this moment, so handsome, as if it was the obsidian sun, shining down on her. When he came back, some people said that he killed a third-level demonic beast with one slash and also comprehended the meaning of the blade. Sumor was hers. No one could take it away from her. She had a better chance than anyone else, and the two of them weren't related by blood anyway. After Su Ballad was chosen, there were no problems. At this moment, Fang Jiangyu or Zhou Liang or Wang Yang temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Those that have been following what's going on are no longer discussing it either. It was Sumor's business. He hadn't even opened his mouth, so what reason did they have to open their mouths? Not to mention that Sumor had killed a third-level demonic beast with a single slash and comprehended the blade intent. He was someone they should not mess with. With the arrangement, it was finally Zhou Liang's turn. Which academy do you choose? Zhou Liang similarly subconsciously looked at Sumor, and after realizing that Sumor was not staring at him, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was his fault for wrongly accusing him in the first place, and when he struck out later, he didn't leave any evidence behind, so there shouldn't be a problem. I'll go with the North Yard as well. When all the students had made their choices, it represented the end of this martial arts examination. Some are happy and some are sad. Wait, just as the crowd was about to leave, Shirayuki stepped out of her seat. The sudden sound made all the people who were about to leave all stop in their tracks. There's a reversal. For some reason, Surouge had a bad premonition inside. Could it be that what she'd done had fallen through? No way. Absolutely no way. As powerful as Shirayuki was, her hands couldn't possibly reach into the black market. She had taken on all the other mistakes. Only the matter of that martial arts medal. It shouldn't be this one thing. It shouldn't be. Su Ran was praying inwardly. The eyes looked toward Sumor. She realized that at the moment Sumor was also looking at her. Su Ro's joy. Fantasies all disappeared. And there was that gaze again. Cold and indifferent. As if she had seen Sumor's first beheading of a mutant lobster before. That one mutant lobster was her. In front of Sumor, she was a lamb to the slaughter. She was going to unmask her in front of everyone in the North End and subject her to scorn and accusations. No, don't. It can't be. I was wrong. Su Ro's almost pleading. Pathetic gaze stared at Sumor. A few drops of crystals were already trickling from his eyes, but Sumor's expression did not change, as if she was already a dead person in his eyes. Chapter 55 The Judgment Comes. My brother begs you. Say something. After Shirayuki stood up, all eyes were focused on her. Gentlemen, earlier our martial artist guild sent out a post that someone was privately selling our martial artist guild's medals. After Shirayuki finished speaking, her gaze traveled around the room. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. No way. Murphy really had something like this and was investigated. Who's so bold? The medallion will be in big trouble if it's trafficked. To actually say it at this critical moment, it must have been confirmed that this is in Z City. It must be someone from Z City. The faces of the 9 city lords above weren't looking too good. This was equivalent to slapping them in the face. There was no way around it. The Martial Artist Guild could not give them face. They could not give the Martial Artist Guild face. Besides, they wanted to see who it was. Just as the crowd was speculating, Bayu's gaze suddenly looked at Surouge. Miss Su Ballad, can you give me an explanation? Su Ro's face was bloodless the moment Bayu saw her. Her body trembled and she almost couldn't stand up, sitting on her butt on the ground. Really investigated it. Zhou Liang among the students at the moment had his gaze similarly coalesced, panic rising in his heart. He's guilty of selling martial arts medals, but he's the one who found the man. This stupid woman would have given him up for sure. Damn. I should have known better than to kill this stupid. In the audience, Fang Jiangyu and also Wang Yang slid directly from their seats to the ground. The two men's backs were already wet with cold sweat. Su Ro actually auctioned off the martial arts medal. How dare you? Especially Principal Fang Jiangyu, who spent over $30 million for Surouge, only to end up with this. At first, when he saw that Sumor didn't make a sound, he thought that this matter would slowly pass. He's at best out of position, but he's been investing in Su Ballad and there's still hope. Now don't say hope, just go straight to the ground. This is not the way to die. At this moment, many people had surprises in their eyes. It's actually her. This kind of thing she can really make. What? It's actually really her. No, why did I say that? Grass. This is not eating bear heart and leopard gall. This is the old man eating arsenic. Looking for death has not seen such. Even the martial arts medal dared to auction? Oh, even the house left behind by her parents dared to be secretly auctioned off, leaving her brother homeless, and saying that she valued her talent. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at how big the gap between the two is now. Before Sumor main examiner but really treat her as a sister, working to earn money for her. The result is to buy clothes to spend 200,000 eyes do not blink. Someone else called her adoptive parents' names and actually asked her brother to apologize. What can't a beast like that do? And the auctioning of martial arts medals is something only she can do. At this moment, Sue Ballad looked like she was grasping something. They just suspected. Yes, they just suspected. If they had evidence, they would have taken it out a long time ago. No, it wasn't me. I didn't auction off the martialist medal. You guys are saying that I'm selling the martialist medal privately. You always have to show proof. Not to mention I haven't won a martial arts medal, so where am I going to sell it? After Suro finished speaking, she subconsciously looked at Sumor, her gaze almost pleading. She hoped that Sumor would not say anything about her parents' medals for the sake of her previous friendship. She doesn't want to be abandoned and cursed. Our martial artist guild investigated, and when I wasn't the Z9 City Guild president, the previous president had awarded the martial artist medal to a family, and that was Sumor's parents. Sumor's parents helped the martial artists guild out of some trouble, and this was secretly awarded to them. After Bayu finished speaking, she took out an image, and the entire examination ground could see the image on it. A young couple with a child in their arms. Two men were holding a medal in their hands. After Shirayuki was done, another screen played out. It was the video of Sue Rouge traveling to the black market and auctioning off medals, and that one medal was also recorded with particular clarity. Miss Sue Rouge, you said you didn't steal or sell the martial artist medal. What are you doing? Our martial artist guild has said that whoever auctions off the martial artist medal is messing with our martial artist guild. Could it be that Miss Sue Rouge doesn't place our martial artist guild in her eyes? A rhetorical question caused Sue Rouge to completely panic. It's not like that. It's really not like that. City Lord Z9 also stepped forward. Such a person doesn't deserve to be a member of our Z9 city. A wolf's heart and enmity. Suro heard the accusations and abuse around her, and her mind went blank. Even the city lord spoke up. No, she still had to go to the north courtyard. She had a wider world ahead of her. In any case, this hurdle must be passed today. There are other ways. There are other ways. Su Ruan got anxious. The surrounding abuse was like sea water about to drown her. She had the feeling that she was going to suffocate. It's like grasping for the last straw before dying. This martial arts medal was awarded to my parents. My parents gave it to me, then it's mine. Does that mean I can make the decision? And is it up to me to sell it or use it for something else? Besides, it's just a medal. A dead thing. I know it symbolizes honor, but can honor be used as a meal or a resource for cultivation? I'll exchange it for money and use it to buy cultivation resources, strength enhancement, hunting demonic beasts, and protecting the safety of the citizens. Isn't this maximizing the value? On the contrary, it doesn't insult it and proves its worth. The people who were still accusing Sue Rouge were instantly dumbfounded. It can still be interpreted that way. You're really something. This woman was so stupid just now, but she's actually so smart in this moment. Shirayuki grunted coldly. The martial arts medal may not be given away. Sold. This is the Iron Order of the Martial Guild. Not to mention the fact that those who have earned the medal can use it to come to my martial guild for help. Don't you know that? Suro saw the coldness in Bayu's eyes and lowered her head. Besides, what proof do you have that it was gifted to you by your adoptive parents? Are you gifted? You stand out? Or is it that you have a good heart and know what's good for you? Three questioning voices. Suro completely defeated. At present, there is only one possibility, and that is Sumor. Unless Sumor admits that it was gifted to her by her adoptive parents. But would he really say yes? Say a word. Brother, it was gifted to me by my parents. Tell them, I beg of you. Suro's eyes misted with water and she looked at Suemo in a pitiful manner. Before she looked at Sumor with such a gaze, any request Sumor would agree to. She wanted to evoke that trace of tenderness in Sumor's heart. Bah! So shameless. Before she said she had no relationship with Sumor. This moment she called her brother. I feel like she even insulted these two words. Before, she even said that her adoptive parents adopted her in order to utilize her and see that she was gifted. But now it's a slap in the face. Other people's sons are more gifted. And she's nothing compared to Sumor. There's nothing wrong with what the city lord said. Wolfish, this is a despicable villain with only himself in his eyes. Selfish. So much has happened and there has been no acknowledgement of her mistakes from start to finish. This kind of person is the kind of person who no matter what mistakes they make, it's someone else's fault and it has nothing to do with her. That's just it. Playing pathetic now is also to get through this one time. And still doing what I did afterward is not worth forgiving. Go home and make sure you teach your children never to be like that. Suro did not pay attention to the accusations, the abuse around her. She looked at Sumo with a soft gaze. Brother, please, say something. Chapter 56. You don't have my family's account. Suro mumbled her mouth, with a look of being so aggrieved that I felt sorry for her. You don't have my family's account. The moment Sumo's few words came out, the entire examination hall fell silent. Beautiful. Sumo Chief Examiner, I love you. That's the way it has to be. Don't ever let someone like that go. TSK, 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 now it's theft plus trafficking. A big offense. Go to jail. Not to mention jail time. Who in the entire North End would dare to come into contact with someone like that? That's all there is to it. To fend for yourself. Suro's heart sank to the bottom. I can't believe he's so heartless. Why? Why can you be so heartless? Why? Suro looked at Sumo with teary eyes. Why can you be so heartless? Didn't I cause you to be fired for charging someone $10,000? I'm also looking out for your best interest in finding you a job that pays $4,000 a month. After selling my parents' house, I even gave you $2,000 to let you rent a house. Why can you be so heartless to me? I'm so good to you. When these words came out, many people's anger was completely ignited. What a piece of garbage, dumbass. I'm so convinced that secretly selling someone's parents' house, making them homeless, and then giving them $2,000 to rent an apartment is actually being nice to them? Is that what I mean when I sell you to a whorehouse and then give you a mouthful of spit and say it's for your own good? She has the nerve to say it and say it's for the good of others. Su-won ignored the accusations of the crowd. You've become such a powerful martial artist. I asked you to earn money for me and you didn't even agree. You just don't see me as a good person. You're doing it on purpose. You're just trying to get back at me, aren't you? Now you're satisfied watching me get spit on. Su Rouge sat paralyzed on the ground, muttering continuously inside her mouth. A lot of people think this guy is crazy and still has no brains. Zhou Liang, who was hiding among the students, was already about to be scared silly. Right now, Su Rouge looks delirious, so he could spit out anything. Suro sat on the ground, still murmuring to herself. Why are you so selfish? I'm your sister, the closest thing you have. Why don't you make me feel better? Thieving God, why are you so unjust? Why are you doing this to me? And Zhou Liang, didn't he say there would be no accidents? Suro's brain suddenly reacted. Zhou Liang said there would be no accidents. So why was he still discovered and investigated? Yes, it must be him. She deliberately provoked my brother and me, and then report me with the intention of not making it easy for me. He's jealous of me, of my talent, of having a good brother. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's definitely it. I could have had a much happier life, all because of this bad guy. Brother, listen to my explanation. Things are not like this. These things are all done by Zhou Liang. It's him who is stirring things up. He is deliberately stirring up our relationship. He just won't let us have a good time. If you don't believe me, look. I still have the record here of when he tempted me to sell my house. He was also the one who found me the person who stole and sold the martial arts medal. And he said that there would be no accidents. And now he's being told in public. That's what he's after. He envies our relationship. He must like me. The only way to get me is to destroy me. Although the two of us are siblings, we are not related by blood after all. And his purpose for doing this is conceivable. Brother, you have to trust me. Sister still loves you. Brother, you must believe me. Su Rouge blurted out after coming up with a reason. Even as she had seen that her brother believed her words. The image of the trial of Zhou Liang and then taking her hand and getting back together. Many students hurriedly backed away and distanced themselves from Zhou Liang. Zhou Ling's heart sank. He knew that the next moment was the moment of judgment. It didn't occur to me that it would be just after the martial arts exam. Tried in front of tens of millions of people. So more. How true. When I planted you, I made you leave the school like a lost dog in front of all the students in the class. Now you're making me lose face in front of tens of millions of people in the North End. Good tactics. Really think that he, Zhou Liang, will fold his hands? After going up, he kicked Su Rouge to the ground. Wasn't it you who asked me to find it for you? And I don't know what you're selling. What do you think you are? When I gave you $10,000 to not testify against Sumor, you didn't just assent. In the end, you still only have yourself in your eyes. Selfish woman. Just like that, you deserve to make me like you. Bah, what the hell? I'd be marrying a maggot, and it wouldn't be my turn to have a woman like you in my house. Sumo sat up without speaking. Zhou Liang took a deep breath. Anyway, left and right is a death. Suro, this woman doesn't want to be good either. After Sumor was expelled, I told you that as long as you let Sumor come and work for me as a dog, I would give him $4,000 a month, which is just enough to cover your living expenses for the academy. And didn't you get your ass in gear and go and persuade Sumor to do so? This time the crowd could no longer contain their emotions. Many people took off their shoes and smashed them at Suro. Grass. Smash this. There's actually someone like this in the North District. What kind of beast is this? No. Saying beast is insulting to beast. Damn. Watching his brother being expelled. And letting his brother be a dog. How can he go out without being struck to death by a thunderbolt? This sister, in order to $10,000, actually really can stand by and watch her brother suffer injustice. She does not have a little guilt, and also went to persuade to give the planted person as a dog. This is how talented people can do things. At the end of the day, it's still trying to get something for nothing. And the goal is still that $4,000 a month. This kind of person is selfish, and pawning and standing, and can't be scolded to wake up. This kind of retard lives in her world all the time. The fact that she can be abandoned by her parents, and with a personality like hers, it's clear why she was abandoned. Because her real parents are selfish, with only themselves in their eyes, and think she's a liability. Zhou Liang looked at Suro, who was still trying to retort, and snorted coldly. Look at Sumo. Hard-earned money for you. A day of exhaustion. Only a few $dozen. No wonder this is done. The original is to wake up your conscience. How about you? Buy clothes 200,000 are not blinking. With or sell his parents' house. But also said only by like. Charge what big tail wolf. Zhou Liang is now the most resentful instead of Surime. This person. We're all going to die anyway. Big deal. Everyone's screwed. It hasn't been long since Sumo was expelled. And we know that Sumo is a martial artist. All the students in our class know about it. And none of them dare to speak out. We've joined forces with the principal and the homeroom teacher to kill Sumo to keep things from leaking. How about that? None of that came to mind. After these words came out, the principal on the viewing platform as well as the homeroom teacher, as well as the students in the same class, all sat on their asses on the ground. His back was already wet with cold sweat. The camera is all pulled in close at the moment. There were also a couple of guys with cameras on their shoulders that were mortared in their faces. May I ask, how do you think as a principal, that such a genius is not sheltered, but instead goes to shelter a retard? Could it be that you're also a retard and that's why you're doing this? Please answer me positively. Hello? As a classmate of Sumo's, you were actually silent. Why did you do that? Some students couldn't bear it, knowing that if they didn't open their mouths, they wouldn't even be able to get into a normal school. It was the homeroom teacher who threatened us, saying that if we leaked it out, we would be expelled from the class so that we wouldn't be able to take the martial arts exam. Yes, he's the one who threatened us. We're just students and there's nothing we can do but follow the arrangements. We didn't testify, but we didn't wrongly accuse Sumo either. We didn't take Zhou Liang's money to give false testimony. It's all because the class teacher in Zhou Liang, Su Wan, made things happen. Especially the class teacher has long been looking at Sumo in a bad light, thinking that he's a waste of space and is dragging the class down. It was Zhou Liang who provoked Sumo. Then Sumo went to the homeroom teacher, who in turn expelled Sumo. Chapter 57. I'm on my knees for you. What more do you want from me? Some of the students were as if they were pouring out beans, telling all that had happened. Many people were staring at Wang Yang at the moment. Mr. Wang, may I ask if this is true? Wang Yang opened his mouth. There was no way to refute it. After all, it was the truth. Even the principal didn't have an explanation. So what was he going to do? At this moment, Zhou Liang laughed maniacally. If you're going to die anyway, why do you care so much? He was going to die. And if Su Rouge wanted to go ashore, don't even think about it. When we knew that Sumo was a martial artist, after dealing with Sumo, she was the most active. As long as it was an action to plant evidence to frame Sumo, she would actively cooperate and agree. At this moment, the people who were assessing the onlookers were already too lazy to curse. Such scum. Simply wasting their words. It's not like that. It's not like that. Su Rouge had managed to see a bit of hope, hurriedly stood up and ran to kneel at Sumo's feet. Brother, you have to believe me. It's really not true. I'm really blinded by him. He did all of this. You have to trust your sister. We've lived together for over 10 years. How could I possibly harm you? Trust me. My sister really does love you. Sumo glanced at him, and the guards directly threw Su Ballad down. Such a person is also worthy of approaching Sumo. Don't insult their Z-Town pride. I'm on my knees for you. Why don't you believe me? What do you want from me? I know. If you like me, you can just say it. We're not related by blood. We can get married. I won't be in contact with other men in the future. And we can have many children. Okay, will you forgive me? I was really wrong. After Suro finished speaking, she once again climbed up and came to Sumo's side, just to hug Sumo's arm. Bayu's face was slightly red, and her eyes radiated killing intent. Yi Xiaoshi, who was in the crowd at the moment, had the same killing intent hanging in the bottom of her eyes. Bang! Sumo kicked Su Rhythm. only to see Su Rhythm roll down as if he were a rolling gourd. Shirayuki took a deep breath, satisfaction hanging in her eyes. Yi Xiaoshi did likewise. At this moment, Willow Demon approached Yi Xiaoshi. You like him? Yi Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Demonis Lu, her eyes flickering. Who wouldn't like someone this good? Willow Demon. Could it be that you want to compete with me as well? Sure, why not? Well then, let's see who actually takes him down. The two whispered not to be overheard by anyone else. The crowd, dumbfounded at the moment, was outright petrified this time. What shocking statements are these? No wonder the main examiner Sumor said earlier that if he had a choice, he would let Suro die in the mouth of a demonic beast. What kind of person could give birth to such a retarded thing? With that brain of hers, who would like her? I've been alive for over 30 years and for the first time I want to kill someone. My machete is just as hungry to cut her. At this moment, Zhou Liang's eyes flickered after seeing this scene. It's all death anyway, so more, do you think you'll be better off? Wu Chou is dead. The crowd now knows that what he said is true. Now he's bringing that one thing up. So more, will people still think you'll be good? So more you want us to die. Don't blame me. Zhou Liang walked forward and faced Su Mor. Do you really think that you are as you seem? Don't think that just because you put on a self-induced show about Wu Qiu, you'll make others believe it. When Zhou Liang said this, the crowd quieted down. Isn't that Wu Qiu already in jail? Why are you bringing up her again? Murphy. Many people knew that this was Zhou Liang's last madness. Not to mention the fact that it had been previously confirmed that someone had planted Su Mor. Principal Feng Zhengyu is also grasping at the last straw. Damn. It was fortunate that in the end, he was afraid of the Zhou family and didn't announce the death of Wu Qiu. For once he was celebrating his cleverness. I know about Wu Qiu. Who is dead? The family was dead before they even got back to the security administration. Feng Zhengyu stood out and shouted. Many people's faces changed as they stared at the figure on the high platform. None of the examiners from the other key academies opened their mouths. It could be seen from Su Mor's attitude towards them before that Su Mor was not that kind of person. They believe in Su Mor. Even the 4 teachers from the North Academy looked like they were watching the show. So what doubt did they have? If Su Mor had been inconsistent, would the dean of the Northern Courtyard have taken him in as a close disciple? Not even with the best of talent. Trying to fool the dean of the North End. Not in the entire North End. Su Mor, you're a moralistic person. You're not what you seem. You think you're the only one with the means. I'll be damned. I, Zhou Liang, am going to die today, and I want the entire Northern District to see your true colors. The crowd realized that Su Mor didn't show any panic, even sat back down. Zhou Liang, Principal Feng, do you guys want me to die so badly? At that moment a voice rang out and the students moved out of the way. 3 figures emerged from the crowd, wearing restraints on their hands as well as their feet. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted when he saw Wu Qiu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Qiu was already dead. It was highly poisonous. How could he have survived? After seeing this scene, Shirayuki similarly sat down with a look of watching the show. If it wasn't for Su Mor's defense against this guy's hand, it would really be a bit of a problem. Even Headmaster Feng Zhengyu's pupils were shrinking. Lu Shuetian followed the 3 men, his gaze falling on Feng Zhengyu like he was looking at a dead man. You all should know me. My name is Wu Qiu, a student of the 9th class of the 10th high school in Z9 City. What happened before was indeed me slandering Su Mor. Here I apologize to him. Also, I'm here to thank him for saving my parents. After Wu Qiu finished speaking, he knelt down to Su Mo and heavily kowtowed 3 times before slowly standing up. I wronged Su Mor. Also because I was in cahoots with Zhou Liang. When he said he'd give me $30 million and help me change my face and go to an ordinary school. For $30 million, I sold my conscience. Who knew that he feasted on our family for dinner and poisoned us? And if it wasn't for Su Mor's rescue of us, we would have died. Zhou Liang, you don't have to retort. I'm not like that douchebag. I keep evidence. At first, I was afraid that you would backtrack and secretly recorded the evidence and uploaded it to the cloud. Just because I was afraid that you would backtrack afterward. And even if I were to die, this one incident today would be exposed. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted. This seemingly brainless fool had actually grown a brain. At this time, Lu Shuetian brought a cell phone and the content inside was played out. Wu Qiu, as long as planting Su Mor is successful, I'll give you $30 million to find someone to give you a facelift. Wu Qiu, $30 million is already quite a lot. It's hard for you to earn it even if you become a martial artist. It's enough for your family to live peacefully for the rest of their lives. Wang Yang's voice followed closely behind. Wu Qiu, I will also post to help you out. At last Su Balad's voice rang out. This Zhou Liang's name is really not to be underestimated. Using the truth to paralyze us before telling a big lie to wrongly accuse Su Mor. We didn't believe it in the first place. None of them are any good. and we are afraid that some of the people who are jealous of Sumo will believe it. Zhou Liang's face was pale and bloodless. The evidence was already sitting, and the last move had no effect. With this one opportunity, it's about time we and the Security Administration settle some scores. Chapter 58, Master rewards 10 billion, tearfully earns another 20 billion. After Lu Shuetian finished speaking, some evidence began to play on the screen. The first thing was Zhou Liang arranging the evidence of Blood Panther to hunt Sumo. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted after seeing this scene. Without thinking, he looked over at his peers sitting in that center seat. He realized that Sumo's gaze was teasing when he looked at him. He laughed bitterly. So that's it. No wonder. No wonder. Sumo had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I'm afraid that the blood tiger and the blood leopard were all killed by him. Those pictures were sent to him just to keep him up at night and mentally torture him. There's also a video of an interrogation where the killer went to attack Sumo at night. And the most important one, Zhou family's second son, Zhou Banyu, went to the black market to look for an assassin. Just as the video was gradually being released, waves were made in the black market. The other person in charge, Jiang Quan, has been taken away. Sun Knight saw the back of the security administrator leaving with excitement as well as celebration on his face. As the evidence continued to play, Zhou Liang sat on his butt, his legs weak. Z9 City Lord took out his cell phone and sent out a message. Ready for action. City Lord Z9 knew that once he gave this order, the Zhou family was finished. The security management service came up and detained Zhou Liang on the spot. There's another guy, the principal of the 10th high school. Lu Shuetian looked at Fang Zhengyu and took out a piece of evidence. The very evidence of the interrogation. There's also the phone call Fang Yongwu made to the killer earlier. Fang Zhengyu's face paled. It turned out that he had already fallen for the trap. No wonder Lu Shuetian did not help him. Oh, it's so self-inflicted. No wonder it's hard for talented martial artists to appear in Z City's 10 highs. With a leader like this, it's only strange that they can appear. That homeroom teacher isn't any good either. My youngest son is still in 10th grade and says he's going to transfer. Fang Zhengyu, Wang Yang were all taken away by the people from the security management office. Even the students in the same class were not spared. Pack them all up and take them away for interrogation when the time comes. The punishment should be penalized, and the jail time should be imposed. No, no, no. Watching Lu Shuetian walk towards her, Suro struggled. No, brother, give me a chance. Give me a chance. I'll do everything you say from now on. I don't want to go to jail. Su Ballad was dragged down. No, no. I don't want to go to jail. I'm a genius. I still have to get into the North Academy. I still have to be courted by millions. I don't want to go to jail. Miserable. Shrill sounds echoed continuously. Not a single person took pity on her. At their own peril. After it was over, Sumo turned to leave. The other examiners followed close behind and followed away. The entire Northern District Martial Artist Forum then exploded. So heartbroken for the chief examiner. Didn't think I'd need to go through this at such a young age. This year's assessment questions are awesome, and the chief examiner just has gusto. Comprehending the meaning of the sword and killing a third-grade demonic beast with one sword, the pride of my human race. One post after another was about Sumo, occupying a very high position. The trial after the end of the martial arts exam was a great success. Z9 City Hall announcement, 10th high school cancelled. Students transferred to other high schools in batches. Z9 Town Hall announcement, an inspection team will be set up to inspect all high schools. The pride of my Z City. Self-improvement. Move forward. Learn from Sumo main examiner. At this moment, Sumo had become a celebrity in the North District. Even many of the small children knew Sumo. At the age of 18, at the Divine Orifice realm, he comprehended the blade intent. After the end of the martial arts exam, Sumo was saying goodbye to the other examiners. See you in the North Court, young house. After the teacher from the North Academy left, Sumo's pants pocket vibrated. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone voice rang and Sumo saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, a neutral voice came from the other side. Well done. It didn't occur to me that you've already comprehended blade intent. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Master. A task well accomplished. And it looks like using you to push for reform was the right choice. I'll put 10 billion in your martial arts badge. These months are the easiest for you. Rest well and look forward to our second meeting as master and disciple. Thank you, Master. After hanging up the phone, Sumo took a deep breath. 10 billion. Master is really atmospheric. He likes this kind of master. Not because of 10 billion. Sumo's eyes lit up when he returned to the Martial Artist Guild. Because the weather was getting hotter. At this moment, Bayu had already changed into a black slim-fitting dress with a hemline that reached her knees and was slightly rolled up. A tousled head of hair fell naturally. Bayu covered her mouth and laughed out when she saw Sumo's eyes. Take a look at that unseen look of yours. Shirayuki looked proud. It's not that Sister Baiyu is pretty. Sumo was in a good mood and was naturally happy to cooperate. Just know to say what sister loves to hear. What's the next plan? Baiyu looked at Sumo, who had a relaxed face, and secretly said that this guy wouldn't continue to go live as a savage. Take a few days off. You do get a little tired these days. Shirayuki nodded. Is it particularly cool to have them all behind bars today? Baiyu looked at the coldness under Sumo's eyes and sighed helplessly. This little thing has been through so much. It's wary of everyone. Don't look to joke with her every day. The truth is that the heart is cold. Even when she was snickering with Sumo, she could feel that touch of indifference deep under Sumo's eyes. Hello. At this time, two silhouettes walked in, and from the time they came in, their gazes fell on Sumo without shifting. Sumo's gaze fell on the two men. Hello. The ones who came were naturally Lu Demon and Yi Xiaoshi. Get acquainted. My name is Yi Xiaoshi. Yi Xiaoshi's eyes stared straight at Sumo and stretched out her hand. My mom won't let me touch a girl's hand. Says it's rude. Yi Xiaoshi and also Lu Demon opened their mouths, and for a while, they actually did not know what to say. How many men have tried to shake their hands and been rejected by them? And now it's their turn to be rejected. The two people stared at Sumo strangely. You also strange obedience, Lu. This if pushed down, ruthlessly pinched the waist, kissed him, see him shed tears will not be particularly cool. My name is Willow Demon. I'm BFFs with her. I came over today to get to know you a bit, and from now on we'll be classmates. Sumori nodded. Congratulations. Willow Demon's almond eyes widened. Big brother, you this knocking nagging sparse. Shirayuki's eyes scrutinized the two, supposedly the sisters of those two contraptions. The two of them looked at Baiyu at the same time. They also knew about this talented senior sister. We're planning to stay in Z9 City for a while. Could we ask you to be our guide for a while? 10 billion a day. Why don't you go grab it? Willow Demon chided loudly. $10 billion. How dare you? Could be. Yi Xiaoshi stared at Sumo with a serious expression. Give me your martial artist badge and I'll transfer you $10 billion. Sumo was shocked. He just didn't want to pay attention to these two and talk them out of it. What? You don't dare. You're a wimp. You can't do it. You're soft? Sumo handed over the badge and Yi Xiaoshi transferred $10 billion into it. Even Willow Demon similarly transferred in $10 billion. You emptied my 18 years of storage in one fell swoop. The bottom of Sumo's eyes flashed with surprise. This is coming to Versailles. Right. 18 years of pocket money. 10 billion. Remember, pocket change. It's pocket change. It is true that some people are born in Rome, and some people are born as bulls and horses, or as innate bulls and horses saints, and heavenly chosen working saints. Okay, I'll stay with you all day tomorrow. Do you guys wanna have some fun? When Lu Demon and also Yi Xiaoshi saw that Sumo's appearance did not look like a fake, a touch of strangeness rose in their hearts. His eyes were so fiery. Could be. Okay, leave a number and I'll call you guys tomorrow. After the two left, Baiyu looked at Sumo. What do you want? Two beautiful girls invited. And at such a great price. Of course they have to be satisfied and give them a memorable thrill. Chapter 59 Exterminating the Zhou Family. Su Yao's real parents. Looking at the smile hanging at the corner of Sumo's mouth, Baiyu's eyebrows condensed. What exactly did this guy want to do? At this time, Sumo's cell phone rang. It was Lu Shuetian calling. Brother Sumo. It's been a long time since you've come to sit with us at the security management office. Would you like to come and visit? After Sumo heard this, there was surprise in his gaze. This Lu Shuetian spoke so politely. It looked like he should have something to find him. Brother Lu, wait a moment. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Sumo said a word to Baiyu and turned around to leave the martial artist guild. The distance between the two places was not that far. Coupled with Sumo's fast speed, he had already arrived at the security management office in a short while. Lu Shuetian had already been waiting at the door and his eyes lit up after seeing Sumo. Old brother Sumo is here. Follow me. After the two people sat in the car, Lu Shuetian brought Sumo to a place. Seeing that one building, Sumo's expression changed. He knew that this was the city lord's mansion. Lu Shuedo had already been waiting for Sumo. Old brother Sumo, you've given me a huge surprise. Big brother Lu is too kind. After entering the city lord's mansion, Lu Shuedo led Sumo into an underground chamber. Elder brother Sumo, the Zhou family's people have already been imprisoned by me. Sumo's expression changed. He understood what Lu Shuedo meant. The evidence we've gathered can already try the Zhou family for the death penalty. After Lu Shuedo finished speaking, he turned around and left the secret room with Lu Shuetian, leaving Sumo alone. Sumo walked towards the inside of the secret room and saw the imprisoned Zhou family members. Zhou Liang was also among them. The sound of footsteps startled the people in the chamber. Their eyes converged and their pupils contracted when they saw Sumo. Obviously Sumo came alone. They had a feeling of suffocation. Cold, fear, and awe surrounded them. Zhou Qizheng, the Zhou family's old man, stood up with the help of the people around him and approached the cell door, staring at the young man in front of him. He had seen this picture countless times and knew that his grandson had sent someone to kill this young man. To him, a dispensable mole crickets transformed into a giant dragon. After knowing that he was the close disciple of the Dean of the North Courtyard and the examiner of the martial arts exam, he didn't sleep all night, and the sky of the Zhou family collapsed. He found all the connections he could, prayed for a meeting with the person in front of him, and in the end it was a stone's throw away. None of them helped him. Zhou Qi was looking at Su Mor. Is it possible to save a seed for one of my Zhou family? Zhou Qizheng knelt down after he finished speaking, as if he was a candle in the wind. After the Zhou family behind them saw this scene, there were complexities in their gazes. Previously, this mole that they didn't see in their eyes now needed them to kneel and beg him for a chance. 3 months, just 3 months. There is a feeling that things have changed. If you were me, would you give me a chance? When you were allowed to bully and take it in your hands, you didn't put me in your eyes. Now that you know you're wrong, let me let you off the hook. Where is such a good thing? Su Mor took out his Shen iron sword after he finished speaking. Pust, stabbing directly at Zhou Qizheng's heart. I won't spare any of you. The Zhou family. Don't you understand the principle that a wildfire can't be burned, and that it grows again in the springtime? Zhou Qizheng opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spat out as his throat churned, his head hanging down, looking for death. You have the balls to come in. Crunch. Su Mor opened the cell door, and the Shen iron sword was still dripping blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Bright red blood dripped to the ground with a sound as the clock of life began to count down. The Zhou family boss took a step back, his face pale and his cold hairs standing on end. I'm sorry, pust. A head shot up into the sky and landed in front of the eyes of the rest of the Zhou clan. There were a few timid Zhou family members who directly fainted in fear. At this moment, Su Mor transformed into an executioner. These people didn't take human life seriously before, bullying honest people, and then when the honest people awakened, they wanted to talk about peace. Where under the sky is such a good thing? I'll give you money. I'll give you lots and lots of money. Pust. Blood splattered as a head floated up again. Walking to the end, Su Mor saw the figure that retreated in the middle of the corner. Golem. Zhou Liang's throat rolled, making a dull sound in the silent cell. Seeing Su Mor taking a step towards him, that pressure tightened around him. Poof. Zhou Liang's legs went limp and he fell to his knees. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. Pop. 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 Master Su. Father Su. Please give me a chance. Zhou Liang's slaps continued to ring out, and before long both sides of his face had swollen. I'll be a dog for you. Master Su. I'll be a dog for you. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Please give me a chance. Su Mor looked at Zhou Liang with cold eyes. Just now when he killed the Zhou family members, Zhou Liang had been scared out of his wits and was now a bit incoherent. Zhou Liang, there was originally no grievances or hatred between you and I. To be honest, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see Su Ro's face. Su Mor stared condescendingly at Zhou Liang and said, No, it would be an honor to help you. Give me a chance. You give me a chance. I have money. I can pay you. If you just give me a chance, I swear I'll be the most loyal dog I can be. Su Mor's Shen iron blade pointed at his brow. Zhou Liang's body went limp and collapsed to the ground, his face bloodless and bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down. He could feel the killing intent contained on the Shen iron blade. Pust. Su Mo turned around and left the middle of the secret cell, turning around and walking towards the outside. At this moment, Lu Shuatian and also Lu Shuadao were smoking at the entrance. One was the city lord and the other was the captain of the security management office. The two were the same as the gatekeepers. After seeing Su Mor come out, the two didn't glance at the inside. After the three men walked away, a sound came from behind them and the chamber cell collapsed. Walking out of the city lord's mansion, Su Mo waved his hand at Lu Shuedo. You can call me if you need anything. Old buddy, on call. Su Mor nodded and the two drove off. Lu Shuetian looked at Su Mor on the passenger side. Older brother, go back to the security management office. Just now Zhang Dahai called. Su Ro's parents are looking for him. After Su Mor heard this, there was surprise in his eyes. Prepare yourself not to be angry with. By the time the two men arrived at the security office, an urgent voice came from inside. When is my son coming back? You fart. Don't climb relatives. You guys don't insult Su Mor. Get lost. After Su Mor came in, he saw a young couple, and there was surprise in their eyes when they saw Su Mor. Son, you're back. Make them apologize. Su Mor's eyes narrowed and his killing intent was gradually released. The young couple swished. Their faces were bloodless and looked at Su Mor with slight panic. One more outburst and I'll kill you. Chapter 60, Su Yao committed suicide? What Sumor hated the most was when people insulted his parents. The man in the suit stepped forward. Don't get me wrong. We are Suro's parents. You and her are siblings. Isn't that equivalent to our son? We also know about Suro's matter. We didn't expect to make such a big mistake. Don't want such a daughter. We came over this trip to make it up to you. Your parents are dead. We are alive. We can be your parents. Don't worry. We will be good to you. Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo, and Lu Shuatian had been stunned. No wonder Su Rouge has that kind of personality. It's all genetic. The corner of Sumor's mouth rose. His gaze fell on the two people, and a pressure appeared in the room as if it was a blistering storm. I don't doubt your identities. You're probably really Su Rouge's parents. Just this shamelessness. It's just like Su Rouge. However, I would advise you to get out of here, before I lose my temper. The young couple across the street got anxious. We truly want to recognize you as our son. We really don't have any ulterior motives. You have to believe us. Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo went forward and directly handcuffed the two people. Let's go. Squat inside for a few days, insulting the shut-in disciple of the dean of the northern courtyard. If you let it out, do you think others will break you into pieces? The two men went pale at that. Sumor is our son. Who dares to do this to us? Bang bang. The two men slammed directly into the back wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as their bodies slid down the wall and fell to their knees. Sumor retracted his feet, took out his Shin iron sword, and approached the two step by step. The two cuddled together, cowering in the corner. Elder brother Sumor, wait for a moment. I'll turn off all the cameras here. The young couple was in a cold sweat, so scared that these people would treat them so badly. In fact, Zhang Dahai had closed it long ago, with the purpose of scaring the two people. The way to treat is to keep it simple. We were wrong. I'm sorry. We were wrong. The young couple's throats rolled as they looked at Sumor's eyes that were filled with killing intent. If they had a choice, they'd never come back here again, not knowing if they'd make it back alive. Especially when they met Sumor's eyes that were filled with killing intent. It made their scalps numb. Sumor mortared the knife in front of the two men, then gradually slashed through the two men's bodies. I won't kill you. If I hear you mention a single thing about me, I'll throw you outside the city and feed you to the demonic beasts, letting them eat your flesh one bite at a time, and still not letting you die. When the two men heard this, their faces turned white and they fainted from fear. After seeing this, Li Woyo walked over and dragged the two men with relief in his eyes. Just now he was dumbfounded, not pissed off, by these two idiots. Lock them up for a few days and I'll clean them up. Coming to my security management office to cause trouble. How dare you? Sumori nodded, looking at a pair of being taken away. Lu Shuetian shook his head. No wonder Su Ballad is a brainless fool. So it's really hereditary? Before I thought that her parents died in the mouth of a demonic beast. It looks like they disliked Su Rouge for being a burden and abandoned her. Just the right offense to keep them in for a couple years. There was a coldness in Sumor's gaze. Come on, it's time to see my brainless sister. Lu Shuetian brought Sumor to the place of solitary confinement. At this moment, Su Rouge's face was pale, and there was uneasiness in her eyes as she walked around in the middle of the cell. Every now and then he slaps the gate and yells, "Let me out! I don't want to be in this stinking place. My brother is Sumor, a genius martial artist, the shut-in disciple of the dean of the North Courtyard. I'm his older sister, and I'm going to give him children in the future. You guys actually dare to treat me like this? Let me out! Let me out! When my brother comes over, let's see if he doesn't punish you and let me out." Suro, who was shouting hysterically, had surprise, excitement, and joy in her eyes after seeing Sumor. My brother has come. My brother has come to see me. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew you still had feelings for me. Quickly bring me back. I don't want to stay in this stinking place. Brother, I repent. I know I'm wrong. If you forgive me, I'll listen to you in anything from now on. I knew that you still have feelings for me. Brother, don't worry. In the future I'll never be stupid again and obediently listen to you. We'll still be the same as before. Okay. I promise I can be a good sister. Listen to you. Give you children whatever you want, and you take me away. Sumori didn't say anything. Seeing the eyes that didn't contain a trace of emotion staring at her, Su Rouge closed her mouth and didn't continue to shout. Sumor looked at such a dumbass and didn't even have the desire to take care of her. Even now it's still so selfish. Sumor turned and left. As for Wang Yang and also Fang Zhengyu, naturally someone would punish them. Scum like that. Sumor didn't even have the desire to look at them. No, don't leave. Don't. I was wrong. Take me out. Take me out. No. Looking at Sumor's back, Suro's hand passed through the cell door and quickly waved, wanting to catch Sumor in general. As her back disappeared, Su Rouge went limp. Why didn't she give her a chance? Why? She had apologized. Why would she do this to her? Why? Not even give her a chance to apologize. Even if Sumo beat her up and scolded her, she would feel much better. This kind of utter disregard made her despair all the more. Lu Shuetian shook his head, still delusional at this time. Is that young couple Su Ballad's parents? Of course they are. Lu Shuetian gave them the chance to see Su Rouge, and both of them disappeared. Management Lu, I beg you, please, let him come back. Let him come back. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Shut up and be quiet. Flies are quieter than you. Su Rouge was paralyzed on the ground, still murmuring inside her mouth. You guys just know how to bully me. You just know how to bully me. You just see me as a bully. Lu Shuetian snorted after hearing this, with a mocking expression on his face. Your real parents came over to see you. Su Rouge's eyes fell on Lu Shuetian, and a glimmer of hope rose in her desperate eyes. Are they here to get me out? Come on now. Are they here to take me out? Lu Shuetian shook his head. The two of them are thinking of getting closer to Su More. They're brainless contraptions just like you, and when the two of them mention you, there's dislike under their eyes. Speaking of you, and cursing you, they came over and admitted that they were your parents, and it was because of Su More. They won't even look at you. Su Ro, it's your misfortune to have met biological parents like that, but God gave you a chance to choose again, and you ended up destroying it with your own hands. You have learned nothing of the candor, sincerity, and kindness of Su More's parents, the hypocrisy, the stupidity, the selfishness of your own parents. You're uneducated and use it against those close to you, those who love you. I'm sure Su More's parents in heaven will not regret saving you because they were good, but rather regret raising you themselves and in turn allowing you to hurt Su More. Suro sat on her butt on the ground, recalling the previous scene in her mind. After a while, Lu Shuetian left. Take out your cell phone. Elder brother Su More. Su Ballad committed suicide. Su Mo's eyes with dismay. That kind of will also commit suicide. Lu Shuetian is a little something, but Su More didn't ask more questions. Sometimes the truth wasn't that important, was it? After hanging up the phone, the corner of Su More's mouth rose. Everything was over and he was about to start a new journey. With that thought, he took out his cell phone and put the call through. Chapter 61, Mysterious Man. Su Yao's corpse. Demonic beasts attacking the city. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoshi and also Lu Demon had already appeared in front of Su More. Having agreed yesterday, Yi Xiaoshi, in a white fluffy knee-length dress, her hair slightly curled, a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lu Demon, White Cheongsam with a gaping hole in the neckline revealing a crystal gemstone, holding an umbrella in her hand, with a sense of gentleness of the Jiangnan water town. Su More stared at the two men with a strange look on his face. I'd advise you two to get a different set of clothes. What? You don't like it? Yi Xiaoshi's eyes stared straight at Su More. This is a carefully chosen dress for this young lady, so I'm not going to change it. Su More nodded. Let's go. I've made the arrangements. Are you ready? Next I'll take you to a place full of excitement, passion, and a place that will make you linger and die. Lu Demon as well as Yi Xiaoshi also had an expectant face when they saw Su More being mysterious. At this moment, at a cemetery, Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo took a long breath. After they buried Su Ballad, they turned around and left the cemetery place. Just as their backs disappeared, a man wrapped in a black trench coat appeared. Looking at the grave in front of him, his fingers moved and Su Yao's corpse appeared. Squatting down to take a look, the black trench coat came off and covered Su Yao. Outside the city at the moment. Su More, are you sick? Our two big beauties combined spent $20 billion. You brought us outside the city and were chased by Boa. Is this what you call taking us on a thrill hunt? Willow Demon yelled, wretched to the core, turned around to look at the blood-red pupils behind her, and hurriedly accelerated towards the city. Yi Xiaoshi also lost her composure, with awe in her eyes. Demonic beasts of the transcendent realm had ice arrow attacks from time to time. If it wasn't for the special body techniques they all practiced, they would have hiccuped long ago. Su More watched as Boa stopped chasing him and instead ran towards Lu Demon and also Yi Xiaoshi. The body leaped, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows in the air. Chop! As the voice fell, the blade intent condensed and a blade was swung out. A gully about 2 meters wide and 100 meters long was left on the ground. Boa's body stepped back, and his pupils stared at Su More with dead eyes, flashing with surprise. This mole actually comprehended sword intent, and his realm had even reached divine orifice. After Lu Demon and Yi Xiaoshi looked back, shock flashed in their eyes. Was this the real strength of Su More? Su More raised his sword and killed at Boa. The two didn't dare to slack off and ran towards the city. They knew that the faster they ran, the safer they would be if Su More didn't have to worry about them. Back in the city, the two men leaned against the gates, panting heavily, their hair disheveled and their faces pale with fear. Bye. Sumo's voice came from behind, and with a movement of his figure, Sumo returned to the city. Upon seeing this, the boa's tongue lolled out and made a strange noise, obviously furious. Baisho walked out and looked Sumor up and down with a strange look in his eyes. Half an hour ago, Sumor took two beautiful girls out. Even he had thought about what happened next. I didn't expect to be chased by boa. Geez, what an eye-opener. Are you guys okay? Baisho looked Sumor up and down. Sumor didn't want to take care of this thing ever since he knew that Baisho was a stuffy. Still a top crowbar. Is it exciting? Is it flowing? Yishaoshir and also Lu Demon heard the snark and rolled a blank stare at Sumor. Sumor, you're awesome. I'll remember today's events. Willow Demon stood up and pinched her waist. Yishaoshir also stopped paying attention to Sumor, and the two teamed up to leave. After Sumor saw the scene, he took a deep breath. It was so good. $20 billion in hand. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Baisho's face as he watched the three people leave, ignoring him from start to finish. On Sumor's way back to the Martial Artist Guild, many people saw Sumor with smiles on their faces. It's really Sumor, main examiner. I didn't think that I would be able to see it up close today. Lord Sumor, can we have an autograph? Sumor sniffed and stopped. Don't be like that. I'm an ordinary person too. No different from you guys, just a little bit luckier. After Sumor finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wow, so stylish and so subtle in his speech. I can't imagine how happy I'd be if I could sleep with him in my arms. Sister, it's not dark yet. Don't daydream. I went to bed tonight and dreamed of fodder, with Sumor holding me in the back. Oh, or I'm good. I had a video with my boyfriend before, switching to Sumor's face, but that actually broke up with me when she found out. When the crowd heard this, they said they deserved it, but it was a good method. After Sumor returned to the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu walked up. Egu, you can fight this. This is two beautiful sisters can't get out of bed. They should go home. Sumori had a strange grin on his face. What did you take them for? After Baiyu sat down, she looked at Sumor and curiously said. Sumor suddenly moved closer to Baiyu, with only a few centimeters separating the two faces. You could even hear each other breathing. Shiroyuki's snow-white neck gradually turned red, followed by her face and ears. A bad smile flashed under Sumor's eyes. Is Sister Shiroyuki so eager to know what I've been doing with them? Is that all you care about me? Shiroyuki lowered her head and her body backed up, resulting in Sumor stepping forward. Finally Shiroyuki suddenly stood up and grabbed Sumor and pressed him against the counter. Brother, you're not even close to playing this for your sister. Sumor took a deep breath. This woman was really a drama queen. She has all the looks you want, and in turn still gets herself trapped. Sister Baiyu, I was wrong. Let go of me. Let go of me. After Baiyu let go of Sumor, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. This stinky brother has hardened his wings, and he's still playing this game for her. Take them outside the city and get the boa for a while. After Baiyu heard this, her red lips opened and in the end, she didn't know what to say. One could only give Sumor a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome, it's still you. You're such a live dad. Whoever's a good guy collects $20 billion from someone else and takes them to the boa to play. After you go to the North Courtyard, you'd better be careful. Baiyu stared at Sumor with a sympathetic face. The two pretty sisters are not strong, but their brother is strong. How strong? How strong? Can be strong, can be strong. Sumor was speechless and stood up to leave. Shiroyuki's cell phone suddenly rang. What's up, old man? You and Sumor hurry to the east gate of D6 City. A large number of demonic beasts have already gathered there, and there are even traces of demons appearing. Shiroyuki's pupils shifted after hearing this. Sumor also heard Master's voice inside the phone. We'll be right there. At this moment, on the top floor of the Martial Artist Guild, a helicopter emitted a humming roar and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Z City was still a bit of a distance from D City, and even by helicopter, it would take an hour and a half to get there. The helicopter pulled up to the top floor of the D6 City Martial Artists Guild. There were already two figures waiting for Sumor as well as Baiyu. Welcome both of you to D6 City. We'll talk about politeness later. Let's go to the East Gate first. Shiroyuki looked indifferent. Chapter 62 One man slaughters 10,000 beasts. Mysterious bone flute. Sumor had seen it all before. Shiroyuki was just like that. When they arrived at the East Gate of D6, their hearts tightened when they saw a pair of blood-red eyes in the mist outside the city. Shiroyuki. A voice rang out at this time, and Shiroyuki looked towards the city wall garrison. Lu Bai. It didn't occur to me that you're actually guarding D6 City? After Lu Bai and Baiyu exchanged pleasantries for a while, they turned their gazes to Sumor. Hello. Hello. The two men said a quick hello and stopped talking. How long have these demonic beasts been gathering? A small group of demonic beasts appeared at 7 o'clock in the morning. There were no fluctuations. There were more and more behind them, and vaguely, I saw a demonic person. What specific strengths are not known. Lu Bai looked at the demonic beasts outside the city, and his gaze was also grave. Sumo did not open his mouth. Those demonic beasts were not particularly powerful. Gathered there, dead set on the east gate, like trained soldiers, it was a stalemate. Could they be a front and instead attack the other gates? Sumo's words had just fallen, only to see a figure fly past overhead. A heaven-treading realm demonic beast has appeared at the south gate. After Bai Yu and also Lu Bai heard this, their gazes stared at Sumo in surprise. Sumo was speechless. He just casually said that he was definitely infected by Bai Xiu. Why don't I watch the place and you guys go help? Sumo asked tentatively. Bai Yu and also Lu Bai nodded their heads, and the two of them disappeared with a single movement of their silhouettes. After Lu Bai left, there were still quite a few people stationed at the east gate. There was no need for Sumo to worry. Looking at those demonic beasts outside the city, Sumo looked at one of them. I'll be right back. Sumo had already left the city after he finished speaking. Immediately afterward, the men guarding the east gate could only sense a bright light. A roar had gone up from outside the city. The smell of blood began to fill the air. The killing has begun. These grade 1 demonic beasts didn't have any threatening power to Sumo, especially after comprehending blade intent. Within the mists, a pair of blood-red eyes face out and roar in a low voice. The densely packed demonic beasts came tearing towards Sumo. Sumo held the Shin iron sword. His eyes narrowed. Stacked waves. A sword was swung, brewing a long river-like, roiling waves rolling away. Wherever it passes along the way, it turns into a vacuum. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of demonic beasts exploding kept coming. Kill 2000 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 204 kill points. Sumo stepped on the snow and moved as if there was no man's land in the midst of the demonic beasts, chopping heavenly slash. Watching the herd of mammoths stampede towards him, Sumo made the move he had comprehended. A bright light rose as a blade was swung out. All of the mammoth herds that impacted along the way were turned in half. The pale white mist had long since turned blood red. The people stationed at the gates of D6 had long been dumbfounded. Is this the gold content of the Northern Academy Dean's shut-in disciple? Just now, amongst the mammoth group, there seems to be a third-grade demonic beast. Right, that was directly chopped up? It didn't even have the power to resist at all? Hiss, I thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't think it was true. He actually did comprehend blade intent. Kill 300 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 400 kill points. Kill 3 third-level demonic beasts. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 2000 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 202 kill points. The system's beeps kept ringing in his head. Sumo seemed like a machine that knew no fatigue. This is a great opportunity for empowerment. Many of Z9 City's demonic beast swarms had already been taken out in a row by Sumo, and that boa was still keeping an eye on Sumo all the time. This made it a little hard for Sumo, and now this opportunity certainly wouldn't be let go. But, in the midst of the mists, 2 rays of light suddenly shot out. Sumo's body moved and disappeared. The light shot to the ground and snorted black smoke. Sumo's body moved and killed toward the mist. Bang, bang, bang. A bright light suddenly appeared in the mist. Sumo appeared carrying a head that was none other than the demon's. Kill a level 3, 5th order demon. Earn 3.5 for the kill. Sumo shook his head. Looking at the bone flute in his hand, there was surprise in his gaze. Just now, the demon man was playing this thing to control these demonic beasts. What exactly was the origin of these demons that they could even control demonic beasts? As the demons were killed, those demonic beasts gradually recovered their sanity. Sumo put away the demon's head and carried the Shin iron sword. The stacked waves had been utilized to the extreme by Sumo. The smell of blood can be smelled even from a distance. After all the demonic beasts had left, Sumo lit a fire on the demonic beasts' corpses. These demonic beasts all contain aura in their bodies and burned quickly. Not to mention that they're not worth much. Too many bodies, too close to the gates, prone to plague outbreaks. The flames rushed to the sky, and Sumo stood in front of the flames, quietly watching the scene. The people guarding the city at the east gate of D6 recorded this scene after seeing it. Only when the flames were extinguished did Sumo turn around and return to the city. Awesome! Worthy of being the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the Northern Academy, facing tens of thousands of demonic beasts without a change of color and still being able to cut them down at your feet. We are not as good as you. I'm flattered. Sumo politely said. The demonic beasts outside the city disappeared, and the people guarding the city gates were in a rare position to relax, and they hadn't relaxed since the appearance of the demonic beasts in the morning. After Sumo stopped, he looked at the system interface. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Orifice 4th, 0/4000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete. Hidden concealment technique, Earth grade. Complete. Kill points, 4633. Half a month before the martial exam, his strength was raised to the 4th level of Divine Orifice, and with every breakthrough, those kill points would be refreshed, starting from 0. This caught Sumo a bit off guard. This time, it was only after killing so many demonic beasts that he was able to move up a level. Sumo didn't choose to add points. There were a lot of people here, so he always had to be careful. Wait until you get back before you break through. The demonic beasts outside the city have actually disappeared. After Baiyu and also Lu Bai came back, they looked at the empty outside of the city and their faces flashed with surprise. Only the faint scent of meat floated in the air. Not disappeared, but killed all by Sumo. Lu Bai as well as Baiyu simultaneously looked at Sumo, who was sitting there resting with blood on his body. Shirayuki walks over to Sumo and kicks him in the ass. You kid is really not afraid to die. A body appeared in Sumo's ring. That's the demonic man. Those demonic beasts were controlled by him. Sumo took out a bone flute. There were also some dense runes engraved on it. Shirayuki took a look at it after receiving it. It's the first time I've seen this thing, too. It was slightly cool in the hand, and every now and then there were streams of light that flashed by. Shirayuki handed it to Sumo. Since you captured it, you take it and show it to the old man when the time comes. He should know about this stuff. It may be of great use to you in time. After Baiyu finished speaking, she pulled Sumo up. Come on, let's leave. Sumo froze. Already resolved? The teachers from the North Courtyard are here. Surely they can solve it. That treading heaven realm demonic beast has already been killed. False alarm. That demonic beast should have run from somewhere else. Sumori nodded. Bye. See you at school then. Baiyu pulled Sumo and turned towards the Martial Artist Guild. Sister Shirayuki, you can let go of me now. After Baiyu let go of Sumo, she suddenly turned into a gloating look. Chapter 63, Strength Breakthrough. Spending $20 billion a minute. TSK, don't thank me yet. That Lu Bai is Demon Lu's brother. Sumo froze. Didn't think so. Sumo nodded. The two people did not have the slightest resemblance. The other sister has already sued. So petty. And you think people are petty? You weren't like this when you cheated people out of their allowance and took them to the boa. Lu Bai is also at the Transcendent Realm, so you should be careful. Sumo's expression changed. You're all at the Transcendent Realm? You guess? You still need to work on that, little brother. Sumo took a deep breath. Secretly, he set a goal for himself to break through the Transcendent Realm on the occasion of the opening of the Northern Academy. After returning to Z9 City, the first post on the Northern District Martial Artist Forum was the image of the Northern Academy's teacher decapitating the treading heaven realm demonic beast. There is another one, with his back to the crowd and flames rushing in front of him. One man slaughtered 10,000 beasts. Only 5 short words. Backstory: Brother Sumo is still so powerful. One person slaughtering 10,000 beasts. Powerful. One man slaughtering 10,000 beasts. Worthy of being the pride of my Z city. Or that familiar back. Hiss. My husband is still so tough. The last time I saw him, I realized that he has extra long legs. I really like it more and more. Upstairs. You better be talking about real legs, not the other way around. He's talking about the center leg. Just know how to hunt demonic beasts. And demonic beasts go over to the bar, without a bit of emotional intelligence. Straight man. Something's not right. Upstairs. Are you having an affair with the backstabber? As it ended, Sumo paid less attention to the martial artist forum above. After coming back from other cities, Sumo returned home and sneaked a breakthrough. And his heart was beautiful. It was still the pleasure from growing strength that made Sumo linger. As the 4,000 kill points disappeared, Sumo felt the orifices in his body thumping. Not long after, 40 orifices were opened and the realm had reached the 5th level of Divine Orifices. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Orifice 5th level, 0/5000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete. Kill points, 633. Soon. I believe that it won't take long to break through the Transcendent Realm, and at that time, it was a whole new metamorphosis. The mortal body gradually metamorphosed into a spirit body, which was more suitable for cultivation, and at that time, one could awaken one's own attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder, and the rarest of them all, the space-time attribute. For example, a spatial ring was created by a forger who had awakened the spatial attribute. Such people were few and far between, or else space rings wouldn't be so rare. Thinking of the space ring, Sumo went out and rushed to the Martial Artist Guild. When Baiyu saw Sumo come over again, her face showed disbelief. What are you doing over here again? Sister you, how big is the biggest space ring you have here? 50 cubits. Sumo had a disappointment in his eyes when he heard this, and thought that there were more than 100 cubic meters of space rings. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Just these 50 cubic meters. You don't even see one sold in a year. 150 cubic meters, $20 billion. The 100 cubic meter space ring the old man gave you is something worth $100 billion. This thing, every additional cubic meter, but it requires a lot of effort from the forger. And it also requires space stones, which are hard to obtain. How about getting one? There's one left and it hasn't been sold in 2 years. Sumor thought better of it. You said the ring and I remembered. Just give me a second. Shiroyuki turned around and left, taking out an exquisite box in no time. This is protective clothing. It can withstand dozens of attacks from demonic beasts below the 9th level of Devanagari. Do you want it? Shiroyuki stared at Sumor with great excitement. Although it is about to leave, who would mind business overruns? How much? Not expensive. Pretty cheap. 9 billion. You call $9 billion cheap? Is it expensive? I think it's okay. Sumor slapped his forehead. What did he care with a rich woman? When I was in school, I believed in the saying, the sky is the limit. You and I are all dark horses. Outside the school gates, the world is set. You and I are cattle and horses. But, looking at the $9 billion that disappeared from the account, there are still more than $20 billion left. Sumo's heart hurts. Look at you. You're still going out of town. Should I buy an upgraded monitoring radar that detects 200 meters? It's not expensive. Samo's last radar was broken and he really needed to get one this time. Let me tell you first, this 200 meters radar can detect all the demonic beast levels in the deviant realm, childish and honest. One price, 5 billion. Sumor pinched the center of the human body. Nima, 5 billion. But, another 5 billion is missing from the account. Sumor's heart was dripping blood as he watched. First there was the woman who cheated him out of tens of millions of dollars in a few seconds. And now that woman is making him spend $15 billion in a minute. Take a look. Do you still need pills? You're at the divine orifice realm now, and pills to recover your injuries aren't expensive. I only have 5 of them here. They add up to $5 billion. What do you think? Buy. Sumori gritted his teeth. Another 5 billion less in the account. Look at me here. Hey, don't run away. Brother Sumor. Come back. Come back. Look at this kid. I'm doing this for your own good. After Sumor left, he took a deep breath. $20 billion were gone. Stay a little longer and you might have to take out a loan. If I had known that I wouldn't have treated Yi Xiaoshi and Lu Demon like that in the first place. They were 2 rich women. After Sumor packed up, he walked towards the outside of the city. So more, you're still going out? Nonsense. Your sister screwed me out of $20 billion. I'm a poor man. Don't say a word. You're no better. Baishio opened his mouth, and before the words came out, Sumor had already disappeared. It's not that he's sick. It's none of my business if my sister pits you. She even pits me. Baishio muttered and could only continue to look at the gate. When I think of the year when I caught the nameplate during the catch of the week, the whole family cheered that I would be able to go to a high position in the future. Now look at the gate. It does have a nameplate on the neck. Alas, life. After Sumor put the protective clothing on, he took out the map and rushed towards the yellow area. Halfway to the road, Sumor violently reversed his direction to the end to hide his breath. He had fought against Boa outside the city before, but he was quite good at it. It wasn't long after Sumor left that a behemoth appeared, with scarlet eyes and the aura of that enemy in all directions. Anaconda was a bit depressed. This minion was really getting more and more cunning, and his strength was growing faster and faster. If he didn't kill this mallard soon, he might kill him in turn. Anaconda had a thoughtful look in her gaze. Any way to kill this guy as soon as possible. Could it be that he really had to pay something to ask those demonic beasts to come out? Chapter 64, Mysterious Blood Pool. Crisis. At this moment, Sumor had already hunted the first demonic beast. Kill a level 3, 5th order black bear. Gain 3.5 kill points. After Sumor stripped off the bear's bile, paw, and skin, he turned around and disappeared. He was at the same level as the black bear at the 5th level of Divine Orifice, but from the time he had comprehended the saber intent, the same level was simply not enough for him to slash. It was a pity that the system couldn't add points to blade intent. Otherwise Sumor wouldn't even dare to imagine how happy he was. After Sumor hunted a few more demonic beasts, he suddenly remembered something. A bone flute was taken out from the spatial ring. Before that demon was using this to control the demonic beast. I don't know if he can. If he can, summon the demonic beast out, and then a wave will take them away. Sumor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Put. Sumor's face carried embarrassment. Fortunately no one heard it, or else he would have lost a lot of face. Ha, There are a few demonic beasts eavesdropping here. Kill 3 level 1 demonic beasts and gain 1 kill point. Sumo carefully recalled his maneuver when he encountered the demon before. Sumo pressed the hole, followed by a melodious voice. The fingers keep changing. Rumble, rumble. Within the mists, a scarlet eye appeared. Sumo's eyes lit up when he saw it. It really could be. Chopping heavenly slash. Sumo's sword intent swung out and a white light flashed. Kill 600 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 90 kill points. Kill 150 second grade demonic beasts. Gain 200 kill points. Kill 22 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 70 kill points. After Sumo collected the 3rd level demonic beast materials, he stepped on the snow and moved as if he was a ghost, his figure drifting. Anaconda arrived to see bodies all over the place. Eyes rushed to the mists. There was Sumo's scent there, and it wondered if that was a smoke bomb that Sumo had deliberately released. After thinking about it for a bit, head off in the opposite direction. Only at this time, it was getting farther and farther away from Sumo. From time to time, the sound of Sumo playing the flute came from the mists, immediately followed by the wailing of demonic beasts. Sumo was about to blow after changing places. God's color tightened. Roar! This roar shook the 4 fields, and Sumo looked at the bone flute in his hand. Click! Click! A crack spread on it, and finally clicked and shattered directly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you stop blowing it? It's so hard to hear. Sumo felt that this sound wave was almost piercing even his eardrums. Reacting, he transformed into a ghost and disappeared into the mist. Not long after Sumo left the place where he was just now, the 100-meter tree continuously shattered. A black tiger appeared with 2 pairs of wings on its back. There was also wind power entwined around it, and as its wings flapped, sand flew on the ground. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared at the shattered object on the ground and roared once more. A sound wave impacted, flying towards the front. Everything was destroyed along the way. Today it has to catch that spoiler. Once or twice is fine. Several times in a row. Damn. It's worse than once. As if it's a fart. Sumo's figure suddenly stopped and his pupils contracted. The heart beat uncontrollably faster, and he swallowed hard. The black tiger that rushed up behind him, after seeing Sumo's bloodshot eyes coalesced, his movements were suspended and he carefully approached Sumo, just about to eat Sumo. After seeing the difference in front of him, his open mouth closed again. Sumo felt the shadow behind him startle, but what lay ahead was more frightening to Sumo. The black tiger stood next to Sumo, his bloodshot eyes staring deathly into the distance. There was a pit there close to 1,000 meters deep, except it was a pit of blood. It reeked of rushing blood. Inside sat dozens of figures with double horns on their heads and runes on their faces. The surrounding mists had all turned black and enveloped these demons. The shore was filled with densely packed corpses, both human and demonic beasts, and even in the blood pool there were quite a few demonic beast corpses. The black tiger's claws reached out and lifted Sumo up. His wings swung and he turned around and disappeared. After running a long way, Black Tiger put down Sumo. How about some cooperation, human? Sumo took a deep breath. He could also see that the situation of those devils was not right, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. The surrounding area was even more isolated out by something. It was difficult to get close. Sumo turned his head to survey the black tiger, with a body the size of 100 meters and 2 pairs of wings on his back. Human, I'm talking to you? Looking at Sumo not answering, the black tiger let out a low growl. How to cooperate? Sumo didn't want to cooperate. That blood pool was too dangerous. Sumo didn't want to go over there, but it wasn't his turn to make the call. Kill them. You're supposed to be the king of this area. Why are you working with me? If you don't cooperate, I will eat you. The black tiger's eyes stared at Sumo with a deadly stare and opened his mouth. Your reason conquered me. Say it. How to cooperate? Sumo had no choice but to agree. There was no way. His skills were inferior, and he knew that black tiger was unsettled. Just now, I just ran into a layer of prohibitions that made it difficult to advance. Those demons must have already discovered us. There are a few demons of the divine soul realm hidden over there. I'll hold them off while you go kill those demons in the pool. That demon lying in the pool isn't particularly strong, but their bloodline isn't simple. Just kill those demons and I'll let you go. Black Tiger's eyes flickered as he roared in a low voice. Good. After Sumo agreed, the black tiger's wings moved. In the blink of an eye, he brought Sumo to the place where he was just now. The 3 devils stepped out from the mist, their gazes fixed on the black tiger with greed in their eyes. Didn't think you'd dare to come over? Looking for death. The 3 demons pounced on Black Tiger. As the black tiger's wings moved, a gale appeared, and sounds of shattering came from all around. Sumo was blown right in. The black tiger's wings moved and flew into the sky. As his wings flapped, a 100-meter-sized tornado appeared. The 3 demons slowed down. Sumo breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. In the pool of blood, several demons awakened. Sumo was holding the Xian iron sword, a knife to the sky. A ray of light swung away. Pust. Kill 3 demons at the 6th level of the divine orifice. Gain 8 kill points. Griffin. You seek death. The 3 demons of the divine soul realm were shocked and at the same time more furious after seeing Sumo was able to display his blade intent. Even the black tiger's eyes flashed with surprise. The storm is getting bigger. Roar. Roar. The roar of the king of the 100 beasts resounded through the 4 fields. The storm had turned into a huge tornado, and one of the demons couldn't dodge in time and was directly swept up. Click, click, click. The sound of bones crushing resounded. A head rolled down out of the middle of the storm and fell beside the other 2 demons. Daring to cause trouble in my territory. You demons are so bold. Could it be that you want to go to war with us demon beasts as well? The 2 devils' faces stagnated after hearing this. Kill 8 divine orifices 5th level demons. Gain kill points 68. Buzz off. At this time, the blood pool was suddenly flooded with fluctuations. A huge blood bubble kept exploding. Chapter 65 8th level of divine orifices. 4-headed treading heaven realm demonic beasts. Golden dragon fruit. After Sumo saw the scene, he stepped on the snow, transformed into a ghost, and hurriedly escaped out. After the black tiger sensed it, its bloodshot eyes flashed and its wings flapped as it hurriedly left. Snort, snort, snort. A black mist flickered. Ho! A pained roar sounded. Jab, 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 jab. 2 pairs of wings were directly torn off alive. The black tiger slumped to the ground, the fear before death in its bloodshot eyes. One hand grasped the black tiger's head. Click, click. The head was directly crushed and a blood-red crystal appeared. Grunt, grunt. Blood bubbles rose and the figure disappeared. One more massive corpse above the pool of blood. It was only then that the 2 demons who had fallen to their knees dared to stand up. Demonic chi flickered as the 2 demons chased after Sumo in the direction he had fled. A mole at the divine orifice realm still presumed to escape from under their noses. Only after they caught up did they realize that Sumo's aura had disappeared. The 2 devils looked at each other, and surprise flashed in their eyes. Then they split up and searched the surrounding area. By the time the 2 devils met, there was no sign of Sumo. The demons went back again. They still had to guard the blood pool. Sumo hid underground, not daring to take a breath. It took until midnight, which was when he climbed out and took a deep breath. Turning into a ghost, he ran off into the distance. Sumo didn't know how long to run. Found a hidden place and took out his cell phone. Just now, I just caught a glimpse of a residual shadow and didn't see anything. That black tiger should be dead. Sumo did not expect that one day he would escape by virtue of being weak and not being seen by the demons. The ghostly thing in that blood pool probably has its eye on the black tiger's corpse. Blood, and blood crystals. The black tiger let him go out because he was afraid that there was some kind of danger in the blood pool, and used him to hit the nest in fish. Who knew that thing couldn't look at him? Sumo was secretly glad. And that damn thing, it seems like it can't get too far away from the blood pool. Even if he knew that, Sumo didn't dare to continue going back. That thing was too powerful and too dangerous. To go back and tell Master that the existence in that blood pool should never be restored. But now he doesn't even know where it is. The mists are so thick now that you can't even see the sky. You can only go back by feel. After Sumo rested for a while, he changed directions. Now he wished the boa would find him. As long as boa can find him, that means he's not very far away. But that black tiger was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of kilometers were there. Plus he's running for his life. Hell knows where. Luckily, when you come out, you buy protective clothing and recovery potions. Radar on, 200 meters around has been detected. Sumo once again took out the Xian iron sword. Kill a 3rd grade, 7th order demonic beast. Gain 3.7 in kill points. Sumo transformed into a ghost and continuously killed the demonic beasts that the radar could detect. The surroundings were all 3rd level demonic beasts, not even 2nd level. Kill 23rd level demonic beasts. Gain 80 kill points. After Sumo collected the materials, he kept drifting towards the distance. In no time at all, the entire radar was covered with red dots. Sumo's mind tightened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sound like an earthquake rang out. Sumo found a place with fewer demonic beasts and just killed his way out. It was discovered that the demonic beasts were all running in the other direction. 10 minutes later, Sumo gasped for air. The group of demonic beasts completely disappeared, and almost all of them were 3rd level demonic beasts. Just now, he hunted and killed hundreds of 3rd level demonic beasts. Sumo's gaze pondered for a moment. Those demonic beasts seemed to be running towards something. Could it be that there was a chance that appeared? Thinking of this, Sumo transformed into a ghost and quietly followed. Sumo finally caught up with the group of demonic beasts. And at the moment, these demonic beasts looked like they were controlled by something. Like unconscious puppets, they ran toward the front. Sumo took a deep breath. I really don't blame me. Wipe down the basalt knife. Kill point, here I come. Kill 10 3rd level demonic beasts. Gain 45 kill points. Kill 30 3rd level demonic beasts. Gain 102 kill points. Kill 9 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 35 kill points. At first, after Sumo killed a few, he transformed into a ghost and disappeared. Such a big smell of blood. Those demonic beasts reacted to surround him, and the one who died was definitely him. As a result, those demonic beasts looked like they hadn't sensed it. Sumo naturally wouldn't be polite. This time he directly followed behind. Any demonic beasts that fell behind, all of them turned into corpses, and the materials were collected. Even the 4th level demonic beasts had hunted quite a few. Sumo took out the recovery pills and ate one. His body rapidly recovered. Then he continued to kill at those demonic beasts. Not to mention that gaining more kill points and increasing in strength was much more useful than these elixirs. The demonic beast continued to gallop for several more hours. There were corpses of demonic beasts all along the way. Sumo glanced at the radar and stopped, his body retreating backwards. The demonic beasts running washed away the mist, and he could see several huge figures in the distant sky. The eyes of the 4 of them, all of them were staring at the ground in death, where there was a spirit plant with a golden fruit on it. There were also streams of light flashing above the golden fruit, giving off a scent. These demonic beasts were attracted by the scent. Sumo hid in the shadows, not daring to move forward. The rushing demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, similarly not daring to move. Sumo licked his lips. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Orifice 5th level, 0/5000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete. Kill points, 28469. It could be enhanced. Kill points disappear for 5000. Continue to disappear for 6000. Then continue to disappear for 7000. Then 8000. The 160 orifices in Sumo's body opened, and the sound of crackling fried beans came from within his body. The strength of the physical body was increasing as his strength climbed. There was a lot of mist here and a lot of aura, and the flesh was like a sponge, constantly absorbing it. After half an hour of time had passed, Sumo's taut mind relaxed. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, 8th level of Divine Orifice, 0/9000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete. Kill points, 2469. The strength had reached the 8th level of Divine Orifice. Sumo tried his best to run the Hidden Concealment skill and sneak towards the distance. For huge demonic beasts with thousands of meters of bodies occupied the 4 directions and covered the sky. With their eyes dead set on that golden fruit, the 4 great demonic beasts all became excited as a flash of golden light flashed by. Golden dragon fruit. I'll take it. A blood tiger, its whole body filled with blood as if it was full of blood, stared at the fruit greedily. Come by the seat of your pants. An eagle with a black color emanating from its entire body spat out human words. Give me the benefit of the doubt to maximize it. The golden-colored giant ape standing in the sky spoke. Then we'll see who gets it first based on merit. A fox similarly spoke, its third eye quietly opening, similarly staring at the golden dragon fruit. Chapter 66 Golden Dragon Fruit Arrives. Gold Corpse Bug Swarm. Sumo's body gradually disappeared into the ground. There was no way around it. These demonic beasts were too powerful, and he tried his best to run the hidden concealment skill to hide his breath. Master, the shaping of the way. The Shin iron knife was used by me to dig a tunnel. You won't blame me when you find out, right? Sumo was now really glad that the hidden concealment skill had been cultivated to perfection by him, and these powerful 4-headed demonic beasts had not even discovered his traces. Or else you'll be properly killed. The 4 huge demonic beasts, their aura like an abyss, kept stirring, and the golden dragon fruit underwent some deformations. The 4 demonic beasts moved their bodies and disappeared over the golden dragon fruit. Bang! 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 Loud collision sounds rang out, and the mist in a circle of several kilometers was dispersed. The aftershocks from the collision landed on an unknown number of demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts were directly lifted out. There were a few demonic beasts of the divine soul realm that squinted their eyes, their bodies constantly moving in the direction of the golden Congo. The 4 huge demonic beasts knew that they were about the same strength and could only stall each other. The next step is to see what each of their men can do. The battle above the sky continued. Sumo's expression was joyful after the fragrance he felt was getting closer and closer. The battle in the sky could be felt by him even if they were hundreds of meters apart underground. After gaining strength, digging is just faster. And I don't know how long it's been. Dozens of Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts had already approached the golden dragon fruit. Killing intent coalesced on his body as his body leapt up and grabbed at the golden dragon fruit. The demonic beast that was a step slower looked at the demonic beast in front of it and directly bit at its butt. Roar! The sound of agony kept echoing. What kind of demonic beast demeanor? If you can't finish the boss's mission, you won't even have a small life. There were a few demonic beasts directly lying on the golden dragon fruit. It's like a stacked hammock. The battle in the sky stopped instantly. Stupid! Stupid! Four roaring voices rang out. Bang! 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 The demonic beast's body flew out, and the 4 demonic beast pupils changed. The golden dragon fruit had disappeared. Whose men got it? The 4 demonic beasts were expecting to be their subordinates. Suemo had already disappeared into the group of demonic beasts with the help of the hidden concealment skill. Since the golden dragon fruit has disappeared into thin air, disperse. The 4 demonic beasts didn't dare to fight either. If they were injured, it would only be cheaper for others. No matter whose men get it, it will increase the strength of the demonic beasts and won't be cheap for the humans. Sumor left and then ran wildly for an unknown amount of time. Move an inconspicuous rock, dig a hole and hide in it. Luckily, he had already broken through the divine orifice realm and could absorb some aura. Sumor took out the golden dragon fruit and directly swallowed it. This kind of stuff is your own when you eat it. Golden light began to emerge from Sumor's body, and his meridians were as if they were true dragons rolling over. The sound of tearing came from within the flesh. Sumor took out a piece of demonic beast material and bit it with his mouth to death without making a sound. That kind of pain feels like pins and needles at first, and then it feels like you're being cut with a knife. Even the bones made a clicking sound. Beads of sweat were all over his forehead, and his whole body was as if he had been washed in water. When the flash of pain disappeared, Sumor's spirit loosened and he could no longer hold on and passed out. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, and a rock was pushed away. A black man crawls out of the ground. All you can see is a mouthful of white teeth and the whites of your eyes. Sumor felt a foul odor emanating from his body. After finding a pool of water and detecting that there were no powerful demonic beasts, he jumped in and washed up, changing back into a set of black clothes. Sumor picked up the shin iron blade and slashed at his arm. Only a white mark could appear. Sumor took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. If he hadn't been in the wild, he could have absolutely laughed out loud. The basalt knife couldn't even cut through his skin. It was worthy of being something that even a rank 6 demonic beast would snatch. Above transcendence is the divine soul, and after that is treading the heavens. Treading the heavens would be on the same level as a rank 6 demonic beast. Human cultivation realms were divided into chi and blood, martial artist, passing veins, divine orifices, descending to mortality, divine soul, stepping into heaven, creation, heaven's destiny, and sacred realm. Demonic beasts correspond to ferocious beasts, level 1 to level 9. Although there was no increase in strength, the meridians widened and the strength of the flesh was enhanced by more than tens of times. The spatial ring couldn't even resist the flow of the golden dragon fruit's power before Sumor urgently ate it. If it wasn't for those demonic beasts saying that it was the golden dragon fruit, Sumor really wouldn't have recognized it. The next step was to save up enough kill points to break through the transcendent mortal realm, as well as kill points to enhance the Dao shaping technique. Then it was time to go back and tell Master about the demon. Sumor came back to his senses with a wave of dizziness. The stomach rumbled. Sumor took out a bear's paw, and before long, the aroma was overflowing. After you eat it, you still have a hungry feeling. Sumo's body moved and began to hunt the demonic beasts. The aroma wafted up once more, and after Sumor ate it, he extinguished the fire. His body moved and drifted in a direction. Halfway there, the hidden concealment technique was in operation, transforming into a ghost and disappearing. The purpose was to prevent other demonic beasts from finding his trail. A slash that cuts through the sky. In the midst of the mists, a voice rang out. Kill a 3rd grade, 9th order demonic beast and gain 3.9 kill points. Along the way, Sumor began to kill again. Not long after, seeing the dense red dots above the radar, the corner of Sumor's mouth rose. A group of densely packed golden points of light appeared, the size of a human head, emitting strange sounds. The blood-red eyes stared at Sumor in death, spreading over the sky, as if a golden curtain was falling. Kill 1. 000 golden corpse bugs, gain 380 kill points. Kill 700 golden corpse insects, gain 206 kill points. A golden corpse bug suddenly plopped down on Sumor's back from behind and took a bite at the neck. Click, click, teeth chipped right off. The golden corpse insect was directly confused, its red eyes flashing in disbelief. Sumor grabbed it and directly crushed it. Kill 1 golden corpse bug, gain 2 kill points. Ergo, it's all ergo. None of it can escape. Sumo held the Shin iron sword in both hands. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Sumo hurriedly took out an elixir. The power in his body could only recover half of it. Continuing to take out one. After eating it, the power in his body was then restored. The few pills he had bought were about to be consumed by him. The more golden corpse bugs were killed, the more they grew. This thing just grows up eating corpses. And the more corpses it eats, the stronger it gets and the faster it reproduces. Just now, Sumo didn't know how many golden corpse bugs he had killed. And as a result, a sea of gold now appeared in front of his eyes. There were even quite a few demonic beasts that, after watching a glance from afar, turned around and left without saying a word. It even included a demonic beast of the divine soul realm. Come on, go on. Sumo rushed at the golden corpse insect and continued to kill. Half an hour later. Big brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sumo transformed into a ghost and floated away into the distance. Big brother, don't chase after me, I'm really wrong. Sumo chanted while running. Nima, the golden corpse bugs of the transcendent realm have come out. And still dozens of them. This thing can fly and run like a thief. Another bite on the ass. Oh ho ho ho. Sumo directly jumped up, and his speed skyrocketed once again. There was disappointment in his eyes after seeing that the golden corpse insect did not catch up. I'm surprised these bugs didn't fall for it. Sumo had wanted to lure these golden corpse insects of the transcendent realm away and kill them in a turnaround. As a result, after chasing it for a while, it stopped. Sumo scratched his ass. The shirt bites through, revealing half a butt. No wonder there's a feeling of the wind blowing on your balls. Chapter 67, Breaking Through the Deity. 9 Great Attributes. After changing his clothes, Sumo didn't dare to go and continue searching for the golden corpse insects. The golden light disappeared in the distance. After Sumo changed directions, he continued to float away. This place seems a bit familiar. Multiple hours later, Sumo looked at the mountain peak in front of him. Wasn't this where the ape had brought him before? Finally found my way home. And I don't know how much time has passed. The cell phone is dead. The fog is so deep you can't see the sky. Not to mention that after eating the golden dragon fruit, he was in a coma for a while. The mind relaxes at the sight of a familiar place. He, Sumo, was not the Sumo from before. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, 8th level of Divine Orifice, 0/9000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade, Perfect, Treading Snow, Shin Grade, Perfect, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade, Perfect. Kill points, 28779. Lousy wants to break through. After Sumo saw the kill point, he found a hidden place and began to choose to break through. With the addition of points, a surfeit of white light appears within the body. The last 40 orifices were opened, directly coming to the 9th level of Divine Orifices. After another 10,000 disappeared. The power in the body converged in the Dantian, and the Dan Palace opened wide as the surrounding aura continued to enter Sumo's body, hurriedly adding more points to the technique. The Shaping Tao technique became fourfold. The surrounding auras gathered rapidly and all of them surged into the body. An hour later, Sumo opened his eyes. Opening his hand, a force hovered over it, glowing with many colors. Of course the standout has to be the splash of gold. Could it be the golden dragon fruit? Sumo felt as if that fruit wasn't that simple. This was because when he broke through the transcendent mortal realm just now, he had only opened his Dantian. In other words, his physique had already metamorphosed and completed at the Divine Orifice realm. He hadn't felt it before, and it was only after the breakthrough that he realized it. That golden dragon fruit is definitely not an ordinary golden dragon fruit. Awakening attributes. All of them would choose one of the most prominent attributes to choose to cultivate, which was the maximization of benefits. The metallic nature coupled with the intent of the blade was not bad. If this blade went down, it could be much stronger than before. When he looked at the panel, Sumo's pupils contracted. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, Dematerialization 1st level, 0/20,000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique 4, 0/15,000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade, Perfect, Treading Snow, Shin Grade, Perfect, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade, Perfect. Tao Intent, 2nd Blade Intent. Spiritual Attributes, Gold, Affinity, 93, 0/9300, Wood, Affinity, 30, 0/3000, Water, Affinity, 28, 0/2800, Fire, Affinity, 53, 0/5300, Earth, Affinity, 29, 0/2900, Wind, Affinity, 64, 0/6400, Thunder, Affinity, 13, 0/1300, Space, Affinity, March 3000, Time, Affinity, 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 6789. The panel has changed dramatically. It turned out that his blade intent had already reached the second ground. It looked like there was still a benefit to constantly hunting demonic beasts, but it was a pity that he couldn't add points to raise it. To say what Sumore's biggest surprise was, it was the spiritual attribute. The affinity of gold reached 93, definitely due to the golden dragon fruit, followed by wind, and then fire. I don't know if it's because fire begets gold. Of course the most important thing was that affinity could be added, and by then all 9 attributes would have an affinity of 100. Thinking of this, Sumore had a huge excitement in his eyes. However, Sumore noticed that space-time affinity increased by 1.10 times more than other attributes, but to Sumore, none of this was a problem. Sumore rubbed his chin. When the time came, he would first raise his metallicity to 100, then his wind attribute, combat metallicity, escape wind attribute. But what made him even more skeptical was why he was able to awaken 9 attributes, which he had never heard of over the years. Could it be that it had something to do with the chi and blood values? Sumore remembered that after breaking through to martial artist, his chi and blood values were much higher than others, and simply could not be speculated by common sense. Never mind, all these things will sink in later. As his strength broke through to the decontextualized, the speed became faster and faster. It didn't take long to take a deep breath after seeing the familiar gates. Damn, it's really a walk in Hades these days. When Baishio saw Sumore, there was a strange look in his gaze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2 months. You kid actually know to come back. I thought you died outside. What? 2 months? Sumore exclaimed. Or else, it's been 2 months indeed, and I thought you'd turned into a pile of poop. Ha? No. What's your kid's strength now? This time he didn't feel the slightest bit of fury on Sumore. His aura was introverted. Unlike before when he was sharp. Why should I tell you? Sumore waved his hand and walked towards the martial artist guild. It was a bit nostalgic to not see that pair of big thunders for 2 months. After arriving at the martial artist guild, Sumore sat down on his butt. Sister Shiroyuki, long time no see. Shiroyuki looked up at Sumore and rubbed her eyes. You boys know to come back. Know how many times I've called you? I thought you were dead out there. Even thought you'd been eaten by a boa and turned into a piece of. Sumo was speechless. You are a girl. Can you speak more elegantly? Quickly help me figure out how much. Sumore brought that 100 cubic meter space ring, and that 10 cubic meter space ring. There was anticipation in his eyes. For those who don't know, they really think you guys are going into the store. Shiroyuki pulls a man in and starts counting. Brother Sumore, do you have a girlfriend? Sumore shook his head. How about going to my house today? My cat can do backward splits, back flips, and eat ice. Not as good as my cat. Left hand then 6, right hand 7. Left foot draws a circle, right foot kicks. The pretty waitress stared. Is there such a cat? Shiroyuki recalled carefully. There was no cat. The two men compared Sumore's movements, and that's when they realized something was wrong. It turned out that Sumore was treating the two of them like little cuties, playing around with it. After ending the scuffle, Sumore looked at his cell phone to see that it was ready to be turned on, and then sent the captured pictures to his master quickly. What are you sending the old man? Let me see it too. After Baiyu saw that pool of blood, her complexion stared down, and it was the first time she had seen this image as well. After sending it to the old man's phone dialed. So more, what part of the world did you find this in? Outside of Z9 City. A Divine Soul Realm mutant Black Tiger was directly killed without even having the qualifications to resist, and there were a few Divine Soul Realm demons guarding the blood pool. This is a blood demon amongst the devils. It can absorb blood to enhance its strength. These belong to special devils. We can't allow them to recover. I'll send someone over there. Make sure to kill this thing. Not long after Sumore's cell phone rang with a number on it, which Sumore memorized on his phone. What strength are you now? When Baiyu heard that Sumore had encountered a demonic beast equivalent to the Divine Soul Realm, she was also inwardly tightened. Fortunately, this brat was blessed with a great life. You guess? Shiroyuki grunted coldly. School starts in half a month. I hope you'll still be this mouthy by then. By the next day, Sumore's phone rang. Young house, come out quickly? Sumore walked outside and was greeted by 3 figures. There was also an acquaintance that Sumore knew, a previous assessment teacher from the North Academy. Young house, long time no see. Chapter 68, Killing Blood Demons, Hidden Secrets of the 10th District. Sumore smiled and said hello. Come on, let's go now. Sumore nodded. One of the teachers carried Sumore and flew into the middle of the sky towards the outside of the city. This was the first time Sumore felt the sensation of flying in the sky. Only by becoming the heaven-treading realm could one fly through the air. When the few teachers saw Baishio, they nodded and disappeared outside the city gates. Sumore was a little surprised to see Baishio salute so respectfully for the first time. Based on familiar memories, Sumo led the 3 teachers to that familiar blood pool. After putting down Sumo, the 3 teachers looked at that pool of blood, their pupils coalescing. How dare you come? The 2 devils appeared, but after seeing the 3 people standing behind Sumo, their faces changed. I can't believe I brought help. Sumo didn't pay any attention to these 2 devils, but instead looked into that pool of blood, where the corpse of the black tiger was still floating on it. One of the teachers stepped out and pointed a finger. Thunder flashed, and the 2 devils couldn't dodge in time. Their bodies flew out backwards, their bodies scorched black. Sumo stepped forward and took the Shin Iron Sword to give the 2 a final blow. The 3 teachers froze, but they didn't care and shifted their gazes to the blood pool. Kill 2 demons of the 6th level of Divine Soul. Gain 11.2 of killing points. Sumo carried his sword and similarly stared at the pool of blood. Grunt, grunt. Huge blood bubbles rose in the pool of blood. Bang, bang, bang. The blood transformed into flying swords and shot at Sumo and the others in an overwhelming manner. Sumo stepped on the snow, turned into a ghost, dodged the rain of blood, and came behind the 3 teachers. Crackle! The teacher who had just struck out, a thunder protection appeared in front of him, and after the blood rain encountered it, it was all blotted out and disappeared. Treading snow has actually cultivated to perfection. Not bad. The teacher who made the move looked at Sumo with relief as well as satisfaction in his eyes. Sumo was speechless. Big brother, this is a battle, and you still have the leisure to make fun of me. He's going to run. The teacher who was also the examiner before stepped out, and a golden light emerged from his body. Only a golden wall appeared on all sides in the blood pool, and the entire blood pool was enveloped in it. Where to run? Grunt, grunt. A figure appeared as if it was transformed by blood, without a concrete body, as it rolled in the pool of blood. The teacher whose entire body was covered in thunder stared at the demonic figure, having suffered a severe injury. It's no wonder. After saying that, thunder erupted from his entire body, densely packed as if he were plowing the earth, only to see that the entire blood pool was covered in thunder above. Don't kill me. I know the secret to the disappearance of the 10th district. After the demon finished speaking, the thunder became even more rapid and furious. Bang, bang, bang. The pool of blood exploded and returned to calm as the thunder disappeared. Sumo looked dumbfounded. This was solved, but what made Sumo puzzled was what secrets existed in the disappearing 10th district. Why did these teachers, after hearing about the 10 districts, react so strongly and rush to kill the demons? Young house, there are still quite a few treasures inside. Do you want to take a look? Sumo certainly wouldn't be polite. The blood pool was rapidly falling, and in a short while, dozens of demon crystals were revealed. Red, black, white, purple, all kinds. Sumo all received in the space ring. This is to be my first time giving you a meet and greet. Sumo gave a thumbs up. Teacher bossy. The teacher laughed out loud. Sumo also didn't expect that this blood demon would actually be solved so easily. No, it's just that the teacher is strong and the blood demon is weak. The teacher who had previously hosted the martial arts exam with Sumo came close to Sumo. This one is one of the vice presidents of the Northern Academy. Sumo's eyes gathered. This one he really hadn't thought of. Come on, go back. The teacher carried Sumo, and with a movement of his body, he rose up into the air and flew towards the city, placing Sumo in the middle of the city. The 3 teachers had already disappeared. Sumo came to the Martial Artist Guild and found by you. Why are you over here again? The money's already hid inside your badge. Something else. Hard work outside the city for 2 months. The materials collected only sold 1.8 billion. Hey, it is really difficult to earn money. Sumo took out the demon crystal, and after Baiyu saw it, her pupils contracted. Where did you get that? The teacher from the North Academy came over today and slaughtered that blood demon in a few moves, and then these belong to me. When Shirayuki heard this, there was jealousy in her eyes. Why she didn't have this treatment before? I'll do the math for you. The power in there is so depleted it isn't really worth much anymore. Let's round it up for you. 1.2 billion. Sumo handed over the martial artist badge, and seeing another 1.2 billion inside, Sumo had a smile on his face. By the way, I haven't asked you which teacher took you through this. One of them uses thunder, and the other teacher says he's an associate dean and doesn't even leave a name. Vice Yardley actually came over. Sumori nodded. It should be him. The 4 vice deans. He's the top-ranked one. My retarded brother's master. Sumo's complexion froze. No wonder Baishio was so respectful. There's still half a month left. Take a good rest. I'll take you to the North Courtyard then, and our internships will be over. So we'll go back with you then. In that place, you will see more geniuses. At this moment in the North Courtyard, Vice Dean Lei brought 2 teachers to find the dean. Well, Long Lin Tian asked. It did have something to do with District 10, and it has killed him. Long Lindian heard this before letting out a sigh of relief. Where's the brat? Dean's luck is good. He's broken through the transcendent realm. He should be metallic. I just don't know what the affinity is. I estimate it should be above 80. Long Ling 2 spat out a mouthful of water. Lei Vice Academy dodged fast, which did not spray. The other two teachers were not so lucky. They looked at Dean in disgust. But more than that, it was also shocking, having already broken through to deity. How old was it? 18 years old. What is more important is the affinity of 80. The higher the affinity of the attribute, the greater the power exerted. Lei Viceyard deserves to be Lei Viceyard. This can be seen. Lon Lin Tian returned to his senses and placed a piece of information in front of several people. When Viceyard Lei saw it, his expression changed drastically. How is that possible? The information in Lei's hand turned into ashes after Viceyard finished reading it. Could it be that my human race is already in danger to this kind of extent? There was despondency in Viceyard Lei's expression, and he felt pained at the thought of that outcome. Even the two teachers behind them. This one thing should not be proclaimed, and the secret of the disappearance of the 10th district should not be proclaimed for the time being. Otherwise, this is a huge shock to humanity. As the strongest person in the northern district, Long Lin Tian knew how much panic that result would cause when it was spread. At least we still have quite a bit of time. I hope that my human race will rise more powerful. Long Lin Tian sighed. What do you say to having that brat participate in White Moons and their back-to-school test half a month from now? And see how many places that brat can come in. Lei Vice Academy and the two other teachers returned to their senses and looked at Long Lin Tian. It's really unfortunate to be your disciple. You don't look at what kind of people they are in that batch. Rather. Okay, let him join then. A few people looked at each other and smiled with an impish look. Chapter 69, Killing Boa. Mysterious man live hunt Sumor. When Sumor left the Martial Artist Guild, he didn't go back to rest. He was a person who had revenge and a grudge. Earlier, he had said that as long as he was allowed to break through the transcendental realm, it would be that Boa's time to die. Baishio already didn't bother to greet Sumor when he saw that he was going out again. He had been bragging about the backstabber before, and the last time he did, he actually brought two girls who didn't care about him. As a result, he found that Sumor didn't even look at him. Baishio opened his mouth. This kid, when the time comes, see if I don't trip you up. After Sumor left the city gates, he walked towards the outside of the city. With a single movement of the snow, his body transformed into a ghost and disappeared into the mist. At this moment, a push interface quietly appeared on the North District Forum. The pride of the North District, the genius recognized by the North Academy, the closed disciple of the Dean. Today is his death. After the interface was highlighted, many people hurriedly clicked in and saw that Sumor was walking in the mist. In the middle of the Martial Artist Guild, the waiter's face changed. Chairman, it's not good. Look at the Martial Artist Forum. Something has appeared. Baiyu picked up her phone and after seeing the headline, her face stared with an ugly expression. Where the city gates were guarded, Baishio looked at the cell phone interface and his complexion became equally ugly down. The Security Management Office, the 9 city lords, looked at the interface pushed out on the Martial Artist Forum, and their complexions all changed. In the mist, cell phones won't get any signal, so why is this able to turn on a live stream? Many people rushed to call Sumor and found that the phone could not be reached. At this moment, in the North Courtyard, Long Lintian looked at the image in front of him. His eyes narrowed and he didn't know what he was pondering. Several vice presidents likewise looked at the screen. Dean, those people have popped up again, and this time they've set their sights on Sumor. Should we send someone over to support Sumor? Vice Dean Lei said with an ugly expression. It's all misty outside the city. I can't find any trace of Sumor. Let the technicians take a shot and see if they can find out those people. Long Lintian also counted on knowing what those people were thinking. He had gone to great lengths to make Sumor a pillar and increase the cohesion of the human race, and these people wanted to break it up for him. At this moment, Sumor didn't know that he was being live-streamed. Besides, he hadn't expected it. After all, the boa had appeared. There was also a black eagle next to the boa, eyeing Sumor intently. Human, I didn't think that you actually dared to come out. The boa's scarlet eyes stared at Sumor, with anger as well as excitement in his voice. The broadcast was blowing up at the moment. A demonic beast that spits out human words is a 4th-level demonic beast, equivalent to the Transfiguration realm. Why did Sumor go on an active search? And why is it possible to broadcast it live? Didn't you guys catch the headline? Letting Sumor die. Imo. One speculation kept swiping the screen. Sumor can become a strong member of my human race. He won't be hunted down, right? It can't be because of those people who were offended during the martial arts exam. It's over. It's over. Sumor won't really die. He's only at the Divine Orifice realm, and he ran into a level 4 demonic beast. I don't even dare to look at it. Has anyone notified Sumor? Tell him to come back quickly. The North Courtyard, hurry up and make a move. Someone wants to kill Sumo. Hurry up and go save him. In the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu had already received a call from Long Rinshin. Baiyu, drop what you're doing and hurry to save Sumo. After putting down her cell phone, Shirayuki turned around and went back to her room, changing into her combat uniform and rushing towards the outskirts of the city. At the moment, Sumo had already fought the battle with Boa. Dozens of ice arrows hovered in space, shooting at Sumo. Sumo was like a ghost, with a trail of residual shadows appearing behind him, dodging the ice arrows. With a leap of his body, he swung his sword. The black eagle opened its wings, and its feathers were like steel needles, falling from the sky and transforming into a steel blade, wanting to cut Sumo off at the waist. Sumo's complexion stared as his advancing body retreated back one after another. Metallic power was added to the blade. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Sumo swung his sword, and the black eagle flew out backwards, blood bursting out. This scene made the people in the broadcast room dumbfounded. Attribute power. He's not a divine orifice, but a deity. Sumo is actually in the deity realm. An 18-year-old deity, comprehending blade intent. How is this possible? Is there any need to question it? No wonder someone wants to kill Sumo. This is destroying the foundation of my human race. The livestream was filled with tirades of shock. The black eagle curbed his backwards flying body. His eagle eyes coalesced and stared at Sumo incredulously. The young man in front of me is actually off the mortal. How is it possible? Wasn't it through the veins before? How long has it been? Even Boa was dumbfounded, awe flashing in his scarlet eyes. This young man was too scary. His strength was growing too fast. Don't go alone. Boa spat out. Comprehending the meaning of the blade and the addition of the power of gold could easily cause them to be seriously injured. Not to mention that the grade of the blade inside Sumo's hand wasn't low either. Ice power appeared and began to spread and appear from around the boa, while a human head-sized ice ball appeared, growing densely packed with sharp spikes, floating towards Sumo. The black eagle flew above Sumo's head, eyeing and waiting for an opportunity. Seeing Blackhawk and Boa start to join forces, Sumo coldly grunted, running on snow, transformed into a ghost. The trail is hard to find. The Shin iron blade in his hand had a golden force added to it, and he chopped the ice ball into pieces in 3 strokes. Seeing this, the black eagle descended from the sky, its sharp talons like iron, radiating a dark glow. At the same time, there was wind power appearing on the wings. The wings flapped and 2 strong winds swept towards Sumo. Sumo charged at the boa regardless. The boa's body moved, and the ice power wrapped above its tail was like a heavy hammer, falling from the sky and smashing heavily at Sumo. Sumo's eyes lit up and his body violently stopped, directly throwing the blade in the air. His body moved and stood on the Shin iron blade. Wind power appeared and his body rose into the air. Black Eagle and also Boa's eyes widened after seeing this scene. How is this possible? Even the people watching the livestream were dumbfounded. I've heard of sword fighting. Is this sword fighting? Mama Lu. Sumo wouldn't be a reincarnation of an immortal, right? Why is his 18 years old different from our 18 years old? At the city gate guard, Baishio stood up violently. It was difficult to fly in the air only at the treading heaven realm. And there was another way, flying with a royal weapon. Even some people who had comprehended the Dao intent couldn't do it. So why could Sumo do it? The Security Management Office, Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo, and Lu Shuetian were all stunned. Just how many cards is old brother Sumo hiding? Imperial flight. He actually knows this. In the middle of the North Courtyard, Long Lintian's gaze flickered, with satisfaction, excitement, and relief in his eyes. The 4 vice deans looked back at the dean with jealousy in their gazes. Sumo flew with his sword, his body jumping up and down from the sky. Blackhawk stopped his body violently, trying to turn around, chopping heavenly slash. A blade was swung out, and several meters of blade awnings descended from the sky. Click, click. The Black Eagle's body was directly cut through the middle by Sumo's blade. After seeing this scene, Boa's body moved and curled up, hurriedly running towards the mist. He cringed. Try to run and die for me. A blade swung out and landed in the direction of Boa's escaping advance. A deep crater appeared and the Boa's escape was forced to stop. The body twisted and the pupils changed, chopping heavenly slash. Chapter 70, The Martial Artist Conference made you stand out in the limelight. Can you still do it this time? This knife Sumo will play the power to the extreme. Before using the demonic beasts to surround Sumo. If not for the chimpanzee, Sumo would have died. Every time you go out of the city to hunt demonic beasts, you have to guard against this boa. Ice power appeared and turned into a wall of ice. Click, 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 click. The wall of ice broke in layers. But a head flew straight into the sky. Kill 2 level 4 second stage demon beasts. Gain 4 kill points. The voice rang out. Sumo took a deep breath and finally killed this guy. The live broadcast completely exploded at this moment. So powerful. Killing 2 demonic beasts of the transcendent mortal realm. It'll be safer to go out of the city in the future. Worthy of being the closed disciple of the North Courtyard's Dean. The transcendental realm. The heaven-cutting slash. It should be a move that he comprehended. Right? Hiss. 18 years old. At the transcendent mortal realm. Comprehending the meaning of the sword. And also creating his own moves. And moreover being able to fly with the sword. Is he really a human being? The old man is 70 years old this year. And he hasn't seen such a demonic person appear in the northern district. If I had a tenth of Sumore's talent, I wouldn't be screwing. Sumo, who was still outside the city at the moment, dug out 2 demon pills, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Load up the corpse, the demonic beasts of the demon realm of descending mortality. Their bodies were full of treasures. Snort, snort. Sumore suddenly felt a crisis, and the hairs on his back stood up. With a single movement of the snow, his body drifted off into the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Several arrows suddenly appeared in the mists and shot at the place where Sumore was just now, and the ground had become scorched black and unpleasantly pungent. Sumore held his breath and drew back. Rustling. A splash of blood red appeared on the live feed. The next moment is Sumore's time to die. Are you ready? Bright red letters crawled up the screen, twisting and turning as if they were evil spirits. Many people who were watching the live broadcast were so scared that they almost threw their cell phones out. Not good. Someone really intercepted Sumore. I wish to exchange 20 years of my housemate's life for Sumore's safety. Don't. Can't the people of the North Courtyard see it? Why don't they go rescue Sumore? Look, you guys, who's in the mist? Sumo's pupils stared at the 5 figures in the distance, veiled and holding bows and arrows. Each one of them exuded a powerful aura. Those who were watching the live broadcast at the moment could feel the fury through the screen. Not good. 5 masked men of the transcendent realm are really here to kill Sumore. Why are these people masked? And who the hell are they? Definitely a traitor to my human race. Damn it, people like this, the heavens should split them to death. Sumore's eyes narrowed as he transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared into the mist. At the same time, the hidden concealment technique was in operation to conceal his aura. Sumore kept switching directions. Just stop. The sound of breaking air came. Several arrows came from the mist and shot at Sumore. Sumo's complexion tightened and he hastily backed away. The mind was alert to why the hidden concealment technique was not working. How were these people able to pick up his trail? Questions appeared in Sumore's mind. At this moment in the North Courtyard, Long Lintian's eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous light. The hidden concealment technique didn't even work. Had these people's methods reached this level? The 4 vice presidents' faces were ugly. There's actually a signal outside the city. Those people have developed technology to this kind of extent. It's too scary. Perhaps they have already done it a long time ago. Long Lindian took a deep breath as a sense of crisis rose. The internal and external situation had still happened. The 4 vice deans' faces gradually turned cold. At this moment, in the middle of the screen, Sumore had stopped, because no matter what method was used, these people could detect his traces, as if they were installing a camera on him. Sumore glanced at the radar without thinking, and to say it was possible, it was the only thing. This thing, radar, is the crystallization of the field of human science. Could it be that this thing has been exploited? If so, the consequences are simply unimaginable. How many martial artists will be under surveillance by then? And those people can kill them if they want to. Running away is not an option. Sumore's body moved and continued to run towards the mists, while inadvertently unloading the radar watch. Even the cell phone was packed in the storage ring. Sumore throws out the watch radar. The screen of the live broadcast suddenly changed at this moment. Many people developed cold sweat behind their backs after seeing this scene. No way. Radar became a means to an end for those guys? Would those people have been spying on human martial artists and then secretly hunting them? Only we don't know. Doesn't that mean that we have no secrets to keep from those people? And we don't even know who they are. 5 arrows once again landed where the radar was. Sumore suddenly jumped out and lunged at one of them. Pust. A head shot up into the sky. Landed not far from the radar. Kill a demon in the 2nd level of transcendence. Gain 4. 2 kill points. Sumore's eyes narrowed after hearing the voice. Why were these demons like normal people? Murphy. Scared me to death. A head suddenly broke in. My mother Lou. My soul. I was shocked too. Luckily it wasn't Sumore's head. It was the bad guys. Go Sumore. Come back alive. Sumore is so smart. So quick to notice the abnormality of the watch radar. Chopping heavenly slash. After Sumore chopped off a head, he continuously struck out. And with one swing of his sword, the 4 devils were directly separated. Sumore's imperial sword flew into the sky and disappeared into the mist. The 4 devils lost track of Sumore and their eyes kept searching. chopping heavenly slash. Blade awnings fell from the sky. Where to look? The 4 demons looked up as Sumore's voice sounded from behind. Pust. 4 heads flew up and landed around the watch radar. Kill 4 devils of the 2nd level of Transcendence. Gain 16. 8 kill points. With Sumore taking care of the 5 demons, there were cheers all over the broadcast. Sumore did a good job. Just this and you still want to kill Sumore. Go back and practice again. Don't be thankful. They must have another trick up their sleeve. I just don't know what it is. Sumore ripped off the veils of the 5 demons, revealing faces similar to humans, except that their faces had special lines that made them look somewhat hideous. The people in the live room were shocked after seeing this scene. No, why do these people look similar to normal people without horns? They couldn't have been human before and then become like this? Suro picked the watch radar up. Prickle, prickle, prickle. A bell came from one of the demons. The voice seemed a bit eerie, like a demonic whisper or a ghostly hiss. Why is it ringing? How horrible. How is the world in such a mess? Don't even say a word. Sumore took the phone out. Sumore looked at the virtual number on top of his cell phone and pressed the answer button. A hoarse voice came from inside, unlike anything a human could make. Sumore, 18 years old, both parents dead, 1st level of transfiguration, shut-in disciple of North Courtyard's Dean Long Lintian, comprehending the blade intent, reaching the 2nd level, and also being able to fly on the fly. Truly a genius. Obviously there was already evidence of the enemy's crime, but they waited until the martial artist conference to expose it. Not bad, not bad. The voice fell, and there came the sound of applause. It's just as well that the martial artist conference has put you in the limelight. I like that too. I'm going to keep playing my cards next, and I hope you're still that lucky. Chapter 71 Zhao Yong's death. Sumore's anger. 3 hours left. Now the problem was serious. Those people were going to deal with themselves, and they would definitely deal with the people around him. Sumo's complexion tightened and his speed flew towards the city. Preparation is still needed for what comes next. Halfway there, he saw a flash of silhouette with an anxious look, and only slowed down when he saw Sumore. Shirayuki sized up Sumore. Are you alright? Baiyu took out an elixir and handed it to Sumo after she finished speaking. Sumore shook his head. Killing those people didn't take that much effort. The two ran towards the city, and Sumore just took out his cell phone. An interface pops up. Immediately after the push message appeared above the crowd's cell phones. Do you guys think Sumore can win this game? It was only a few short words, and many people rushed to click on it. A dimly lit room appeared with nothing in it. Suddenly a burning candle appeared, looking a bit ominous in the dimly lit room. Hello everyone. A hoarse, ghost-like voice suddenly appeared, sending shivers down one's spine. A hideous mask appears, keeping everyone waiting. Voices spoke from inside, candles in the way of the ghostly face, more ominous, cold, and lonely in the dimness. Sumore, you should be watching the live broadcast right now, the martial artist conference, so that everyone in the Northern District knows that you are a genius. Since you're recognized as a genius by everyone, let's play a game. I have a few people here that you should recognize. The first one is called Zhao Yong, the chicken killer from the vegetable market. Who helped you before? There are 3 others, Lu Shu Etienne, Li Woyo, and Zhang Dahai. They haven't helped you much. There's also one called Lu Shuedo. He secretly caught the Zhou family. You guys are complimenting each other. It hurts you to get your revenge. A message appeared among the pop-ups at the moment. The Zhou family wanted to kill Sumore. Why can't Sumore retaliate? You rat in the shadows. Show yourself if you can. Have the guts to take your mask off and let us see your true colors. Pretending to be the same as the inside of your pants. I'm curious to see what kind of game this person plays with Sumore. I'm looking forward to it. Upstairs. What do you mean? I'll do whatever I want. What can you do to me? A Sumore. Blown out of sight by you guys. Not bad. Finally someone can't look past it. I've looked at Sumore before and it's not a good thing. Grass nymphs. You son of a. Don't curse with them. Those people who must have resented Sumo because of the martial arts exam. Or those who had offended Sumo before and were then punished. Ghostface watched the pop-ups like a spectator. At this moment, Sumore had already taken Baiyu's cell phone and started dialing. Zhao Yong, Lu Shu Etienne, Lu Shuedo, Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo. The phone cannot be reached. So more. Did the call go through? At this moment, the ghost-faced man's teasing voice rang out, and then picked up a cell phone and turned it on in front of the crowd. You're playing a little. Sumore dialed Zhao Yong's cell phone. Talk about your terms. Ghostface laughed out loud. Ha ha, Sumore. I thought you wouldn't beg. Not bad. I like this attitude. But I'm the planner of this game. You're just the player. The ghost-faced man slowly pushed the candle flame, and in a moment, a hanging figure appeared in front of the crowd, mouth stuffed with something. Can't make a sound. Seeing that familiar bald head, Sumore's eyes stared. Tell me your terms. Since you hold such a grudge against me, you must hate to kill me. The ghost-faced man crushed the cell phone and no longer continued to listen to Sumore's nonsense. Watch this. Gentlemen, this is what happens when you help Sumore. And this is the first of many. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he took off the towel that was stuffing Zhao Yong's mouth. Zhao Yong, do you regret helping Sumore? The ghost-faced man looked at the bean-sized beads of sweat on Zhao Yong's head and his voice teased. Bah, you sewer rat. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You don't dare to face Sumore. You can only deal with those around him. You're just a rat in the shadows. A rotten slime inside the gutter. Poor old me is not a martial artist. Otherwise I must chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Even if I die, there are still millions of people like me. Not everyone is afraid of death. Come on, have the balls to kill the old man. Old brother Sumore. I, Zhao Yong, do not regret knowing you. Even if you are killed today, you should not blame yourself. You have a more important mission. The applause rang out, so abrupt in the silence and emptiness. Sumore, you have a really noble personality, but I'll show you what a nightmare is next. No good comes to those who help you, and I will make you fall heavily from your high place until you die. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he took out a dagger. Sumore's eyes were dead set on the screen. Dogs? What means are there to use against me? What are you doing against them? Stop. Don't. A piercing voice came from the phone. Pust. The dagger had been stuck in Zhao Yong's neck and blood sprayed on the camera. The pop-ups were all equally angry at the moment. Rubbish. Bed bug. Come out. Dog scum. Show your face if you dare. Grass. These people are heartless. Doesn't the North End care? What a relief. This is what happens when you help Sumore. Upstairs. You wait. See if I don't investigate your address out. Dog. I'd like to see what you are. This kind of person is definitely a traitor to the human race. It's a delusional attempt to subvert our cohesion. Don't be fooled. At this moment, Sumore's eyes were already hazy, and he murmured inside his mouth. No, don't. Stop it. You stop it. On the live broadcast, the ghost-faced man had removed Zhao Yong's head and brought it to the camera. That pair of eyes full of anger, dead on the screen, made many people shudder. There were even timid people who simply fainted from fear. Sumore, see clearly, this is what happens when you help. Don't be disheveled. There are still 4 people waiting for you to rescue him, and there are still 3 hours until dark. You don't find them in 3 hours. I'll turn on the livestream and take their heads off one by one. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Sumore stared at that back figure dead on, a feeling of absurdity rising in his heart. This back figure was a bit familiar. He should have seen it before. Who the hell was it? At this moment, Sumore was still staring at the screen with a death glare, itching to kill this person by 1,000 cuts. The live feed cut off. The phone sounded. Sumore saw his master's call and hurriedly answered it. Sumore, my people can't investigate the exact address. That ghost-faced man should be familiar with you. That organization is called Forever. I can only tell you so much at the moment. This game can only be taken by you. If we make a move, I'm afraid that the Forever organization will make a move as well. And I can only tell you that the disappearance of the 10th district has something to do with them as well. After hanging up the phone, Sumore's hands were clenched, his body trembled, and his killing intent grew more and more intense. Baiyu stepped forward and hugged Sumore, stroking the back of Sumore's head. Don't be like this. It's not your fault. You have more important things. Baiyu was afraid that Sumore would do something stupid and hurriedly comforted. Sister Baiyu, let go of me. I won't do anything stupid. I still have 3 hours left. Chapter 72, Dogs. You're quite capable of finding you. Baiyu was also secretly relieved when she saw Sumore calm down. I'll find someone to help you investigate. Baiyu knew that it would be difficult to rely on Sumore alone to investigate. No need. Don't let others get involved. This is my game with him. Sumore suppressed the anger in his heart, and his mind gradually regained its calmness. These people want to deal with him, and a heavy fall from a great height will surely break themselves in a gradual manner. This was the same technique he used against Su Rouge and also Zhou Liang, indicating that this person had long known about his actions. Thinking of this, Sumore walked towards the security management office. He already had a bit of a guess inside. The next step is to verify that things are not true. Baiyu looked at Sumore's back as he left and shook his head. Sumore had just finished his suffering and didn't think that something like this would happen. He was only 18 years old. Eternal Life Organization. Don't let me know where you're hiding, or I, White Moon, will kill you. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and at this moment, Sumore came to the security management office security booth. Are you sure the 3 of them went out together? I'm sure. The 3 of them went out together. What exactly they were doing wasn't said, The man at the security booth looked anxious and said, "The boss was arrested and they panicked. Usually Lu Shuatian treated them well. In case of a different boss, I don't know what kind of person he might be." He also desperately hoped that Sumor would find Lu Shuatian and rescue him. "I know. Thank you." After Sumor finished speaking, he walked towards the inside and came to Lu Shuatian's office. It's still the same as before. With no signs of change, Sumori sat down to keep his head clear. The more he rushed, the more likely he was to make a mistake. The three people and the city lord Lu Shuada were all captured, plus Zhao Yong was already dead. Sumor couldn't let the four of them continue to have accidents. Sumor kept recalling the recent events. This person was a member of the Eternal Life Organization. If he arrested a few of them, they were working in a gang, and it was less likely that he would want to find them. If it were a person, this one thing would be a bit intriguing. To say who helped Sumor the most, Baiyu was definitely one of them. The fact that Shirayuki was unharmed might have something to do with going out on the one hand, and on the other hand it might have something to do with strength. If that was the case, that ghost-faced man, he wasn't particularly strong. Sumor guessed that even his strength was strong, or else he would have directly slaughtered him with a knife. And the 5 deviant demons that were killed, could they be the ghost-face helpers, who had been killed and no longer had any help? Only the city lord can make the 3 Lu Shuatian gather together to do their business. Or if there is a demonic beast mutation. If it were the city lord, the one thing the city lord would have to do lately would be that one thing. When Sumor thought of this, he stood up violently and turned around to run towards the outside. 20 minutes later, Sumor got down from the car and saw the familiar wall. There are no more students in the 10th high school at this time. Removing the 10th high school and moving the students is currently the biggest thing in Z9 City. This person also loved to show himself, except that he had a previous mission from the Winged Life Organization and had no choice but to hide himself. Now that 10 high has disappeared, then it means that his plan has failed, and there is a possibility that he will be removed from the Forever Living Organization. Sumor was now becoming more and more convinced of this speculation. Even if the person hides themselves, sometimes their personality is hard to control and they are different from other teachers. As far as Sumor knew, several teachers in the 10th high school had this kind of personality. That familiar back figure gradually overlapped with the person in his mind. Sumo's complexion stared. "So it's you." Sumor sped towards the place. To say where the most hidden place of the 10th high school was, of course, it was that abandoned school building. When Sumor was often in that place, hammering out his fighting skills, the abandoned building was surrounded by weeds and smelled bad because of the heat. You can even see a pile of air-dried stuff in the middle of many rooms. Since it's dim, it must be underground. What Sumor didn't know at this moment was that a live broadcast had quietly opened. Next, please enjoy my masterpiece, How Sumor Disappeared. After the live push, millions of people instantly flooded in. What is this place in Sumor? Hey, isn't that the abandoned building at 10 high? Why did Sumor appear in this place? I thought of it. This person is familiar with Sumor. He might be related to the 10 highs. And only things from the 10 highs can make the city lord come out. A guess appeared from the screen. I just want to know how Sumor disappeared. This kind of person harms people and themselves. Death is not worth it. Sumor is not a god. You think he can think of everything? Brother, wait. I have just investigated your home address. Wait. Come if you dare. It might still be a good thing if Sumor dies. Suro walked to the far corner where the clutter was piled up. After clearing things away, a handle appears on the floor. At this moment the ghostly face of the live broadcast reappeared, again still in the dimly lit room, a candle in his face. Gentlemen, please enjoy my masterpiece next and watch how Sumor disappears, especially after seeing Sumor put his hand on the handle. The ghost-faced man was clearly agitated. Sumor's hand moved gently, transforming into a ghost-like figure and disappearing into the abandoned building in the blink of an eye. After coming out, the Imperial sword flew and ran off into the distance. Rumble! A blinding firelight shot straight up into the sky, and 3 explosions sounded in succession. Cement and rebar splashed and shot in all directions. Half of the abandoned school building is already in ruins. At this moment the pop-ups on the live stream had long since disappeared. Bereft! Who the hell is this damn thing? Luckily Sumor was smart, or he would have been blown up. Well, this time Ghostface will be furious. Dog! Even the heavens won't help you. It would have been nice to blow up Sumor. That was close. If it had been 2 seconds later, Sumor would have been blown up and this would have been over. What a shame. I was hoping to see Sumor blown to mush. At this moment, the ghost-faced man was staring at the screen in death, unable to see the state of his face, but the slightly trembling body could tell that this person was furious to the extreme. After Sumor landed, his heart palpitated, guessing that person. He thought of this place. Once before, he saw that person secretly appear from here, and did not care at that time. At that time he was a loser and knew that curiosity killed the cat and didn't probe. The ghost-faced man on the screen suddenly saw Sumo disappearing into thin air, and a bad premonition rose within him. The candles went out and walked towards the outside. Bang! A crunching sound appeared, and on the live broadcast, Sumo was seen appearing in front of the ghost-faced man. The people who were expecting Sumo at this moment all let out cheers. Good job! Worthy of Sumo. I'd like to see what the hell is this ghost? Dogs, keep barking, and make Sumo disappear. This time Sumo makes you disappear. At this moment in the dimly lit room, the ghost-faced man's footsteps kept retreating, obviously in fear of Sumo. Son of a, you're pretty good at that. Chapter 73, Killing the Ghost-Faced Man for Revenge. Subsequent arrangements. After Sumo finished speaking, he was like a tiger descending from the mountain, pouncing at the ghost-faced man. The ghost-faced man still wanted to resist, but he was directly kicked against the wall by Sumo. Bang! A loud bang appeared. With a piercing sound, the black cloth in the room was directly ripped off by Sumo, and the sunlight was cast in, shining on the ghost-faced man's face. There were 4 other figures in the corner of the room, unconscious. There was also a body with blood running down its neck that had coagulated. The head rested on a corner of the tabletop, its face hideous and horrible. Sumo's eyes became bloodshot. Asterisk 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 Q. Sumo went up. His fists turned into a blistering storm, and the sound of bones breaking came from the ghost-faced man's body. The pop-ups in the live stream swiped up again. Well fought. Well fought. Such a dog should be beaten to death. Sumo. Unmask him and let's see his true colors. It's better to die for being so violent. I'd rather the Ghostface win. I also have this kind of thought. What human roots? The North District left him to turn as usual. Dogs, you two wait. When I find you, the eggs will be crushed for you, and you don't have any balls anyway. Only after crushing almost all of this person's bones did Sumo's anger gradually subside. The ghostly mask was lifted to reveal the face that was familiar to many. What? Mr. Qian Ming. Why him? Impossible. How could the ghost-faced man be Mr. Qian Ming? A student from Chiming's class earlier posted a pop-up question. Qian Ming didn't show a panicked expression after he was unmasked as a ghost. When Sumo found him, it was his time to die. Sumo, you're really smart, but it's a pity that Zhao Yong is still dead. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Qian Ming looked mad, thinking that the first time he learned about Sumo was through Wang Yang's cell phone. As a result, that Wang Yang even lied to him that it was a video used to motivate students. Really think he is stupid. Who does not know that Sumo is a waste of time? He also knows. Sumo went up and punched Qian Ming again, cracking the bone in his eye socket and causing Qian Ming to keep sucking in cool air. Sumo took out his Shen iron sword. He wanted to slaughter this son of a. Wait, I want to know. How did you find me? Sumo's knife was pinned on Qian Ming's brow. His gaze deadpan. I know you're just a pawn and can't ask anything. And as for how you guessed it was you, go to hell and ask King of Hell. There was a poof. Blood splattered and sprayed on the camera. Good. Such a beast should be killed. I didn't think that at 10 high. So many talents appeared. The previous Qian Ming student is in big trouble this time. Sumo walked to the corner, took out the pills and stuffed them inside the 4 people's mouths. Not long after, the 4 people woke up leisurely, and when they saw Sumo, their hearts settled down. Go. After Sumo finished speaking, he used something to wrap Zhao Yong's head around the corpse. Uncle Zhao, I've avenged you. You don't have to worry about things inside the house. At this moment, several helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky above 10 high. After the 2 figures came down, they hurriedly ran towards Sumo. Others entered the room and removed equipment throughout. Sumo naturally recognized 2 people. Auntie, M.O., I'm sorry. Zhao Yong's daughter-in-law shook her head. Looking at Zhao Yong's corpse, tears came out of her eyes. Her face was pale, and she was even softer in her knees that she almost knelt down. Fortunately, Bai Yu was quick on her feet. Brother Sumo, Dad said he doesn't blame you. Thanks for avenging my dad's death. My dad says it's been his greatest pleasure to know you, and he's told me to learn from you. Sumo raised his head, his eyes gradually moist, and finally there were still crystals dripping down. Let Uncle Joe go to his grave. Sumo returned to his senses and carried Zhao Yong to board the helicopter. The roar sounded and the helicopter gradually disappeared. After burying Zhao Yong, 3 days had passed, and Sumo had been keeping watch. Brother Sumo, don't be sad. You still have more important things to do. There are so many bad guys waiting for you to kill. Zhao Mo was beside Sumo and whispered. Sumo stroked Zhao Mo's head. Auntie, M.O., there will be someone to fetch you back to the neighborhood of the North Courtyard, where it is already prepared. Shin Chuli looked at Sumo. Sumo, thank you. I really don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. Suor took out a card. No, I can't have it. You've already avenged old Zhao. I can't have you anymore. Shinshuli hadn't finished speaking when Sumo had already shoved the card in his hand. The password is Xiaoma's birthday. This is my intention. Uncle Zhao passed away, so it will be hard for Auntie to take care of Shoemo from now on. It's the only thing I can do. Shinshuli also knew that the burden on Sumore's shoulders was heavy now. Sumore, you're not much older than my son. You're my junior. In the future when you encounter something dangerous, keep yourself safe first. When the sky collapses, there's still a taller one to hold it up. Don't let your anger wash over you. Sumore quietly listened to Shinshuli's instructions. After a few hours had passed, Sumore looked at the disappearing helicopter and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Shirayuki stood next to Sumore without saying anything. Let's go. Go home. Those who are alive will have to continue to look forward. Baiyu pulled Sumore's hand towards the distance, returning to the place where they lived. The two men's faces stared, and there were two cardboard boxes on the table. Unable to see what was inside, Baiyu was about to go forward when Sumore took Baiyu's hand and shook his head, bubbling. Within a few moments, the cardboard box gradually turned red, and the smell of blood hit me. Tick-tock, blood dripped down the corner of the table and onto the floor. A small trail of blood appeared on the ground not long after, spreading and curving like a bloody snake. Sumore went forward and opened the package, his expression changing. Within each box was a head, two he knew well, Su Ballad's real parents. Thinking of this, Sumore's face changed and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. Old brother Sumore. Lu Shuetian's excited voice came from inside. Are you sure Su Rouge is dead? Sumore's question caused Lu Shuetian to freeze. I'm sure she's dead, and that Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo buried her in the cemetery. You guys come pick me up and go to the cemetery. Half an hour later, a few people looked at the empty cemetery with stupefied expressions. Zhang Dahai Li Wuyo even jumped in, trying to find Su Ro's body. Don't bother looking. She's not dead. Sumore stood next to him and spoke. We did bury her here. The body is stiff. We assure you, he's definitely dead. Come out you two. You're not to blame for this one. Maybe Su Rouge has been targeted by certain people for a long time. Luckily she killed herself early and you guys buried her. Those people were able to find her body and weren't onto you, or you'd be the ones lying in there. Zhang Dahai, Li Wuyo, Lu Shuetian, three people behind the rise of a cold sweat. Obviously is a hot day. They feel the back of the cool breeze. Obviously Su Ro died and her body was cold. Now Sumore told them that Su Ro was still alive, back from the dead. What the hell is this? Go. On the way. Lu Shuetian still couldn't help but ask out. Older brother, why do you know that Su Ro did not die? We will know when we go to my house in a while. Sumore didn't reply. The three people went to Sumore's house and finally reacted after seeing the two heads in the box. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo carried the boxes out and cleaned Sumore's house inside and out. Sumore didn't stop and sat on the sofa. Lu Shuetian didn't say anything either, and the atmosphere gradually became condensed. So it is. Finally, Sumore took a deep breath, as if trying to understand something. You guys leave, cultivate well. Nothing should happen lately. Chapter 74. Two plans. Anything, master take the blame. When the evening came, Baiyu came back from the martial artist guild. As soon as she entered the door and smelled the aroma of the meal, her heart settled down. It looked like Sumore had recovered quite a bit. After the two sat down, Baiyu looked at Sumo. Half a month left until school starts. Are you ready? Sumore raised his head to stare at Shirayuki. Do you think that demonic beast attack on D6 City was an accident? Hearing Sumore suddenly ask this question, Baiyu put down her chopsticks and recalled. When a treading heaven realm demonic beast appeared, it ran from somewhere else. You mean, that time when the demonic beasts attacked the city? The purpose was to attract the attention of the crowds in the northern district, and then those people were good at blending in? Sumore nodded. It's just one of those guesses. After Sumore finished speaking, he took out a disassembled watch radar. This thing can be utilized by all those people, and researching this thing requires a lot of manpower and financial resources. The North Academy and also the 5 great academies have a lot of talent. Watch radar, signal monitoring outside the city. These things have actually been researched by others. Baiyu heard Sumore's speculation and a cool air rose behind her. First of all, the financial aspect. Which place is the easiest to get money? The martial arts guilds. There are martial arts guilds in every city. All of them can easily get a lot of money. The other thing is researching this stuff and not really researching it or saying. Another guess you'd like to make is how many of the people guarding the gates have joined them, right? Sumore didn't say anything. Acquiescence already represented the attitude. Do you know why many of the students in our class have the task of guarding the city gates, as well as the task of the martial artist guild? Sumo's expression coalesced. So it is. Then you just acted like you were so powerful, and combined here to tease me? There are some things that are speculative and can't be moved. The whole body is affected by a single hair. And District 10 is a lesson that, at the very least, District 9 still exists now, doesn't it? Sumo nodded and did not continue to speak. Others can't move. But you can. They dealt with them so well. You can't not take revenge. Can you? Bayu's eyes narrowed as she sized up Sumor. She didn't think Sumor was a peaceful person. Sumor just smiled and didn't say anything. Obviously there was already a plan brewing in his mind. Those two heads. What do you think? Sumor looked at Bayu and inquired. Are you talking about the big head or the small head? Bayu stared at Sumor strangely. Bayu, I'm talking to you very seriously. Sumor was speechless. Why is this person like this? I'm also very serious. Today the Martial Artist Guild also came over two little girls, but they were so worried about your appearance that they were about to cry out. Bayu had a saddened look on her face. Sumor didn't chime in. This woman was sick again. At this moment, Sumor had already returned to his room and was lying on the bed, thinking about what happened. Xianming should be a supernumerary of that organization, unable to touch the core. The reason for dealing with Sumor is also because the 10 Heist disbanded and he failed his mission. One to kill Sumor and one for him to die. This can be seen. Many schools have been infiltrated, hunting geniuses or other purposes. Sumor is unknown for the moment. Those people just happen to use this one thing to expand their influence. It should be for Su Rosecorpse. At this time almost everyone's eyes were on the ghost-faced man. These people are so careful in what they do, even using bigger actions to conceal a very small one, that it is evident that the mind is terrible. The second is the resurrection of Su Yun. And the two heads are Su Yun telling Sumor that I am still alive. The biological parents who abandoned her are dead, and he's next in line to be dealt with. The third is the men guarding the gates. How many of them are from that organization? There was also the disappearing 10th district. What secrets were hidden? And the last time Vice Dean Lei had also gotten rid of that demon quickly. Is there someone important involved? Or is there a larger conspiracy involved? What kind of organization can be named after the word immortality? Su Ryan came back from the dead. What exactly did she use? How many people have come back from the dead hidden in these 9 districts? What are they? Ding dong. The cell phone rang and Sumor looked at the message sent by Lu Shuetian. This was Qianming's message. And Sumor looked at the information on it. Qianming is not called Qianming, but Lu Ming, the absconding prisoner, the man loathed by all. The current Su ballad was also, having been spurned before, and would surely retaliate after being resurrected. Then these people are in evidence. People of anti-human character. Then there's the kind of person who's been pushed into a corner. Sumor guessed that the appearance of the demons might also have something to do with the Forever Living organization. Today, he also wanted to get a bit of news out of Bayu's mouth, but he gave him a yellow accent and just didn't say anything useful. The master certainly won't say much about it. Looks like we'll have to find that oaf and ask about it. Maybe we can get some useful information out of him. As for what method to use to retaliate back, Sumor had 2 plans. One of them is to take advantage of the new student enrollment in the North End in half a month. Sumor took a deep breath and looked at the panel in front of him. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, dematerialization first level, 0/20,000. Heart technique, shaping the way 4, 0/15,000. Martial skills, stacked wave blade, Shin grade. Complete, treading snow, Shin grade. Complete, hidden concealment technique, Earth grade. Complete, Dao intent, second blade intent. Spiritual attributes, gold, affinity 93, 0/9300, wood, affinity a 30, 0/3000, water, affinity 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity a 53, 0/5300, earth, affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity 64, 0/6400, thunder, affinity 13, 0/1300, space, affinity 3, 0/3000, time, affinity 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 6843. Strength is one aspect. Spiritual attributes are also one aspect. If the beginning of the school year, his spiritual attributes reached 100, and more than one, Sumoris also knew how risky this was. This is just one of the easiest ways to do it, but of course there is another. Get into the game with your body, and carry more on your back that way. Sumori hesitated between the two choices. At this moment, Sumor did not sleep all night, and when it was almost dawn, he took out his cell phone and dialed a phone. Master. Sumor had just opened his mouth when a neutral voice came from the opposite side. Kid, do what you want, and the old man will be able to hold his own for a while. A warm current rose in Sumor's heart, and he hadn't yet spoken up about the plan. Master, my plan may. Before Sumor could finish his words, he was already interrupted by Long Lintian. Let it go. Special times, special actions, don't stick to the immediate. As long as I live for one day, the entire northern district is not yet in chaos. Anything, The master takes care of it. Chapter 75, 2 plans at the same time. Blade intent triple. After hanging up the phone, Sumo breathed a long sigh of relief. Since master agreed, the 2 plans could be carried out at the same time. After Sumo packed up his things, he walked towards the outside of the city. After Baishio saw Sumo, there was a strange look in his gaze. Sumo was able to suppress his inner emotions so quickly. It wasn't like being 18 years old. Thinking about what Sumo had gone through, he could understand. Don't you ask me anything, I don't know anything, and if I did I wouldn't tell. Sumo was about to ask around sideways to see if he could get valid information here in this crow's mouth. Who knew that this guy was taking precautions in advance? Self-interested. You think you know everything. Ha, Sumo said with slight contempt in his eyes. Ah, yes, you're right about everything. I don't know anything. Why don't you hurry up and do your business? Baishio covered his mouth, obviously not wanting to say anything. Sumo took a deep breath and walked towards the outside, not thinking that the agitation method did not work on this guy. After leaving the city, Sumo dove headfirst into the mist. Since Baishio didn't say anything, he would solve the problem in his own way, hunting demonic beasts while searching for traces of that gorilla. Plans are starting to be implemented, and problems can arise without enough strength to back them up. Kill 10 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 42 kill points. As he went deeper, Sumo realized that the mist in front of him was getting less and less, and at this time, something suddenly fell above his neck. Sumo was startled, and after picking it up, he realized that it was a golden corpse worm. Squeeze a level 2. Third order golden corpse bug to death. Gain kill point 2.3. Sumo's eyes narrowed. Why did the golden corpse bug appear in this place? The only place this stuff shows up is where there are tons of dead bodies. Murphy. Sumo also thought of something and started looking for the golden corpse insect. Kill 100 golden corpse bugs. Gain 107 kill points. Kill 1,000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 1,300 kill points. Kill 1,900 golden corpse insects. Gain 4,200 kill points. As he hunted, Sumo's complexion gradually became grave as more and more golden corpse insects were in the distance. This was much more than before when Sumo first encountered the golden corpse bugs. To Sumo, it was experience value. Not to mention that the golden corpse bugs reproduced very quickly. If they waited for some time, after these golden corpse bugs started to appear in large numbers, I'm afraid that they would attack the city, and it would be hard to fend them off at that time. Sumo took out his Shin Iron Blade and transformed into a ghost, constantly wandering among the golden corpse insects. Blade intent with the power of gold, treading snow with the power of wind. It swept through the middle of the golden corpse worms, leaving corpses everywhere. Many golden corpse insects began to devour the corpses of their kind and grew rapidly. Kill 3,000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 7,300 kill points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the ground shook, the ground cracked, and a golden figure surged out from within the ground. In the blink of an eye, a huge ruin appeared and a sea of gold appeared in the sky. Densely packed golden corpse worms began to appear. In particular, the leading few golden corpse insects were already human-sized, their wings fluttering and emitting metallic crunching sounds. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he saw that golden corpse bug that had bitten his ass earlier. This time, when he broke through the transcendent realm, he was about to use them to verify his strength. Human, you still dare to appear. You really don't know how to die. Last time I let you off. This time you don't think you can escape. The only thing that responded to him was Sumo's heaven slashing slash. Pust. Kill a level 4. Second order demonic beast. Gain 4 kill points too. Seeing one of the level 4 leaders killed, the golden corpse insects went completely crazy. Dozens of level 4 golden corpse bugs flew towards Sumo. Their bodies lit up with golden light, transforming into a golden sword that shot towards Sumo. Sumo's Shin Iron Blade swung, getting faster and faster, and Sumo's mind lurched. It felt like the blade intent was rapidly climbing a notch. Sumo took a deep breath and transformed into a sheathed blade, chopping heavenly slash. A 10-meter blade appeared, chopping from Sumo toward the front. Wherever they passed along the way, they were all destroyed, and the golden corpse insects were all decimated. Blade intent, triple blade intent. How is that possible? A dozen or so golden corpse insects. Scarlet gazes with awe. Kill 4,000 gold corpse worms. Gain 8,300 kill points. Sumo's body moved, and his blade intent enveloped his side as he continuously waved it around. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum of several meters appeared around them. The corpses of golden corpse insects all over the place, stacked on top of each other, were already about to be taller than Sumo. Sumo saw that quite a few golden corpse insects began to devour and didn't chop them down at the first opportunity. These golden corpse insects were also growing rapidly. The corpses were useless to Sumo anyway, so it was better to let those weak golden corpse insects devour them. Waiting for them to increase in strength, Sumo was striking out to kill them, so as to maximize the benefits. Sumo stepped on his sword. His body flipped in the air and landed in front of a dozen or so golden corpse bug leaders. Chopping heavenly slash. A blade was swung out. Blade intent filled the air, and a blade wave close to 10 meters swept out. The golden power of the golden corpse insect's entire body appeared, spreading all around it, turning into a small sun, dispersing the mists by quite a bit. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as the blade landed on them. Sumo got the better of him. Stacked waves. This time the Xian Iron Blade was enchanted with the power of fire. The dozen or so golden corpse insect leaders revealed horror after seeing this scene. 3 attributes. Impossible. How could such a heavenly pride appear in humanity? Kill him no matter what. The dozen or so golden corpse bug leaders completely stormed out, while a special fluctuation emanated from their bodies. Sumo's expression coalesced. He knew that these golden corpse insects were asking for help. Since they were going to drag themselves along, Sumo naturally wouldn't be polite. With the wind power added, Sumo's speed reached the extreme, and only a blurred figure could be seen. Snort, snort. 2 heads flew into the middle of the sky. Kill 2 level 4, 3rd order demonic beasts. Gain kill points 8.6. The remaining 10 or so golden corpse insect leaders kept retreating and caged together, while densely packed golden corpse insects gathered around them to protect their safety. Chopping heavenly slash. Sumo's body suddenly descended from the sky as the power of gold and the triple blade intent merged. Bang! A deep crater about 10 meters in circumference was blown out of the ground. Kill 7. 900 golden corpse insects. Gain 16. 743 kill points. Sumo gripped the Xian Iron Sword and moved his body. Bang! 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 Blade intent erupted from his body, and wherever Sumo passed, the golden corpse insects all exploded and turned into blood mist. Kill 4. 000 golden corpse worms. Gain 9. 200 kill points. Kill 3,200 golden corpse bugs and gain 6,452 kill points. Kill 2,200 golden corpse bugs and gain 5,386 kill points. Sumo stopped, his chest heaving. A fine layer of sweat had appeared on his forehead, and his arms were aching. The smell of blood filled the sky. Sumo did not pay attention to it, but walked towards the deep pit where the golden corpse worm appeared just now. He felt something special inside. When Sumo came in, his expression was grave and a killing intent was involuntarily released. Chapter 76, Mysterious Research Base. 4 levels of transcendence. The densely packed golden corpse insects were still hiding underground, their eyes bloodshot, staring dead on at the appearing Sumo. At the same time an iron gate appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. Outside were densely packed with corpses and bones. There were demonic beasts and humans. Humans were the majority. Upon closer inspection, the bones of these corpses looked like they had been deliberately altered. Sumo carried his sword and killed at these golden corpse insects. Buzz off. The golden corpse bugs surged up. Sumo's expression was grave. The attribute of these golden corpse bugs was actually not gold, but wind attribute. Snort, snort. At this time several golden corpse insects came. The wings on their backs had special patterns. Sumo's expression changed. Human, get out. This is no place for you. Sumo's eyes narrowed. They were guarding what was inside. He wanted to see what was inside. Sumo carried his Xian Iron Sword and took the initiative to meet him. Kill 10. 000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 32. 750 kill points. Kill 11. 000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 36. 450 kill points. Seeing that his men were resolved by Sumo in a few moves, the golden corpse insect with mysterious runes on its back emitted strange fluctuations. Snicker. A head shot up into the sky. Kill level 4 3rd order golden corpse bug. Gain 4. 3 kill points. Looking at the gate in front of him, Sumo's saber intent intensified. Chopping heavenly slash. Rumble. The huge iron door just shook a little. Sumo's expression was grave. It was actually Xian Iron. This whole big iron door was made of Xian Iron. What a great deal. If it wasn't for Sumo's saber intent breaking through the 3rd level, there was really no way to take this iron door. 10 minutes later. Rumble. Xian Iron door directly broken. Sumo will Xian Iron door into the storage space ring. This is a big treasure. In case of any danger, is to run. This piece of Xian Iron value are great. Will not lose. Walking down a long passageway, Sumo gradually became cautious. Find the body of a golden corpse bug and throw it right in. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets kept sweeping through the walls, too dense to count, until after 3 minutes this stopped. Sumo swung his sword, and a crack spread out on both sides of the wall. The contents fell out. Sumo carried his sword and headed inside. Collapse, 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 collapse. The sound of dense footsteps rang out. Sumo looked away, his complexion gradually becoming grave as dozens of figures appeared on the opposite side. It was at least the divine orifice realm. Special runes coalesced on his face, identical to the person who killed him in the first place. Only the most powerful of these people were estimated to have reached the 5th level of dematerialization. Sumo glanced at the panel and looked at the kill points. It was enough. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, dematerialization 1st level, 0/20,000. Heart technique, shaping the way 4, 0/15,000. Martial skills, stacked wave blade, Shin grade. Complete, treading snow, Shin grade. Complete, hidden concealment technique, Earth grade. Complete, Dowie, triple blade E. Spiritual attributes, gold, affinity 93, 0/9300, wood, affinity 30, 0/3000, water, affinity 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity 53, 0/5300, earth, affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity 64, 0/6400, thunder, affinity 13, 0/1300, space, affinity 3, 0/3000, time, affinity 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 113, 580. Sumo carried his sword and took the initiative to kill against those demons. When the demon in the lead saw Sumo, a hideous look appeared on his face. A human of the 1st level of transcendent mortality actually dared to take the initiative to seek death. Sumo kept adding points as she was about to approach. Degenerate 2-fold. Degenerate 3-fold. Degenerate 4-fold. After breaking through the 4th level of deity, there were still more than 20,000 killing points remaining. Sumo didn't hesitate and directly added them to the metallic affinity. Metallic affinity goes straight to 95. Triple blade intent coupled with metallicity. A blade was swung. The devils who hadn't placed Sumo in their hearts saw that Sumo had directly reached the 4th level of deity, and that his gold power was even sharper, and reacted to it, but it was already too late. Urging to resist, where would he be Sumo's opponent? Not to mention that Sumo had more than just one blade out. Kill 30 demons, gain 128 kill points. HAHT, what the heck? It's not as fast as killing demonic beasts. Gurgling, gurgling. Blood flowed down the walkway as Sumo stepped over the bodies of these people and headed inside. After walking through the long black passageway, Sumo realized that there were other places inside. Inside a sealed crystal coffin, a figure lay inside, same as the demons he'd decimated out there. At the moment various instruments have tubes inserted into them. Bang, bang, bang. The crystal coffin opened, and a figure popped out, splashing out of the water. Sumo took a step back. A hideous look appeared on these people's faces as they pulled something and killed towards Sumo. Sumo shook his head. Those finished products were not his match, let alone these semi-finished products. 2 minutes later, Sumo had walked to the next place. Kill 100 devils, gain 306 kill points. Looking at the huge portal in front of him, Sumo was about to push it open when his footsteps lurched. Retreat out in a hurry. Rumble. Fire erupted from the sky, and the ground continued to collapse. Sumo flew with his sword and flew into the distance. The loud roar continued for several minutes before quieting down. The fog around them had been completely dispersed. All kinds of precision instruments were reduced to smithereens. Everything has disappeared. Sumo took a deep breath. If he had been a step slower just now, he would have died in there. Sure enough, these demons were studied. I just wonder what special method they use. Sensing the movement in the distance, Sumo's hidden Een technique worked and ran towards the mist. Sumo had just left not long ago when 4 figures appeared. A fox, a black shadow, a golden giant ape, and a blood tiger. Looking at the crumbling ground and what was left around it, the eyes of the 4 demonic beasts flickered, not knowing what they were thinking. The fox opened his third eye. A vague figure was seen in the distance. There's a blurry figure in that place. It looks like someone escaped. Have someone searched that direction. The blood tiger let out a roar after hearing this. Immediately following the entire mist, countless demonic beasts responded, charging in one direction. The demonic beasts began to diverge, and in the midst of the mists, there were quite a few miserable screams. Sumo transformed into a ghost. Blade intent cast. Bang, bang, bang. Examiner Sumo. The people who were still hunting the demonic beast saw the demonic beast storming out and thought that they were going to die. But they didn't think that Sumo would turn his hand and save them. Quickly return to the city. A beast tide has appeared. Hearing Sumo's words, they turned around and ran towards the city. Sumo kept wandering around, saving one if he could. As for why he didn't run away, it was of course because he wanted to fulfill his plan. These people also live a life on the edge of a knife. and to save one could be the equivalent of saving a family. After there was no sound of fighting in the vicinity, Sumo then breathed a sigh of relief. Turning her head and looking at the blood-red eyes that suddenly appeared in front of her, Sumo took a deep breath. The Shin Iron Sword was held tightly in his hand. Chapter 77. My good sister, won't you come out? A three-eyed fox appeared in front of him, staring him dead in the face. A huge and vast aura enveloped Sumo. Buzz off. The Blood Tiger, Black Eagle, and Golden Giant Ape also appeared and stood in the sky, staring at Sumo with a slightly cold intent. Human, how dare you, die for me? When the Blood Tiger finished speaking and was about to make his move, the Golden Giant Ape stepped forward. Wait, I sense a familiarity in you. You've met my son? After the Golden Giant Ape opened its mouth, the surroundings buzzed. I've seen it before, and I've helped it. Hearing Sumo's words, a few demonic beasts revealed skeptical gazes. The human race and demonic beasts are immortal. Meeting is killing. Sumo now told him that he had helped the son of the great ape. Did you make that commotion? Sumo nodded. It was simply impossible for him to escape under the eyes of these demonic beasts. Besides, would these demonic beasts really let him run? I did, but it was a place to study demons. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumo and made a crisp sound. You can't go back alive. Your natural talent is too good. If we let you go back, our demonic beasts will appear as a formidable opponent. Sumo's heart sank. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the three-eyed fox. Then let's try and see who dies. After Sumo finished speaking, he held the Shin Iron Sword and charged at the three-eyed fox. The three-eyed fox's body moved to catch Sumo's landing body. Bang! 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 A blade suddenly came from the distance, and dozens of figures turned into blood mist. Kill 50 demons. Gain 203 kill points. The third eye of the three-eyed fox opened and turned, leading Sumo to wander through the mist. The Blood Tiger, the Giant Ape, and the Black Eagle stared deathly into the mist. There were several other figures there standing in the trees, keeping an eye on them. A huge aura descended, causing several demonic beasts to feel fearful. Kill 100 devils. Gain 403 kill points. The three-eyed fox appeared to put Sumo down. Sumo's breath thickened. There were too many demons that converged over just now. Now that it's a few hundred less, it won't be such a hassle to deal with. Sumo stood in the middle of the four demonic beasts, staring at the figures with a deadly stare. Rustling, rustling, rustle, 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 bang, bang, bang. A burly figure stepped out with a hideous rune pattern on its face, emitting a terrifying aura. Be careful, these devils are a bit strange, Blood Tiger murmured in a low voice, his eyes staring scornfully at these devils. At this moment, Sumo took a deep breath, as if he thought of something, and stared at the blurry figure in the mist that hadn't moved. Don't come out yet, my good sister. Hearing this, the four demonic beasts turned their heads, surprised, and stared at Sumo in shock. What's going on here? A man all wrapped up inside a black hood stepped out. When it was removed, it revealed a calm, unruffled face, as flushed as before. Luck is good. I actually didn't blow you up just now. Suro looked at Sumo, with only a faint killing intent shrouding his body. It looks like the heavens are favoring me. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he stared at Suro, wanting to see some clues. Seeing this kind of look in Sumo's eyes, Suro seemed like she remembered something, and the anger on her face grew even more. When she begged for forgiveness before, Sumo had this kind of look in her eyes, and it was still the same now. Cold, lonely, without a trace of emotion. Kill them. Suro looked at Sumo and gave a direct order. A surrounding devil surrounded Sumo. The Blood Tiger roared, and the demonic beasts around him attacked at the demon man. Fighting broke out between those burly demons and demonic beasts, and in no time the smell of blood filled the air. The golden-colored giant ape pounded its chest and was about to pounce at Surime. Don't make a move. Don't ever go near her. Sumo hurriedly uttered a voice, and the golden giant ape's footsteps lurched. At the moment the two men stood facing each other. My good brother, when did you become so timid? For treading heaven realm demonic beasts cooperating with you and you're still so timid. This isn't like you. Suro stared at Sumo with cold intent. Sumo didn't answer and stared at Suro dead in the face. Snort, snort. Suro's shadow suddenly surged out, and a demon appeared, which was different from the others, with a double-horned head, blood-red eyes, and the runes on his face emanating light. It's pure devils. Sumo also thought of something. Run. After saying that, his body moved and the imperial sword was moved. Snicker. Sumo's shadow suddenly stormed up and killed at Sumo. If it wasn't for Sumo running fast, he would have died just now. Sumo's heart palpitated. Brother, I didn't expect you to still be so smart. But how much longer can you be smart? Just wait, my sister will send you a surprise next. After Su Rouge finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared in the mist. Sumo returned to his senses and looked around at the burly demons that kept killing away. Bang, bang, bang. Kill 30 demons, gain 106 kill points. The other burly demons, too, were decimated by the demonic beasts. The three-eyed fox came to Sumore's side and grabbed him. The 4 demonic beasts disappeared into thin air, and along with them was Sumo. Sumore didn't know where these demonic beasts were taking themselves. It was unknown how long had passed before the three-eyed fox put Sumore down, its bloodshot eyes staring at Sumore in death. The blood tiger following behind was also staring at Sumore. She's your sister. Is there something in this for you? The 4 demonic beasts looked as if their hearts were palpitating, thinking of the shadow's sudden attack on them just now. Their fear hadn't been suppressed yet. Sumore recounted what had happened before. Impossible. Resurrecting from the dead. I suspect you are swindling us. Blood Tiger stared at Sumore, his voice low and shocked, looking at the determination in Sumore's eyes. Blood Tiger closed his mouth. They use demonic beasts, humans to experiment. Those demons are their experimental products, and now they've set their sights on the northern district. I believe it won't take long for a war to be avoided. Not to mention that they make a bone flute that can control demonic beasts. This is your territory, so I'm sure you've seen that thing before. The blood tiger thought of something and spat out something inside his mouth. Is this the thing you're talking about? Sumore's expression stared after seeing this thing. There's no mistake. It's this thing that can control demonic beasts. This thing is based on its own strength. The stronger the person blowing it is, the stronger the demonic beasts it controls. Hearing Sumore's words, the 4 demonic beasts were silent. No wonder those people can easily set up research here, using this kind of flute to control demonic beasts and messing around right under our noses. It's indeed difficult for us to discover. The three-eyed fox said in a dull tone. I want you guys to do me a favor, or cooperate. Sumo stared at the 4 demonic beasts and said in a grave voice. Sumore had wanted to find the gorilla to cooperate with, but now his old man was here, and there were also 4 treading heaven realm demonic beasts. It was the best one for Sumore. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumore. Tell me what you think. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumore. I'm sure you all know how heartless those people are. That organization is called Forever, and in their eyes people and demonic beasts are objects that can be sacrificed at any time. It has been recorded that we dealt with the demons together today, and those will take it out of context and make it out that I have ulterior motives for working with you. They will create remarks that I'm working with demonic beasts and will proclaim that I'm a traitor. Sumore took a deep breath. This was supposed to be a result he needed. Suro absolutely would invisibly help him accomplish it. The third eye of the three-eyed fox blinked and stared at Sumore. You want the demonic beasts to attack the city. Sit on this one and take the blame. You want to enter the game with your body. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumore with slight admiration. Sumore nodded. There's no way. Those people are hiding too deeply. I can only risk forcing them out. But the humans are going to not be able to tolerate you either. Pass it on, and you won't even be able to get into the north end. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own methods. Don't you guys want to retaliate back? Sumo looked at the 4 demonic beasts and inquired. Chapter 78, the plan is in progress. Sumore is treated as a traitor. Your proposal is not bad, but what benefits do we get? The three-eyed fox took a deep breath. Then you guys kill me. Early death and late death are both death. Early death can still go down to the queue for reincarnation. Maybe in the next life you can also cast a rich and noble family. Sumore said with an indifferent face. Sumo sat down on the stone after he finished speaking, clearly looking like he was at your disposal. The 4 demonic beasts looked at each other. Even if they wanted to kill Sumore, it would be later. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumore. We demonic beasts also know how to return favors. We don't have that much heart. Your reminder just now saved our lives. We will repay back. We can work with you once. Sumore took a deep breath when he heard the three-eyed fox agree. But now I have one more thing to do. And you should know where there are traces of the golden corpse worm. There are traces of golden corpse worms, and there should still be places they study. Hearing Sumore mention his request, the eyes of the 4-headed demonic beasts narrowed. No wonder those corpses weren't discovered. So they were devoured by the golden corpse insects. The three-eyed fox took a deep breath and said thoughtfully, I do know a few places where there are traces of golden corpse bugs, and in huge numbers, but we can't go over there. You can only go over there yourself. Black Eagle stared at Sumore and said, Yes, I'll go over there myself. The Black Eagle heard Sumore's agreement and sent out fluctuations, and not long after, a demonic beast came over and brought Sumore over. Seeing Sumore's back disappear, Black Eagle's eyes became sharp. Black Hawk, do what you want and don't cause anything else. The three-eyed fox admonished. We can't take what this kid says seriously. In case he really uses us, keep an eye out. Since he's going to tackle the golden corpse bug, let him go. He this young. Extraordinary qualifications. Even the human's mouth and pen punishment do not care. It shows that there are powerful people behind him. You say that if he dies. The Black Eagle's gaze was calculating, seeing that he has just reached adulthood at his age, and has already become in the realm of the demon realm. Such a person can't die in our hands, and if he dies in the hands of those demons, it has nothing to do with us. When the time comes for the strong humans to appear, let them find the places where the demons are being studied, and we won't have to pay anything to uproot those hidden places. It's only good for us, not bad. At most, some demonic beasts will die, and it's acceptable for us demonic beasts, who, unlike humans, reproduce very slowly. Hearing Black Eagle's words, the other 3 demonic beasts nodded. This method was good. If he survives, we'll help him for once. It's nothing more than some dead demonic beasts. When the time comes for him to go back and talk to the people behind him, maybe we can work with the human powerhouses as usual and uproot those filthy things. It's a win-win situation for us. Of course, dog eat dog, not to mention we'll get something else out of it, won't we? Since he wants us to cooperate, of course we have to cooperate in a big way. Do you think the humans will still be able to tolerate him? The death of a heaven's pride is definitely earning hemp for us demonic beasts. After Black Eagle finished speaking, the 3 demonic beasts nodded, their eyes narrowing as they thought of the things they had discussed earlier, and now it was time to act. This time, including the 3-eyed fox, they all stared at Black Eagle, not thinking that this guy had such a good brain. At this moment, Sumo followed the lead demonic beast to go and look for the traces of the golden corpse bug. As for the words of those 4 demonic beasts, Sumo wouldn't believe a word of it. What realm were those 4 demonic beasts in? The treading heaven realm. The wind and grass here could really be hidden from them. This is also why Sumo took the initiative to bring up the matter of the bone flute. It was a test. Otherwise how would those 4 demonic beasts act on? The 4 demonic beasts. There were those who sang red faces to him, and those who sang black faces to him. The golden giant ape even pulled out his son. Sumo snorted inwardly as he thought of this. Not to mention the rest. What kind of person was Su Rouge? Selfish and self-serving. And now there was someone behind him who actually didn't kill him. Even the biological parents have killed. The most resentful, but he Sumo actually did not kill. Really think it is over the family. The joke it. And why was the golden corpse bug suddenly right in the path of his appearance? If they could discover Sumo's trail, could they really not discover the traces of so many demons? The 4 demonic beasts look like they specialize in catching Sumo. Ha! As for their thoughts, Sumo could also guess. Invisibly, Sumo's plan had been completed, and Master should be ready. The demonic beast that was leading Sumo suddenly stopped in its tracks, and Sumo looked into the distance, his eyes narrowing. The densely packed golden corpse insects kept surging. The demonic beast that led Sumo, after bringing Sumo to this place, turned around and ran towards the mist. Sumo took the Xian iron sword, and since they had already cooperated, Sumo knew that he would definitely not die. Turning into a ghost, he killed at the golden corpse insect. Kill 3,000 golden corpse insects. Gain 4,765 kill points. Kill 5,346 golden corpse insects. Gain 11,382 kill points. Half an hour later, a rushing flame rose. Sumo's royal blade technique was used and he disappeared into the flames. When Sumo came out, looking at the fire in the distance, he did not expect that there were more golden corpse insects here. More than double the first one that appeared before. The demonic beast that led Sumo before appeared once again. Let's go. Move to the next place. The leading demonic beast nodded and led Sumo to move to the next place. 3 hours later, it was accompanied by a fire rising once more. For treading heaven realm demonic beasts had already appeared around Sumo. I didn't think that you could actually do it? The 4 treading heaven realm demonic beasts looked at Sumo with surprise, shock, and disbelief in their eyes. These are all small problems. Now we have to deal with the most troublesome thing. Sumo took a deep breath, a worried look on his face. I'll send you back. After Black Eagle finished speaking, he gestured for Sumo to stand on his back. Sumo naturally wouldn't be polite, and the Black Eagle rose up into the air at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long to see the familiar walls already. After the Black Eagle put Sumo down, it flew into the mist and disappeared. Sumo took a deep breath, knowing what would greet him next. The abuse, even the siege. But he couldn't proclaim it because the plan wasn't complete this time, and it was all to be experienced. Uncle Chiu, don't worry, I'll make sure they're buried with you. Sumo walked towards the city, just came in and saw the crowds. Traitor, why don't you die outside and come back for what? Get out of the northern district. This is no place for you to stay. Since you are close to the demonic beasts, then go over with them. Why come back? Chapter 79, Demonic Beasts Attacking the City Tonight. You've already been exposed. You don't think you can still fool us? People like you are the scourge of the Northern District. The Northern District protects your safety. And now you're actually cooperating with demonic beasts? Shameless and despicable. Accusations of abuse spewed forth. Sumo didn't say anything. When this time the plan was completed, he would have to liquidate these people one by one. Really thought that he, Sumo, didn't have any temper. But there were also those who sided with Sumo. All of you shut up. For treading heaven realm demonic beasts, what would you do if you were there? If you guys keep cursing, I'll stand here and curse against you guys. Why did you guys receive the picture of Sumo and the demonic beast together? You have to forget what just passed. They are here to deal with Sumo. If you force Sumo to die, it is just what those people want. Brainless fools, you mums, whoever curses again, I'll defecate on your heads at night. Not long after that the city gates were in complete chaos, and even quite a few people clenched their fists and rushed at the people who were siding with Sumo. Your grandma's big black teeth. Come on, whoever dares to come a little closer to Sumo today, I'll kill you. You think Sumo are all as brainless as you guys, being used without even realizing it. Dumbass, beat you to death. In no time the doorway was in chaos, and in the shadows a number of people began to throw rotten vegetable leaves. A figure suddenly stood in front of Sumo, and all those things were thrown at this person. Bayu stood in front of Sumo and took his hand. Come on, let's go home. Bayu pulled Sumo and passed through the crowd. At this moment a golden light was protecting Sumo as well as Bayu, and the people protecting Sumo. Sumo's eyes narrowed. Killing intent descended. That huge killing intent that made many people shudder, like falling into an ice cellar. There are even a lot of people who protect Sumo Bayu, have been bruised and swollen. Looking at Sumo out of the way, relieved, they do not believe that Sumo is that kind of person. There are definitely bitter reasons. In the north courtyard, Long Lintian's fingers clenched tightly, staring at Sumo in the screen with a deadly stare. Those who throw rotten leaves, make a ing note of it, and when it's over, kick them all out of the north end. The four Vice-Deans heard that Long Lintian had burst into foul language and knew that things were getting big. After so many years, this was the first time they had seen Long Lintian like this. Find out their backgrounds, where their kids go to school. I want all their information. Such dogs who see the wind and the helm will also become traitors in the future when the demonic beasts break out. Clean it up before it's too late. We can't be like the 10th district in the northern district. There's one of these dogs to clean up, and we'll have some peace in the north end. And I think they're having too good a time. Forget it. It's better to let Sumo handle it and record all these people. Long Lin Tian's emotions only relaxed after he finished speaking. Sumo had just returned home, and the place where he had lived before had been spray-painted. Traitor, get out of my north end. You're the trash of my north end. Stinker. A traitor deserves to live in such a nice place. I'll be damned. If you have any conscience, you'll kill yourself. Dog. It's not enough for someone like you to die. How come the demonic beasts didn't eat you up? Sumo lost a laugh. All of this had already occurred to him. Don't take it to heart. Bayu was still worried that Sumo cared too much and affected his state of mind. It's nothing. The consequences of my plan when they killed Uncle Joe, I had it in mind. Not to mention that these tactics, they're just child's play, and all these people just record them. Those dirty things? Killing Uncle Zhao did not have the slightest mercy. I will liquidate them one by one. What is this insult in front of me? After Sumo finished speaking, he took his cell phone out, which had pictures recorded in it. Those are the things from the research labs, and you can still see the rows of demons. Suemo handed it to Shirayuki. Take a look. These things should have something to do with genetics. Bayu took over the cell phone, and after seeing what was inside, her pupils shifted and a coldness appeared on her face. After returning the cell phone to Sumo, Bayu suppressed the anger within her heart. Where there are people, there is a jungle. It's inevitable. The human heart is unpredictable. There are those people who always feel different and prove themselves in some way. Damn it. Sumo nodded. He knew all this too. Tonight the demonic beasts will attack the city. Suemo took a deep breath and lifted his gaze to look at Bayu. After Sumo finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the room. After Bayu washed up, she returned to her room and took out her cell phone to look at the martial arts forum. Is this the pride of mankind? Or is it a traitor? There were also photos below of Sumo standing beside the four treading heaven realm demonic beasts in a conversational manner, directly on the post that occupies the top of the martial artists list. No way. This is right. There's absolutely no way Sumo would do this. Knowing people, he's the one who made the rules for the martial arts exam. What the hell? Not bad. It's better to kill such a traitor as soon as possible so as not to bring disaster to humanity. Impossible. Today we were hunting demonic beasts outside the city and it was Sumo who saved us. Yes. It must be to save us that we were surrounded by the 4 major demonic beasts and could only make false pretenses. Such give him back the wash. The evidence is in front of us. Upstairs. You eat. Your breath is so strong. Too many good days. How many heavenly prides have been forced away just because you're retarded and make decisions before things are clear? Where were you guys when he killed the demonic beast? At first, dozens of miles of demonic beasts outside the city were killed by him, including D-City. One person slaughtered tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Where are you guys? So scared that the eggs do not dare to come out, but also dare to speak out here. Who knows if it's an act? Doing this on purpose and leading the demonic beasts to attack the city when the time comes. Is there not enough of this kind of thing? I think this is the way to go. First gain the trust of you brainless people, and then when the demonic beasts attack the city, you'll regret it. You guys have brains. The ability to see the wind and make the rudder is not small. Before everyone else supported Sumore's. You guys are not also. Now things are not yet determined. And start barking again. Lao Zi will see that you guys eat too much. You have the ability to you also go to kill the 30 miles of demonic beasts. If you can do it, Lao Zi called your father. People like them can't suffer a little bit of wrongdoing. Even if it's their own fault. They post it on the internet to gain sympathy. Use public opinion to get others to apologize. And then finally the truth comes out and they say they're wrong. If you ask me, as long as after proving Sumore's innocence, all of them will be driven out of the city. And each of them can't come back without hunting 10,000 demonic beasts. Upstairs. I'm with you. People like that are just fed up. With strength growing so fast, who knows if they've collaborated with those people in order to gain our trust. I think it's also true that breaking through the transcendent realm at the age of 18 is unheard of. Who knows if it's utilizing any evil means. Don't be a spammer. Have the guts to practice offline solo. I'll hammer you to death with a stick. Chapter 80. Look. That traitor opened the city gates and let the demonic beasts in. When Baiyu saw that the discussion was mixed, she also took a deep breath. Fortunately there were those who supported Sumore. Seeing those that denigrated Sumore, Baiyu had a coldness in her gaze. These retards. All wait. Sumore didn't bother to watch the things on the forum. Those things didn't serve any purpose for him. Killing more people from those organizations to avenge Uncle Zhao is the most important thing. Sumore decided to fill up the affinity of gold first, just boosting it by 2 points. And when he fought with the golden necromorphs, he found that his strikes were sharper. Kill points disappearing fast. 9, 500, 9, 600, 9, 700. As the affinity became 100, Sumore felt the surrounding golden aura surrounding him and continuously entering his body. Sumore seemed to be the golden aura. At night there will be a demonic beast attacking the city, and the next step is to raise your strength. Sumore continued to add points, and the kill value was rapidly disappearing. Sumore carefully felt the changes within his body, and after gradually familiarizing himself with his power, the corner of his mouth sketched a smile. The only thing that could make Sumore happy now was to enhance his strength. The Eternal Life Organization. Wait, and all those traitors wait. Sooner or later I will uproot you all. Sumore returned to his senses, his gaze falling on the panel. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Strength, 9th level of dematerialization, 0/1000000. Heart technique, shaping the way for, 0/15,000. Martial skills, stacked wave blade, Shin grade. Complete, treading snow, Shin grade. Complete, hidden concealment technique, Earth grade. Complete, Dowie, triple blade E. Psychic attributes, gold, affinity 100, wood, affinity 30, 0/3000, water, affinity 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity 53, 0/5300, earth, affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity 64, 0/6400, thunder, affinity 13, 0/1300, space, affinity 3, 0/3000, time, affinity 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 67468. The strength had already reached the 9th level of dematerialization, but this was something that could only be obtained by hunting hundreds of thousands of golden corpse insects. In particular, the affinity of gold reached 100, one short of reaching 100 for both attributes. It was still good to have a herd of demonic beasts and be able to gain a lot of kill value quickly. However, after the demonic beasts attacked the city, a large number of demonic beasts would appear. And again, it was a good time to harvest kill points. Next you need to add points on the wind attribute. After adding the wind attribute to 72, the kill points were no longer enough. Sumore was lying on the bed. Because of the breakthrough, now was the most energetic time. Lying on the bed, he carefully felt the changes in his body, as the surrounding golden yuan power continued to pour into his body, and his physical qualities slowly strengthened. As the sun moves west and the last vestiges of afterglow disappear, The Z9 gate guards. Big brother bye. Let me watch for you for a while. You take a rest first. Baishio's sleepy eyes glanced at this man without thinking. He guarded the gates of the city. And of course, there were those who patrolled the gates as well. This guy had also helped him keep an eye on him once before. And Baishio knew that there was something wrong with this guy. That's just as well. I'm going to get a late night snack to wake up. I'm so sleepy. Baishio left the city gate guards after he finished speaking, rubbing his eyes with a sleepy look. After leaving the range of those people's sight, Baishio hid in the shadows, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's eye. The man who replaced Baishio. His eyes flickered and he whistled. Several men came out of the shadows, carrying a body. At the same time there was also a figure, dressed as Sumo, who opened the city gates. Baishio recorded all of this, his eyes narrowing as he exuded killing intent. Sumo glanced at the time and walked out of the room. And Baiyu happened to change into her combat uniform and walk out. The city gates have converged on a large number of traitors. The demonic beasts outside the city have gathered and begun to attack the city. And the gates have been opened. And those people are still posing as you. Baiyu looked at Sumo, slightly worried. She was worried that Sumo's emotions would be affected. Go. Sumo's voice was calm as he transformed into a ghost and disappeared into the room. At this moment, the Northern District Martial Artist Forum similarly exploded. It really is a traitor. Killing the city gate guard, opening the city gate, and letting the demonic beasts attack the city. The following attached also has photos. Several bodies on the ground. And there is also a back figure that will open the city gate. Looking at the dress, the height is almost the same as Sumo. Especially the last few pictures. You can still see the demonic beasts outside the city. The scarlet eyes were bubbling. And under the shroud of the night, the red light was even more oozing, choosing people to devour, making people's chills stand up after seeing it. Those who spoke for Sumo before. Come out and be stubborn. Come out and be stubborn. It's over. It's over. How dare this traitor this is to destroy my human race. Why don't you continue to speak for him? Keep shouting. This kind of traitor is not worthy of death. Now that the demonic beasts are attacking the city, has your hero appeared? Before we said that Sumo was really a traitor and you guys still defended him. Now that the facts are in front of us, you guys continue to defend it. Demonic beasts attacking the city. This is the price you pay for trusting Sumo. Learn from your mistakes and grow a lesson in the future. Also later, its Z city is taken. The Northern District is equivalent to a gaping hole, and the demonic beasts will slowly devour the other cities. This kind of traitor, killing 100 times wouldn't be too much to ask, and now he might be hiding somewhere. Find him quickly and kill him. Let's just say today, we won't let him enter the North District. Let him die outside and go over there with the demonic beasts. Just this is still the genius of the North Courtyard. The Dean's shut-in disciple. It didn't occur to me that the North Courtyard would also go off the rails. Let's see how they end up this time. Not bad. Back when the martial arts exam was still set in Z City, the fanfare of having an 18-year-old brat as the main examiner. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. 18 years old to be able to kill a demonic beast and break through to the devoid of mortality realm. This point makes me suspicious. I've never heard of such a demonic person before, suggesting the utilization of crooked ways. Why other people hunting demonic beasts are not posted on the forum. Only he hunting demonic beasts is posted on the forum. I think it's on purpose, to draw our attention, to portray the image of a hero, a genius, and the purpose is for today, to release the demonic beasts to attack the city. Upstairs, don't insult the North Courtyard. If I were Sumo, I'd kill myself right now. That's right, it's justifiable for the Northern Courtyard to be deceived. They've been guarding the Northern District and are naturally elated to see a genius. But this time the Northern Courtyard needs to give us an explanation. Even if the Dean of the Northern Academy looks away, it's not for you to slander, and it's for you to judge his old man for protecting the Northern District, and to give you an explanation. You don't take a piss and look at yourself to see if you're worthy? If it weren't for the Northern Courtyard, you'd have been demonic beast's poop. Chapter 81, Acting in Secret. The traitor is knocked unconscious. Dogs can't tell the difference between big and small kings anymore. Whoever has the biggest fist in this world is the reason. If you are in the Saint Realm, you are destroying the Northern District. Others will still say you are powerful, enjoying other people's protection and still accusing others of what they are not. You're kind of eating and smashing pots and pans old me despises the most. Not bad. The Northern Courtyard didn't even acknowledge the matter of Sumo being a traitor. And you guys are starting to blah 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 again. Your father crapped inside your mouth when he took didn't he? Your mouth stinks so bad. The Northern Court is also looking out for the future of the human race when they look away. And you guys who sit around eating and waiting are worthy of accusing the Northern Court. Just people like them. Typical ungrateful people. Underfed white wolves. Dogs. Retards. Brain dead. Brainless. Eggless assholes. At North Yard. Look at people like this. Kick them out of the North District. Scum like this don't deserve to stay in our North District. There is a lot of talk above the posting at the moment. The battle at the city gates was also fought, after Sumor and also Bayu arrived. Sensing the hidden people around them, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes flickering. Miserable screams continued to come from the distance, and Bayu as well as Sumor looked over at the same time. The densely packed iron eater ants had already swallowed the city walls, and the demonic beasts swarmed up. What's more, the city gates are wide open, and that's why those demonic beasts came in so fast. Let Sumor come out. This traitor has indeed collaborated with the demonic beasts. If he hadn't opened the city gates, the demonic beasts would never have been able to come in so quickly. The person who had impersonated Sumor before had already changed into another set of clothes and was fighting the demonic beasts while angrily cursing Sumor. Losing my old man to trust him so much. Those photos appeared on the forum. I thought they were fake. I should have known that I shouldn't have let him in. It's really letting in a vicious wolf. No, there are too many demonic beasts. Quickly request for support or we will all die. Many martial artists began to hiss. The four great demonic beasts stepped into the air, exuding a vigorous aura. Hiss. No good. It's a heaven-treading realm demonic beast appearing. Haven't the powerhouses from the northern courtyard come over yet? For heads of the treading heaven realm, the appearance of demonic beasts in D6 City only resulted in one treading heaven realm. This son of a, Sumor, actually attracted four heads of the treading heaven realm. It's over. It's over. This time we're completely dead. All shut the up. The city gates wouldn't be opened by you guys, killing a demonic beast and cursing Sumor. I now suspect you guys have ulterior motives. There were also martial artists who hunted demonic beasts and reacted, feeling that something was wrong. Not bad. Why are you guys so able to clamor today? On weekdays, the farts don't even come out a single one. You guys aren't traitors, are you? You're not opening the city on purpose, are you? The person who was still clamoring before had a gloomy and ugly face, and after decapitating the demonic beasts around him, he roared angrily in turn. Damn, if I were a traitor, I would have opened the gates a long time ago. Why wait until now? I can't curse him twice for being a traitor. Look at that demonic beast. It simply can't be killed. It's not possible for me to die here, and I'm not allowed to curse anymore. The four heaven-treading realm demonic beasts in the sky were still talking in low voices. It didn't occur to me that those people really do have a way to make the city gates open. The blood tiger looked at the demonic beasts that had already attacked the city and said with an uplifted voice, "Not bad. This time we can take down a city, and with those people inside and outside, maybe this area of the city will be lost." The third eye of the three-eyed fox turned. Today's attack on the city was caught off guard, and by the time the martial artists from the northern courtyard arrived, things would have long been over. Black Eagle said as his eyes stared at the battlefield. There are internal and external problems. They definitely want to investigate the traitor, but we need to first incriminate that young man. The golden giant ape's voice was low. You can still hear the voices abusing him, and if he does find a way to turn the situation around and a powerful man comes looking for us, we can still say that it was a deal with him. If the matter here is resolved, when the time comes for the human powerhouses to go looking for those devils, we can also show them the way, and no matter which outcome, we won't lose out. There was excitement in the blood tiger's eyes. After thinking about this, the black tiger looked at Sumor who didn't appear and roared in a low voice. Ha ha, Sumor did a good job. I didn't expect you to actually open the city gates. Come out quickly. We'll pick you up and take you out. As blood tiger opened his mouth, the people who had previously supported Sumor began to waver in their hearts. Even the blood tiger's roar was posted on the martial arts forums, and everything was as deliberate as if it was deliberate. Traitor, traitor, deserves to be killed, really deserves to die. This kind of person is not worthy of death. Damn it, actually really cooperated with the demonic beast. The people who had clamored before were even louder this time. Drive the demonic beasts out and then judge Sumor. Such a person must be beheaded. How can I finish killing? I'm running out of strength now. Who can finish killing? My life is going to be over. Many of the traitors looked at the densely packed demonic beasts and were terrified in their hearts, not thinking that this time when they opened the city gates, their lives would have to be taken in. Stop ing cursing and hurry up to kill the demonic beasts or Z9 City will be destroyed. There were also martial artists whose voices trembled. The fight between the martial artists and the demonic beasts continued, and the army of demonic beasts behind them came forward and back towards the city gates. A pair of scarlet eyes. Seeing a human martial artist was like seeing delicious food. Blood was pungent. Corpses were everywhere, and even the broken walls had turned red. The human martial artists stood in rows, transforming into a city wall, preventing the demonic beasts from taking a step forward. After a martial artist was killed, there would be a martial artist behind him who would continue to top the list. No matter what, The demonic beasts could not be allowed to take a step into the city, or how many living beings would die. The demonic beasts' scarlet eyes stared at the humans, their mouths watering as they kept roaring low, and with the stimulation of the smell of blood, they gradually went berserk. After many people killed a demonic beast, dozens of demonic beasts would immediately pounce on them. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the shadows, transforming into ghostly hunters and continuously harvesting the life of demonic beasts. The martial artists from the North Courtyard are here. Everyone, kill, kill. The martial artists who were already disheveled a moment ago, when they saw the appearance of the strong men, they immediately got up in spirit and waved the weapons in their hands to kill the demonic beasts around them. These strong men appeared like merciless killing machines, and in no time, a blank space had appeared in the middle of these people. The demonic beasts that surrounded them roared in low voices, their scarlet eyes flashed with fear, madness, and finally rose up in the air and tore into them. The martial artist from the North Courtyard snorted coldly. The sword in his hand kept waving, and the demonic beast that rose up in the air fell to the ground, its body having long since turned into two halves. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts that had charged over were once again forced back. These people wore ink-colored combat clothes and held long knives, with blood constantly seeping from the top of the tips. Kill! Seeing that the pressure at the city was relieved, Sumo and also Bayu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was a rustling, and a number of extra figures came out of the shadows at the moment. They were hiding in the shadows, with their bows and arrows out in their hands, already knocked. After Sumo and also Bayu saw it, they looked at each other and transformed into ghosts with the help of the moon. The sound of muffled grunts kept coming from the darkness, and a figure with a bow and arrow just hitched up was already knocked out by two people. After knocking these people out, Sumo pried these people's teeth open to see if there was poison inside. Vice Dean Lei had been watching from the shadows and hadn't rushed out. Vice Dean Lei waved his finger, and quite a few people walked out behind him. Sumo and the traitor that Bayu had knocked out were all taken away. At this moment, as the North Courtyard martial artists hunted more and more demonic beasts, the renegade looked with anxiety. Damn, why don't those people make a move yet? If they don't make a move, the demonic beasts will really be resisted back. Chapter 82, Sumo comes out and spies. These people were like merciless executioners with only killing in their eyes, and each of them could take away dozens of demonic beasts' lives with a single move of their hands. At this moment, Sumo had already hid in a big tree with the help of the moonlight, and his body quietly slipped down. A few figures under the tree had remotes in their hands. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled grunts rang out as Sumo removed the remote controls from their hands. Damn, these people are really heartless. It looks like they want to blow up the city walls and let more demonic beasts in. The group of demonic beasts were constantly being forced back, and those renegades had already panicked, and already had a bad feeling in their hearts as to why the city walls hadn't been blown up yet. Relying on those iron eaters to gnaw on the walls was too slow. If we waited until the strongest people from the northern courtyard arrived, it would all be too late. The 4 great heaven-treading realm demonic beasts standing in the sky also felt that something was wrong. Why hadn't the city walls blown up yet? And the human martial artists had barely suffered any damage. Those people won't swindle them, right? Didn't they say that they can definitely take this city today? Could it be that they were really going to implement another plan to help the humans and kill those human traitors? After Sumo finished off the traitor who was secretly trying to make a small move, he came to Vice President Lei's side. Tough on you. This time the plan was good, drawing out quite a few traitors. Credit where credit is due. Vice President Lei patted Sumo's shoulder and said. Sumo shook his head. These were nothing. These traitors? Sooner or later he would have to kill them clean. There's nothing wrong with me, but those 4 treading heaven realm demonic beasts can stay behind, and leave the demonic beasts that are attacking the city this time behind as much as possible. So Z City will be safe by then. Vice President Lei nodded. That was what they were planning to do when they came over this time, but Vice President Lei still had a hunch that it wasn't going to go so smoothly. But you'll have to be careful next. I'm guessing there are quite a few more hiding, waiting for you to show up. They'll kill you when you show up. And to them, killing you could be the equivalent of slapping us in the face. Be careful with everything. Vice President Lei patted Sumo's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Sumo took a deep breath, took out his Shin iron sword, and with the help of the knight, transformed into a ghost and disappeared in front of Vice President Lei's eyes. Bayu looked at Sumo's back revealing worry. As long as he went out, those martial artists would definitely scold him. It was not true that Sumo was powerful. After all, he was only 18 years old, and logically, this age should be a time to enjoy happiness at the knees of his parents. But he, suffering from curses, is still protecting the safety of mankind. This time is really a test of Sumo's heart. But every strong person who grows up needs to pay a price. Vice Dean Lei also thought of something. With a teasing look in his eyes, and a killing intent gradually appeared on his body, then gathered his emotions together. Shirayuki looked back at the fight in the distance. The more demonic Sumore behaves, the more they are afraid and the more they want to kill Sumore. But after experiencing this incident, it won't be that easy for those people to continue to make underhanded moves against Sumore. But the North Courtyard's attitude has to be taken out as well. Otherwise, there will always be some trash, assholes, disgusting people. Bayu clenched her fingers together, killing intent brewing under her eyes. Naturally, the dean has already personally given his word. When the matter is over, it's time for a complete reckoning, and those who insulted Sumore will all pay the price. After Bayu heard it, her gaze was skeptical and surprised. That old man would really get angry? After Sumore walked out from the shadows, many people's gazes instantly gathered on him. The previous traitors were even more clamoring. Bastard! Dog! How dare you come out? Why don't you go to hell? That's right, still have the face to come out. Don't think we still believe you now. You've opened the gates already, the evidence is overwhelming. Stop acting like a rotten good guy. Now that you've come out to hunt demonic beasts, you're just acting for us. Sumore glanced at him and swung out a blade. A dozen meters of golden blade awnings appeared. The person who had just angrily cursed Sumore looked at the gully in front of him and rolled his throat a little. Someone in the shadows hurriedly snapped a picture and posted it on the forum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Sumore strike at my human martial artist? I don't believe it. That picture of the open gates is the blurred figure. I suspect they're setting up Sumore. Stop washing for Sumore. Now that the evidence is in front of us, his acting can only fool you brainless people. Upstairs, shut your stinking mouth. There must be a reason for it. Just wait. If Sumore is really a traitor, there's no way he would have taken the initiative to walk out. Isn't it good for him to just run outside the city? Not bad. There must be a reason for this. Wait. When this is over, I'm sure the Northern Courtyard will give us a statement. Sumore looked at the clamoring man who had closed his mouth and stopped paying attention. Judge them when it's over. Wait. When the time comes, he will personally chop off the heads of these people one after the other. At this moment, Sumore took a deep breath, transformed into a ghost and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The next thing that appeared in front of the crowd was a flash of golden light. All the demonic beasts that passed along the way were turned into two halves. Kill 300 demonic beasts. Gain 707 kill points. When the four major demonic beasts in the sky saw Sumore appear, there was surprise in their eyes. What the hell is this guy up to? Get out of the way. Don't block him. He's a credit to us. The blood tiger let out a low roar, and the demonic beasts that were still surrounding Sumore suddenly made way. At this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the distance. Extremely fast, coming from the shadows. Don't let him go. Such a traitor cannot be allowed to leave. We came all the way here to kill Sumore. Such a traitor can't leave the Northern District alive, or else it would be a great disaster for our human race. A figure, extremely fast, in the middle of the night, with a sharp gaze, staring deathly at Sumore. Blood Tiger's eyes changed after seeing this scene. What to do next? Should we block it or let this young man die? Blood Tiger looked at the three-eyed fox and asked. Block it, in case we can't kill Sumore today. We can use this as an excuse. After the three-eyed fox finished speaking, the other three demonic beasts nodded. This method was good. Stop them. Don't let them get close to Sumore. The three-eyed fox ordered. Hearing the three-eyed fox's order, the surrounding demonic beasts quickly gathered, and in no time a demonic beast city wall was erected. The martial artists who were killing from afar, after seeing this scene, their eyes flickered. What was the situation? Why are these demonic beasts blocking them? Clearly the upper head has said that they can just kill Sumore. The demonic beasts will not block them and will even help them. What's going on now? Murphy is paralyzing Sumore. So that's good. These killers, fighting with demonic beasts. The three-eyed fox was in the air, eyes narrowed. That's the result they want. A man outside the city at the moment, staring at the screen, with a few others standing behind him. Something's wrong, or else give up on this plan this time. These demonic beasts are not right either. It's not possible that they're working with Sumore, right? Are you sure that the demonic beasts are really working with you and not with Sumore? A person behind him, standing back, rushed at Surime and asked. Chapter 83, You traitors have finally come out? The three attributes are exposed. Suro turned her head and gave this person a cold look. But a head flew up. It's not your turn to tell me what to do, and whoever dares to doubt me again, this person will be the downfall. The people standing behind Sue Rouge were silenced. That shadow killed without a shadow. The person who questioned Sue Rouge just now, but he was in the divine soul realm. He didn't even have the power to resist. At this moment, Sue Rouge was staring tightly at the screen. Suemo had made her lose her face on top of the martial arts exam, and even when she had knelt down and begged for forgiveness, Sumo had turned a blind eye. It was hard to catch a chance this time, so she could slander him for cooperating with the demonic beasts and turn him into a traitor of the human race. And then when the people in the northern district drove Sumo out, she would slowly torture Sumo. She suffered from something that must be tried once by Sumo himself. 18 years old, breaking through the transcendental, comprehending the meaning of the sword, the closed disciple of the Dean of the North Academy, a genius martial artist. So what? Suro looked at Sumo in the screen, and the killing intent under her eyes was undisguised. Sumo, I'll destroy you little by little, so that you can't beg for life or death. The person standing behind Su Rouge had an ugly face as he watched Su Rouge gradually become insane. Su Ballad, I advise you not to be intentional, or else. The shadow demon suddenly appeared behind the man, his hand on the speaker's neck. I'll kill you if you dare to say more and spoil my good deed. Didn't that person who died just now give you a little wake-up call? Suro said without looking back. Seeing these people behind her shut their mouths, Su Rouge snorted coldly and turned her head to continue staring at the screen. Within moments, fingers operated and a message went out. Get moving, take Z9 City, and as for Sumo, make him so badly injured that there's no way to refute the evidence of this one. After doing so, he began to talk to the shadow demon beside him, and with Su Rhyme's low murmur, the shadow demon nodded, and a few figures in the shadows disappeared. The person who had just refuted Su Rouge broke out in a cold sweat behind his back. Those shadow demons were not strong, shadowless, and they didn't even know when they were hiding behind them. At this moment, within the city, a number of masked men appeared in the shadows, suddenly killing the human martial artists. The four great heaven-treading realm demonic beasts in the sky narrowed their eyes after seeing this scene. Those people have already acted. We should act next as well. It's too late to make a difference. The three-eyed fox's gaze narrowed, and he inadvertently glanced at Sumo, who was still protected by the demonic beasts. A special wave emanated from his mouth, only to see the demonic beasts that were still protecting Sumo tearing at Sumo. The sudden scene caught the crowd off guard. The martial artist who had originally killed Sumo was overjoyed after seeing this scene. The traitors, including those who had been frightened by Sumo earlier, also continued to start clamoring. This is what happens when you are a traitor. How can a demonic beast cooperate with humans? This disaster is all brought about by you. Sumo, this is you seeking your own death. No wonder so many people want to kill you, purely because they can't look at you as a dangling and standing. Sumo's expression was cold, the shin iron blade in his hand swung, and the demonic beasts that bit toward Sumo all cracked and turned into blood mist, spilling onto Sumo's body. At this moment, the killing intent on Sumo's body gradually coalesced and gathered. The killers who rushed towards Sumo had their cold hair standing upright. Just how many demonic beasts did this guy kill? Such a big killing intent. Kill 200 demonic beasts and gain 407 kill points. The four major demonic beasts in the sky looked at each other when they saw these black-robed men appear. Four majestic forces suddenly erupted out and blasted towards the city wall. The four treading heaven realm demonic beasts continuously bombarded dozens of times. With a rumble, a piece of the city wall collapsed. More demonic beasts poured in from outside the city. Not good. The city wall is destroyed. This time it's completely finished. The human martial artists let out a wail. Why haven't the strongest people from the northern courtyard come over yet? At this rate, Z City will be completely lost, and there will be a gaping hole in the northern district. Sumo, you traitor. You will become a disgrace to the human race and a sinner in the northern district. Just you or the pride of Z-Town. My ass. Those screaming traitors revealed looks of despair and cursed even harder. Truly a ruthless person. The scene that appeared at the martial arts exam back then. I suspect that you also directed yourself. That's what you're using to portray that you're aggrieved. To use sympathy, and then to paralyze us, is what you're doing to prepare for today. Maybe you set your sister up on purpose. Sumo ignored the clamor of these traitors and slowly cleared the air. Suro, who was still watching outside the city at the moment, was refreshed and had a smile on his lips after seeing this scene. So more, my good brother. That's the first step. After today, let's see how you can defend yourself. And then my sister will enjoy the lousy look of you being driven out of the city. I want you to kneel down and confess to me in person. Sumo stood with his shin iron sword in hand, looking at the traitors rushing towards him, killing intent looming over him. You traitors, you've finally given up and come out. Hearing Sumo's words, a bad feeling rose in the hearts of those who were killing Sumo at the moment. Right in the middle of the sky, the four great heaven-treading realm demonic beasts also had an ominous premonition after hearing Sumo's words. Buzz off, rumble, clack, clack. A heavenly might descended as if the sky was collapsing. The thunder swept across the sky. The bodies of those martial artists who had come out of the darkness convulsed and all of them fell to the ground. The 4 great demonic beasts in the sky had terror in their eyes as they looked at the one powerful person who had stepped out from the shadows. Run! The 4 demonic beasts let out a low roar, their voices fearful. Can you run away? Vice-Dean took one step towards the 4 great demonic beasts. No demonic beast can run away from me yet. Crackle! 4 thunderbolts descended as if they were pillars of light, heavily smashing onto the 4 major demonic beasts. Bang! 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 The 4 demonic beasts didn't have the power to resist and landed directly from the sky. At this moment, Sumo even transformed into a ghost, utilizing his power to the extreme and killing the demonic beast. Looking at this scene that suddenly appeared, those who cursed Sumo or those who supported Sumo were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why are the powerful men from the North District here already? No one paid attention to their shock, and at this moment, more powerful people came out from the shadows and started hunting demonic beasts together. At this moment, Sumo was like a merciless executioner. Any demonic beasts all turned into corpses in his hands. Kill 10,000 demonic beasts. Gain 27,500 kill points. Stacked waves. Chopping heavenly slash. Golden auras flashed by. And flames appeared every now and then. And a strong wind also appeared around Sumo. 3 attributes. Actually 3 attributes. At this moment, after someone noticed Sumo's situation, they let out a shriek. 3 attributes. Applied at will. Doesn't that mean that he has a very high affinity for each attribute? Also, what the hell is going on? I'm still in a daze. I knew it. Sumo absolutely can't be a traitor. I guessed right. Those who scolded Sumo before wait. See if I don't scold you all to death when I go back. Sumo kept hunting demonic beasts. And suddenly his footsteps lurched to a violent stop. A faint crisis lingered around. And the aura of intense death descended upon the body. Sumo absently stared at the corpses on the ground and didn't find the presence of that crisis. It looked like they had to be lured out, or else those weird presences would be a great danger indeed. While Sumo was continuously hunting demonic beasts, a demonic beast rushed at Sumo and exuded the aura of the divine soul realm. Sumo's Xian iron sword was erected in front of his body. The whole body returned to peace. The power of gold spread over the body. Chopper. Chapter 84, The End. Breaking through the 4th blade intent in public. Divine soul realm. A blade was swung out, and a 20-meter blade suddenly appeared. Rumble. A huge gully appeared on the ground, and all the demonic beasts that passed along the way were turned into blood mist and disappeared. That demonic beast that lunged at Sumo was still half a meter away from Sumo when it turned into 2 halves. Sumo's chest rose and fell violently. Cold sweat continued on his head, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. The ground suddenly surged out and 3 bizarre black shadows suddenly appeared, holding sharp blades and stabbing at Sumo. Sumo had just killed the divine soul realm demonic beast. The empty door opened, and the black shadow wanted to zap at Sumo's death point. Sumo's body twisted and moved away from the vitals. The shaping Dao technique was in motion, and the power of gold was spread all around his body. But 3 daggers directly pierced through Sumo's protection and stuck on his body, blood spurting out. Sumo's muscles rolled, preventing these shadow demons from pulling their weapons out. The shadow demon reacted extremely fast. The dagger did not pull out at the first time, and directly gave up, and once again took out 3 daggers, and continued to stab at Sumo. After Sumo saw it, he straightly called out that he didn't speak of martial virtue, stepped on the snow to run, and floated toward the distance, and those shadow devils were even faster. No, don't! Baiyu suddenly roared. His speed was as fast as it could be, and he ran towards Sumo. Vice President Lei bared his teeth after seeing this scene. Grass your grandmother's big sour teeth, daring to bully the genius of my North Academy. The voice was like a flood of bells. The 3 shadow demons were dizzy. The runes on their faces flickered, and their red pupils once again stared at Sumo as they continued to stab towards him. Sumo swung out a knife. Blade intent erupted. The shadow demon didn't care. The dagger in his hand was clenched and ruthlessly rushed at Sumo. Sumo exerted the power of gold to the extreme. The golden wall suddenly appeared. With a clang, the dagger stabbed on top of the golden wall. The figure was blocked. Sumo used the opportunity to escape. The shadow demon's figure was about to disappear when he saw the thunder immediately sweeping across to his side. Golden light spread on the ground, transforming into a cage. It turned out to be the teacher who had previously been the main examiner with Sumo, who had also made a move. The 3 shadow demons are still trying to escape, but the golden wall is already blocking their way. Thunder fell from the sky. The 3 shadow demons revealed a look of fear and turned their heads to look at Sumo's pale face with a teasing expression. You did it on purpose. One of the shadow demons reacted that Sumo was using himself as a target to lure them out. The 3 shadow demons finally tried to fight back a bit, and the thunder had already landed. The 3 shadow demons turned into ashes and drifted into the air. A smile hung at the corner of Sumo's mouth. He knew that Suro would not let go of this opportunity. He didn't know about the Forever Living organization, but he knew about Su Ballad, and that was enough. He bet right. Looking at the 3 weapons inserted in his body, Sumo pulled them out stiffly and blood spattered out as wind force maneuvered the 3 weapons while his body moved to kill in the distance. Shirayuki, who had just arrived, stopped in his tracks, angry, and a scowl gradually crept onto his face. Kill, 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 you forget it. After saying that, he stomped his foot and accompanied Sumor, while killing towards the surrounding demonic beasts, observing Sumor's state from time to time. I'm so afraid this little brother is going to hiccup. Sumor even smiled at Baiyu, signaling her not to worry. Injury is nothing. This is a good time to hunt demonic beasts. Kill points. Strength. Affinity. I'll rely on this thing. After this village does not have this store. By the time the sky lit up, the walls had turned red and there were bodies everywhere. Sumor gasped violently. Dang. Leaning on his sword, his body fell to one knee, panting heavily. His face had become bloodless and his body was trembling slightly. Many people put down their weapons and looked at that one back as bodies piled up around them. The clothes on his body had been dyed red, his sword had long since rolled its edge, and several fist-sized gouges had appeared on the back of the blade. Even his hair had been dyed red. Blood was still gurgling from his body. Sumor braced himself and staggered to his feet. The 3 demonic beasts in front of them hissed lowly and kept retreating. White Moon had other martial artists who wanted to step forward. Don't go over there. Vice Dean Lei took a deep breath and said slowly. After hearing that, the many martial artists stopped their steps and turned their heads, looking at Vice President Lei with incomprehension. Vice President Lei also had heartache in his eyes, but he knew that he couldn't go over there. Injured all the time hunting demonic beasts, he knew that Sumor was suffering in his heart. After all, it was his plan to die quite a few martial artists, and he was blaming himself for being a good boy. Although they all knew that a lot of people would be sacrificed, Dean knew it, they knew it, the plan worked, drew out a lot of traitors, and the North End was safer. The abuse, coupled with Zhao Yang's death some time ago, Sumor had been holding it in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. It's good to let him vent. Even if the remaining ones were still 3 Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts, he still believed that Sumo could kill them, and that was the pride of their Northern Academy. Suoma dragged his knife. Clank, clank, clank. The knife made a sound on the ground, sputtering tiny sparks. Sumor felt weak all over. He couldn't lift his arms, and his eyes had been dyed red with blood. The 3 Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts stared at Sumor, constantly roaring lowly, as if warning Sumor. Their 3 5th-level demonic beasts were actually fearing the humans of the Transfiguration realm. Don't come over, don't come over. The demonic beast roared low and stared warily at Sumor. Those martial artists around them were eyeing them. At this moment, the 3 demonic beasts were on the verge of crying out. I should have known better. Thought it was welfare. Who knew it was in the grave? Obviously, he was only at the transcendent mortal realm, so why was he able to hunt Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts? This night, Suemo had beheaded about 10 demonic beasts of the same level as them. Kill you, kill you, kill you clean. Sumor murmured in a low voice, his eyes looking like they were in a state of confusion. Just kill you all clean. If only I were stronger. Today it was my plan that dragged a lot of people down. If I were stronger, I could have protected more people. If I were stronger, who would dare to touch Uncle Zhao? Little Mo won't lose his father either. Sumor lowered his head and walked towards the front. Roar! 3 Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts rushed at Sumor. At the same time hundreds of ice arrows coalesced from his body and shot at Sumor's head. Dang! 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 Tao of golden light appeared around Sumor. Kill! This sound resounded through the clouds and shook the heavens. The 3 demonic beasts were startled as they looked at the killing intent erupting from Sumor's body. Sumo's gaze snapped up. His eyes were like a knife that cut into the hearts of the 3 5th-level demonic beasts. The hearts of the 3-headed demonic beasts were cold. Chopper. Nothing fancy, just a simple slash. Boom. 3 demonic beast heads fell. The ground even extended out into a gully 20 meters long and half a meter wide. The people who were staring at Sumor from afar, their eyes were wide and dumbfounded. Kill 3 level 5 second-order demonic beasts. Gain 26 kill points. Buzz off. Suemo stood in place, and the Tao of golden light suddenly appeared on his body. Rumble. A powerful wave of air appeared on the body. Dang. A golden city wall appeared, protecting the many martial artists inside. The golden light on Sumo's body as well as the blade intent kept raging. Vice President Lei's eyes widened. Fourfold blade intent now. Good boy. More than that, this kid is going to break through the Divine Soul Realm. All of the surrounding corpses were blown up, chopped into blood mist by the involuntarily released blade intent, and drifted down from the sky. Sumor suddenly felt that things around him were clearer. and he could even see things 100 meters away, like he was close to his eyes for a closer look. The corner of Sumore's mouth rose as he reached the Divine Soul Realm. Chapter 85, Hindsight, North Court Posts. Is it worth it to guard you? All the martial artists stood in place, none of them daring to approach. Many martial artists' throats rolled. 18 years old, Divine Soul Realm, too shocking. This was Sumore, the 18-year-old main examiner, who was previously said to be at the Divine Orifice Realm, comprehending the Blade Intent. Now it was even breaking through the Divine Soul Realm in front of everyone, and the Blade Intent had reached the 4th level, converting his aura. It was only when someone around him dared to approach Sumore. At this moment, Suro's face was gloomy after seeing this scene outside the city. Damn you, Sumore, you actually put my plan to waste. By what right? You've broken through the Divine Soul Realm and reached the 4th Blade Intent. Wait, you wait. Ha ha, Su Ballad, just wait to suffer your punishment. I told you to retreat, but you just didn't listen. This time the setup in the Northern District was almost finished by your loss. Not to mention the rest. The demonic beasts that approached Z City this time are even more meta. Suro walked up to this person and took out a dagger in his hand. Put, you. The person who was still denigrating Su Rouge was incredulous. He hadn't expected that Su Rouge would even kill him. My mission is to kill Sumore. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. What are you? I can even kill my own parents. As for you, a jumped-up clown, what's the point of raving here? After throwing the dagger away, the equipment in front of him was all destroyed by Su Yao. Sumore, there will be a long time to come. This time the plan failed because of that group of stupid demonic beasts. Next time you won't be so lucky. After Su Rouge finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the mist, leaving behind a corpse that was also gnawed away by the demonic beasts not long after. At this moment, inside the city, Baiyu approached Sumo and watched as the blood on Sumo's body had already solidified, and a little bit of redness was restored to her pale face. Before she let go of her heart, a rising sun rose, and Sumo revealed a smile that was as warm as the sun. Sister Baiyu, there's nothing wrong with me, don't worry. Baiyu took a deep breath and reached out her hand, pulling Sumore. Come on, let's go home. Yes. Baiyu pulled Sumore's hand and walked through the crowd, heading into the distance. Vice Dean Lei had a gossipy look on his face. The inside of his mouth was still slurping. What had he ever seen Baiyu take such initiative? When others touched Baiyu's hand, what was ushered in was a fat beating from Baiyu. Looking at the sun rising in the distance, Vice President Lei took a deep breath. This harvest was so great that it relieved a lot of pressure at once, especially those traitors that popped up yesterday. There were thousands of them. It looks like they want to take down Z-Town. Unfortunately, he was counter-calculated by Sumore, and the demonic beasts around Z-City were greatly injured this time. If there were people like Sumore in other cities, they wouldn't have to worry so much. That old thing should be laughing his ass off in his office. Vice President Lei's gaze was thoughtful. Those shadow demons, they really couldn't be defended against. Could there be a stronger shadow demon? Hiding out in the north. It looked like it would take some careful investigation. Teachers who use gold power approach Vice President Ray. It's reasonable to say that these traitors wouldn't be so aggressive, so why did they have to kill Sumore this time? Even don't want to die and attack at Sumore. That's weird. When did the leader of the Forever organization become so stupid? Vice President Ray is also constantly thinking about it. Maybe we can ask Sumore when the time comes. He should know. And also just now, when he drew out the Shadow Demon, it seems like he knew that the Shadow Demon was bound to show up. I'm also a bit curious. Clean up the battlefield. Don't ever break out the plague. It's just that those demonic beast materials can be collected. This time Sumore really takes the credit. It's been a long time since we've had a victory like this in the north, so we must make a big deal out of it this time, and let them reacquaint themselves with the pride of our North Academy. The teacher who used Gene looked at the back of Lei Baisyard, who left with a loud laugh and shook his head. So old and still acting like a child. The corners of his mouth turned up at the thought, and he began directing others to do things. With the end of this battle, the entire northern district all but exploded. In all these years, I've never seen such a big show. Millions of demonic beasts attacked the city, which was considered the largest scale in recent years. At this moment, the North Courtyard went from being silent at the beginning to exploding now. The discovery of Sumore destroyed 3 human demon research bases, flanking the security of my northern district. First there are a couple of photos with rows of crystal coffins showing, and finally there are a couple of pictures of the ruins. The pride of my North Academy, with a clear mind and 2 birds with 1 stone. After Zhao Yong was killed, Sumore wanted to look for those traitors, and had planned to vainly and falsely cooperate with the demonic beasts, allowing them to attack the city, thus drawing out the traitors. The reason why the demonic beasts cooperated. The first one, They could use Sumo to kill those traitors of human and demonic research through human powerhouses. The second, working with those traitors, captured the city. After being recognized by Sumo, the trick was put in place, and the hidden traitors in the northern district were captured by thousands. Even the demonic beasts outside of Z City were greatly injured this time. Who actually opened the gates? Below the post was a video of the very same people impersonating Sumo and opening the city. Yesterday's plan was a complete success, hunting more than 4,700,000 demonic beasts and capturing 3,756 traitors. The North Court was caught off guard by 4 consecutive posts. This time all the antecedents were sent out by the North Court. After the post was published, there was no action from the North Yard. The post was thoroughly hilarious below though. I don't even dare to imagine what will happen if Sumo is really forced away by those people and goes against the humans. Luckily, Sumo was able to stick to his heart. Awesome. Worthy of being the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the Northern Academy. You guys only see that Sumo is awesome. I do see Sumo suffering. Zhao Yong is being live-streamed with his head cut off and can't let it out. A program of great significance to my northern district, but also to be scolded by those ignorant people. Too much. So heartbroken Sumo. Where are those sons of ES? The goods with no balls. Why don't they come out? Why do they have to be shrunken heads? That's right. Come out and apologize. Son of A. Capturing a traitor and killing over 4 million demonic beasts in one fell swoop. What a feat. Where's the dog that was barking so hard before? Keep coming out and barking. Teeth for you to break off. Rotten. Stinking black mud. Why don't you dare to come out to the line? Damn. These people actually don't dare to come out. I really want to follow the netting and defecate on them. At this moment, in the office of the Dean of the North Courtyard, Long Lintian looked at the people around him. Keep posting. This time I have to teach those people a lesson, so that you can scold my disciple and throw things at my disciple. The teacher manning the computer didn't even want to talk to the Dean. Opening his mouth and shutting up about my apprentice. Opening his mouth and shutting up about my apprentice. It hurt his brain to hear it. The pride of my human race has been so denigrated by his own people. Is this the person I want to shelter in the North Academy? Is it worth it? Chapter 86. The people who were cursing, painting the walls, and throwing things were all investigated. When this post came out, it completely blew up. What's the situation? The martial artists of the North Courtyard won't be pissed off by those. I don't know why, but if someday Sumo were to become a traitor, I could understand it and wouldn't blame him. As the saying goes, if a man is not for himself, the sky and the earth will be destroyed. We can see from Zhao Yong's matter that Sumo is a sentient person. We can't let such a heart break. Indeed, it's not worth it. The Northern Courtyard has never recognized Sumo as a traitor, and those retards have started to constantly call out and provoke unity amongst martial artists. I suspect they have ulterior motives. Still need to doubt. There must be. These people are just fed up. They should be thrown outside the city and left to fend for themselves. What's the point of protecting such trash? The rising sun rises in the east. The sword intent is fourfold. And the footsteps of the divine soul. The pride of my North Academy. The hope of the human race. There was also a photo below, of Sumo after his breakthrough, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a round of the rising sun rising behind him, complementing each other. My Stray husband, no matter how you look at him, looks good. That smile makes people get all warm and fuzzy there and they can't stop. Please move along, both of you. This is the positive energy post. Maiden servant dress, black silk, white silk. Sister Katana is so powerful. She dares to show her face even this. Powerful, powerful, admirable, admirable. Does anyone care? I want to see Sumo. What are you guys up to? You don't have to say. Sumo and the rising sun behind them reflecting together. There is really an inexplicable feeling of security of the years. Ugh. I was so close to faltering and doubting Sumo when I saw the previous post. Luckily my daughter-in-law gave me a pan. Thanks to my daughter-in-law, I also began to suspect Sumo. My father 93, were lying in bed and could not move. Hard to get up. With 7 wolves to whip me a few times, I decided that Sumo could not be a traitor. My son suspected Sumo and has already been hung up and beaten by me. My son slandered Sumo. I curse him for giving birth to a son without an asshole. Something's not right upstairs. I just realized. The sons you're talking about wouldn't be the ones cursing Sumo, would they? You're so smart. I'm talking about those sons of ES. Feed the tiger with your body, without fear or favor, and draw out the most troublesome demon of all, the shadow demon. There were also photos below of Sumo using himself as a target to draw out the shadow demon, especially the photo of the 3 knives sticking into Sumo's body, which was even clearer. As the post was published, all of the following turned into heartache. So heartbroken for stranger treasure, suffering abuse, feeding her body to the tiger, and being misunderstood by our kind. So pitiful. 3 daggers If it wasn't for the strong stranger treasure, he might have turned into a dead man. And when I think of those who cursed stranger treasure, I can't wait to treat them like stockings and just tear them apart. Why don't the people from before stop screaming? Come out. Keep screaming. Grass. Those people actually changed their names. Damn it. Keep coming out and screaming if you have the balls. It's people like that who are afraid to come out when they see the wind in their sails and can't see the good in others. Come out and see. Do you have such brains? Do you dare to risk your lives? I've heard of shadow demons. They can turn into a person's shadow and attack suddenly. If a powerful martial artist can't react, they might die as well. Sumo. Hard work. What? The shadow demon is actually such an existence. Strange treasure is really good and deserves to be my e-baby. Yesterday when Sumo came back, I fended off rotten vegetable leaves, other people's punches and kicks for him, although my nose is bruised and swollen. But my old man is happy, and I can brag about it when I go out in the future. Me too. I knew Sumo would not be like that, and I've always been firm in my belief that Sumo is proud of me. Yesterday my daughter said she wanted to marry Sumo. I've locked her up. She's not worthy. Upstairs. You're such a kiss-ass dad. Those who curse Sumo. There have been a few that I secretly investigated the address. There is no go together to find them. Take me one. Take me one. Oh, and dissing my idol. I'll make him turn into a vomit Sean. I still remember, when Chairman Bayou, also blocked in front of Sumo, said a sentence, we go home? Really warm Come on, let's go home. Many people rushed to post today's post, which was exactly what Bayou said to Sumo. Come on, let's go home. There was also Shirayuki taking Sumo's hand. Wow, I'm going crazy. It's really sweet. Why can't I meet someone like that? Get lost. That national cafe upstairs. Don't think I won't recognize you if you change your name. You're not good enough for my brother Sumo. Hey, she's such a person. From beginning to end has not denigrated Sumo a sentence. Presumably if not forced by life, will not go to sea. That's true. Some really don't deserve to be human. The people who slandered Sumo in the first place should be recorded and exposed. This kind of person should never be allowed to get away with it. Good. Such trash, assholes, should be cleaned out. Sumo is still too merciful. If I were Sumo, I would directly investigate and liquidate them door to door. Asterisk. I found that the place where Sumo lives has actually been painted with words cursing him. What? Which son of a did it? Damn it. I'm going out right now. Don't let me catch him. I'll smoke him to death with my stinky feet. I'll go and take a look too. Dare to insult the pride of my Z9 city. Tired of living. The people who had previously denigrated Sumo disappeared as if they had all disappeared overnight. Many people even hurriedly logged out of the martial artist forum software, fearing that they would be approached by others. At this moment, the North Courtyard also finally hit the last pair of king bombs. The pride of my people is not to be dishonored. There are pictures below, and the faces of those people are clearly visible. All of them were the ones who threw things at Sumo when he came back earlier. Hundreds of photos with names printed on them. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. I thought I couldn't find them before. Well done. Well done. This time they still want to run away. Don't let me meet them, and beat them once I see them. I am proud of North College and cannot be insulted. The photos below were all of those who had cursed Sumo on the post, and then all of their photos were revealed. Even their names were labeled. Many people realized it was actually the same person as the photo above. Those dogs. It's really them. The trash. The bedbugs. Scum are worthy of insulting my North College pride. This time there are pictures underneath of all the things these people have done. So it's safe to say the ancestors have been dug up. Those who had previously denigrated Sumo looked at the 3 posts in the North Courtyard and completely panicked. Background, looks, and age were all investigated to the hilt. No one knew what the North Court was going to do, so they didn't dare to comment easily anymore, wanting to see the subsequent results. I can't believe the pride of my North End was treated like this. It was the man who had gotten the graffiti on Sumo's house, and the picture was clearly visible, with a grimace, and excitement. Chapter 87, Martial Artist Guild Headquarters, Security Management Headquarters posting, standing up for Sumo. The faces of these people were clearly labeled on it, and seeing the excitement on those people's faces, the hideousness, many people felt a chill in their hearts. Insulting my North Academy pride, their life and death will be controlled by Sumo. Who dares to say mercy? The North Academy will no longer shelter which city, and live on their own. After this post appeared, panic rose in many people's hearts. Is the North Courtyard playing for real this time? It's long overdue. There are still quite a few traitors in the North End. Maybe one of these guys is in there. How many genius martial artists were forced to leave by such people before? And those people were all geniuses as well. So maybe many of those traitors now are people who were forced to leave. If I were Sumo, and I saw the person I was trying my best to protect, treating me like this, to put it bluntly, I'd probably leave the northern district. Put yourself in Sumo's shoes. If I were Sumo, I'd do the same thing. Those who had previously cursed Sumo, thrown things at Sumo, and wrote things on Sumo's house all panicked. It's no joke that all the North Yard has been posted. If there is a martial artist among these people, the name will be removed from the Martial Artists Guild. But of course the most important thing is also to look at Sumo's attitude. The accounts of these people will be removed from the Security Management Office. I don't want such garbage in my human race. And the final result will also be finalized by Sumo. After the posts appeared from the Martial Artists Guild headquarters, and the Security Administration headquarters, it once again blew up. Crazy, crazy, this one is crazy. Ha ha ha, good, good. It's because of these stirrers that our northern district isn't united enough. Give them a lesson this time. It's just that I don't know how Sumo will punish them. They made the post to stand up for Sumo, and it's mainly going to depend on Sumo's opinion. Oh Warpa, don't be merciful. These people have insulted you so much. Make sure you don't let them go. At Sumo, Morbo, take a look and make sure you punish them hard. Everyone, don't at Sumo. Let him rest after such a powerful battle. After Sumo followed Bayu back. After washing up, he collapsed on the bed and slept straight through. Bayu was sitting next to him, still holding an alabaster porcelain bottle in his hand, and the sunlight was cast in, reflecting on Sumo's face. Shirayuki shook her head. This brat doesn't know how to take care of his own safety. Putting Sumo's hand on his lap, he applied the medicine to those wounds on Sumo's arm. After treating the wound on her arm, Shirayuki hesitated, but lifted the covers. There were 3 hideous scars on that chest, and Bayu's heart ached. This stinky brother, how dare he do such a dangerous thing? It really almost scared her to death at that time, seeing the 3 shadow demons' weapons stabbing on Sumo's chest. At that moment, Bayu's heart beat a bit slower. Returning to her senses, Bayu threw away the thoughts in her mind and poured the medicine onto her hand, her fingers gently pointing on Sumo's chest. Bayu realized that Sumo did not move, and her breathing had become a little disorganized. A flush actually appeared on his angular face. Bayu also didn't have the heart to flirt with Sumo, and after peacefully applying the medicine, she covered the quilt and left the room. After Bayu came out, she took a deep breath. This brat, what a great body. Sumo opened her eyes and looked at the closed door of the room. Her eyes closed and sleepiness rose. The night's battle had long since exhausted him, and even after the breakthrough, it could not be relieved. At this moment, quite a few people had already come outside Sumo's house, and they were all carrying buckets and all kinds of tools. Shirayuki came out and looked at them suspiciously. Ms. Shirayuki, let's clean these up. Shirayuki nodded. You guys be careful then. He just fell asleep. Hearing Shirayuki say this, they nodded their heads in understanding. Miss White Moon, you should also hurry back to sleep. You must be tired from yesterday's battle as well. Don't worry, we'll keep our voices down and we won't let others disturb you. Shirayuki didn't refuse, and she was indeed a bit tired. Seeing Shirayuki leave, the man in charge turned around. Everyone keep your voices down. When the time comes, those idiots will definitely come over to look for Sumo. We must stop them outside. Don't let them come near here. Don't worry, we won't let those people get one step closer. If we let them get one step closer, it's our incompetence. The men cleared the wall of those expletives and their faces became ugly. These brainless people, when Sumo recovers, they must be severely punished. The Martial Artist Guild, the post from the Security Management Office is already enough for them to drink a pot. The most important attitude is still to look at Sumo. Just as these people were deliberating, a group of people suddenly poured out from the distance. The people who were originally cleaning up those swear words on the wall for Sumo. After seeing these people, their eyes narrowed and they took the initiative to stand in a row, like a city wall. Sumo is still resting and not seeing anyone. Get out of the way. We have something to look for Sumo. This one thing has nothing to do with you. Advise you not to cause trouble. The people who were blocking the way were instantly aroused in anger when they heard this sentence. Come to beg and still so arrogant. You have the guts to do it. Whoever does it will lie down. By the time the Security Management Office comes, you all go in and squat. By the time Sumo hears about it, you won't be able to eat it. The people who came to look for Sumo glanced at each other when they heard this sentence. Another man stepped out of the crowd. This grandpa, look, we really have something to look for Sumo. We are here to apologize. Just now this one brother was also in a hurry and spoke harshly. Can you make a way and let us pass first? Just at this time, Lu Shuetian had come from the distance. What's it all for? Get lost. Seeing Lu Shuetian come over, many people's expressions changed. They all knew that Sumo and Lu Shuetian had a good relationship. Lu Shuetian looked at the people converging towards him with disdain on his face. Don't open your mouths. It stinks so bad I'm afraid it's going to smoke me. Get the hell out of here. And if you guys yell, I'll have you arrested. Lu Shuetian covered his mouth and kept backing up. Many people's faces were gloomy and their bodies trembled. When had they ever been treated like this? They wouldn't have come to apologize if it wasn't for their information and their photos being leaked. Immediately the account is removed. Even the job is lost. Think about it, can only endure. We'll just wait here. Quite a few people found a place to sit down, obviously waiting for Sumo to wake up. What's with the pose? It's just a couple of curses. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. Someone in the crowd muttered in a low voice. That's it. That's all it is, or a genius. Not open-minded at all. I wouldn't have come to him if I hadn't culled my account. Yeah. Was there less scolding of him before? Why are you just grasping at us? It's really sick. Che, if I had his talent, my heart would definitely be broader than his. Maybe he's watching us laugh in the middle of the room. Chapter 88, Get Out or Die. Fledgling Domain. Shocking White Moon. After Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo heard this, the three of them narrowed their eyes. These people were really unrepentant. You're in this situation, and you're still talking tough. Time passed until the evening, and many people could no longer hold out. There were even a few people who hooked up and found a restaurant to eat and drink, yelling inside their mouths. I really don't know what those people were thinking. As for not, just one Sumo can be so exuberant. Can he be relied upon to accomplish this on his own without the cooperation of others? We scolded him for his own good, to save him from drifting off in the future. Not bad. For someone like Sumo, he's simply a villain. Many people in the restaurant heard these voices and frowned. They're not the ones who denigrated Sumo at this time. Grass. On this kind? Really private. On. Beat him. Bang. 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 Within a few moments there were wails of agony coming from the middle of the restaurant. Don't. Big brother. I'm wrong. Don't fight. If you fight again, I'll tell the security management office and have you arrested. Who denigrated Sumo hurriedly begged for mercy. How dare you threaten me? That is, if you are arrested, I will still beat you up. It's you garbage that affects the unity of the North District. You immediately don't even have a household registration. And you immediately aren't a person from the North District. It's just about the same as the beasts outside the city, and it won't matter if I kill you. The crowd stopped holding back and a few people threw the trash out of the middle of the diner. The owner walked out and looked at the beaten man. Wait, you'll have to pay for the money. You damaged something in my store. The owner's voice was cold. By what right? It's obvious that they hit us. Didn't you see it? Old thing, are you blind? None of us fought back. The owner looked at them with a flat expression. I just saw you guys drinking and causing trouble. The big deal is that I'll call the safety management office to comment on the situation. And then you'll have to pay for the money and squat inside for a few days. The boss had a teasing look on his face. You report it. There's a camera anyway. We're afraid of you. One of them grimaced after seeing the camera. You mean that one? Sorry, it's broken. The boss's eyes narrowed. He had powered down the camera when he beat up these scumbags earlier, being older and having to sneak in the back to make up feet. I have to say, it was just awesome. You, don't make trouble. Pay the money. We can't be arrested. It's getting late. Let's go to Sumo, and then we'll settle these scores one after another. After they took out the money, they left the hotel as if they were running away and headed to where Sumo lived. At this moment, Sumo has woken up, and also downed 2 bowls of noodles with sausage and eggs. Shirayuki picked at the inside of the bowl. Brother Sumo, 2 eggs and a sausage. I seriously doubt you've been hinting at anything. Sumo almost choked out the noodles inside his mouth. Are you still eating? Sumo was about to go forward and snatch Bayu's bowl back after he finished speaking. Bayu was quick to open Sumo's hand. 2 eggs and the sausage gathered together. TSK, 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 TSK. My brother is so bad. Sumo was speechless and rolled his eyes at Bayu. What are you going to do with those people? Shirayuki points a finger outside. I have another plan in mind that would feel good, but it will require the cooperation of the master, and it might even pay off. Bayu stared at Sumo with slight suspicion. She knew that right now Sumo had a belly full of bad water. After Sumo finished speaking, he dialed a phone number. Disciple, did you miss master? A chipper voice came from inside. Shirayuki rolled her eyes when she heard that and took a hard bite of the sausage. Yes, thinking of master. I have a solution here, and I still need master's help. The caller got serious. Tell me your idea. Long Lindian knew that Sumo's approach should be sensationalized quite a lot. Live killed a traitor. Sumo said word for word. After Baiyu heard this, her chopsticks fell down and she stared at Sumo incredulously. You want to announce it out ahead of time, create a stir, and punch them in the face. They might also send someone to rescue them. After all, they are slapping them in the face. Long Lintian's voice came out. Master is right. This is my idea. Sumo, this was also the result of deep thought. How are you sure they came to rescue? Long Lintian asked out a most important question. Master, how about we make a bet? They will definitely send someone to rescue them, and their strength is not low. After Long Lintian heard Sumo's words, he began to think about the feasibility of this one thing. Those who exposed and denigrated me should also be watched. Maybe those people will also be watching them and use them to get some things going. Sumo continued to speak. What if they threaten us with ordinary people and in turn will us to give up those traitors? Long Lintian asked the last question. Suro has resurrected, and now she is in charge of my affairs. Sumo spoke. Suro. So that's how it is. Then there's no matter. Long Lintian was no longer skeptical. Sumo looked at the hung-up phone with surprise in her eyes. It was only when we talked about the Su ballad that the master agreed. What are you still skeptical about? Just that proud and arrogant woman. How can she listen to other people's opinions? Maybe she is going to come up with some bad ideas again. Baiyu wiped her mouth and said slowly, now that he's been entrusted with a heavy responsibility and all sorts of power to protect him, that kind of selfish person can't tolerate others in his eyes. And after one death, he's beyond redemption. Shirayuki shook her head. Some people are born with a personality that is already determined and hard to change. Su ballad is even the best of them. Selfish to the core. Come on out, Sumo. We know you're awake. We can smell the omelette. Nice. Come on out. We're here to apologize to you. So post quickly that you forgive us. Yeah, we won't yell at you anymore. And you're not damaged anyway. Not bad. If it wasn't for us scolding you, maybe your plan wouldn't have been able to work perfectly. Side by side. We're also the ones who got the credit. You still have to thank us. Not bad. Hurry up and tell the Martial Artists Guild, the Security Administration headquarters, that we have reconciled. It's so late. We've been here for a day. We've already proved our attitude. Come out quickly. Say you forgive us, and settle it quickly without delaying everyone. The people who were still clamoring suddenly felt a coldness behind them. Why is it getting colder? No, this is killing intent. This is killing intent. It's the killing intent emanating from Sumo. At this moment, Baiyu was sitting in the middle of the room, her eyes staring blankly at Sumo. This guise has already appeared in the embryonic form of a domain. Although it is still a cut short, I believe that it won't take long before he can completely comprehend it. How much is this stinky brother hiding? Domains were something that could only be comprehended after breaking through the realm of creation. It's coming up fast on this guy now. Get out or die. Chapter 89, Live Trial of a Traitor. The people who were still clamoring outside, hearing the killing intent in Sumo's voice, were scared less and hurriedly fled out. Scoffs came from outside the door. That's the kind of eggless that's just a mouthful. Son of a, don't run away if you have the ability. Ha ha ha. Scared away by a single word from Sumo, Sumo walked out from outside, looking at the wall that had been refreshed, and the people who had been blocking the doorway to keep others out. A smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth. There were still lovely, worthy people for him to guard. Thank you all. Sumo is here to thank you. It's getting late. Let's all go back and rest. Hearing Sumo say this, they nodded. Well then, we'll be heading back. If there's something you call out, we'll be sure to show up. Yes, we should say we thank you. Who would have thought that the northern district hides so many traitors, and that the demonic beasts outside of our Z9 city have been greatly injured, and we are safer. We should say we thank you. After they finished speaking, they bowed at Sumo. Sumo hurriedly returned the salute. Let's go. Don't delay little brother Sumo and President Baiyu from making dolls. Maybe an even more talented person will appear in my northern district. Ha ha ha. Right. Let's leave. Don't hold up the little couple. Reminds me of the words of President Shirayuki that day. Come on, let's go home. A group of people scowled at Sumo and left. Sumo cried and laughed, but seeing their backs as they left, a warm current welled up in Sumo's heart. Sumo returned to the house. Baiyu had already cleaned up, wearing a purple robe, her left hand propped up her head, her legs lying on her side, her eyes staring at the dog and pony show on the TV. Sumo sat next to Baiyu, his gaze falling on Bayu's side, his eyes looking up and down. Shirayuki has a smile on her lips and touches her tender white calves. What kind of look is this from your brother? Wanting to eat your sister? Sumo mused for a moment. I haven't seen you practicing either. What is your strength now? Baiyu heard Sumo's question with a depressed look in her eyes. What an unintelligent straight man. It will take some time before you want your sister to tie up her hair. So don't be curious. You should know that your sister is also a legendary existence in the North Courtyard. Sumo nodded. During the martial arts exam, those teachers had said that even Baishio didn't dare to bare his teeth in front of this sister. Baiyu was indeed not simple. Are we good friends? Sumor looked at Sumor. The corner of his mouth rose, and Baiyu subconsciously retracted his legs. What do you want? I heard that good friends are existences that can lick each other's wounds. Sumori had a bad taste on her face. Baiyu's mind moved. Her body sat up, and her greenish-white thin hand rested on Sumor's wrist, tracing along her arm. The small face was close to Sumor's ear. And what does a brother want from his sister? At this moment, Sumor's body was sitting stiffly on the sofa. After reacting, he hastily stood up and ran into the middle of the room. There was also the sound of Shirayuki laughing out loud behind him. Sumor returned to the middle of the room and took a deep breath. What a demonic spirit. Take a sip of water and squelch the restlessness inside. Brother, you're not in the clear, are you? The restroom is easier to rinse off and doesn't tend to leave a lingering smell. Do you want my sister's help? With her several years of theoretical maneuvering, she can definitely make my brother horny. Sister Baiyu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Sumor begged for mercy. When Baiyu heard Sumor's words, she returned to her room with satisfaction. Not long afterward the door to Sumor's room opened. Startling Sumor. What are you going to do? I'm young. Don't you dare plot against me. Snap. Baiyu slapped Sumor's butt shaft. I'll put some medicine on you. Sumor obediently lay down on the bed and removed his top, revealing 3 hideous wounds. You brat really don't want to die. You've been seriously injured and you're still hunting demonic beasts so desperately. You really think you won't die? Next time you do the same as the mangaka. I'll break both your legs. Sumor did not say anything, carefully feeling the coldness on his chest. Sister Baiyu, why are you so nice to me? After a while, Sumor's voice came. Shirayuki's fingers stiffened after hearing this. Why do you have such a doubt? Shirayuki asked in surprise. No one has been so kind to me since my parents died, when I was 13 and had to do everything myself, and I haven't enjoyed the care of anyone else since. Cooking for myself and taking care of that white boy. By the time I was 15, I was out looking for hourly jobs to earn money, suffering from the cold stares of others, before they called me a feral, after they called me a loser, before I would fight back and fight them, and I realized that the more I fought, the more they got worse, and slowly I began to compromise. The first time I felt warmth after my parents died, it was also Sister Shirayuki who gave me medicine, and at that time we just knew each other's names. I'm a recently expelled, homeless student, and Sister Shirayuki is the president of the Z9 City Martial Artist Guild, the genius of the North Academy. Sumor seemed to be recounting a very ordinary thing, as if he was telling someone else's story. Unbeknownst to Sumor, Baiyu's eyes were already moist. After knowing Sumor, she naturally investigated Sumor's relationship, and the more she investigated, the more she admired this kind of self-improvement. He's stacked full of all the requirements to be a villain, but that heart is still good. Perhaps feeling sorry for him and subconsciously wanting to be kind to him. Or, perhaps, something else is going on. Two people who spend a short time together, like family, like friends. Baiyu returned to her senses and continued to rub Sumor's medicine. There's not so much as a why. You can look at it as a sister being kind-hearted and not being able to see a poor person like you. Maybe, if it were someone else, my sister would have helped them like that. When it's all over, enter the Northern Academy, and then there will be many people who will treat you well. And I don't know how many beautiful women will want to marry you. Oh, Sumor just returned a single word and didn't say much. For a while, the room was sullen, and neither man spoke anymore. Only a little tiny sound appeared as Baiyu's fingers rubbed on Sumor's wound. Well, rest. After applying the medicine, Shirayuki stood up. Sumor subconsciously sat up and grabbed Baiyu's hand. Baiyu's body trembled, and the wave of warmth coming from her hand gave her a feeling of intoxication. Sumo's expression stiffened and slowly loosened. Thank you, Sister Shirayuki. Shirayuki nodded and left the room without looking back. After closing the door, he stood in Sumor's doorway for a while and took a few deep breaths before turning around and returning to the room. Sumo lay on the bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling with empty eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. Finally fighting the urge to take a deep breath, his eyes gradually became determined. Get out your cell phone and make a post. 3 days later, the place where the Z City Martial Arts Examination was held, the trial of traitors was broadcast live. Chapter 90 Realm Upgrade. Divine Soul 4th Level. You're fancying him? As Sumor's post was posted, it quickly reached the top. Even the North End posted an identical thread. Many people who saw the post at the moment have commented below. Good. That's how a traitor should be treated. If we just let them die, it would be a cheap shot. Stranger Treasure Bully, why don't you start a live broadcast now? and I'll brush you $1 billion of pocket money first. Morbo, you want a girlfriend or not? If you do, just open your mouth and I'll take the initiative. Upstairs, your abacus beads hit me in the face. Just like you can still be worthy of our brother Sumor. Brother Sumor, are you stressed? I can come to your home for free. The one upstairs the whole country can fly. Brother Sumor don't want. Can you come to me? No? You're not worthy. Asterisk 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 brothers. Solid. Don't distort the building. There's a big discussion going on about killing traitors. That national flyable. Why don't you come find me and we'll both watch it together then? I have everything you want to look like. Come on brother. I can't wait. It's still Sister Katsuya who's great at seeing everything. So I'm really impressed. Ugh. When can I find a man like Sumor, who can beat me up every day? So it's a jitterbug. It's good to broadcast it live like this, and let those traitors who didn't show up see what happens when you're a traitor. An eye for an eye. When they played this time we can too. Not bad. How many times have they targeted Sumor, only to be countered by Sumor's calculations? It's really a great joy. Will this make the traitors even more deranged? Stupid. The more deranged they are the better. The more they can be exposed and the safer the North End will be. Yes, either you explode in silence or you perish in silence. Now that so many traitors have appeared in the Northern District, maybe the situation is worse than we thought. Instead of waiting until they catch us off guard, we should take the initiative. We're all going to die anyway. Who's afraid of who? Don't think much of those traitors. They are also afraid of death and live in fear of exposure all day long. Not bad. They must be afraid of death too, or they wouldn't have gone as traitors. It's better to wait for 3 days later. That time is probably the most exciting. It's a shame it's live. It's a bit of a shame that no one else should be allowed in. It's also for our safety. Don't think about getting together. You can see it on your cell phone. My cell phone doesn't work, so when I buy a new one, I'll be able to see better then. Thanks for reminding my brother upstairs. I almost forgot about that. After Sumor posted his post, many private chats with Sumor in the background. Brother Sumor, you want a girlfriend don't you? My parents don't want me. You take me in okay. High legs plus JK skirt. Hands than a scissors. Black silk with thin heels and a white tutu. Sumori was not interested and clicked on the next one. $10 billion a month. And I'll underwrite you. Sumor smacked his lips. There were still a lot of rich people. Tap next. Stinky straight man. Be careful. I have something going on right now. I can't go over there. Your strength is rising too fast. If I don't make an effort, I'll be pulling farther and farther away from you. Sumor knew that this should be Willow Demons. Sumor, take care of everything. I'll wait for you in the North Courtyard. Yi Xiaosher. Sumor shook his head, collectively not replying and closing his cell phone. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Soul First Level, 0/1000000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Way 4, 0/15,000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete, Dao E, Fourfold Blade E. Domain, Godslayer's Domain, Fledgling, 0/1000000. Psychic Attributes, Gold, Affinity 100, Wood, Affinity 30, 0/3000, Water, Affinity 28, 0/2800, Fire, Affinity 53, 0/5300, Earth, Affinity 29, 0/2900, Wind, Affinity 72, 0/7200, Thunder, Affinity 13, 0/1300, Space, Affinity 3, 0/3000, Time, Affinity 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 1086954. Sumor's eyes narrowed after seeing the god-killing domain. This was only the fledgling form. If after it became primary, would it be the case that it would become simpler for him to kill demonic beasts at that time? Thinking of this, Sumor added 100,000 points. And the killing field directly became primary, and the next time it was upgraded, it would require 1 million killing value, which made Sumor couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and it showed that it could cover 10 meters. Perhaps it was still because his strength was too low. Sumor looked at the affinity, wanting those people to find him, but also to make a hand from this. During the battle at the city gates, he intentionally exposed 3 attributes in order to keep the eyes of those traitors on him. The wind attribute added to 100 would require roughly 250,000. Sumor added points directly. The affinity of wind attribute directly becomes 100. The fire affinity was then increased directly to 70. Looking at the more than 600,000 kill values still remaining, Sumor didn't hesitate and directly added on the strength. The strength directly turned into the 4th level of Divine Soul. The Dao shaping technique should also be upgraded. After adding 15,000 points, the sound of vibrations came from within the body. the meridians expanded once more, and the strength of the blood and flesh was rapidly increasing. As for the remaining 128,000 killing value, Sumo had already planned to add it to the space, the domain plus the power of space, plus the power of gold and fire, strengthened on strengthened. Straight away, the affinity was increased to 15, and the kill value was no longer enough. This time the demonic beasts attacked the city and hunted down so many demonic beasts to raise so much. I don't know when the next time I encounter something like this will be. Sumo felt that if he went outside the city to hunt by himself, he didn't know how many days it would take. Just as Sumo was boosting, at this moment, Baiyu was also staring at the post Sumo had made, but her eyes had betrayed her long ago. Eyes were vacant, unsure of what they were contemplating, mind not even glued to the cell phone screen. Ding dong, a message came through the phone. You got your eye on that brat? Looking at the message from the old man, Shirayuki returned to her senses. A speechless emoji was sent. Old Ray says you're very proactive. Shirayuki stared at her cell phone screen with helplessness in her eyes as she thought of that fast-talking Vice President Lei. I saw that he could barely support himself and helped him home. He's a hero. We can't just let him fall to the ground. Shirayuki defended. Didn't he just break through the divine soul? Can't stand? Bayu's face flushed. This stinky old man had to break the sand pot to the end. If you don't like him, pull out immediately and don't get in too deep. Chapter 91, beginning the beheading of the traitor. The most unexpected person. Old man. Are you idle with nothing to do? Not to mention how old is he? You're thinking so far ahead? Baiyu beamed with a disgusted look. I'm not curious. I'm afraid you'll bring him down. After Long Lintian snorted, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Vice Dean Lei of the North Courtyard looked at Long Lintian with smiling eyes. How's that? I wasn't wrong. Was that girl Baiyu looking at him? A look of I've already guessed it plastered on his face after he said that. Long Lintian shook his head. Old dragon. What do you mean you're shaking your head? Long Lintian looked at his cell phone without saying anything. With the appearance of Sumo's post, the news spread more and more widely. The people who had denigrated before were even more silenced. After Sumo killed the traitors, he wouldn't even settle them. Many people began to regret that day when they went to Sumo to apologize for not speaking properly. The stars turned, the sun rose and set, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With the arrival of the third day, the previous examination field was covered with densely packed live broadcasting equipment. At this moment, quite a few people from the Northern District clicked in and saw Sumo standing alone on top of the high platform, with dense cages all behind him. Previously, they had imprisoned demonic beasts, but this time, they were imprisoning human traitors. After the image appeared, the live broadcast instantly became lively. It's finally live. Before the Northern Courtyard posted that 3,756 traitors were captured. I want to see what these 3,000 people are. I'm curious, too, except they're masked and can't see their faces. That's the way it should be. An eye for an eye. Let those who are traitors know that being a traitor doesn't end well. I wish, instead, that Sumo had punished those who had denigrated him like this and killed them in front of everyone in the North District. On what grounds? On what basis? Oh, by the looks of it, you should be the one who denigrated Sumo before. For people like you, you don't even need Sumo to kill and insult Sumo's sword. Today we are here to apologize, not to fight with you over the power of words. Not bad. That day you guys what attitude? See Sumo posting. This is the goat. Have the guts to continue stubborn You guys were the ones who cursed the most before. Keep cursing. Why don't you stop cursing? Dogs? Are they afraid to be arrogant? Keep screaming. Keep screaming. Keep screaming. You rotten bastard who gave birth to a son without eyes. Sumo glanced at the time and took a deep breath. A faint killing intent lingering around him. Gentlemen, it's starting now. As Sumo opened his mouth, the live broadcast room instantly quieted down, and the pop-ups quickly disappeared into thin air. In the shadows, Vice Dean Lei's eyes narrowed as he quietly stared at the scene. Vice Dean, do you think those traitors will show up? The teacher who had used the power of gold before opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Maniac, do you believe they've appeared? When Zhao Maniac heard Vice Dean Lei say this, his eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the movements in the ring. What do you think will happen if that Sumo kid is suddenly lorded over when he's judging traitors? Killing intent coalesced in Vice President Lei's gaze. Shadow Demon. 2 words came out of Zhao Maniac's mouth. It should be more than that. There must be other movements. Vice Dean Lei shook his head with a contemplative gaze. At this moment, Su Rouge, who was outside the city, was staring at the screen with a deadly stare. His eyes narrowed, and a faint murderous intent converged on his body. It was that place again. When the martial arts exam was held earlier, Sumo stood at that place, looking down on her. She went to beg for mercy and kicked herself off the top, this time standing in that spot again, like in the beginning. Those traitors are like her. Suro's hand subconsciously clenched, and her face became livid. Brother, are you deliberately provoking me? Still think I'm the same person I was before. This time you will die. You wait. After coming back to her senses, she took a deep breath and suppressed the expression of anger within her, allowing herself to regain her senses. Now she couldn't wait to tear Sumo alive. On top of the high platform, 6 cages were opened and Sumo ripped them out. After removing the hood, their faces were revealed. Ha, isn't that the guys at the north gate of Z9 City, patrolling every day? That's them. Z9 City is now in this situation. Then the other cities. Upstairs brother. Don't scare me. Now I'm getting chills down my back. At the moment Sumo was facing the screen. These are the ones who posed as me to open the gates. The hard work, the honor of the seniors, all of it was trampled by these scum. After saying that, he took out his Shin iron sword and raised it high. No, don't. I was wrong. I know some secrets I can tell you. But. Hands rose and fell, cleanly, and 6 heads rolled to the ground. Holy, it's scary, but I still want to see it. And for these traitors, I can't wait to kill them. After the beheading of the 6 men, a dozen more were brought over. Stray removed their hoods. Ha, there's one that looks familiar. No, isn't that the homeless guy from our neighborhood? He's actually a traitor. Asterisk back. Wouldn't it be? These people have been watching us in every way possible. Dude, don't get cold feet yet. One of them is in charge of security in our neighborhood. Asterisk. One of them sells breakfast in our area and I still go there every day. After Sumo revealed their faces, without a bit of hesitation, he directly chopped off their heads. A dozen heads fell to the ground. Their face is hideous. It's horrible. These traitors infiltrated the most insignificant positions. It's so scary. I still get chills thinking about it. Sumo pulled over another group of people. How can it be? It's actually him. Isn't he the captain of Z6 City? The security administration? How could it be? How could it be him? Such a person is actually a traitor. He has status and position. Why would he be a traitor? Why? Put. Hands up. Heads down. As the hours passed, a couple of hours passed and the last remaining person was pulled over. After removing his hood, this time someone was completely nonplussed. The city lord of Y7 City. How could it be him? Why? The lord of a city. Why go and become a traitor? It's horrible. What methods did those people use? Even the city lord can be a traitor. What other people can be trusted? Are we living in an environment that is already dangerous to this kind of extent? Dog, we people of Y7 City respect you so much. Why did you go and become a traitor? Why? Give us an account. Sumo told him to give us an account. The man I have always believed in worshipping is actually a traitor. Why? Chapter 92 The traitor strikes the nest, and the covert action begins. Sumo also looked at this person. Among the more than 3,000 traitors, this person had the highest status. There were hundreds of cities in the northern district, and this man was the lord of one. Lin Zhang raised his head, his cheeks thin and his eyes lifeless. Watching the heads roll down around him finally flooded with a wave of fear. Dread. Looking at Sumo holding the Shin iron sword and staring blankly at him made Lin Zhang's scalp tingle. Eyes looked to the live feed. Eyes tearful. I'm sorry, Y7 City. After saying this, poofed down on his knees. I know I've made a big mistake. Forgive my ignorance. Our Y7 City has too few resources. Not even a few genius martial artists will appear. And among so many cities, it basically belongs to the bottom of the list. That's why I'm working with them. They give me resources that I can use to train martial artists. I know it's wrong. I really do. Lin Zhang's head hit the ground hard, tears streaming down his face. Alas, what a pity for City Lord Lin. Grass. You believe in the words of such a person, claiming to be for the good of Y7 City. Has Y7 City ever progressed a bit? And every year when the martial arts exams are held, it gets worse and worse. When you say it like that I suddenly remembered that a student with good talent also appeared in our Y7 City before. I don't know why he suddenly disappeared. And at the beginning, City Lord Lin was still furious and investigated with all his might. I think this thing is in all probability his doing, with a conceivable purpose. Where do we ordinary people have the means to do this? Only he can be unscrupulous. We should have suspected it long ago. Sumo took out a piece of information, which was investigated with full force within 3 days. The photo was shown by Sumo. Everyone, see, this is your Y7 City's disappearing genius, all of whom he has taken out of the city before. Everyone remembers those human devil institutes. City Lord Lin, I wonder if I'm right. Lin Zhang's expression turned ugly when he saw the photo, and a wave of fear wrapped around him. Beans of cold sweat continued to pour out of his head. No, 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 that's not true. You must be the one who slandered me for doing this. I have worked diligently since I became the lord of Y7 City. Then why did you send your family outside the city? Sumo squatted down and inquired. Lin Jiang's throat rolled a little. What are you talking about? I don't know. Several people suddenly appeared in the distance, detaining a man and a woman. Dad, Dad, why you? Why? The young man ran to Lin Jiang and shouted anxiously. Lin Jiang, you bastard. Why did you do this? Why? Being the lord of the city is enough. Why are you doing all this? You're still so selfish. You haven't considered me and my child. My son will be an adult next year. He can take the martial arts exam. He's already broken through to martial arts. It's all ruined. After Lin Jiang's wife finished speaking, she went up to give Lin Jiang a few slaps. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lin Jiang kept apologizing. Hey, if this were my dad, I'd probably be pissed off too. I've seen a picture of a father. First time I've seen a picture of a son. A 17-year-old martial artist. Another genius. Maybe when he grows up, he'll be another great pillar of our northern district. Woe to their wives and children. And they don't know what's going on. So I hope Sumo will be merciful. Do they really not know? It's hard to say. And it's possible that you really don't know. If you could break through to martial arts at 17 and saw that your father was a traitor, what would you do? Also, Lin Jiang had it coming. Lin Jiang's son comes in front of the camera. Gentlemen, I'm sorry for what happened to my father. I'm sorry for the trust of Y7 City. After Lin Yang finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the screen. Looking at this moment, his eyes had lost focus, apparently also not expecting his father to be a traitor. Fathers are proud of their sons. Who would have thought that they would actually be traitors? If I were Lin Yang, I would definitely break down. This kid hasn't broken down yet. His mentality is good. Maybe this is genius. Don't wash your hands of it yet. Let's see how things go. You're just sure they're innocent. You don't even have proof. After Lin Yang apologized, he walked over to Lin Jiang and knelt down without saying a word. What are you doing? I did this on my own. What's it got to do with you guys? Lin Jiang's wife also knelt down beside him. As the wife of the Y7 City Lord, I am guilty of failing to oversee the situation, and I am willing to die as a thank you. Lin Jiang's eyes were red. Off. I make my own mistakes. I own them. Lin Yang took a deep breath and took out a weapon from his facial ring, to his own neck to be wiped. Sumo. Stop Lin Yang. He's going to kill himself. The boy is so stupid. It's his father's fault. What's it got to do with him? Even the city lord's wife is going to commit suicide. Stop it. Save Lin Yang now and cultivate him. He'll definitely remember today. And such a genius will be of great benefit to my northern region. Hurry up and stop it. Oh Sumo. Don't just stand there. Brother Sumo. Be careful. At this moment, Lin Yang's gaze widened and he suddenly roared. After saying that, he immediately stood up and ran towards Sumo. But the blade entered the body, splattering blood. A row of black shadows appeared, holding sharp blades and looking at Sumo opposite each other. The live pop-ups went blank for a moment. Shadow Demon again. This thing actually came out. Lin Yang is such a good boy, actually fending off Sumo for a bit. Lin Jiang is really not a thing, really pitting his son. Lin Yang covered the knife, his face pale, his eyes gradually becoming lifeless. Brother Sumo, you know, you've always been the object of my admiration. I can do something for my idol. The shadow demon pulled the dagger out, blood splattered out, and Lin Yang fell to one knee, his body staggering. What's Sumo standing still for? Hurry up and save Lin Yang. Sumo, what are you thinking? Hurry up and kill the shadow demon. The trouble is not as bad as your wife and child. Sumo, don't let us down. Don't say a word. Bunch of retards. The situation is not right. Can't you see that? Another bunch of brainless easily led. The shadow demon dagger was about to stab Lin Yang in the skull when it suddenly stopped. Sumo stared at them playfully. Why don't you kill? Sumo looked at Lin Yang. His eyes narrowed with a faint killing intent. What's the situation? No. Am I being lied to again and again? No way. It couldn't have been an act just now. If so, this is too scary. This kind of person can't be kept. I still think it's better to kill them. Just now didn't you guys still say that you wanted to save Lin Yang down? A bunch of pig brains. I can kind of see that Sumo's intention wasn't to kill these traitors at all, but to fish. Use these traitors to stake out the nest. Maybe the secret has moved on. Chapter 93, why don't you stop pretending and capture 2 more waves of traitors? Lin Yang stood up. His face regained its redness, and his gaze became sinister. Where was the innocence he had before? When did you see through it? Lin Yang stared at Sumo and said with a cold expression, if you want me to answer you, You also have to have the qualifications. Sumo looked at the disappearing shadow demon with mockery at the corner of his mouth. Killing intent coalesced and extended out from his side. Sumo's body moved and transformed into a residual shadow. Put. The heads of a dozen shadow demons flew up and smashed down from the sky, landing beside Lin Yang. Kill 15 Divine Soul first level human devils and gain 76.5 for killing. Lin Yang's body took a step back, and there was cold sweat on his cheeks. Grass. It's actually true that they're traitors. Damn it. Can people be trusted nowadays? It's not that you can't be trusted. It's that you're so retarded. If you didn't have no brains, how could you be so easily fooled? Not trusting Sumo. Actually going to trust those trash. Ha! Not having a bit of mastery. You deserve to be poor. Grass. Upstairs. We're just online friends. Are you crossing the line? Crossing the line? Just tell me how much you get paid an hour. Looking so brainless. Not a bit of initiative. Listening to the wind is rain. Hold up 3,000 a month. At this moment, Lin Yang was looking at Sumo. The corners of his mouth were tinged with madness. If it weren't for you, our plan would have worked. And it's your fault. If it wasn't for your sudden rise, I would be the most talented person in the entire Northern District in the next martial arts exam. Sumo looked on with cold eyes, the corners of his mouth tinged with mockery. Your father and your mother were pulled down by you, and you're in a position to instruct me. After Sumo finished speaking, his body transformed into a residual shadow and arrived in front of Lin Yang. Don't. Pust. No. My son. Sumo didn't have the slightest sympathy as the two heads flew up again and rolled down to the ground. Bang. 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 At this time there was a sudden movement in the distance. Not long after, hundreds of figures were pressed up again. Vice President Lei looked at these people with disgust in his gaze. The pop-ups went completely crazy. Hundreds more traitors have been lured out, and I hadn't thought that there were already so many traitors. I can only say that Morpei is smart enough to make these traitors have nothing to hide, and that's who we should worship. Just now there is still questioning Sumo. Those people also don't blush. And what's the difference between those who scold Sumo? Upstairs brothers, don't personal attack. Those who scolded Sumo. There are still those who can earn money inside. Those who just question Sumo. They can't earn money. It's really like this. Those people scolded Sumo. Has been unwavering. Just now these people are wallflowers. No money. Wimpy. Maybe 69 time. But also need a daughter-in-law to give orders. Sue Storm puts the traitor in front of everyone. And cuts off the traitor's head. Kill 120 people and gain 345 kill points. After resolving it, Sumo looked at the screen. The traitor's trial is over. And tomorrow, I will punish those who have denigrated me. And you can all guess what I will punish by? After Sumo finished, silence fell. I guess drive them out of the city and let them hunt demonic beasts. On what grounds? We haven't committed any big mistake. We just scolded you a couple of times. Is it necessary to be so uptight? Not bad. Jarius, you're the villain. And punish us? Have the balls to kill us. We apologize to you and really think you're a character. Just this kind of person who doesn't have the slightest tolerance for others. Also deserves to be a genius. Shucks. What the hell? Damn it. Fight with him, since he doesn't leave us a way out. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Sumo. I advise you not to piss us off. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. Grass. You trash still dare to be arrogant. This kind of person should be driven out of the city and left to fend for themselves. Such selfish people. What's the point of bothering with them? No matter what they do, they can never be wrong themselves. It's always others who are wrong. You guys are siding with Sumo so much. Good. All of you wait for us. Not bad. We'll make you regret it. Sumo is Sumo. You guys are you. Don't be arrogant. Big deal. Fish death. We'll see for ourselves tomorrow and see who's unlucky. Come on. We're afraid of you. If you have the guts, come over. As long as you come over, you'll see if I don't hammer you to death. Dog. You said it. If you don't dare to come, you're a coward. Oh, a bunch of dogs are barking. What are you guys doing taking care of them? Not bad. If a dog bites you, you can still bite the dog. The world is a big place. And when one makes a mistake, others have to forgive him. So if I give your daughter-in-law a sneaky date, are you going to thank me when you find out? Upstairs, it always feels like you're saying something weird, but it kind of makes sense. Suro stood in front of the screen, looking at the people who were clamoring. These people still dared to clamor so much. It looked like those people had already found them and felt emboldened. Gentlemen, why don't we come see something fun? At this moment, Sumo suddenly said a sentence. The people watching the live broadcast looked at Sumo in disbelief, not understanding what this sentence meant. Only the screens began to switch constantly, splitting into hundreds of screens in the blink of an eye. Those who were still clamoring were suddenly dumbfounded. When was the footage of their contact with those people caught on camera? And what they said was recorded exactly. Before they could react, the door was suddenly slammed open. What are you doing? What are you doing? We're not doing anything. The people from the security management service, ignoring the scumbags who were screaming, collected a lot of explosives from inside these homes. The scene that suddenly appeared in the live broadcast stunned everyone. Grass. What madness. Now you don't know how to repent and actually dare to cooperate with traitors. That's crazy. So much dynamite. What are they trying to do? Great. No wonder Sumor didn't take care of them. It turns out that he had already thought that these people were scum. Thank you Sumor for invisibly saving my life. Trojan. Vice President Lei hid in the distance, looking at the figure on the high platform with relief in his gaze. Zhao Maniac was also full of smiles as he looked at Sumor. 3 birds with 1 stone. 2 more waves of traitors captured. A great haul this time. It's not that Sumor's idea works well, but this head of the Winged Life Organization. At this moment, Suemo nodded at Vice President Lei and turned to leave with a carefree look. Vice President Ray stepped forward. Hello everyone. I'm the teacher of the North Academy. Just now another wave of traitors was induced. Sumor has to go and take care of it. Immediately open the 3rd wave. The screen of killing traitors, Vice President Lei said with a smile. After Suemo left, his figure transformed into a ghost and had disappeared. It didn't take long to arrive at the city gates, nodding at Bai Xiu as his figure quickly disappeared into the mist. Bai Xiu looked at Sumor's back and shook his head. This kid is really a demon. He can think of such a method. Chapter 94, Plan wrapping up. Capturing Su Yao. After Sumor came out, he took out something, which was given to him by Vice President Lei. Tick-tock. A red dot is displayed on it. The corners of Sumor's mouth rose and he disappeared into a ghost. Su Ballad, who was still staring at the screen at the moment, saw that after seeing another wave of losses, her face became completely gloomy. Sumor. Mofo you keck me. Why? Why do you calculate my every step? Why? Su Ballad stood up, a bit of a maniac in his demeanor. Kill you. Sumor. Wait for me. I will kill you one day sooner or later. After Suro finished speaking, she took her stick and smashed it around. She was already on the verge of being infuriated by Sumor, and she had suffered under Sumor's hand every time. Obviously she had a lot of people under her. Why? Why did she fail every time? Because you're stupid. A cold voice suddenly appeared, startling several people. When they came back to their senses, they realized that Sumor was already standing in the distance. Suro's maniacal expression quickly quieted down when he saw Sumor. Killing intent surged out of his body, and his eyes were bloodshot. Every time she thought of those cold eyes, it stuck in her throat, like a thorn in her side. She couldn't wait to eat Sumor alive. The people standing behind Su Rouge stepped back after seeing this scene. Doesn't this guy kill traitors? I can't believe I lied to them. Sumor looked at the several people across the street. None of these people could scare him, only that shadow of Su Rose. Sumor, you're really looking for death. I think you're tired of living, and you still dare to come out. Don't think that if you break through the Divine Soul Realm, you're invincible. Suro's handsome face suddenly twisted when he spoke of the Divine Soul Realm. Hands clenched together so tightly that silver teeth could be bared. Kill him for me, let him stay here today. Su Ballad yelled. The shadows under his feet suddenly surged up and rushed at Sumor to kill him. Sumor's eyes narrowed as a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Bang! The shadow flew backward. Rustling. Someone suddenly came out from the mists. Young house, we meet again. The person standing behind Sumor said with a smile. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Suro returned to her senses and realized that she was already surrounded. A look of awe flashed across his face as his throat rolled a little. The brain suddenly reacted. You deliberately announced the news with the purpose of me. And with 3 days to spare, you are preparing in advance. Suro's brain finally regained clarity. Looking at Sumor in front of him, finally realizing Sumor's ultimate purpose. Killing traitors or punishing those who denigrated him was used to paralyze her. Sumor's purpose from start to finish was her. Sumor walked forward and stared at Suro, his expression cold. It's quite a bit clearer after coming back from the dead. I do wonder how you did it. Those traitors or those who denigrated me. I didn't take it to heart. From the time Uncle Zhao died, I entered the game with my body, and my ultimate goal was you. Sumor stared at Suro in death. Suro's throat rolled a bit. What kind of calculation was this? Actually calculating this far. Demon beasts attacking the city, catching traitors, killing traitors, punishing detractors. Behind all of this, it was actually for her. Why? Something suddenly occurred to Su Rouge. You want to find a resurrection method on me to use to resurrect Zhao Yong? Su Rang exclaimed in shock. Sumor didn't speak, staring at Suro with a calm expression. At this moment, Even teacher Zhang looked at Sumo with shock in his eyes. This kid, he can actually count so much, and they didn't even realize it. Demon beasts attacked the city, took the blame, resolved the traitors, and pulled up the thunder hidden in the dark, without thinking that there was an ultimate purpose for the hidden ones. Dean, is this how you look at people? Why such a disciple is not his? So jealous. Do it. Sumoro gave a direct order that it would be too late. Teacher Zhang walked out from behind Sumor and looked at Shadow Demon, the corners of his mouth rising. A wind force appeared, transforming into a wind blade that was pervasive. Shadow Demon still tried to escape and was directly killed by a wind blade penetration. Suemo transformed into a ghost, and came directly in front of Suro. The Shin Ion blade in his hand cut the meridians of Suraya's hands and feet. After prying Suro's mouth open and seeing that there was no hidden poison, she let her heart drop. I suggest you'd better let me go. Sumor, let go of me or you will die as well. Do you know what price you will pay if you capture me? Sumor took off his shoes, took off his socks, and stuffed them into Suro's mouth. The corners of Zhang's mouth twitched as he and the martial artists from the northern courtyard watched. That's pretty straightforward. I have to say, the method is not bad. At least Subalit is not screaming. Careful. At this time, Mr. Zhang suddenly opened his mouth to remind. A long flute sounded. Sumor quickly reacted and lifted Su Rime up. Subsequently, a sword chopped at the place where Su Rouge was lying. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of an explosion rang out, and a few meters of debris appeared on the ground. Kill 200 witch bugs. Gain 507 kill points. The sound of the flute disappeared. Mr. Zhang tried to chase after him, and Sumor shook his head. Don't chase after them. Those people could also be leading us there on purpose. Thinking about it, Teacher Zhang followed Sumor back to the city, and after Sumor made the post, he asked them to wait outside the city for the purpose of today. Sumor sends a message to Vice Dean Lei, and after seeing it, Vice Dean Lei orders the traitor to be beheaded directly. It also means that this live beheading of the traitor is over. At this moment, within a secret room in the Martial Artist Guild, Sumor looked at Suro, who was trapped in the chair, and there wasn't a bit of pity in his expression. Just like before, as if he was looking at a dead person. Vice President Lei, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhao didn't come in. There are some things that are better to pretend to be deaf and dumb. If it were someone else, they wouldn't do this. This person in front of them is Sumor. I really admire the dean's gaze. Such a disciple can be found by him. Teacher Zhang began to spit out envy. Vice President Ray turned his head to look at him. Old Zhang, this isn't like you. After Zhao Yon's head was cut off live, he used demonic beasts to attack the city and lure out the traitors. Then he live-streamed the trial of the traitors, to the point where he used the detractors to capture the traitors, all of which appeared to be traitors. But in reality, the ultimate goal was this woman. Entering the game with his body and making himself the center of attention, they all thought he was avenging Zhao Yong. Who would have thought that it was all a scam and the ultimate goal was Su Ruan? Zhang Jingxi looked at Sumor inside. His gaze was filled with relief and happiness. He was happy to see such an outstanding junior. They often dealt with the crisis in the North District in the dark, and might turn into the food in the mouths of demonic beasts at some point. And now that a flag bearer could appear, he was of course happy inside. Vice President Lei also turned his head to look at Sumor in the middle of the screen. When he killed the Shadow Demon today, I think I felt the power of the domain. Not quite sure. Chapter 95, Crazy Su Yao. You can't get the news you want. After Vice President Lei finished speaking, Zhang Jingxin and also Zhao Maniac all stared at him. Vice President Ray, you're not kidding? Not to mention that if he can comprehend a domain at this age and with this strength, even those who have broken through the creation realm can't guarantee that they will be able to comprehend a domain. They felt it was a bit heavenly. An 18-year-old at the Divine Soul realm was already enough to shock them for the rest of their lives. Adding the fourfold blade intent had already made it beyond people's reach. And now they were being told that they had comprehended the domain. When was cultivation so easy? I'm not sure. Maybe it's just me. Vice President Ray really wasn't sure. Maybe it was just a prelude to the field coming out. Let's go. That kid let us in. After Vice Dean Lei finished speaking, he looked at Sumor and waved at them. It looks like this kid is afraid of us thinking too much. Forget it. Anyway, if you go into the North Courtyard, you are our North Courtyard's person. Take a look. Save this kid from thinking too much. After the three men came in, they sat down and looked at Su Rouge. They were also curious as to how this man had come back from the dead. Suro finally spit out the smelly socks. The voice became shrill. Sumor, you actually insulted me like that. Sumor didn't say anything and coldly looked at Suro. Seeing Sumor's cold eyes, Suro began to break his defense. Why do you look at me like that every time? Why? You can take the blame for a Zhao Yong. letting demonic beasts attack the city again and killing traitors. I'm still your sister. Living together for over 10 years, why are you doing this to me? During the martial arts exam, I begged you for forgiveness in front of so many people, and you refused to bow your head for me even once. Sumo, you have a cruel heart. It's just the medallion, the small matter of selling a house, and you're up in arms to have me loathed and reviled by all. What's so good about that chicken killer Zhao Yong? Except that he briefly took you in and gave you 2 meals. If such a person can make you so grateful, what about what I gave before? Why are you blind to it? People say I'm mean and unkind, but I think you're even more miserable than I am. Why? Why did you go against me at every turn after you were expelled? You were embraced by others for everything you did, and I was left to suffer the abuse of others. You deserve to die. You really do. And if you die, none of this will happen. I should have secretly killed you back when my parents were still alive. Then the current problem wouldn't have occurred. I was still the genius, the goddess that others loved and revered. Unlike now, and the rat in the shadows. And even more so, those beastly parents, born and bred, so selfish that they won't even come to see me. When I went to kill them, do you know that they were on their knees, confessing to me, begging me for forgiveness, knocking their heads on the ground? I just want to kill them. They don't deserve to be my parents. It's a shame to have parents like that. As a result, when they begged for forgiveness, they were still saying, "Let me beg for your forgiveness." Ha 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 ha, it really amused me. Then I cut the woman's head off slowly and the man his pants in fear. Do you know how I did it? Sue Ballard looked frantic, as if she was recalling images from before. I put that head in front of his eyes and made him stare at it for an hour, and another hour. Eventually he went crazy, too, and spewed out quite a bit of crazy talk, and they just abandoned me on purpose. They felt like they had a burden on their day because of me. Just throw me out of town. I cut off his legs and chopped them all up so that he would live to endure that wave of pain. If he's dizzy, I'll use adrenaline to wake him up and harden him to that wave of pain. In the end I slowly, cut off his head. Sue Ballard laughed out loud, like a madman. Seeing Suro in this state, Sumo didn't open his mouth, but instead looked on with cold eyes. Isn't it funny, Sue Stranger, that they treat me like this, and you're no different from them. I can't wait to kill you. Cut off your flesh piece by piece and eat it. You don't have a chance. Sumo's flat voice resounded in the middle of the chamber. When Suro heard Sumo's sentence, it was like a spring that had been suppressed too hard and violently began to bounce back up. I hate myself for being stupid. That one time outside the city, I should have let the shadow demon kill you instead of thinking about getting you disliked by the entire northern district. I didn't think that my soft-heartedness had gotten me to where I am today. If I were to go back to that day, I would definitely kill you. Kill you for sure, drain your blood, cut off your flesh, and let your white bones hang on the wall, instead of getting into the trap you designed for you. Suro looked at Sumor with madness in his gaze, like a bloodthirsty berserker. I know you want to know how I came back to life. You can't know. You'll never know. Being captured by you means my mission is over, and my end is a death. Whether it's news of the resurrection or information about the research, I won't say a word more. Sumor, don't even think about getting any information from me. Just wait. You'll never know how powerful the Eternal Life Organization is. After Suro finished speaking, she opened her mouth with madness in the bottom of her eyes. Sumor, sooner or later, you'll pay a terrible price. After Suro finished speaking, he exerted himself violently, and a piece of meat suddenly fell out of his mouth. Sumor and the 3 teachers from the North Academy, after seeing it, their hearts went cold. They also counted on knowing Sue Rouge. This woman, greedy for life, selfish, couldn't stand a little bit of aggravation. What kind of people were there in the Eternal Life Organization? Within just a few days, they could actually brainwash Sue Rouge to this kind of extent. Sue Ballard continued to laugh as blood flowed down his mouth and dripped onto the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Sue Moore, and finally the corners of his mouth rose with mockery and gloating. Not good. Sue Moore reacted, but it was already too late. Sue Ballard closed her mouth and rolled her throat a little. In the blink of an eye, the color of his face darkened, the body convulsed, and within moments, a foul odor appeared within the room. Sumor stood in front of him, his fingers clenched, veins showing. Vice Dean Lay stepped forward, and after taking a look, his gaze froze. The poison contained in the blood. No wonder they are so crazy that they won't betray the forever living organization no matter what. If we don't have an antidote for this poison before we solve it, even if we catch them, it will be for nothing. Vice President Lay patted Sumore's shoulder and nodded at Zhang Zhengxin. Zhao Maniac. Sumo entered the game with his body, carrying so much, and in the end did not get the news he wanted. It is indeed a bit difficult to accept. Vice President Lay had just come out and realized that Sumor had also come out, and there was no depressed look on his face, Chapter 96, The Dust Settles. And the Maiden's Blush. More than anything else, I thought that you kid would be depressed for a while. I didn't think that you would be able to adjust yourself so quickly. Vice President Lei's gaze was kind. Experiencing so many things, it also grows a lot. Not to mention Sue Rouge is nothing. Even when I caught her, I already thought that I couldn't get any useful information. If it was easy to get the news of eternal life, this organization would have been uprooted long ago, and it wouldn't have existed all this time, even causing the 10th district to disappear. Sumor looked into the distance and said indifferently. Vice President Lei patted Sumor's shoulder with a smile in his gaze. A mindset like that isn't something you should have at your age. Maybe that's what makes you different from the others. That Sue ballot is also. Feel at ease to die once on it. The result was saved. In turn died in your hands 2 times. I guess walking on the bridge of Naiha. Still cursing you. When Vice President Lei saw Sumor recovering, he also made a rare snide remark. But with Suro dead, the Eternal Life Organization won't rest, and there's still a tough battle to be fought next. The capture of so many traitors is surely not all of them. There are at least others who are hiding deeper. Only this little fight at the moment is not enough to make them show their heads. It's easy to hide from an open gun, but it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Even in the northern courtyard, we can't guarantee that there are no traitors in there. Vice Dean Lei was also a bit depressed when he talked about this issue. Even if all of those people's origins were clean, it would be hard to guarantee that they would come into contact with people from the Forever Living Organization on their way to cultivation. At the end of the day, it's being used by those people. There are still a few days left before school starts. Do you want to follow me to the North Courtyard to familiarize yourself with the environment first? Suemo pondered for a moment after hearing this. Dean Ray, wait until school starts before you go over there. After all, I still have some things I need to take care of. It's not too late to wait until these matters are dealt with before going over there. Besides, the Northern Courtyard is in that place, so it can't run away. Hearing Sumor say this, Vice President Lei did not continue to force himself. He had a feeling that Sumor would be quite lively in the past. But you kid have to prepare yourself in advance. A genius like you. I don't know how sought after it is. Don't lose yourself in the midst of the flowers when the time comes. Vice Dean Lei was aware of those genius women in the North Courtyard and how crazy they were. Sumor hadn't even passed yet, and there were already quite a few people who had started hitting Sumor's head. Those people are geniuses. They understand better what it takes. Vice President Lei looked as if he was watching the fun and looked at Sumor strangely. After sending them away, Sumor turned around and returned to the Martial Artist Guild. As for those who denigrated him, Sumor was too lazy to bother with them. When working with traitors, it means they are already dead. But Sumor asked them for quite a lot of explosives. This thing should be able to be used later. At this moment, Baiyu was sitting on the counter, and after seeing Suemo come in, her eyes lifted and her sights met and separated. Things settled? Shiroyuki asked. Her head bowed. TSK. Sister Baiyu, this is not like your style. You will still be shy. Those who don't know, think I did something to you. Sumor had a snickering look on his face. Baiyu raised her head, her gaze once again falling on Sumor. School is about to start. There may be many female perverts staring at you. If I don't stay away from you, I'm afraid I'll be ripped off by others. Sumor reached out his hand and gathered Baiyu's loose hair on her forehead behind her ear. Shiroyuki's neck, ears, and face instantly reddened. The blush of a young girl trumps all. Sumor was kind of really experiencing it. Seeing Baiyu, who had shyly lowered her head, Sumor slowly came closer. Sister Shiroyuki, your face is as red as a monkey's butt. Sumor's words woke Baiyu up and reacted by grabbing at Sumor in anger. Sumor lamented, not a match for Shiroyuki. Being pressed down on the table with one hand by Shiroyuki, all of this was nothing, and the pressure made it hard for Sumor to breathe. Sister Baiyu, why don't you move your body a bit? I can't breathe anymore. Hearing Sumor's words, Baiyu reacted and hurriedly jumped away. The next time you provoke me like this, it won't be so simple, Shiroyuki said aloud, clearly restraining her inner panic. I get it. After ending the banter, Sumor looked serious. Sister Baiyu, do you have any basalt knives here? After Sumor finished speaking, he took out the previous Xian iron knife, which was still given to him by his master, and it had already rolled its edge, and a few gaps appeared above the back of the knife. Already prepared for you. Do you want the combat suit? Forget it, the quality of the combat suit over here is too poor. It's useless to have a combat suit that can injure your demonic beast. Shiroyuki took out a basalt knife. How much? 38 billion. Sumor frowned after hearing that. So expensive? Wait for me for a while. After Sumor finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and found Master Long Lintian, slapping the knife in his hand to Long Lintian. Master, are you good or not? The knife given to my disciple is an inferior product. Right. It hasn't even been used for long and it's already broken. The dean of the North Courtyard, Long Lindian, opened Sumore's voice, and after hearing what was inside, his face darkened. Vice Dean Ray, who had just returned, and 2 other teachers heard it. Ahem. Dean, are you out of money? Or should I lend you some? Sumore is the pride of our North Academy. He can't even afford to use a good sword. If you tell the world, Dean, your old face won't be able to bear it. The 2 teachers stood back and didn't say anything. The only people who could joke with the dean like that were the 4 vice deans. Thunderstorm, who are you looking down on? I have plenty of money. After seeing Laystorm transfer 50 billion to Sumore, Laystorm gave a thumbs up. Not bad for a dean. Dominant, rich, wants to talk about one. Get out, get out, get out. You get out right now, right now, right now. After Laystorm and the 2 other teachers came out from the dean's office, they looked at each other and laughed. In the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu heard Sumore arrive at 50 billion, and she was so jealous that she was on the verge of red warmth. Sumore is happy. See, the master called the video. Decisively choose to hang up. Get it wrong to come to scold him. 3 consecutive no answer. See the 60 seconds of voice. Sumore decisively turned off the phone. I did not hear. Sister Baiyu, check out. Baiyu was in the middle of the Martial Artist Guild and shook her head when she saw Sumore's back as he left. Not long after that the phone rang. Where's that brat? Dare he not answer my calls? I've lost my face. Tell him to come over here and pick up the phone. Anticlimactic. Shirayuki had long ago taken the phone far away. Egu. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Master. So atmospheric. Ah. A shot is 50 billion. It turns out that the little master is your favorite. It's true that when you have a new apprentice, you forget about the old one. Not long after, the corners of Baiyu's mouth rose as she looked at the $50 billion that had arrived. In the middle of the North Courtyard, Long Lintian was sitting on a chair and had begun to get depressed. I would like to reprimand Sumore. Did not complete even if. This how to pay out more 50 billion. Really think that his money blew in the wind. Chapter 97. Give them a little shock. After Sumore bought a good weapon, he walked towards the outside of the city. He made such a big commotion. The people of the Eternal Life Organization must have already stared at him. Originally, what Sumore thought was that he couldn't gain any secrets by catching Sue Rouge, but he was just a little bit unwilling to do so. The fishing program continues to begin, and to catch big fish, you need to put in a long line and a heavy nest. So Sumore decided to give them a little shock when school started. That's how the Aeon organization pops up with more people. 10 if one doesn't work. Sumore just couldn't believe that he couldn't get the news he wanted. Baishio saw Sumore going out of the city again and took the initiative to welcome him. Why are you going out again? School starts in a few days and you're not getting any rest? Go out and earn some living expenses. Sumore no longer paid attention and walked towards the outside of the city, leaving Baishio confused. You will still be short of money now. Almost forgot. The North Yard is all about points and not using money. It looked like this kid didn't know, and his sister didn't know to popularize it with this guy. After Sumore left the city, he barely saw any traces of demonic beasts and shook his head. Although the demonic beasts were greatly injured that day, it did not mean that there were no demonic beasts. Besides, the strongest ones that died were only 4 treading heaven realm demonic beasts. Sumo's figure was extremely fast, rushing towards the depths. Along the way, Sumore started killing demonic beasts when he came across them. Kill 100 level 3 demonic beasts, gain 304 kill points. Sumore is heading towards the deep yellow area. Suddenly, a riotous voice rang out. Sumore turned back and saw a gorilla, the very same one he had encountered earlier. The gorilla had only had a patch of blonde hair on his chest before, but now half of his body was blonde. One person and one demonic beast stood opposite each other, their gazes both condensed with killing intent. The gorilla pounded his chest and growled. Rumble. The ground suddenly fluctuated, and a demonic beast appeared in the distance, densely packed. Sumore felt surprised and didn't think that this gorilla had also become the chief. However, Sumore was not the Sumore from back then. Take the basalt knife. With one step, the god-killing domain appeared. The demonic beasts that stepped within the realm, their bodies choked, revealing terrified gazes. The blood red in his eyes dissipated quite a bit. Put. Blood mist filled the air. Sumore was like a god of killing. His domain unfolded, and wherever he passed by, corpses were strewn everywhere and blood flowed into rivers. Kill 500 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 300 kill points. Kill 300 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 1006 kill points. Sumore walked up to the gorilla, who took a step back. Awe flashed in his expression as he looked at Sumore with unbelief in his eyes. The last time they met, when he and Sumore were separated. At that time, it could still rub Sumore at will. This time Sumo transformed into a killing god, and in the twinkling of an eye, all of its men were killed. Chopper. Sumo didn't hesitate and chopped the sky. A golden aura flashed. The gorilla's body, which was standing still, suddenly dissolved into two halves. Kill a level 4 first order demon beast. Earn 1 kill points. Sumo picked up the crystal core, a demon beast of the transcendental realm, and he was tenacious of what? His old man was counted to death by Sumo. This gorilla must know. Otherwise, when Sumo appeared, it wouldn't have immediately brought other demonic beasts and come to surround Sumo. Sumo was about to head to the next place when his expression changed and he suddenly stopped. The golden blade awnings flashed continuously, slashing towards the surroundings. Kill 1000 level 2 poisonous insects. Gain 2003 kill points. Kill 1500 level 2 poisonous insects. Gain 3465 kill points. Kill 500 level 3 poisonous insects. Gain 876 kill points. Three voices rang out one after another. Sumo flew with his imperial sword and stood in the air, staring at the mist in the distance. There was a figure standing at that place, unable to see his face. There was still mist floating between the two, and it looked a little hazy. In the mist, only that one black shadow could be seen. Its arm raised, and a melodious sound rang out. Rustling, rolling up in the ground, including the surrounding trees appeared as demonic beasts, poisonous insects, scorpions, and venomous worms, converged together, exuding scarlet gazes, all staring at Sumo. Sumo took a deep breath. This mysterious guy was quite brainy. As long as Sumo was poisoned and his movements were slowed down, at that time these poisonous insects would swarm to him and kill him in one fell swoop. These poisonous insects were all manipulated by that man in black. With a change in the sound of the flute, the poisonous insects all came at Sumo. Many of the venomous insects changed on their bodies around them, smoke coming out of their bodies. After Sumo saw it, no more holding back. The power of gold shelters around you, and the power of wind strengthens you. The speed is as fast as it can be. Even if he flew with his imperial sword, it would be difficult to fly to that black-robed man. That guy was too cautious and was far away from Sumo. Not to mention that these were experience values, and Sumo wanted to harvest a wave. Kill 3,000 level 3 poisonous insects. Gained 366 kill points. Kill 2,000 level 2 vermin. Gained 164 kill points. Stacked waves. The blade intent was added, and the stacked wave blade was utilized by Sumo to its fullest extent. As the blade was swung, layers of blade intent, like giant waves, continued on and on. Kill 5,000 level 3 vipers. Gain 450 kill points. Kill 3,000 level 2 poisonous insects. Gain 468 kill points. Kill 300 grade 4 poisonous insects. Gain 1378 kill points. The sound of the flute in the distance kept changing. Before it was calm and peaceful. Now it suddenly erupted into a murderous rage, only to see the demonic beasts that surrounded Sumo. Their bodies suddenly suffused with a blood-red light. Sumo was shocked in his heart. This guy was actually directly able to control the demonic beasts to storm out. How is this possible? Or so many demonic beasts? Chopper. The fourfold blade intent was superimposed. With one swing of the blade, more than 10 meters of golden blade awnings rushed and swung in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The ground continued to explode, and the golden blade intent was like plowing through the ground. Where Sumo stood, 20 meters in circumference, not a single poisonous insect appeared. Kill 1,000 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 680 kill points. Kill 10,000 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 10,080 kill points. Kill 7,000 level 2 demonic beasts. Gained 15,798 kill points. The black shadow in the distance, putting down his flute. The poisonous insects that he had summoned under his control had already been killed by Sumo in just a minute. These demonic beasts were not necessarily able to stop Sumo, but Sumo had to kill the demonic beasts cleanly. There must be a secret hidden here. Sumo carried the knife and stood in place, staring at that black shadow with a deadly stare. The dark shadow gave him a sense of danger. Sumo knew that this guy was definitely a member of the Forever Living organization. The rank can be much higher than Su Ballad. Chopper. Sumo swung out his sword, and the blade instantly came to the black shadow. Only the black shadow waved the flute, and with a bang, the golden blade aura shattered. Chapter 98, Sumo. Cherish your next time. Demonic Beast Manipulator. Sumo flew with his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he came to this person's side. The blade turned around and was grasped in Sumo's hand. The body descended from the sky, falling headfirst against the bizarre black shadow. Bang! There was a crunch and sparks flew. Seeing that his strike was blocked, Suro used his strength to rebound and his body leapt up once more, once again falling on his head. Bang! This time the bizarre black shadow's body landed on top of the ground with both feet. Seek death. A hoarse voice rang out as if it were a ghost. The black shadow's knees bounced as if they were springs, and Sumore's body had long since jumped into the distance. When he fought him just now, Sumore was careful in every way. This guy can manipulate poison, so maybe it's all around him. In case this guy S on you, it's a waste. Oh, is that all the people from the Forever Living organization have? Sumore looked at this person and mocked. The person's head was seen raised and wearing a ghostly mask. Even at the eyes there was only a very small slit open. Dare to insult eternal life. You take your death. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, the flute began to play. Sumore's expression tightened. It was actually a means of soul attack. Wind power appeared and those voices couldn't carry around. The power of gold transformed into a protective wall against his body. The masked man's expression changed when he saw Sumore's means. It was amazing that both attributes could be used so skillfully. The affinity should be very high. The flute changed and the surroundings shook. After Sumore saw the scene, he secretly said, "This is only right. Who wants to give you a fight?" Sumore knows that it is impossible to kill this guy. The strength is not weak. Not to mention that the body is full of poison. Need to be careful everywhere. Killing these junkies also increases kill points. The ghost-faced man didn't know that Sumore had already used him as a toolman for swiping kill points. Seeing a few level 5 demonic beasts appear, Sumore's expression changed. 5th level 2nd rank, equivalent to Divine Soul 2nd rank. He was only 4th rank. How could he beat it? So how to act? Just now, Sumore didn't bring out his true strength, just to paralyze this guy. It looks like it's going to continue to play out. Several 5th level demonic beasts surrounded Sumore in the center. The ground rolled up just as Sumore landed. Even the eyes kept searching for a direction in which they could escape. After the ghost-faced man saw this scene, his eyes revealed ferocity. The flute is also more distant. The ground rolled up, and the densely packed poisonous insects appeared once more. After Sumore felt the movement around him stop, he knew that this guy had already summoned all the demonic beasts he could. Then the killing begins next. Chopping sky. Stacking waves. Kill 10. 000 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 23. 560 kill points. Kill 24,000 level 1 poisonous insects. Gain 2,280 kill points. Kill 9. 000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 29. 450 kill points. Kill 1. 000 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 5. 116 kill points. Kill 15 level 5 demonic beasts. Gain 80 kill points. The masked man stopped and stared at Sumore incredulously. Dog, you're messing with me. The ghost-faced man saw that just now. Sumore was still struggling to cope with the level 5 demonic beasts, and in the blink of an eye, he suddenly exploded and directly killed all the demonic beasts he had summoned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fooled you twice. You really think you're good. Sumore's fingers touched the knife, and it curled a bit again. $35 billion. That's really not much. Sumore moved and carried his sword to kill at this person. A strong wind appeared and suddenly blew towards Sumore. Nearing the heel, a wind from the opposite direction appeared. The ghost-faced man was caught off guard, and directly fell to the ground stiffly in place. Sumo did not step forward, casually cutting down a large tree and smashing it against this person. The masked man moved as if he were a ghost and floated out. Sumore's gaze coalesced. Sure enough, this guy with poison all over his body wasn't easy to deal with. Even the man was surrounded by poison, and where he stood, there was poison in the air. You can tell by seeing the snorting, smoking tree. These people are crazy and the set is still deep. The masked man patted his black robe. I'm surprised you didn't fall for it. Nice. Sumore's eyes narrowed. He already knew this guy's strength just now. The 7th level of Divine Soul. He was also afraid of Sumore and didn't dare to go all out. Years of hard work in cultivating poisonous insects were all destroyed by you. I'll keep this account today. Sumore. Cherish your next moments. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, his body fluttered and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Sumore's eyes narrowed as he looked at the direction the ghost-faced man left. The corner of his mouth rose. Sumore still had a way to leave him behind if he wanted to. With so many people in the Eternal Life Organization, and Sue Rouge dead, maybe this guy is the next Sue Rouge, or has a relationship with the next person in charge, manipulating demonic beasts and knowing their roots. But if there was a bit of a breeze, Sumore would be able to know. Not to mention that Sumore had other ideas. The blood chi around them began to diffuse out, and Sumore similarly turned to leave. This place was close to the red zone, so there might be some powerful demonic beasts appearing. Sure found a safe place to look at the panel. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Soul 4, 0/140000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Wavy, 0/500000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete, Dao E, Fourfold Blade E. Domain, Killing God's Domain, Primary, 14 meters, 0 of 1, 000. Psychic Attributes, Gold, Affinity, 100, Wood, Affinity, 30, 0/3000, Water, Affinity, 28, 0/2800, Fire, Affinity, 70, 0/7000, Earth, Affinity, 29, 0/2900, Wind, Affinity, 100, Thunder, Affinity, 13, 0/1300, Space, Affinity, 15, 0/15000, Time, Affinity, 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 288564. Sumor didn't choose to add on strength, but instead chose to add on the affinity for fire. Since he needed to give those people a small shock, let them be completely shocked, and I believe that when the time comes, the people from the Forever Living organization will definitely not let him go. Didn't those people love research? Sumor didn't believe they wouldn't be moved. Straight away, the affinity for fire was increased to 100, and there were 25,000 kill points left. Sumor took out the map and saw a marked location on the map, which was already a red area and a place where a large number of demonic beasts gathered. Taking a deep breath, he reversed a direction and hurried in that direction. Even if Sumor ran with all his might, it would take most of a day to enter that area. Just when Sumor was risking his life to hunt demonic beasts in order to give others a shock. There are 5 other key academies in the North Academy that have already posted. The North Academy and the 5 key academic institutions have joined forces to open a feast. The freshman examination, the graduate examination, and the entire live broadcast, so that everyone in the North District will know the elegance of these martial artists. After the news was released, it once again shocked everyone in the North District. What was this going to do? This was something unprecedented in the North District. In the middle of the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu was also a bit confused when she saw the post released by the Northern Academy and the 5 key academies. To build momentum or something, or for some other reason, Baiyu kept pondering the intentions of those old guys, and her brain suddenly reacted. Murphy. Chapter 99, Crazy Sumor. Great Harvest. While Shirayuki was thinking about it, the phone rang. Sister, what do you think those old guys are doing? Baishio's puzzled voice came from the opposite side. Baiyu didn't say anything. She already had a guess in her mind. She just didn't dare to be sure. It can't really be a campaign for Sumor, right? Baishio guessed. It's also possible that it's for the sake of building up momentum for Sumor. I think they want to create a team that can fight against the Forever Living organization. This time, whether it's the freshman entrance examination or the graduation examination, it's probably because the old man wants Sumor to select a group of people to deal with the Eternal Life organization. Shirayuki told Baishu his inner thoughts, and Baishu on the other end of the phone quieted down. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the dean already knows something inside that we don't. Then this squad that was formed will probably know all the hidden secrets, including how the 10th district disappeared. Baishio had emotion in his voice. There were many secrets that even they were not qualified to know. His sister should know a little bit more limited. It looks like I'm going to treat that kid well in the future. Baishio spoke in an emotional tone. Just watch your gait. After Baiyu hung up the phone, her gaze was contemplative as she looked into the distance. Presumably that brat had gone out to hunt demonic beasts again. The wounds haven't even healed yet, so I'm really not afraid to die outside the city. It's really worrying. With the Northern Academy and the 5 other key academies posting, time flashed by and 5 days had passed. Sumo, who was still outside the city at this moment, had his eyes dead set on the distance. Those demonic beasts that seemed to be walking around carelessly kept their gazes warily fixed on their surroundings. Sumor's domain quietly unfolded. Feeling the faint fluctuations coming from the ground, the corner of Sumor's mouth rose. Rather, he hadn't thought that hunting demonic beasts along the way would actually lead him to the ghost-faced man who manipulated them. Even after awakening the power of the soul, it was very difficult to see the mists in the distance. Sumori guessed that there was an underground research room here as well. And it's not small. Those who denigrated Sumor collaborated with the traitors, tried to use explosives to make things happen, and before they were finished, they were directly arrested. But Sumor left a lot behind. That would come in handy this time. Sumo's body moved, transforming into a ghost, and the hidden concealment skill was unleashed, using the mist to avoid the detection of the demonic beasts. At this moment, Sumor had already noticed the rolling in the ground. That aura Sumor was too familiar with. It was the golden corpse insect again. Sumor took out his Shin iron sword and dug out a deep pit in no time. After sensing a fluctuation in the distance, the metallic power stopped and planted the explosives. then change a few places and continue. Sumo buried the explosives that were left behind, all of them, disappearing into a ghost. He stopped in the distance, a smile on his lips. In his hand, he took out an object and pressed it gently. Boom, 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 boom. A dozen or so outbursts in succession continued to ring out. The fire was sky high, the ground was constantly collapsing, and there were all sorts of instrument fragments shooting about. Kill 70. 000 level 3 golden corpse bugs. Gain 230. 576 kill points. Kill 20. 000 level 4 golden corpse bugs and gain 94. 268 kill points. Kill 10. 000 level 4 poisonous insects. Gain 43. 758 kill points. Kill 3. 000 devils of the demon realm of descent. Gain 13. 546 kill points. Kill 8. 000 divine orifice realm demons. Gain 25. 400 kill points. Sumo had long since run away. This was the red zone, and with such a big commotion, those demonic beasts would definitely come over. The corners of Sumo's mouth couldn't stop rising. These things were so powerful that they had exceeded Sumo's imagination. When those people had left these things for him, they had said that they were extremely powerful, and that they had rarely seen them. 2 safety pods jetted out of the firelight and flew off into the distance. The ground then began to roar as a kilometer-sized demonic beast appeared, its gaze fixed on the place where the fire appeared. There was even a demonic beast that casually spat out ice arrows, and the ground turned into ice, spreading out to the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, several thousand meters in a radius were turned into an ice field like. The flames went out and the ice power disappeared. That stuff, it's pretty much a defense. Find it and kill it. Just at this time, a low roar rang out. The converging demonic beast's pupils changed and their bodies trembled. Wang Su has awakened. Go back quickly. Several demonic beasts disappeared in the blink of an eye. The safety pod that flew a few thousand meters away opened, and 2 lumbering bodies stepped out of it. After climbing out, smoke was still coming out of his body. Who? Which did it? Don't let me know. One of the ghost-faced men. His voice was grumpy, like an angry rooster. The other patted his shirt and held a flute in his hand. One person suddenly came to his mind, and that was Sumo. But this was a red zone. There was no way Sumo would come to this place. Could it be that the demonic beasts were deliberately messing with it? After so many years, I haven't been in such a sorry state, and I vow not to take this revenge. Tyrannical son, be quiet, don't make any noise. This is the most dangerous place. If we invite the demonic beasts here, we will die here. Blood flute, shut up, you waste of space, cultivating poisonous insects, going out on a trip, almost dead. You still have the face to come back. If I were you, I'd go straight to reincarnation. Gave you face? You think I'm afraid of you? Don't forget the mission above. Can't finish you and I both can't eat. I could have done it myself. I don't know what I'm doing sending a punk like you over here. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They keep sending stupid people. There was that Sue Rouge, who was hopelessly stupid, and now there's this goon like you. After that, the two stood opposite each other and fought in no time. When the two people came back to their senses and realized the demonic beasts gathering around them, they ran without saying a word. After settling down, Storm's son took out one thing and didn't find any trace of anyone. No, that explosive seems to be something I just researched, and now it's actually being used against me. Grass. Who did it? How dare they? Hearing Storm's son say this, Blood Flute raised his head. If anyone has the guts to do this, I'm afraid it's only one person. Storm's son looked at the Blood Flute's grave expression and his head lurched, thinking of the person in the photo. You're talking about the devious and cunning Sumo. Blood Flute nodded. He's the most likely. That guy doesn't follow the norm. But how did he manage to find out where we were hiding? So coincidentally, after saying that the two men were on guard, one of the two of them wouldn't be a traitor, right? It suddenly occurred to me that if they were traitors, they would have been split up long ago. It's probably a mistake. Storm's son suppressed the anger within him. That Sumo seems to be starting school soon. Since that's the case, it's good to give him a few big gifts. After tyrannical Yang finished speaking, there was madness, cruelty, and bloodlust in his gaze. Chapter 100 Drunken Sumo and Bayou. Sumo ran all the way until he left the red zone before his mind relaxed. The next step is to see what you get. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Soul 4, 0/140000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Wavy, 0/500000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete, Dao E, Fourfold Blade E. Domain, Killing God's Domain, Primary, 14 meters, 0 of 1. 000. Spiritual attributes, gold, affinity 100, wood, affinity 30, 0/3000, water, affinity 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity 100, earth, affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity 100, thunder, affinity 13, 0/1300, space, affinity 15, 0/15,000, time, affinity 1, 0/1000, kill points, 620, 000. This time, he gained more than 600, 000 kill points, which brought a huge surprise to Sumo. Needless to say, definitely first raise the strength. Sumo continuously add points. The surrounding aura is also rapidly converging in Sumo's body. Not long after, a small storm appeared. Divine Soul 5th, 6th, 7th, and it only stopped after breaking through the 7th. The kill value is also depleted. After Sumo's breakthrough ended, he found the demonic beast and began to familiarize himself with the power within his body. Kill 1 level 5. 4th order demonic beast. Gain 5. 4 kill points. Kill 1 level 5. 6th order demonic beast. Gain 5. 6 kill points. After the power was familiarized, Sumo turned around and ran towards the city. It's been out for a couple days now, and it's about time for school to start. Bai Zhang planned to close the city gates when he saw a figure running in the distance. Extremely fast, like a spirit swallow. Only after the person stood still did Bai Xiu see that it was Sumo returning. Sumo, I've realized that you this very much have a sense of time, Bai Xiu said without a clue, leaving Sumo confused. What does this say? Sumo looked at Bai Xiu suspiciously. The city gates are closing. You're back. You're going to the north courtyard tomorrow, and you're coming back this evening, so that means you have a very good sense of time, Bai Xiu said cheerfully. Sumo glanced at Bai Xiu. If you can't kiss ass, don't kiss ass. Look at your gait. Bai Xiu looked at his back as he left in the distance. He just turned around and left mercilessly, like he didn't have a care in the world. Nope, and cursed him. Open your mouth and instantly red warm. Gar, you're great. You go on making waves. And when the Eternal Life Organization is madly looking for trouble from you, don't ask me for help. After Sumo arrived at the Martial Artist Guild, he saw that Bai Yu was still busy, walked to the front and sat down on his butt. Yo, so busy, got time to entertain me? After Bai Yu raised her head and saw Sumo, a hint of laughter flared in her gaze, followed by a roll of her white eyes. Don't worry, I won't miss you even if you die outside. Seeing Sumo return, Bai Yu was no longer worried and began to organize the information. How about I give you another performance increase? Sumo also didn't continue to talk nonsense, took out a storage ring and then handed Sumo the martial artist badge. Shirayuki took the ring, found a room, and began to liquidate its contents. She knew that every time Sumo came back, he would bring a large amount of demonic beast materials. Half an hour later, Bai Yu came out, throwing the martial artist badge to Sumo. He lowered his head and continued to organize the things inside his hand. Sumo looked at the deposits inside, $150 billion, and his heart was shocked. What's with all the money? Sister Bai Yu, I know I'm handsome and you like me, but it's not too good to be so blatant. Sumo stared at Bai Yu and snickered. Don't think too much. Last time the demonic beasts attacked the city, so many demonic beast materials collected. Part of it was used to exchange materials to repair the city wall. The remaining money, as long as the ones who contributed, will be rewarded, and you share the most, a full 70 billion. By the way, the Xian iron gate in your ring, I didn't move it. It didn't occur to me that you still have such a good thing. Go to the north courtyard and look for your master. Let him forge a sword for you. Shirayuki raised her head to find Sumo gently staring at her, which made Shirayuki wary. What do you want? Sister Bai Yu is so good to me. It's really too touching. Why don't I give my body in return? It won't bother me if I condescend a little. Sumo headed to the sofa and casually said. Bai Yu ignored Sumo and continued to organize things, and Sumo stopped making a sound. We're leaving Z9 City tomorrow. When Bai Yu finished her work, Sumo stood up. Come on, go out for a stroll. Hearing Sumo open his mouth, Bai Yu did not refuse. The two people walked out of the Martial Artist Guild and walked on the road. The orange streetlights shone on the two people as if they were divine couples. When Bai Yu came back to her senses, she realized that Sumo had already brought her to the cemetery. What kind of a grown man brings someone to a cemetery in the middle of the night? At this moment, Sumo had stopped. Sumo knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Dad, Mom, my son has come to see you, and that Whitey is dead. Bai Yu didn't say anything, silently kneeling next to Sumo, looking at the two people on top of the photo. After a while, Sumo stood up and pulled Bai Yu up, turning to another place. This was the place where Zhao Yun was buried. Taking out a bottle of wine and a wineglass from the space, He poured it full and placed it in front of the tombstone. Uncle Zhao, Auntie and Xiao Mo have already made arrangements. You don't have to worry. After Sumor was done, he brought Bai Yu to the snack street. Sumor, President Bai is here. Many people quickly gathered over after seeing Sumor. The fireworks were the most soothing, and a smile appeared on Sumor's face. Uncles and aunts, I just came to have a bite to eat. No need to be like this. Sumor had just finished speaking when someone pulled Sumor to find a place to sit. Come on, sit down. Sit down. Sumor just sat down, and in no time the table was full of food. Eat up. It won't be good if it gets cold. We'll leave you alone. It's not enough for you to shout. The older men and women left with a look of gossip on their faces. Eat it. It's all from the uncles and aunts. Sumor is no longer polite. Hot weather. Eat a few strings of barbecue. Drink a glass of cold beer. Beautiful. By the time the two got home, it was 12 o'clock at night. Sumor indulged once in a while, and the little bit of consciousness that was left disappeared instantly when he touched the bed, and was enveloped in darkness. Bai Yu collapsed beside Sumo. Her cheeks were flushed, her Judan was open, and there was the smell of wine radiating out. Looking at Sumo who collapsed beside her, her consciousness was gradually swallowed up. The next day, Bai Yu was the first to wake up, and opened her eyes in a daze. Looking at Sumo lying beside her, she almost shouted out, her legs still resting on Sumo's back. Looking back, this is Sumor's room. It's over. What happened yesterday? Seeing that there was no difference in the two men's clothes, Shirayuki stole a sigh of relief and tiptoed out of the room. Sumor continued to lie on the bed and didn't open his eyes. Only the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Chapter 101 My waist hurts. Sister Bai Yu is so good. Shirayuki washed up and sat on the couch like it was nothing. After a while, Sumor rubbed his eyes and walked out sleepily. Why does the waist hurt so much? It feels like it's being pressed by something overnight. It's so hard. Sumor stretched a lazy waist and muttered inside his mouth. Bai Yu blushed, took a deep breath, and stared at Sumo. You were as drunk as a dead man yesterday. Maybe your sleeping position was too enchanting and twisted your bones. Bai Yu teased. It's really possible. It's still Sister Bai Yu who has a good capacity for alcohol. Just like a person who is fine. Seeing Sumor turn around and enter the restroom to wash up, Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This matter couldn't be known to Sumor, or her image would be completely ruined. When Sumor packed up and locked the door, Bai Yu looked at Sumor who stood in the doorway in silence and did not urge. Go on, come back and visit again sometime. After the two arrived at the Martial Artist Guild, Bai Xiu was already waiting. Eyes fell on the two men, constantly surveying them. You two aren't doing anything behind my back, are you? For coming so late, Bai Xiu moved closer, sniffing his nose, and the faint odor of alcohol. Did you two drink last night? It's not like you're going to get drunk and sleep in the same room. Sumor and also Bai Yu blushed. You didn't sleep on him, did you, sister? Bang. Ouch. Bai Xiu covered his eyes and crouched on the ground, sucking in cool air inside his mouth. Try slandering me before you dare. After Bai Yu finished speaking, she turned around and left. One of Bai Xiu's eyes was black and purple as he stood up and looked at Sumor. I told you. Bang. Egu. I lua mother ah. There is the king's law. There is someone to control it? After Sumor gave Bai Xiu a punch, he followed Bai Yu's back and left, leaving Bai Xiu squatting on the ground and wailing continuously. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Bai Yu was about to get on the helicopter when Sumor suddenly pulled Bai Yu. Don't go up there. It was only after some thought that Shirayuki responded. Sumor then arranged a few sentences towards the driver, who had a stony face and finally nodded heavily. The roaring sound of the helicopter disappeared, and half an hour later, Sumor's phone rang. Someone did intercept. Luckily I jumped early or I would have died. Sumor took a deep breath. He knew that those people would be staring at him. He didn't think that it was so heartless. Even after you get to the North Yard, it's not going to be quiet. The three changed helicopters before leaving Z9 City. On the airplane, Bai Yu looked at the plane-looking Sumor, not thinking that this brat could actually grow to this point. After a few hours had passed, the luxurious building could be seen from high up in the sky. In particular, the gate, which was several hundred meters high, had the words North Courtyard written on it. After the plane landed, the entrance was already filled with a dense crowd, eyes dead set on the helicopter. Even a number of girls, licking the corners of their mouths, finally come and get to see the living Sumor. It didn't occur to me that the dean unknowingly accepting a shut-in disciple is actually so demonic, worthy of being the dean. Sumor is only 18 years old and is already in the divine soul realm. Someone like this must be grasped. Yes, such a little man. It's the easiest to fool. Maybe find a chance. Raw rice. He is mine. But it's a bit troublesome that Bai Yu has been following her around. As you all know, Bai Yu is a legend in our northern courtyard. if she snatches Sumo, our chances will be slim. What are you afraid of? You're forgetting Bayu's nemesis. Do you think she'll watch Sumo being chased by her? Not to mention that Shirayuki has quite a few suitors, so it's all a chance for us. Many people had already begun to imagine their lives after getting Sumo. The helicopter landed and Shirayuki Somo stepped out. Baisho followed behind, a pair of panda eyes very abrupt. Fortunately, the crowd's gazes all fell on Sumo. Shirayuki's gaze fell on the other woman. A head of black fell naturally, and his small, palm-sized face was devoid of any mood swings. When Bayu appeared, his eyes fell on Bayu without even looking at Sumo behind him. Brother Sumo, you're finally here. At this time among the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out, running towards Sumo. After the crowd heard the voice, their gazes coalesced. They hadn't seen this person before. Emotionally and Sumo knew each other. Sumo's complexion tightened as he pulled Bayu behind him, turning into a ghost. He kicked the man in the sky. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. The people who were still talking suddenly quieted down. A rain of blood landed in the sky. The power of gold appeared and transformed into a barrier, blocking Sumo and also Bayu's head. Only Baishio reacted a little slower, and blood rained down on his body. Shirayuki froze for a moment, her face gradually grimacing. The onlookers at this moment were equally appalled in their hearts. What's the situation? Those traitors messed things up. It looks like their heart to kill Sumo is not dead. Fortunately Sumo has reacted. Otherwise, the dean is definitely going to be angry this time. What I'm wondering is if our northern courtyard has been infiltrated as well. After this speculation came out, many people's faces changed. A few figures came from the distance, and after seeing that Sumo did not have any accidents, they breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhang, we meet again. All disperse. What are you gathering here for? Teacher Zhang shouted at the students and then led Sumo Bayu towards the dean's office. Sumo, this is the current northern district. Those traitors have gone rampant to this extent. It's okay. It's still within the realm of acceptability. I thought they were going to blow up the north yard. When Mr. Zhang heard this, he laughed out loud. This kid, he can still comfort people. There are big hidden crises that we can pull out in secret, and there are many small things that we can't take into account, so you have a heavy burden. Zhang Jingxin patted Sumo's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Sumo didn't say anything. Powerful demonic beasts, latent traitors, and the hearts of the people were dialed in. Even the northern courtyard was tired of dealing with it. The big crises had already exhausted these powerful people, and those small crises kept appearing. After arriving at the dean's office, Sumo looked at the 5 people in the room. Their Qixin was like an abyss, and their momentum was like a taishan. Long Lintian sat at the top, looking at Sumo. Bayu, his gaze was filled with relief. Have a seat. It's been a long trip. Sumo and also Bayu found a place to sit down and quietly looked at Long Lintian. How does it feel? The 5 people looked at Sumo in unison, which caused Sumo to be under a lot of pressure. Take a deep breath and regain your composure. Pretty hilarious. Hearing Sumo's reply, the 5 people looked at each other, expecting Sumo to mouth off a bit. Tomorrow all the people from the 5 great academies will come over. The day after tomorrow will start the freshman assessment. After the freshman assessment is over, the graduates assessment will start, and you will have to take part in it. This time it will take the form of a live broadcast. Do you have any ideas? The dean and also the 4 vice deans looked at Sumo at the same time. Chapter 102, Blown Up House. Angry cried dead right. Sumo pondered a bit. When he saw this message, he guessed a bit of his master's intention. With so many students in the North Academy, not everyone wants to be the leader. There must be hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I think it's good to have all students participate. After Long Linian heard this, his fingers tapped on the desktop, obviously pondering Sumo's idea and the feasibility of this approach. Could it be that Sumo used this method to find out the traitors hiding among the students? I do think it's good. We don't know how much the North Academy has been infiltrated now, and with this one, we're counting on a new perception of the students. Long Lin Tian nodded. As for the method of assessment, what is your opinion? Sumo froze. This is still asking him why. You should have formulated it. Think of the airplane accident on the way here, and the accident at the door just now. I think that there will be someone who will set the test for us. It's even dangerous. Very dangerous. Long Lintian and the 4 vice deans' expressions changed, and they also suddenly thought of something. Get some rest and be ready for the day after tomorrow. As for the crisis that has arisen against you in the North Courtyard, you need to resolve it yourself. Besides, this is what you want. Long Ling-tu stared at Sumo with a smile. After Sumo and also Bayu left the conference room, Long Lin Tian looked at the 4 vice deans. How? The 4 vice presidents knew that it was their turn to make a decision. May. Thunderstorm was the first to support it. May. Vice President Nyo agreed. May. Vice President Yi Jianyu nodded his head. May. Vice President Sunwei nodded his head similarly. Then, that plan of ours will begin. And whoever leaks it out should know the consequences. Long Lingta's voice was grave. The four men nodded. Bai Yu, who had already left at the moment, and Su Mor, walked on the road. What do you think they're up to? Bai Yu inquired as she stared at Su Mor. I don't know. Su Mor answered without thinking. Whether you don't know or you don't want to talk about it, or, you've figured out a way. Bai Yu knew that Su Mor had a lot of ghostly ideas, and acting like a quail at this time was absolutely impossible. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to earth. We are in the light. The enemy is in the dark. The Eternal Life Organization, the traitors, and the demonic beasts are all enemies. We are surrounded by enemies, so we can only take one step and see what happens. After Su Mor finished speaking, he suddenly tapped his head. I haven't asked where I live yet. Come with me. I have a separate house. Shirayuki said walking forward. Sister Bai Yu, you want to live with me so badly. Aren't you afraid that people will misunderstand? Bai Yu walked in front. Hearing Su Mor's words, she turned back and rolled a blank stare. At the same time a person appeared in front of him, blocking Shirayuki's path. You can't go back. I have something for you. The roadblocker's voice was clear and cold. Shirayuki's brows knitted together as she looked at the woman blocking the way. Get out of the way. I don't have time to play with you right now. Bai Yu was about to peel away Jiang Xin when she finished speaking. You've fallen so far that your guard has gradually dropped. Jiang Xin looked at Bai Yu and said, then glanced coldly at Su Mo with killing intent. Su Mor was speechless. This woman couldn't be a BB. Thinking of this, Su Mo stepped forward, took Bai Yu's hand, and reached out to embrace Bai Yu in his arms. Luna, who is she? Bai Yu blushed. This brat couldn't say a word in advance, or let people have a mental preparation. Let go of your hand or, before Jiang Xin could finish speaking, Sumo's shin iron blade was already on her neck. How about otherwise? Go on. I've been threatened by so many people. Who are you? Jiang Xin's expression stiffened, staring at Su Mo with an ugly face. How dare he? How dare he? Jiang Xin flexed his fingers and the shin iron blade left his neck, his body taking a step backwards. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the disciple of the dean. Do you believe it or not? I will kill you. Su Mor put the shin iron sword away and reached out his hand to fan it at his nose. TSK, 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 what a big sour smell. It can't be that someone didn't get the dean's eye, and is jealous here, and then is desperately trying to prove herself, so that the dean will feel that not choosing her in the first place was a wrong decision. Egu, what era is it? There are still people like this. It's really a long time to live. It's shameless. I've heard that people like this are narrow-minded and selfish, with only themselves in their eyes. And in the end they harm others and themselves. Stupidity is not self-awareness. Cultivation instead becomes slower and slower. Slowly the demons of the heart appear, and in the end nothing is accomplished. Shirayuki almost laughed out loud, lowering her head and covering her mouth to keep from laughing. You. Jiang Xin's onion fingers stretched out, pointing at Su Mor, the killing intent in her eyes undisguised. If you have the ability to beat me during the test, what's the point of blabbering now? Look at you. Standing there, you can't tell the difference between before and after. If I were you, I'd have been too ashamed to be seen. Where would I come out and flaunt it? And look at my Yu. TSK, 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 TSK. Besides, I'm only 18. How old are you? You can't still be as good as me. Big sister. Hurry up and go home to cultivate. Finally Jiang Xin lowered her finger and turned to leave, 2 drops of crystals falling to the ground as she walked away. Su Mor blinked as if scolding and crying. Shirayuki left Su Mor's embrace. That's quite a mouth you have. Shirayuki admired. She didn't mean any harm. She should want to remind us. Su Mor's eyes narrowed. So you deliberately scolded her? Shirayuki had surprise in her eyes. Such a person, with a heart higher than the sky, cannot face himself squarely. And to be able to compete with you means that the talent is not bad. Su Mor explained. TSK, 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 this won't be looking at someone else. Bai Yu looked unhappy. Su Mor shook his head without saying anything. 10 minutes later. Boom. The flames rose, and Shirayuki's complexion became colder. What a way to find death. Sooner or later, I will uproot them one day. Su Mor secretly said that it was really like this. That Jiang Xin probably just wanted to remind them. Looks like she noticed the guys. Come on, let's go find that nemesis of yours. Can't live here anymore? Go disgust her. Shirayuki's complexion changed. It looks like the old man is completely intent on leaving these things to us and not caring himself. Shiroyuki shook his head. If I were master, I wouldn't care. The North End is at stake now. When it comes to self-improvement, those who live in honeypots never grow up. Baiyu stopped in her tracks when she heard Sumore's words, horror in her gaze. Turning his head to stare at Sumore, his eyes held unbelief. So, what's next for master? Shiroyuki's throat rolled a little at the thought of that possibility, and I'm afraid no one would believe it. It's not like it hasn't started yet. What's the rush? Suemo fell back like it was nothing. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Xian opened the door. When she saw Baiyu and Suemo, her expression changed. She was about to close the door. Suemo and Baiyu had already come in. Get out. Zhang Xian's expression was cold. Even if she scolded me, she still came to the door to disgust me. It's a nice place. I'll give you face and stay with you. Zhang Xian began to retort. 5 minutes later, Baiyu looked at Zhang Xian, who was crying out, and had a big headache. And Suemo was like a victorious rooster. As time passed, Sumore stood up violently, his eyes narrowing. Baiyu and also Zhang Xian similarly felt that something was wrong. Then Baiyu and also Zhang Xian fiercely stared at Suemo with wide, unbelievable eyes. How is this possible? Chapter 103 Realm Revealed. Shocking white moon. Zhang Xian was even more shocked. The field, how is it possible? He is only 18 years old. When the North Courtyard was first posted, she also noticed Sumore's situation. Fourfold blade intent, breaking through the divine soul realm. Every one of them was not something that could be done at this age. And now another bomb for her. The field, breaking through the creation realm could lead to the comprehension of domains. And some people were not necessarily able to comprehend them. Sumore could do so at the divine soul realm. Baiyu's heart also set off shocking waves. The last time the person who had denigrated Sumore came to her door, she knew that Sumore already had a prototype of the domain, and it had only been a short time since the domain had been developed. Sumore's eyes narrowed. This northern courtyard is really hiding crouching tigers. After Sumore finished speaking, he turned into a ghost and disappeared into the room. Not long afterward there was a muffled grunt from outside. Bang! 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 The three figures were directly lifted back by Sumore. As for the things in their hands, they had already been confiscated by Sumore. Zhang Xian and Baiyu looked at the three people and shook their heads to show that they didn't recognize them. They shouldn't be from the North Courtyard. It looks like Master has let all the bulls and snakes in. Sumore shook his head. This old man's heart was really big. Come out. Sumore suddenly looked outside as a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Baiyu and also Zhang Xian's gazes coalesced as they stared warily at the bizarre black shadow. Suemo looked at this shadow demon and didn't go forward to behead it. Swish! A piece of paper was directly flung to Sumore by the shadow demon and then disappeared. Sumore took the folded paper and looked at the contents. Sumore, you still remember what happened outside the city. Today is just a little appetizer for you. Next meet well my revenge. Looking at the words on it, Sumore snorted. Baiyu and also Zhang Xian also came over, both of them staring at Sumore at the same time. What did you do again? Nothing. Blowing up a human devil research base is just a matter of tens of thousands of dead human devils and quite a few demonic beasts. Sumore spoke as if nothing had happened. Zhang Xian and also Baiyu froze. This is not yet anything. Looking at the owner of the letter, so much resentment, should be quite angry. Sumore's domain had long been open, and he absently glanced at the few bugs lingering outside. That guy with the flute was really in the middle of the North Courtyard as well. I knew it would be useful to keep that guy. Che, what's the big deal? Zhang Xian said with disdain as the corners of her mouth turned away. Sumore also ignored this arrogant girl, who came over to help if not to kindly remind them. Baiyu's eyes flickered as she thought of Sumore's previous words. Zhang Xian, you've been targeted. Baiyu reminded. I know. Zhang Xian's complexion gazed down. Sumore walked to the sofa and directly lifted it over, revealing the explosives inside. Zhang Xian's pupils contracted. Sumore flew with his sword, grabbed Baiyu and also Zhang Xian, and quickly left. Rumble. A fire shot up into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Sumore's eyes narrowed. Just now he noticed that those bugs around him suddenly burrowed into the firelight. It looked like that guy was getting more and more careful in what he did. One controls bugs and the other just knows how to play with explosives. These two people combined were really not to be underestimated. At least they weren't as stupid as Su Rouge. After Sumore put the two people down, he pulled Baiyu away. In vain, Zhang Xian was left in place. You remind us once. I'll save your life. Sumore said without looking back. Zhang Xian stood in place with her mouth open, looking at the departing Sumore, with a tangled expression that revealed who knows what she was thinking. You're so overbearing. You're not afraid of others falling in love with you. Baiyu rushed at Sumore and asked. I'm not that charismatic yet, right? Besides, who likes an arrogant girl? If you want to like it, it's also Sister Baiyu who loves people like this, and in the future, the milk powder money will be saved. Hearing Sumore's snark, Baiyu covered her mouth and laughed out, reacting by grabbing Sumore and about to beat him up. Don't move. Be careful. Sumore suddenly became serious. Baiyu was startled. Her movements stopped. Her gaze coalesced and rushed over to observe the surroundings. Reacting, Sumore had already run away. Stinky Sumore, you tricked me again. After Baiyu finished speaking, she chased after Sumore. At this moment, Baiyu and Sumo did not know that there were still a few people observing them in the dark. The corner of Long Lin Tian's mouth rose as he looked at the backs of the two people leaving. I didn't think that after Sumore came over, he drew out so many bulls and devils that he hadn't noticed before. Vice President Lei said in a depressed manner, after the 5 key academies come over tomorrow, there will be even more bulls and ghosts, and they'll show up in all sorts of ways. Did you guys notice the explosion just now? Long Lin Tian looked at the remnants of the fire. You mean those bugs? Vice President Lei noticed those poisonous insects just now. Just as he finished, his brain lurched and he tapped his head. I suddenly remembered that when Sumore designed to capture Suro, there was the sound of a flute that appeared, and then there were densely packed poisonous insects. Vice President Lei's eyes suddenly narrowed after he thought of this. It looks like a teacher has been infiltrated as well, and is hiding quite deeply. Long Lin too didn't say anything. As for who it is, it's still difficult to investigate and he won't be exposed. It's just a small fight right now. Let's go. The North Courtyard hasn't been this lively for a long time. Long Lin Tian's figure disappeared into the darkness. The other 4 vice presidents, likewise, disappeared. These small things were not their turn to make a move. It was just the right time to exercise Sumore. Half an hour later, Bai Xiu stood outside the door, covering his eyes. Is there any heavenly justice? Is there any king's law? Are there people like you? I'm really convinced that you guys are sick, waking me up in the middle of the night to guard your gates. Are you guys heavenly kings or whoever? Baiyu, at least I'm your big brother. Can you show me some respect? I'll just intern and watch the gate for a while. And you really think I'm a gatekeeper? Come out and fight one-on-one if you can. Bai Xiu shouted. Fine, I'll let you have 3 moves. Baiyu's voice came out. Bai Xiu sat on the doorstep and looked at the moon in the sky. He was the only one whose sadness was reached. Early the next morning, Bai Xiu just opened his eyes and looked at the densely packed people in front of him, hurriedly standing up and rubbing his eyes, then smoothed his hair a bit and flashed a masculine, bright smile. Early in the morning, so many girls to find. The mood is great. Ha, these 2 in front. Aren't they the sisters Sumore brought out before? Yi Shaoshi and also Lu Demon's faces crumpled as they looked at the people following behind them. Bai Xiu greeted him. Get out of the way. We're here to see Sumore. Bai Xiu opened his mouth and couldn't afford to mess with it. Sumore and also Baiyu just came out and were shocked to see the battle outside. Brother Sumore, I brought you breakfast. Brother Sumore, look, today my sister specially wore black silk for you. Oh, Brother Sumore, what kind of dress up do you like? Maid, black silk, white silk, fishing net, teacher, as long as you open your mouth, I can do it all. Warm water, ice water is fine. Chapter 104, The Centuries-Old Sword in the North Courtyard. Sumore was frozen in place. Baiyu had been dumbfounded. Is this how chasing boys is played nowadays? So bold, so open? Sumore was also taken aback. He had never been this nervous when facing a demonic beast. Sumore carefully observed these people. There must be quite a few people from the Forever Living organization in there. As for the purpose could be imagined. Yi Shaoshi and also Lu Demon stood in place, neither of them able to insert their mouths. All shut up. To be fair, fight. Whoever wins, whoever is qualified to choose Sumore. Loser quits. Not bad. That's a good idea. Bah, shame on you. You're older than us, and you started school before us. Not bad, we're the same age as Brother Sumore. You older leftover girls, don't think about old cows eating young grass. Sumore and also Bai Xiu quietly felt their way back. They felt a fury roll, with a roar, like a lion's roar. The doorway, which was still noisy, instantly quieted down. You want to die? I'll let you. Is it because I'm not at the academy these days and you think it's okay again? As senior sisters, there's nothing wrong with dragging you guys to the martial arts arena to practice, right? After Baiyu finished speaking, her eyes narrowed as she stared at these people blocking the doorway, except for Lu Demon. Yi Shaoshi, dispersed in a flurry. Stinky straight man, why didn't you come over yesterday to find us to sleep? Willow Demon pinched her waist. Don't slander me. When did I get so close to you guys? Sumore's head exploded for a while. I mean, why don't you go stay at our place? Willow Demon also felt that what she said was wrong. Big sister, please say it clearly next time. Otherwise it will easily cause misunderstanding. Wait, you guys, look what that is. Sumo suddenly pointed to a place and sounded alarmed. The crowd rushed to look. There were no clouds in the sky. There was nothing. When he came back to his senses, Sumo had already disappeared. After Sumo came out, he wiped the sweat above his forehead. These people were really troublesome. It looked like a way to get them to stop pestering themselves. Either that or hit them hard. Stand still. Sumo suddenly stopped and looked at the person coming ahead. The three people in front stared at Sumo at the same time, their expressions unkind. Sumo was speechless, not thinking that it was actually such a drama. Sumo, stay away from Shirayuki. She, snap. 3 slaps rang out and 3 figures flew out backwards. Suo shrugged it off and left. Any trash can come and provoke him now. What's the use of sniping, if you can do it for real? Sumo found Long Lin Tian. What are you doing here? Long Lin Tian looked at Sumo coming over. There was surprise in his eyes. Shouldn't he be surrounded by those women now? Please ask master for a favor. After Sumo finished speaking, he took out the items in his storage ring. Seeing the gate made of Xian iron, Long Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Master, can you find someone to forge a sword for me? The Xian iron sword isn't enough. After Sumo finished speaking, he took out his newly purchased Xian iron sword, which already had a curled edge on it. Long Lin Tian was about to agree when he thought of something and sized up Sumo. There's a knife in the back of the academy. You can check it out. If you can get your hands on it, there's enough for you. That one knife. The master couldn't even hold it. After Sumo heard it, he looked dismayed. What kind of knife? Even the master couldn't take it out. Looking at Sumo's back as he left, Long Lin Tian also hurriedly took out his cell phone. Come on over here you four. I'll let the boy try to get his hands on that one knife. Not long after Long Lin Tian sent the message. With a bang, the door opened and 4 figures appeared. Let's go. Let's sneak in and take a look. This kid really does have the best chance. Vice Dean Lei directly spoke. The other 3 Vice Deans didn't say anything, with skepticism in their expressions. That one sword had become the symbol of the North Courtyard, and if Sumo could take it out, the meaning it represented would be deep. Sumo came all the way to the backyard martial arts arena, and right in the middle of the place, there was an altar with a sword sticking out of it. Half of the body was exposed, rusted, and at first glance it looked like a spent knife that no one wanted. Many of the students in the North Courtyard knew Sumo and saw Sumo come over to stare at the knife. Sumo came over. It wouldn't be for this knife, would it? This sword has existed since the establishment of the Northern Courtyard, and after hundreds of years, no one has taken it out, so how could he possibly take it out? It's not true that Sumo is a genius, and it's also not true that he comprehended the fourfold blade intent. This blade is not something that anyone can take out. Sumo approached this knife and carefully examined it. It was flat and uninteresting, unable to see anything unusual about it. Sumo was fully focused on this blade, not caring about the many people converging over the martial arts arena. Even the students from the 5 key academies that had just been placed down rushed over after hearing about it. When Shirayuki heard about it, she hurried over as well. Zhang Xian saw Baiyu come over. What an insouciance. Zhang Xian's mouth turned up. If you don't want to live, I don't mind killing you. Baiyu's eyes narrowed, revealing a smear of killing intent. Zhang Xian was appalled. Why are you siding with him so much? What's so good about him? Zhang Xian asked. Baiyu didn't say anything, her gaze fixed on that one figure. At this moment, hiding in the shadows, several people had already come over beside Long Lin Tian, the dean of the 5 key academic institutions, the general president of the Martial Artists Guild, and the general president of the Security Administration. Old Dragon, do you think this disciple of yours will be able to get that sword? Guild General Chairman Zhou Tianquan's eyes narrowed as he looked Sumo up and down. I don't know. Long Lin Tian wasn't sure. He just felt that Sumo was the most likely. The house badge worn by the students of the North House. That symbol on it, is this knife. It's also the symbol of the North Yard. The deans of the other 5 key academies also stared at Sumo. They had also been paying attention to Sumo, who had broken through the divine soul realm at the age of 18 and comprehended the fourfold blade intent. If such a person doesn't stand a chance, then no one else should even think about it. So far, they hadn't seen anyone more demonic than Sumo. Do you guys think he can really take it out? There was also a lot of talk among the students. Impossible. The Northern Courtyard has always been the cradle of geniuses. For so many years, there have been countless heavenly prides. It's impossible for him to get it. Clowning around and being the center of attention for others is so habitual that you always think anything goes. There were also some who looked at Sumo in a bad light, just simply looking at the wrong way. After Sumo came over, the most discussed by the girls in the academy was Sumo. So many people are watching him. If he can't take it out, he'll be really humiliated when the time comes. Disgrace is not something you guys can compare to. How old are you guys? You're still in the transfiguration realm. And people are already in the divine soul realm. Not to mention 18 years old comprehending out the fourfold blade intent. A scheme to exterminate millions of demonic beasts. You as well can't do it. What's high in this mouth? Admit when you're not as skilled as you should be. Just work on yourself. Biting here and there. Looking like you could have a mouth on you. What a clown. Ha! He's going to grab that knife. Chapter 105, Drawing a Sword. Blade intent breaks through the 5th level. Shocking the crowd. Sumo grabbed at the hilt of the blade and was not stopped in any way. No! Why can he easily grab the blade? Bing. When we grabbed it before, there was a force of resistance that wouldn't let us touch it. It's not right. It's really not right. It can't be. This knife won't really be letting Sumo get it. Asterisk. Could it be that I am really going to witness history today? Hiss. Don't talk. He's going to push. Look. He's making it hard. Your grandma's leg. You watch less movies. Full of unclean things. In the distance, Shirayuki's gaze coalesced, and she was able to grab the handle before. Trying to get it was difficult. The corner of Baishio's mouth glanced up. Before he couldn't even touch the handle. Zhang Xian's mocking words were swallowed. Yi Xiaoshi and also Lu Demon looked at each other. He's really possible. Worthy of being the man I value. Yi Xiaoshi said with a grave gaze. What man you fancy? That's the man I fancy. He's mine. Lu Demon was not willing to show weakness. Long Ling Tu and his group, who were hiding in the shadows, similarly stared. When the dean and the 4 other deans were able to touch the hilt of the sword, the only one behind them was Bai Yu, but none of them were able to take this sword out. Now that Sumor was also touching the hilt of the knife with ease, was there a chance to take it out? Sumor grasped the knife and gently exerted force. Click, click, click. The voice rang out, and the martial arts arena instantly quieted down. Hiss. That knife moved. It really moved. Film it. Damn. What a witness to history. No way. This one knife can't really belong to Sumor. It's too much. This is the first time I've heard of someone pulling a knife out. Another legend has been born in the North Courtyard. This centuries-old sword was actually really pulled out by Sumor. Shirayuki's brows relaxed after seeing this scene from afar. She knew he could. Zhang Xian opened her mouth and swallowed what she was about to say. Baishio had been dumbfounded, literally pulling the trigger. Yi Xiaoshi and Lu Demon also got excited. This Sumo was the man they had their eyes on. Hidden in the shadows, Long Lingtian's body trembled a little, and even the 4 vice deans sucked in a breath of cool air. It would represent a lot if Sumor could pull it out. The deans of the 5 great courtyards similarly stared at Sumor in death. This sword of the North Courtyard legend. They naturally knew that for hundreds of years, no one had ever been able to pull it out. It didn't occur to me that today they would also have to witness a history. The president of the Martial Artist Guild, the head of the Security Management Division, stared at Sumor without blinking. Sumor was oblivious to the gazes around him. He simply wanted to obtain a good weapon. After easily pulling the knife out and seeing the rust on it, Sumor frowned. He swindled Long Lindian for $50 billion. This old man will not fool him. It's still crumbly when you touch it. Can you use this knife? A tetanus knife? Sumor touched the blade and didn't feel any special fluctuations. Just like a rusty blade. The onlookers at the moment didn't know what Sumor was thinking. Really pull it out. Really pull it out. I didn't think that I could really witness history. He plucked it so easily just now. He didn't even pull out hard enough. Terrifying as it is. Worthy of being the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the Northern Courtyard. In the distance, Baiyu's mind was relieved and the corners of her mouth rose as she was happy for Sumor. Zhang Xian's mouth was completely closed this time, and her gaze was fixed on Sumor, not knowing what she was thinking. Yi Xiaoshi and also Lu Demon's chest stood up. This was the man they had their eyes on. Sooner or later, the two of them would have to coax Sumor into bed. Long Lingtians and their hearts were completely put down as Sumor pulled the knife out. Just now they felt as if their hearts were being held by something. It was unbearable. Sumor repeatedly surveyed it for a bit. The more he looked at it, the more he disliked it, and finally his eyebrows condensed together. Isn't that a rag? Not quite as good as a knife that rolls its own blade. What garbage. Master is such a big liar. He's still remembering the $50 billion. After Sumor finished speaking, he threw the knife on the ground with a look of disgust. And don't forget to clap your hands. It's all embroidery slag. Why do I see disgust on his face? Remove the why. It's just dislike. He does dislike the knife. Look at the lack of hesitation in throwing it. What a heartless man. Pulling it out and then disowning it. I told you need to look less colorful with your mouth open. At this moment anyone who saw this scene was all dumbfounded. Even Baiyu and the girls opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. Sumor shook his head and looked back, realizing that so many people were staring at him with embarrassment on his face. Sorry to take up everyone's time. Sumo was about to leave after he finished speaking, throwing the knife on the ground without even looking at it. Wait a minute. Many students from the North Academy went forward and stopped Sumo. At this moment even Long Lintian and the others came out. Sumo looked at Long Lintian with a grudge in her eyes. Master, why are you giving me a rag? Long Lintian ignored Sumo. You guys try. Shiroyuki stepped forward and grabbed the hilt, unable to lift it. Bayu shook her head at Long Lintian. Sumo is weird. You guys aren't acting me out. A foot kicked the knife aside. There was still iron slag falling down. Sumo was even more disgusted. Sister Shiroyuki, there's no need to act me out. Long Lintian's gaze was grave. A number of people came forward and realized that they really couldn't hold the knife. Vice President Ray stepped forward, again unable to hold it. No, it won't hold. It's pretty much the same as before. I can feel the handle. I can't pull it out. Sumo picked up the knife and stuck it in its original position. Well, break it up, and don't forget to beat me with a knife. Master, Sumo does not doubt that this one knife may be very powerful. The problem is not now. It is estimated that even people cannot be cut to death. Sumo turned around and was about to leave. Buzz off. At this time, the knife inserted in the previous position suddenly shook. Sumo returned to his senses. With incredulity in his eyes, he actually felt a wave of aggression. Murphy, it's still really good. Sumo went forward and lifted it up again. Thinking of something, a drop of blood goes up. Buzz off. The rusty residue came off quickly, and in no time at all, a brand new knife appeared. The body was dark black in color, about 1 meter 2 in length, and there was a faint flash of a blade when it was turned. At this moment, Sumo suddenly entered a special space. An illusory shadow of a sword descended from the sky, and with one slash, mountains were destroyed and rivers and seas were disconnected. Sumo suddenly closed his eyes and everything around him stood still. Suddenly a powerful blade intent erupted from his body. After Long Lintian saw the scene, his gaze coalesced and he hurriedly reminded the people around him. Spread out. At this moment, the blade intent on Sumo's body was getting thicker and thicker. Buzzing and buzzing, blade intent enveloped the area within a few meters of his circumference. Rolling, the ground suddenly collapsed, and Sumo's eyes snapped open. A supreme blade intent appeared, and in the eyes of the crowd, Sumo was no longer a person, but a blade. The people present had almost been dumbfounded when they came back to their senses and saw the 5-meter square of rubble on the ground. This is a five-fold blade intent. Chapter 106, Shocking the Northern District. The examination begins. Looking at the increase in blade intent on Sumo's body, all the people present revealed horror. Five-fold blade intent. Too terrifying. How on earth did this fellow cultivate? At this moment, Bayu opened her mouth. Horror revealed in her gaze. The 5th level of blade intent. Divine Soul Realm, and domains. Was this really something that could be achieved at the age of 18? Long Lintian's gaze carried a great delight. The 4 vice presidents had relief in their eyes, and if not for the large number of people present, they would have laughed out loud. Well. Standing far away from Lu Demon, Yi Xiushir's gaze came down as she looked at the women around her, each one looking like their enemy. Not only did he pull it out, he broke through. Why isn't this person me? Don't be sour. He's accomplished as much as we've been able to achieve, and it's all smoke from our ancestors' graves. Brother is wrong. Where is the smoke coming out of the ancestors' graves? It's simply catching fire. I'll give my dad a call in a moment to see if there's something wrong there in my family's old grave, or else why am I still off the mortal coil? Sumo, come with me. Long Lingtu took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement as he said to Sumo. The people who had gathered saw Sumo leave and dispersed. Meanwhile quite a few posts appear. The centuries-old weapon of the North Courtyard was drawn, and the sword intent went further. There is also a video below. After these posts came out, a number of people in the North End rushed to click on them. It's Sumo. A weapon that has been used for hundreds of years was actually pulled out by Sumo, and the blade intent even broke through the 5th level. Ha, good. Worthy of being the pride of our Z9 city. It really is different. Upstairs, don't get antagonistic. Sumo is from the North District and is the pride of our North District. Ugh. I really want to give Susan a baby without him having to raise it. Face to Sue Strange wa more than enough. Also not your turn. Isn't it not good to expose Sumo like this? Those people were already staring at Sumo. It's still true. It can't be those traitors on purpose. Fine thought. It's hard to say. It's also possible that they're really trying to publicize Sumo, so people shouldn't get too winded. At this moment, within the dean's office, Long Lintian and the 4 vice deans were staring at Sumo with fiery eyes. Master, what did you call me here for? To try and pay me? Before Long Lintian could speak, Vice Dean Lei had already spoken. Sumo, you're short of money. Wait, I'll transfer $50 billion to you first. If it's not enough, give me another word. The other three vice deans were not ambiguous either. Looking at the $200 billion that arrived in the badge, Sumo opened his mouth. Such a vice president he really liked. Long Lintian's face is dark. Damn, you four old people. So you can rack me up. Long Lintian transferred $100 billion to Sumo, and his speech was a bit unkind. Why did you deliberately expose yourself this time? Long Lintian didn't think Sumo really disliked it. This kid was smart. Sumo recovered from his state of wealth and calmed down. Does master know how to fish? Sumo asked a rhetorical question. The five people looked at each other and understood what Sumo meant. Do you realize how dangerous it will be for you to do this? Sumo took a deep breath. I know that even in the midst of this live test, I'll encounter all sorts of dangers, but it's better for me to encounter dangers and have a chance to defuse them than for those people to target those around me. Hearing Sumo say this, Long Lintian's eyes narrowed. Is your boy up to something again? Sumo took a deep breath and looked at Long Lintian. Master, dare to play a big game with me. This was a very big plan that Sumo had concocted after the death of Subalad. He'd been thinking about the feasibility of this approach for days. Long Lintian, as well as the four great vice deans, their faces became grave. Before Sumo said he had a plan. Millions of demonic beasts attacking the city. This time Sumo directly opened his mouth and said that he wanted Dean to play a big game with him. Since Sumo had said so, they had to carefully consider Sumo's safety. Say what you think. After sealing the chamber, Sumo's voice narrated. Not long after came Long Lintian's voice of rejection. Even the four vice deans spoke out to refuse. Half an hour later, Sumo came out. The corners of his mouth turned up. Inside the conference room, Long Lintian pounded his fist on the table. Where did this brat get so many crooked ideas? Being so smart, and being fooled by a stupid woman, who will become smart in a moment, is sick. It's so hard for me to accept an apprentice, but it turns out that I know how to find excitement for me. The four vice deans didn't say anything, thinking about that plan of Sumo's. They also felt a bit crazy. Old dragon, stop yelling for a moment and be quiet. Let's discuss this plan. It's still feasible. If this one works, that plan of ours can be put on hold for now, and we won't have to risk so much. At this moment, Vice Dean Yi Yujian suddenly thought of something. That kid wouldn't have guessed what we were thinking and then used that to put us off. He couldn't believe it when he said it himself. The four men looked violently at Vice President Yi. Long Lintian took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed and his fingers tapped on the table. I suspect the boy has indeed guessed. From the moment he entered the game with his body and captured Subalad, we can't treat him like he's 18. How did this kid's head grow? Long Lingtu complained. Alas, you don't look at the environment that brat grew up in. 13 years old with no father or mother and vampires that constantly oppress him. Vice Dean Lei was also a bit heartbroken. In that case, follow his plan. Only a few of us know about it, and keep it quiet for now. Several people began to discuss all the beginnings and endings of this plan. Not a single problem could occur. Sumori found Shiroyuki. Come on, we have a place to stay. Just asked for it for master. Shiroyuki stared at Sumor strangely. Don't you have anything you want to say? There was confusion in Sumor's gaze. Want to say what? Bayu shook her head and didn't say much, following Sumor and watching his back. This brat really thinks she's a cutie. Thought she couldn't tell. Bayu also knew that he was already afraid with what happened to Zhao Yong. Subconsciously you don't want to be close to anyone because you are afraid that those around you will suffer a crisis. Back in the middle of the room, looking at the arrangement, Sumor headed to the sofa to lie down. It's so cozy. Bayu looked at Sumor that way, covered her mouth and laughed out, finding a seat to sit down. So more, what kind of women do you like? Shiroyuki asked as if casually, a bit absent-mindedly. A lot of girls added my contact info today and asked me to ask you what kind of girls you like. I may as well find you one when the time comes. When Sumor heard Bayu's words, he sat up from the sofa and came closer to Bayu. Is Sister Shiroyuki asking for someone else? Or for herself? Looking at Sumor who came over, Bayu's complexion froze and reached out her hand to peel Sumor aside. Of course I'm asking for someone else, Shiroyuki said casually, her head down. I like big ones that can take care of people. And of course they have to be strong. Otherwise they're a liability. Bayu's pupils shifted, realizing that Sumor had already stood up and left. As the sun sets, a glimmer of light rises the next day. The North Academy unites the 5 major academic institutions. The freshman examination, the graduate examination, officially begins. Chapter 107, Northern District's speculation on Sumor's strength. Machine damage, shocking the crowd. This time, the North Academy had united with the 5 key academies to make such a big commotion that the entire North District had all exploded. It's safe to say this union is kind of in full bloom in the North End. the live broadcast just opened, and tens of millions of people instantly flooded in, and in the blink of an eye, the number of viewers was already in the hundreds of millions. It's finally started. Where is Sumo? I'm here to see Morbo. I'm here to see Sumo as well. What a thrill. I'm curious about Morbo's attribute affinity. Did you guys see yesterday's post? It said that Sumo pulled out the North Courtyard sword and that the sword intent broke through the 5th level. Look, the person on top of the high platform, the Dean of the Northern Academy, the Dean of the 5 Key Academies, the General President of the Martial Artist Guild, and the General President of the Security Administration. The lineup is really strong this time. All these bigwigs appeared at the same time. In all these years, we've never had such a buzz in the North End. Let's hope those traitors don't make a mess. Shut up the crow's mouth upstairs. With so many big men present, how dare those traitors make trouble? It's not like you guys don't know how crazy those traitors are, and it's a wonder they don't come out and make trouble for such a big event. I guess those bigwigs have already taken it into consideration. That's why they didn't let us observe Sumo's elegance up close. You guys only have Sumo in your eyes. Don't forget that there are other martial artists this time. Sumo with this strength will definitely still have to participate in those graduates exams. I just don't know what rank he can achieve. Sumo is the best. No one can do it. The Dean of the North Yard stepped forward. First up is the new student entrance test, the strength test. After Long Lin Tian finished speaking, he sat back to his original position. Isn't there a reward or something? For such a big test, there won't be no rewards and punishments. I guess it will be announced at the end. It's still our turn to question the Northern Academy style, but the Dean's words are so succinct and concise. It's just like Sumo. No nonsense at all. Rows and rows of machines have long been put in place. Sumo stood in the crowd and was a bit weirded out after seeing this scene. He was the examiner during the last martial arts examination, and he had experienced this Northern Academy entrance examination once. The last martial arts examination. Those who were able to be accepted by the North Academy and also the 5 key academic institutions were all genius students, adding up to only thousands of people, wanting to assess very quickly. Fong Yu, Martial Artist 2, Miao Xiaoyu, Martial Artist 2, Tang Mo, Martial Artist 3, one after the other. The assessment results appear. Willow Demon. After the teacher called a name, Willow Demon stepped forward. Standing on the instrument, it began to display. Willow Demon. Martial Artist 5th level. After the strength came out, the pop-ups appeared quite a bit. 2.5 months. Raising 3 weights. This is too much. Is this a genius? I remember during the martial arts exam, Demon Lu, Yi Xiaoshi had similar scores, and there was also one named Kong Ping. After Lu Demon got down from the instrument, she glanced towards where Sumo was. Noticed this big straight guy, didn't even look at her. There's a situation. This Willow Demon wouldn't be in love with Sumo, right? Still need to doubt. Don't look at what kind of person Sumo is. Who wouldn't like such a person's? If I were a woman, I would also want to marry Sumo. Not to mention women. I'm a guy who wants to marry Sumo. Upstairs you're thinking about fart eating. You can't have kids. Kong Ping. The teacher's voice continued to ring. Kong Ping walks up to the instrument. Kong Ping, Martial Artist 5th level. After seeing the results displayed, Kong Ping breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth rising. His efforts these days had not been in vain. Sure enough, it's up to Yi Xiaoshi next. When the martial arts exam was held, the 3 of them left the others a long way behind. The assessment continues. Waiting until almost the end, it was finally Yi Xiaoshi's turn. It was only at this moment that Sumo reacted to the fact that Yi Xiaoshi was similar to a person. Vice President Yi Yujian. Yi Xiaoshi, Martial Artist 6. As the results came out, a lot of sideways glances were given. Lu Demon pinched her waist. This woman, actually breaking through another layer behind her back. Kong Ping's eyes coalesced after seeing it. After falling behind in his last results, he thought about catching up, but he didn't think that the 2 of them wouldn't be ambiguous either. Don't underestimate the wait. It can take a long time. So more, you come up too. The teacher of the examination looked at Sumo, his eyes with a smile. This was the treasure of their North Academy. It's finally Sumo's turn. The last time he broke through the Divine Soul realm. I guess he's reached the 2nd level of Divine Soul now. Impossible. How long has it been? How is it possible to reach the 2nd level of Divine Soul? The Divine Soul realm is very difficult to cultivate. Why can't you be bolder? Divine Soul triple. Upstairs brothers don't joke. Sumo's natural talent is demonic. It's impossible to improve so fast. I think it should still be Divine Soul 1st level. Only it should be about to break through 2nd level. Compared to Sumo's strength, I'm more curious about Sumo's attribute affinity. Last time Sumo used 3 attributes. I'm curious when you guys say that. Suro walked over to the machine. The machine shuddered. Eventually black smoke came straight out. Sumore's face darkened. On purpose. The teacher who tested it froze. Is your strength over the 5th level of Divine Soul? Sumori nodded. Come down. The test won't come out. Beyond the 5th level of Divine Soul, these machines won't be able to test it. The comment section is blowing up straight away at the moment. What? Exceeding the 5th level of Divine Soul? Wouldn't that be reaching the 6th level? Why can you break through so fast? Is this our Northern District's heavenly pride? Reaching the 6th level of Divine Soul so quickly, terrifying as it is. Who dares to say that there are no great emperors in my human race? Isn't this Sumore? Mother asterisk 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 her, Divine Soul 6. Other geniuses of the same age. At most only martial artists 6. The gap is so big. I suddenly feel that those genius women, they don't deserve Sumore. Wouldn't have been good enough for Sumore. Except they thought they would be. Willow Demon and also Yi Shaoshur covered their mouths and glanced at each other. They thought that after Sumore broke through the Divine Soul realm, his cultivation speed would get slower and slower. And they still had a chance. How long has it been since the last time Sumore broke through the Divine Soul realm? Sumore has already reached the 6th level of the Divine Soul. They won't be able to catch up even if they are exhausted. At this moment, Long Lindian above the high platform had the same dismay in his eyes. He also did not expect that Sumore's strength had increased so quickly. Could it be that the shaping Dao skill was so powerful? This one Gongfu didn't know the level, and he hadn't cultivated it, and Bai Yu hadn't even succeeded in cultivating it. Bai Yu and also Bai Xiu stood together, looking at that back in the distance. Sister, he's about to surpass you. Brother, his strength has surpassed yours. Bai Xiu opened his mouth. Can you not be so devastating? Sumore, you are the only one amongst the new students that exceeds the dematerialization realm. Now you will be tested for attribute affinity. A 3-meter-high instrument with the thickness of 3 people's arms was carried up by several people. Sumore took a deep breath and walked towards the instrument. Chapter 108 Gold. Wind Attribute Affinity 100. Shocking the entire Northern District. Mom, I'm more nervous than I am about giving birth to my own child. I want to see how many attribute affinities Sumore has. This is more nerve-wracking than my first time out with my girlfriend. It's so exciting. Any guesses on how much affinity Su Stray has? All 3 affinities? I don't think they should be less than 80. 90 should be about right. Last time Sumore used 3 attributes. One was gold, which is what Sumore uses most often, plus his cultivation speed is so fast. I guess that the attribute affinity should be around 95. Next is the wind attribute, an attribute that I think should be less than 90, between 85 and 90. Lastly is the fire attribute. When Sumore fought, the fire attribute wasn't strong. I think it should be between 70 and 80. I see that the upstairs is well analyzed and many people agree with it. To be able to analyze it, it looks like this person isn't simple either. Even Long Lindian and the others on the high platform stared at Sumore curiously. For Sumore to be able to cultivate so fast, there must be a special reason that they didn't know yet. Sumore looked at the 9 beads on top of the instrument and knew that each represented the 9 attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, space, time. Sumore took a deep breath and placed his hand on the metallic. Just a roaring sound from the machine. A pillar of light then rushed straight up. In the blink of an eye, the value 70 was broken directly. Hiss, just put it up and it breaks 70. Definitely 95. Maybe we'll actually witness the birth of a history. There aren't many people in the entire Northern Academy who have an attribute affinity of 95, right? To be able to reach 90 is a phoenix-like existence. So long as such a person doesn't die, he can definitely grow into a party of bigwigs. It's still rising. It's almost 80. At this moment, Long Lintian's eyes narrowed. He felt that Sumore's attribute value shouldn't be lower than 95. 97 would be about right. Being able to reach 97 would break all records in the North Academy. The current record holder of the North Courtyard was also Bai Yu, with an affinity of 96. The higher the affinity, the higher the fit with the aura attribute, and the faster the speed of cultivation would be. Shirayuki tensed even as she stood below. Jiang Xian walked over to Shirayuki. Do you think he'll pass you? Bai Yu sniffed, surprised to look at Jiang Xian. Before, your attitude is not like this. Why has such a big shift occurred? It was also right. Perhaps Jiang Xian had been struck down after Sumore's strength broke through above the 5th level of Divine Soul. Breaking 90, Bai Xiu exclaimed, staring at the instrument with wide eyes. Sumore stood over the instrument, the corners of his mouth rising, only to see the sound of the machine become louder. The value directly broke through 95. Mom, it's scary. It's so exciting. 95 and the machine hasn't stopped. It's horrible. I can't even guess how much I can reach now. Even on the high platform, the bigwigs tensed up and stared at the instrument dead on. Jump 5 numbers at the end. Sumore, Metallic Affinity. 100. The moment was silent as he saw the numbers displayed on it. The entire north courtyard was silent for a long time, as the crowd stared blankly at the machine. And that one figure. Long Lin Tian roared violently. Good, good, good. Long Lin Tian's three loud voices resounded through the clouds, showing the excitement within. 100. It's actually 100. Unprecedented. I'm afraid this value has hardly been broken. 100 is already the highest. How else can it be broken? Unless one says that a genius with 100 dual attribute affinities appears. I'm still a frog in the well after all. I thought Sumore's metallicity was 95, but it turned out to be 100. Yes, how can it be only 95 when the cultivation speed is so fast? Yi Xiaoshi, who was currently standing in the middle of the crowd, and Lu Demon looked at each other. I give up. I can't catch up. I'm afraid we won't even see his back in a few years. Don't be presumptuous, not to mention that we haven't yet reached the transcendent realm. Yi Xiaoshi's eyes exposed a divine splendor. Such a man was worthy of letting her. Yi Xiaoshi, chase after him. Do you think this metallic 100 fit of his is something we can catch up with? Don't fool yourself. Willow Demon took a deep breath. On the other side, Bai Xiu's mouth opened wide. How can it be 100? What did this kid eat? Metallicity 100. Isn't this cultivation up? Isn't the golden aura equivalent to pouring it into him? Bai Yu also opened her mouth, her small face slightly red, followed by a darkness in her complexion. Previously, Sumore had said that he liked those who were older than him and stronger than him. With a metallic affinity of 100, who could surpass him? In a few years, it was estimated that his strength would be comparable to those sitting above him. Zhang Xian looked at Sumore, who was standing in the ring with envy as well as despair in her gaze. This tough-talking man, who had made her cry twice in anger, had planned to taunt her twice, and how else could he taunt her? Sumore ignored the shock of the others. Hands on the wind attribute. The hand was just placed on it and the numbers jumped rapidly. This time it was even more direct at 90. The sudden scene startled everyone. Long Linian and the others on the high platform had already stood up and were staring at Sumore dead in the face. A wave of absurdity also appeared within them. Metal attribute 100. Wind attribute over 90. Even if it was just this value, as long as it grew up, it was strong and terrifying, becoming a pillar of humanity. I don't even dare to breathe out loud. It's too terrifying. The wind attribute came directly to 90. It's too exaggerated. Definitely more than 90. I can't even imagine that outcome. One attribute reaching 100. There are hardly any such people. If there were two, I wouldn't even dare to imagine how powerful Suemo would be when he grows up. Look, the wind attribute affinity has reached 95. After seeing the number jump to 95, all the people present, all of them, had their mouths open and their eyes wide. Long Lin Tian's fingers clenched and then released, and even sweat had appeared. The four Weisteins standing in the distance looked at each other and could see the excitement in their expressions. Sumore. Wind attribute affinity. 100. With a final burst of chatter from the machine. Seeing the number on it again. Wind attribute affinity 100. Even the pop-ups were silent at this moment, and not a single word appeared for several minutes. Long Lin Tian's chest rose and fell rapidly as he exerted himself to suppress his emotions. Even though he was the strongest person in the northern district, it was hard to hide the excitement in his heart at this moment. This was his disciple, a super genius with a golden wind attribute affinity of 100. Not to say there will be no one after, but at least no one before. In the history of their northern courtyard, there had never been a person whose attribute affinity had reached 100. Well. Below Yi Xiaoshi, his eyes have dimmed. Lu Demon shook her head after seeing it. The gap is too big. A sky and a land. How else to chase? It was already their luck to get to know Sumore. Bai Yu, Bai Xiu, and Zhang Xian likewise. Shiroyuki's entire body was lost, feeling like something was far away from her, ignoring the shock of the crowd. At this moment, Sumore had already placed his hand on the fire attribute. Chapter 109, Fire Attribute Affinity 100. Everyone in the northern district is dumbfounded. This time Sumore didn't hide it in the slightest. Just a quick roar of the machine. A few words were revealed. Sumore. Fire Attribute Affinity 100. The corners of Sumore's mouth rose. He said that he wanted to give others a little shock. It looks good. 3 Attribute Affinity 100. I'm sure those people will come looking for him. This time the program can go ahead and start too. Long Lindian in the ring stared at Sumore, breathing heavily, constantly adjusting his breathing and suppressing his inner emotions. The few people behind him were breathing as if they were as thick as a bellows. After Long Lindian suppressed his excitement, at this moment he was a bit hesitating about that plan of Sumore. After all, that plan was a little too dangerous for Sumore, and right now he would rather have something happen to himself than have anything go wrong with Sumore. When Sumor grew up, he could definitely become the hope of humanity. Thinking that Sumor had wasted so much effort, even going so far as to expose himself and use his own life as bait, what reason did he have to refuse? No, immediately, but also the plan and the discussion a bit. Sumo cannot have any problems. Must be foolproof. In the middle of the north courtyard, the girls who had their eyes on Sumor, their gazes all dimmed at this moment. Were they really worthy of Sumor? There are also some crazy ones, licking their lips. They can't get Sumor. It's okay if they can give Su a child. Do you think you still have hope now? Willow Demon asked as she looked at Yi Xiaoshi. Yi Xiaoshi took a deep breath. Why is there no hope? The more men. The more I want. He is a genius, no doubt. But what kind of woman he falls in love with is not something he can manipulate himself. Just let him fall in love with me. Yi Xiaoshi stared dead at Sumor's back. Willow Demon was staggered. You don't say. This idea is really good. It's not true that Sumor is a genius. What he falls in love with is not something he can control. The live pop-ups have gone crazy. Sumor, you are my god. 3 attribute affinity 100. It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize Tai. I actually dared to predict Sumor's attribute affinity. Damn it. Awesome. Samo awesome. It's so exciting. It's no more exciting than me being with my boyfriend. Big stupid spring. What are you doing? I'm asking you. What are you doing? You're blaspheming God. Now punish you by shooting over here and showing me. No. I can't. It's too exciting. I can't stand it. Is this still humanly possible? All 3 attribute affinities are 100. Who can surpass Sumor in the future? There's one man who can do it. And that's Su Morrison, who surpassed himself. I'm pulling out my big knife. So it's one of our own. Next time don't talk out of breath. There's hope for my northern district. Other districts will never see such a genius. Do you think there will ever be a day when the demonic beasts won't dare to touch our people in the northern district in the slightest? Or even hurt us? And those demonic beasts will take the initiative to come to our door to make amends. Upstairs. Don't dream in broad daylight. What Sumor needs now is to grow up. I'm afraid Sumor will be even more dangerous if this one is exposed. Morpa, you're confused. Yes. This time those traitors will definitely target Sumor as well. I hope the big brother of the northern district protects Sumor. There's still no need for you to say. If Sumor has problems, I reckon that the Dragon Lords can set the entire northern district on fire. Yes. We can't just rely on them. We in the north district still need to be when we are self-reliant. Always wanting to live under someone else's umbrella. We'll never make it. Yeah. Cultivate hard. Even if you can't become a martial artist, you still need to strengthen your body. Not to say it's icing on the cake, but at least it can't add to the mess. Powerful martial artists are still few and far between. And with so many dangerous things in the northern district for them to deal with, how can they take care of us at all times? Besides, what's the difference between living under the shelter of others all the time and being a coward? What about the future when those traitors threaten those who shelter us with our lives? What should I do? I'll kill myself on the spot. I may not be a martial artist, but I still have hot blood. Talking is better than singing. Now that you see Sumor's 3 attribute affinity of 100, you are still in a state of exuberance. When you calm down, you won't necessarily be like this. No matter what, Sumor is my god. Sumori looked at the teacher who was testing. Teacher, the test is over. Can I go down now? Hearing Sumor speak, the testing teacher hurriedly picked up the recordings from the ground. In all the years of testing, I've never seen an affinity of 103 attributes at that. Worthy of being the pride of their northern courtyard, the pride of heaven. The young courtyard can go down to rest. By the way, does the young courtyard want to try the other attributes? Sumor shook his head and turned around to head downwards. So more is down. Not trying any other attributes? It's still true that it's just detecting 3 attributes. I'm now a bit skeptical that Sumor has other attributes, and the affinity is not low. All 3 attribute affinities have reached 100. It's already unprecedented. What more do you want? You don't think Sumor can reach 100 in all 9 attributes, do you? That's still a human. That's a god. Not bad. Grow up. What sage realm? Sumor can press down with one finger. Blow awesome, don't take Sumor with you. The corner of Sumor's mouth rose as he watched Long Lintian staring at him. Long Lintian nodded. He understood Sumor's meaning, and the plan continued. At the same time, his heart was speculating. Did Sumor really only have 3 attributes? With all 3 attributes at 100, this guy doesn't test. But it was enough. Those traitors must have been on to Sumor. Long Lintian inadvertently made a gesture to the 4 Bysteins in the distance. The 4 nodded, understanding what Long Lintian meant, and the plan continued. They also wanted to give up when they saw Sumor awakening 3 attributes with affinity reaching 100. They had the same idea as Long Lintian. nothing could happen to Sumo. But now that Sumo has been exposed, the plan can only continue. This brat, he didn't tell them in advance. If the plan was completed, he would have to break his ass. If Sumo had said that the affinity could reach 100 and still have 3 attributes, they definitely wouldn't have let Sumo be exposed. It's too late to say anything now. After Sumo came down, he walked over to Bayou. He'll take the graduate test when it's ready. For now he can leave. Come on, Sister White Moon, let's go back. Bayou nodded and followed Sumo. Yesterday you told me that you liked the ones who were older and stronger than you, and I thought you should be a bachelor. With this talent of yours, once you grow up, who could be worthy of you? Sumo turned to look at Shirayuki. Bayu's footsteps lurched and she raised her head to look at Sumo. Shouldn't Sister Shirayuki be happy that I have what I have now? Why would you worry about my life in turn? Shirayuki sniffed and didn't know how to retort. Sister Bayu, when this time is over, how about I give you a gift? Chapter 110, the pavement is completed. The plan continues. Sister Bayu, am I handsome? When Bayu heard Sumo's words, there was doubt in her gaze, and when she saw the wry smile at the corner of Sumo's mouth, she always felt that there was nothing good going on. What are you smiling so obscenely for? Don't think that just because your 3 attribute affinities have reached 100, you can now bare your teeth at me. After Bayu finished speaking, she extended her palm to strike at Sumo. Sumo grabbed Bayu's hand and didn't let go of it, but turned towards the place where the two lived. Bayu's expression stiffened, a bit at a loss for words for a moment, wanting to break free, but afraid that Sumo would think too much. Those big hands were warm and reassuring. You can also feel the thick calluses forming on your palms from holding the knife so often. Being grasped by Sumo's hand, Bayu couldn't help but feel a warm feeling rise within her. Let go of me. What if someone sees you grabbing my hand like that? Sumo did not let go and continued to walk towards the front. When I was being abused and denigrated before, Sister Bayu also took my hand like this and said to me, "Come on, let's go home." I didn't care what people were looking at that time. Besides, I'm a genius with 3 attribute affinities of 100. Shouldn't Sister Bayu feel honored when I pull on her like this? When Bayu heard Sumo's words, her mouth opened. This could also be linked together. Ever since she'd met the little bastard, she'd noticed that she'd gotten worse at being a smooth talker. Returning to the place where the two lived, Sumo let go of Bayu. What? Am I handsome today? Sumo sat across from Bayu and looked at Sumo expectantly. Shirayuki took out her cell phone. Attribute detection. 3 attribute affinity 100. This is Sumo. It's awesome. Even though live I saw it, I'm still so excited to see that word. See, this is the pride of our Z9 city. The pride of our North End. I knew Sumo was a genius. I didn't think that it was actually so perverted. All the geniuses in the Northern District all have to bow their heads when they see Sumo. I love Sumo so much. I want to marry him. Really, even if it's upside down. Even if it's upside down. There's a line and it's not your turn yet. Is there any woman worthy of Sumo now? I can match that. Upstairs. I'm talking dirty. I'll keep quiet. I'm in a good mood today. Or I'll curse you to death. What a class. And worthy of my brother Sumo. Shirayuki flipped through it casually. See, it's more than handsome. Now it's almost the husband of the women in the whole North District. How can you not be handsome when you even appear to be afraid to desecrate you? Bayu rolled her eyes. At the moment in her eyes, Sumo was like a peacock with an open screen. I know I'm handsome too. After Sumo finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen. I haven't eaten properly these days. I'll cook today. What do you want to eat? When Bayu heard Sumo's words, her heart gave a beat and she looked at Sumo's back in the kitchen. Is the plan going to be dangerous? Or Sumo wouldn't be like this. Not long after, braised pork, cola chicken wings, and stewed prawns were served up by Sumo. Shirayuki took a deep breath after smelling it. This guy's handiwork was still so good. And of course the first thing I made for Shirayuki-san after we met. Clear soup noodles. Sumo brought up 2 bowls of noodles and put one in front of Bayu. 2 eggs. 1 sausage. See, I know Sister Shirayuki. A smile spread across Sumo's face. Sister Bayu, quickly taste how my handiwork is. I haven't cooked for so long. I don't know if my handiwork has regressed. After Bayu tasted a few bites, it did taste good. Sister Shirayuki, remember the first time you made me breakfast? The egg sausage is blackened by your frying. It's a waste of ingredients. Shirayuki also remembered and blushed. It looks like you haven't eaten it. If you taste it you'll know that it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. 1 bite and it'll definitely leave you wanting more. You can pull that off. I'd like to live 2 more days. And with your cooking, I doubt there's half a life left in 1 bite. Where's the exaggeration? After the 2 of them fought and ate, Sumo looked at Bayu. Sister Bayu, I'm going to make a trip to find Master. Shirayuki nodded. Not long after Sumore left, a knock sounded on the door. Shirayuki opened the door and saw that it was Baishio and opened her mouth to inquire. What are you doing over here? A tangled look appeared on Baishio's face. Say what you have to say. Say what you have to say. And swallow like a pussy. Baishio took a deep breath. You let me in. Baiyu nodded. And Baishio found a random seat and sat down. Didn't you notice that today Sumore is not right? Baishio looked at Baiyu after he finished speaking. What do you want to say? Shirayuki said absent-mindedly. I have a feeling that a storm is coming. Sumore is a cautious person. This time he exposed himself so much. I think there must be a deep meaning behind it. Shirayuki turned her head to look at Baishio. Brother, I don't need you to remind me of this. He has his own agenda. I'll just support it, and I know he'll be in danger. And there are some things that still need to be picked up. Besides, Master and the others must have agreed that it's a blessing that can't be avoided. I can't mention it if he doesn't tell me. There are some things that the heart just knows. Baishio took a deep breath when he heard his sister's words. Now that you know, that's a relief. I was afraid you'd do something stupid. Baishio stood up after he finished speaking and turned to leave. Nearing the exit, the footsteps stopped. If it's possible, I wouldn't want you to cross paths with Sumore. He's a genius, and I'd love to have someone like that as my brother-in-law, but he'll need to carry a lot of things on his back, and there'll be all sorts of dangers. You're my sister, and I promised my parents I'd take care of you, and if you're in danger, I want you to talk to me. My brain isn't as good as yours, and my strength isn't as strong as yours, but with my brother standing in front of me, I can fend you off for a little while, so that you can find a sliver of life to escape. Sister, I'm your brother, my own brother, and I don't want to see you in any kind of crisis. After Baishio finished speaking, his back disappeared into the night. Shirayuki lowered her head, her eyes misting with water. Although she loved to talk back to Baishio, she also loved her brother. By choosing to go to the gate, Baishio was secretly keeping her safe. She knew all of this, and her brother really took good care of her. Sumore, on the other side, had already found Long Lintian. It was a bit depressing in the middle of the conference room. You brat, forget it, I won't scold you. I should have tested your attribute affinity long ago, then we wouldn't have agreed to your plan. Master, it's too late for that now. Now that the plan is pretty much laid out. Are you sure that person is? Long Lintian was still a bit uneasy. Master, I'm sure of it. We'll see tomorrow. Chapter 111 Revenge ensues. Sumore, watch out. With a flash of sunlight through the clouds, a glimpse of the morning sun rose. The middle of the north courtyard was buzzing again. Yesterday's freshman examination had become Sumore's personal show. The three attributes reached an affinity of 100. Shocking everyone. Today is the graduates' test. I just don't know what the program is. The live broadcast room had just begun, and millions of people had already flooded in. And within just 3 minutes, hundreds of millions of people had already flooded in. Brothers, I've come to see Sumore again. I wonder what myth Sumore will create today. Yesterday has already created a myth. Today is the graduate assessment. I guess it should be a ring battle. All three attributes have an affinity of 100. To this day I'm still in shock as if I were dreaming. Look guys, brother Sumore has appeared. Ah, so handsome. Every cell grows on my aesthetic. Upstairs, its talent along with three attribute affinities all at 100. Growing on your heart's chin. I supported Sumore in the beginning, and it continues to this day. And there's an inexplicable gratification in seeing my own electronic pets grow up. Upstairs, from what you're saying, I have a feeling about this too. I've also been supporting Sumore since I met him, and it's really quite gratifying to see Sumore getting better and better. All three attribute affinities are 100. It's estimated that such a genius won't appear in the Northern District in the future. You don't cultivate. You don't know how perverted a genius is, but a perverted genius seeing Sumore is also like a fluorescent light seeing the white moon. Just as the crowd was talking, a sudden reddish pop-up appeared. So many supportive Sumore's my heart is very pleased. Upstairs, why are your subtitles red? Not bad, Murphy, you secretly opened a membership. Sumore, don't try it with a trumpet. We love you with an unchanging heart. Prickly, prickly. The people who were watching the live stream at this time, their phones suddenly lagged. A man wearing a ghostly mask appears. The same was true above the huge screen in the north courtyard. After Sumore saw the scene, he took a deep breath. He knew that the next step was when the plan would begin. A lot of people could die this time, including him, whose life was equally in danger. What the hell? Isn't this the ghost face mask that appeared before? No way. This time it won't be directed at Sumore again, right? Shut the up. These filth. They're all about backstabbing. There might be many more traitors operating in the shadows. And after Sumore was exposed, these people couldn't wait to kill Sumore. Dogs, what the hell is wearing a mask when you have the balls to show your face? That's right. What's the point of hiding when you have the ability to show your face? The ghost-faced man suddenly broke into a strange smile. It looks like someone likes to see our faces. Don't worry. Sooner or later you will see it. I hope you won't be afraid then. The ghost-faced man let out a strange voice and said, have the guts to show now, and we'll still admire you a bit, but also show later. Maybe it's not you showing at that time, but you're showing your true colors after you've been arrested. That's right. A bunch of dirty rats that can only hide in the shadows. Ghostface didn't pay any attention to the pop-ups cursing him. Sue Moore. I know you are also watching. A few days ago, outside the city, can you remember what happened? There was anger in the ghost-faced man's voice. It sounds like he suffered a loss at Sue Moore's hands. This is to get revenge back. No wonder you can only show your face in this one way. So it's because you're afraid of Sue Moore. I just don't know what Sue Moore did to make this dirty thing so scared. At this moment, Sue Moore stared at the big screen and didn't say anything. He knew that those people were watching him. Sue Moore went through the trouble. Is not it for this purpose? They come out just right. Sue Moore is still worried that they do not come out. As for the ghost-faced man in front of me, the tone is different from the one with the flute. And this is the one who plays with bombs, right? At the moment the picture has changed to something else. Outside of the city, fires rose in all directions, and many demonic beasts and demons were destroyed in the flames. Is this the kind of thing that Sue Moore did? All that can be said is well done. Could it be that this ghost-faced man escaped from the middle of the explosion? And this is to take revenge. So you, dirty thing, survived like this. What luck! And as a result, you still dare to show your head now. Be careful of showing your head for seconds. The ghost-faced man once again appeared in front of the crowd. Those who are posting pop-ups, don't think that I can't find you guys. Even if I can't deal with Sue Moore, it's still more than enough for me to deal with you guys. You'd better be careful. The ghost-faced man no longer continued to pay attention after he finished speaking, betting his gaze on Sue Moore. Sue Moore. I'm a person who advocates courtesy. On the occasion of the start of the school year, I hope you're satisfied with the small gift I've given you. Next, I'm going to give you a great gift. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, the large screen began to split. Sue Moore, this place is familiar to you, isn't it? You've lived here for so many years. You're so deep in people's hearts that those curses on the walls are still automatically cleaned up for you. You've caused so much damage to our organization, and we're going to get the interest back little by little. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he took out a remote control in his hand. So Moore, do you think the house your parents bequeathed you will still exist if I press on? I know you set up someone, even someone I sent over there, and you caught them in the dark. Sue Moore looked at the ghost-faced man, his eyes carefully surveying him. That's all you know how to do. You researched all those explosives, didn't you? I have to admit that you are indeed a genius. Don't worry, I'll gather enough explosives that you researched and then personally stuff them inside your mouth. The ghost-faced man suddenly laughed out loud when he heard what Sue Moore said in the middle of the screen. You can't even find any trace of me, and you still presume to kill me. Sue Moore, you're getting on my nerves. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, the button in his hand fell straight down. Rumble. A fire burst into the sky and the house collapsed into rubble. Sue Moore stood in place. His fingers clenched. All of this had already occurred to him. He was mentally prepared when he was sure the guy would show up. But after witnessing the house his parents left him being blown up, a wave of anger still rose in Sue Moore's heart. This dog, give him a minute. Ha ha ha, exciting. Isn't this fire and brimstone scene familiar? Don't worry, I have something better for you. The ghost-faced man laughed out maniacally. Like a madman. By now the pop-ups were gradually flooding the screen. Asterisk. What is the ability to hide in the dark? Have the ability to come out and do it for real with Sue Moore. Despicable and shameless. Blowing up other people's houses. That's all a piece of trash like you can do. Bastard. When we find out who you are, we'll be sure to help Sue Moore put dynamite in both your mouths. Chapter 112, Crazy Blasters. Kidnapping the City Lord. Ghostface's eyes showed bloodlust when he saw the pop-up. Sue Moore. Look how many people speak for you. They are so kind to you. Sue Moore's eyes narrowed as he sensed something wrong from this sentence. Why? Just because you're a genius, does everyone have to spoil you, pamper you, and protect you? Well, why didn't I realize before that you people were so nice to geniuses? How many geniuses have been cornered by you dogs before? And now you're starting to pose as good people. Fine. Aren't you guys protecting Sue Moore? Next I'll see how you'll do it. The screen switched after the ghost-faced man finished speaking. So Moore, you recognize this part of the cemetery, don't you? There are your favorite people buried here, and Jia Yong who died because of you. TSK, a lot of people are watching right now. Those who speak for Sue Moore. You're not pampering Sue Moore, then I'll let you watch with your eyes. You can only mouth to protect them too. You guys are pampering Sumo for no other reason than that Sumo will grow up and be able to shelter you. No matter what Sumo does is right, because he is a genius. 18 years old at the Divine Soul Realm. 5-fold blade intent. 3 attributes perfect. So powerful, oh really powerful. Awesome, can't even protect your parents' grave. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, there was a rumble. As could be seen in the screen, the tombstone with Sumo's parents' picture reflected on it was directly blown to pieces. A deep pit even appeared on the ground. Sumo stared at the screen. His eyes narrowed. His chest rose and fell slightly. And he didn't let out any harsh words. So more. Come and get me. Find me. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he also took out a stick of dynamite and stuffed it inside his mouth, provoking Sumo madly in front of the screen. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. If you can't find me, you can only bark impotently and wildly. Catch me and kill me if you can. Then I'll admire you for a second. Don't think that by getting the stupid Su Ballad killed, you're already good. I have to say that your ploy was really good. Let's enjoy it next. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, Zhao Yang's grave appeared in front of him. Next, all of you listen to these pleasant sounds. Bang! After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he pressed the button. There was a rumble of fire. Comfortable. That's how I like it. It's so good. The ghost-faced man said epileptically. Son of a, have the guts to come out. What's the point of hiding behind? Everyone work together. Find this guy, and let Sumo kill this guy with his own hands. Not killing you is not enough to vent your hatred. Damn. Why did so much garbage appear? My heart can't take it anymore. I can't wait to kill this right now. The strongest of the northern courtyard, hurry up and find this dog. I want to personally watch him be judged. Should have shoved a bomb inside his mouth to shut this guy up forever. At this moment, Sumo clenched his hands tightly and stared at the screen dead on. Sumo, I'm really touched that so many people are speaking for you. The screen switched after Ghostface finished speaking. Enjoy my masterpiece next. As the ghost-faced man pressed something in his hand, rows of buildings collapsed. You can still see the blasted limbs, the blood and flesh. Ha ha ha, whoever speaks for Sumo again. This is what happens. Have the guts to say it? Go ahead and say it. I'll see how many people have the guts. Don't think that I can't investigate you guys. Even I can let you go to Hades right away. Seeing that no more pop-ups appeared, the ghost-faced man's laughter became even more arrogant. Sumo. See, these people, they're just good at bullying the weak and holding up the high and stepping down. TSK. I just created a little bit of a small commotion and so many people in the North District didn't dare to make a sound. With goons like that, you say what's the point of sheltering them? The ghost-faced man's voice was tinged with mockery, disdain. At this moment, Sumo stared at the screen and took a deep breath. If you're so good, shouldn't you be getting your revenge back now? Look at you. You suffered humiliation in the first place, and now that you have the ability to retaliate, why do you still need to hide it? It's only right to expose yourself brightly so that everyone can see who you are, so that your enemies won't dare to go out. The way you're acting, you're only making people think you're a clown, a coward, and what they fear is not you with a bomb in your hand. When the ghost-faced man heard Sumo's words, his demeanor gradually twisted. That is, with a mask to resist, he could still feel the feeling of madness. Sumo, I know what you're up to, and I'll fulfill you. The screen switches after the ghost-faced man finishes speaking. Above a tall building with a number of people hanging from it, the scene switches to their faces and you can still see their terrified eyes. Hiss, the C3 City Lord family. When were they kidnapped? It's not just their family, there are others. Look at them, you guys. A figure dangled from the rooftop. Ghostface's face appears. All of you know this one lord of the city. Do you know why I kidnapped him alone? Because he deserved to die. Of course. At this moment, the ghost-faced man had appeared on top of the tall building. If any of you dare come over here, the whole building is full of explosives and all underground for dozens of miles around. This is the liveliest place in C3 City. I'll detonate it if anyone dares to come over. But anytime I am made aware of a strong person coming, I immediately detonate. If you don't believe me, you can try. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he pointed at a tall building in front of him. A huge mushroom cloud appeared. Ruins were flying everywhere. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Don't disbelieve me. Especially Lon Lintian, the dean of the northern courtyard. If you dare to send people, I will dare to kill. Before, I didn't know what way to retaliate against them, but I still have to thank Sumo. Judging traitors in public. This can be a huge surprise for me. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he crouched down beside the C3 City Lord. I don't know if I can remember, but 15 years ago, you blew up a home with your own hands. The pupils of the C3 City Lord contracted after the ghost-faced man finished speaking. It looks like you still remember. The ghost-faced man's voice was sorrowful, then walked over to the young woman next to him. Wang Cheng, listen to my voice. Are you familiar with it? You are not as talented as me. Letting your father exterminate my entire family. Your heart is quite ruthless. Wang Cheng's pupils contracted. Night Ling, I'm wrong. Let me go. I didn't mean it. It looks like you still remember me. The ghost-faced man tore off his mask, revealing a hideous and horrifying face. The flesh and blood on his face curled up together and his eyes were asymmetrical. Chapter 113, Blowing Up the Walls. Huge crisis in C3 City. Ghostface faced the crowd after he stood up. Don't you hypocrites always hold up your highs and lows? I was in the same class as Wang Cheng. My talent was better than hers, and I pushed her down everywhere, and ended up joining forces with others to slander me and say I was plotting against her. What a big face. Who can look at a person like you, relying on the father of the city lord, every day in the school to move right and wrong? Just because your father is the city lord, the whole school covered for you, and I wasn't the only one who was more talented than you in the first place, either by transferring to a different school or being disabled, or disappearing inexplicably. Your city father had to come to the door to apologize, and in the end, what? Personally killed my parents, knocked me out, and even detonated my house, just because of one of your lies. Wang Cheng, your heart is so black. Wang Cheng looked at Nightling's eyes that were filled with killing intent and was so scared that her face was bloodless. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to scare you. I love you. You have to believe me. I love you. I had nothing to do with this. It's all father's doing. It's all him. Wang Cheng said incoherently. How do you feel about it, Lord Citadel? That's your daughter. TSK. C3 City Lord had already closed his eyes, obviously not wanting to say much. He knew that today was already fierce. After Nighting finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the security management office. Luckily I was blessed with a bunker to escape. I went to press charges. You guys are pretty good. Break my legs and throw me in the tur. Your wanton mockery. Your indifference. The look in your eyes when you see death. I still remember it now. A few people from the security management office were pale, breathing heavily, and beads of sweat kept falling. That's not true. You're lying. That's not true. We didn't do that. Don't think of slandering us in front of so many people. We won't do it. Nighting took out the explosives and was about to stuff them inside their mouths. I'm sorry. We were wrong. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have done that. It was all because the city lord told us to do it. Yes, it was all because he instructed us to do it. Nighting saw them identify the city lord and put down the explosives. After Nightling finished speaking, he turned around and came to a few other people. My good uncle, you're not bad either. I remember correctly. You bought the house. Half of the money was given to you by my parents, right? I went to you afterward, and you were nice enough to collect our family pension, feast, and report me to the town hall. Nightling, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Because you've been disfigured. I couldn't recognize you and thought that you were impersonating Nightling. That's why I did it. You have to believe me. The eldest really loves you. Nightling didn't listen to his eldest uncle's nonsense and took out the explosives and shoved them directly inside his mouth. Seeing his eldest uncle's terrified eyes, there was madness in Nightling's complexion. With a bang, Nighting's eldest uncle turned into a mist of blood. Ha! Finally looked at a couple of people from the security administration. Don't come over. We're wrong. Really wrong. Leave us alone. Nighting stuffed the explosives inside their mouths. At this moment, Nightling's body was already stained with the flesh and blood of these people, and his hideous face looked even more terrifying. Finally Nighting looked at Wang Cheng. No. Wang Cheng had tears in her eyes and kept shaking her head. Nightling ignored it and shoved the explosives directly inside Wang Cheng's mouth. After Nightling was done, he stared at the C3 City Lord. Is there anything you wish to say, Lord Citadel? What happened today is all because of you, and those geniuses you killed to pave the way for your daughter. Do you really think they're dead? Just wait. I'm just one of them. And there are some guys who hate you even more than I do and are even crazier. At this moment, the city lord similarly panicked. No. She had nothing to do with any of this. I did this. Come at me for anything. Nightling looked at the city lord with murderous intent in his gaze. Beg me and let her go. Nightling's expression became even more maniacal. Please, it has nothing to do with her. It's all my fault. Bang. Wang Cheng directly exploded into smithereens. No. I'm going to kill you. The city lord's eyes were bloodshot as he stared deathly at Nightling. Ha. You can beg too. That's what I like to see from you. It would be too cheap for me to kill you now. And I won't. I'll let you know how big a price you will pay. After Nightling finished speaking, he turned around the screen and called out to Sumore. 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 Aren't you going to participate in the graduate examination? Then I will reluctantly make a rule with you. After Nightling finished speaking, he took out another remote control. Next C3 City. Meet your doom. Rumble. The entire gate of the C3 City wall was blown open. I know you hate to kill me, but unfortunately, you can't find me. After Nightling finished speaking, the surrounding mist rose up, and after it dispersed, his body had already disappeared. The pop-ups only gradually appeared after the ghost-faced man disappeared. Not good. C3 City was directly blown apart. I'm afraid it's even bigger than the last crisis in Z9 City. The C3 City Lord is such a piece of garbage. An asshat, and if it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. That daughter of his isn't any good either. I do think it's a relief that that ghost-faced man killed her. Why is it that a piece of trash like this can become the City Lord? You'll have to ask the people at C3 City. Who can blame them for the idols they choose? C3 City is in danger. The city wall has been blown up. I guess the demonic beasts are going to attack the city again. So I don't know how much danger exists. And then there's the inactivity of that security management service. It turns out that a lot of traitors are forced by these people. There's no way around it. Many geniuses can only die out without a backstage. I have to say that organization, it really knows how to enlist people. I don't know if that city lord regrets it. It's all because of him. A lot of people are going to bury their lives because of him. Sumore lowered his head, not knowing what he was contemplating. There are still 5 major houses in the North Courtyard. All the students who are going to graduate now head to C3 City. Don't let the demonic beasts take a step into the city. At this moment, Long Lin Tian began to speak. Looking at the picture in the middle of the screen, his heart and mind tightened. After the chief safety manager noticed Long Lin Tian's eyes, his heart tightened. I'll go through it thoroughly and see if there are any other things like that going on. Long Lin Tian did not answer. This was human nature. No one could control it. Sumore nodded at Long Lin Tian and turned to leave. The plan had already begun. These crazy guys have been drawn out. Shirayuki walked over to Sumore. We'll go over there together. Sumore nodded. Several hours later, Sumore had arrived at C3 City. The heart sank when he saw the skyscraper that had been blown up by Nighting, and the rescuers were still working on it, with martial artists out there and all kinds of instruments. Young house, we've been tricked. These local explosives are fake. Sumore had just come over when someone came over to report. Sumore nodded to show that he knew. The C3 City Lord had already been rescued and came to Sumore. Before he could explain, Sumore had already turned away. He didn't want to ask about these things. At this moment, Suemo had already transformed into a remnant, and after the city wall blew up, densely packed demonic beasts appeared and had already flooded into the city. The number of demonic beasts was quite a bit more than the one in Z9 City. Sumore's advancing footsteps suddenly lurched. The heart had a bad feeling. Beware of the demonic beasts. As soon as Sumore's words fell, many martial artists had just decapitated the demonic beasts when there was a sudden explosion inside the demonic beasts. Rumble. The fire came from all directions. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. Many martial artists were directly blown up. Grass. There are explosives inside the demonic beast. The martial artists participating in the examination all fell back. Bayu's heart and mind tightened as she looked at Suemo, who was rushing towards the group of demonic beasts. Suddenly a killing god field close to 20 meters appeared and enveloped around Sumore. Chapter 114, The Realm Unfolds. Shocking the crowd. The demonic beasts that stepped into the field were all decimated. After the many martial artists saw the scene, shocking waves rose in their hearts. Domain. It's actually a domain. Sumore actually has a domain. How is it possible? He's only at the Divine Soul Realm. Why can he comprehend a domain? The martial artists who were resisting the demonic beasts were all shocked. The 3 attributes were already enough to shock them. And now there was another domain. Kill 103rd level demonic beasts. Gain 326 kill points. The demonic beasts within the domain. Every move was under Sumore's surveillance. Sumore was like a ghost. Many demonic beasts were grabbed by Sumore and thrown into the group of demonic beasts. It was immediately followed by the sound of an explosion. Kill 1. 000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 3. 766 kill points. Kill 3. 000 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 6. 874 kill points. Those in the Divine Soul Realm and above. Find those demonic beasts with bombs inside them. Sumore flew with his imperial sword and shouted. Breaking through the Divine Soul Realm. The soul power has awakened and can probe the demonic. The situation inside the beast. In the dark, Many powerful people appeared and began to collect demonic beasts. Sumor had just fallen into the group of demonic beasts when hundreds of demonic beasts rushed towards Sumor. The divine soul power could sense that there was a situation within those demonic beasts. Just as the demonic beasts approached, Sumor flew with his imperial sword. Rumble! The flames rose to the sky. Sumor's body briefly stayed in the air for a moment. Seeing the demonic beast of the divine soul realm in the distance, the domain unfolded. The three attributes of gold, wind, and fire accompanied each other, and the demonic beasts that passed along the way were all turned into blood mist. Kill 2, 000 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 11, 000 kill points. Kill 5, 000 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 10, 800 kill points. Kill level 35 demonic beast. Gain 160 kill points. Roar! A wave burst out at this time. The ground kept collapsing, and golden light appeared in the sky. Sumor's expression tensed up after seeing this scene. The corpses of the demonic beasts were quickly engulfed. Dense golden light drilled out from within the ground. Even many of the living demonic beasts were directly devoured. The city walls were blown up and a steady stream of demonic beasts poured in. In C3 City, many martial artists rushed over with their weapons. After seeing the dense, endless swarm of demonic beasts, his heart was horrified, his face was bloodless, and his hand holding his weapon was trembling. With the sound of the demonic beast's low roar, many people were so scared that they fled, turning into the demonic beast's rations. Sumor shook his head after seeing this scene and didn't go to save these people. The black god held it in his hand and swept it against the surrounding demonic beasts. The fivefold blade intent was added to the power of the domain, as well as the invulnerability of the metallic nature. Wherever Sumor passed, it turned into a vacuum. Kill 3, 000 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 12, 400 kill points. Kill 5 level 5 demonic beasts and gain 25 kill points. Seeing Sumor killing demonic beasts as if it was a no man's land, many people's bloodlust was aroused. Kill! We can't let these demonic beasts take a step into the city. Wailing sounds, blood-spattering sounds rang out continuously. There were also the sounds of demonic beasts growling low and chewing. Quickly, build a city wall to isolate the demonic beasts. Otherwise C3 City will cease to exist today. A dark shadow flashed in the distance, walking to the previously blown-up wall. After Sumor saw it, he gathered towards that side. At this moment, Bayou was not far away from Sumor, and the same domain unfolded. In the domain, those dense raindrops were transformed into sharp swords, and the demonic beasts that approached were all pierced through. Sumor and also Bayou exchanged glances and surrounded the city from two directions at the city wall. Kill 10, 000 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 11, 000 kill points. Kill 3, 000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 1, 200, 300 kill points. The system's beeps kept ringing. Sumor didn't pay any attention to it. He knew that it wasn't the most dangerous time yet. Demonic beasts attacking the city now appeared only ordinary demonic beasts. Those powerful demonic beasts had not yet appeared. Those traitors were able to cooperate with the demonic beasts. It was absolutely impossible for this little action. The dozens of people who repaired the city walls exploded with intense light, and the earth attribute erected a wall to block the demonic beasts' attack. After the martial artists within the city saw this scene, hope welled up in their hearts. Kill, kill, put. The head of a demonic beast flew up. Everyone hold on. When the walls are repaired, these demonic beasts will be a turtle in a jar, and C3 City will be safe by then. Sumor's footsteps that were hunting the demonic beasts lurched. The imperial sword was in motion, and his body rushed towards the human martial artist. Chopper. With a swing of the blade, a 10-meter golden blade aura appeared, and a huge gully appeared on the ground. Put. Sumo's body was like a spirit swallow. Every now and then a blade swings out. Kill 100 shadow demons and gain 468 kill points. Everyone beware. After someone recognized the shadow demon, they hastily reminded him. Put. A dozen heads rushed up into the sky in succession. The body fell to the ground and was directly swallowed by the demonic beast. Sumor's face changed. These shadow demons were walking away from him. The realm unfolded and stepped on the snow. Divine sense coalesces. Blade intent continued to erupt. Kill a human demon of the transcendent realm. Gain 4 kill points. Kill 3 transcendent realm human devils. Gain 13, 5 kill points. In no time, the human demon's trail disappeared without a trace. Sumor sighed. There was no way. There were too many demonic beasts. Those shadow demons transformed into demonic beast shadows. It was hard to be detected. The walls were being built faster and faster at the moment. After many human martial artists saw it, hope rose in their eyes. Careful! Sumor shouted at the men. Put! Dense poisonous insects suddenly emerged from the middle of the ground. Before those who built the walls could react, their faces quickly turned black and their bodies fell to the ground. Sumo rode his sword, and in the blink of an eye, his body had already arrived at the city wall. The domain unfolded and the power of flames appeared. Zip! 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 Dense voices rang out. You build the walls quickly. After Sumo spoke to them, he began to strike out at the surrounding poisonous insects. At this time, the C3 city lord also converged over, and without much ado, joined the ranks of the vermin killers. After many martial artists killed the demonic beasts around them, they began to protect these people to build the city wall. As long as the walls were built, those demonic beasts wouldn't be able to easily break through, and they would have a chance to catch their breath by then. The demonic beasts that were still running away from the city, after seeing this scene, turned their heads and charged with the city walls. Those demonic beasts weren't stupid. If the city walls were closed, what awaited them was death. After Sumore's domain appeared, it was even easier to kill demonic beasts. Each swing of the blade would take away the lives of many demonic beasts. Kill 6,000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 23,600 kill points. Kill 5,000 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 13,400 kill points. The speed at which those special martial artists were building the walls was getting faster and faster. In the end, even more Ascension Realm powerhouses appeared, roiling flames scorching the city walls. Chapter 115-12 Treading Heaven Realm demonic beasts appeared carrying explosive packages. In no time at all the seams of the walls were merging into each other. Many people's hearts settled after seeing this scene. Slaying demonic beasts was also getting harder and harder. There was another figure outside the city gates at the moment, wearing a ghost face mask. Seeing the wall that had been rebuilt, his face turned ugly. It was a lot of work to blow up the walls, and he even plotted for how long. These guys, they're really something. Sumo, if it wasn't for the organization's explanation to capture you, C3 City would have completely disappeared by now. Nighting thought of this and nodded at the darkness. Knock knock. The weather gradually became oppressive, and outside the city gates, large red lanterns appeared. The densely packed demonic beasts outside the city suddenly made way. In the distance a huge figure close to 500 meters flew out of the mist. The demonic beasts on the ground prostrated themselves as if waiting for their king to descend. After the human martial artists saw this scene, their pupils contracted violently. At this moment, even Sumo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Not good. Heaven-treading realm demonic beasts. More than a dozen heaven-treading realm demonic beasts. How did you converge so many treading heaven realm demonic beasts? It's over. It's over. Even if the walls are repaired, it'll be hard to resist. What are you afraid of? It's not like we don't have strong people in the northern district. The big deal is that if you die, you'll be a good man again in 18 years. No. What is hidden behind those demonic beasts? You guys look at his back. I have a bad feeling about this. The people who were repairing the city wall at the moment were the closest, and after seeing what the demonic beast was carrying, their pupils contracted violently. No. That's explosives. These demonic beasts want to continue destroying the city walls. A dozen or so treading heaven realm demonic beasts were carrying explosives on their backs. There was no mistake, carrying explosives on their backs. The figure was extremely fast and rushed towards the city. After the strong man hiding in the shadows saw the scene, his body moved and transformed into a residual shadow. His body stood on top of the city wall, looking at the demonic beasts running over in the distance. We can't let them enter the city. Stop them. After saying that, a dozen or so heaven-treading realm powerhouses joined forces to fight against the demonic beast. Sumo's heart and mind tightened. No, there might be other accidents. His body turned into a stump, killing at the demonic beast. Hurry up and kill the demonic beasts in the city. Sumo shouted out, and the students from the North Courtyard and the 5 key academies hurriedly made their moves, no longer holding back. Kill 2,000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 6,533 kill points. Ho, ho, ho. At this moment, Sumo was like a god of killing, and any demonic beast had no resistance left. The demonic beasts let out low roars of fear, but Sumo didn't have the time to pay attention to them. Hurry up. It's just the last bit before the walls are fully repaired. The martial artists repairing the city walls revealed their delight. The martial artists hunting demonic beasts within the city had the same smile on their faces. Once again, they protected the city. After the dozen or so treading heaven realm demonic beasts outside were blocked, they stared at the martial artists who had stopped them dead in the face. Just you guys are still trying to stop us. One of the treading heaven realm demonic pythons spat out human words. Opening his mouth, a pillar of flaming light appeared. At the same time the tail flicked and the explosives behind it flew straight into the air. Not good. Quickly get out of the way. These heaven-treading realm demonic beasts want to die with us. The heaven-treading realm powerhouse who had stepped out to intercept him had his heart and mind shaken after seeing this scene. Rumble. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The firestorm engulfed everything around it. The martial artists who built the city were too late to avoid it and were attacked by the giant wave of flames, directly turning into charcoal. Looking for death. The treading heaven realm martial artist reacted with a shocked expression when he saw that the city wall was so close to being repaired, and as a result, the person who repaired the wall died. The human martial artist's body moved and wind attribute power appeared. A fierce wind appeared, and the giant waves of flames were absorbed by the wind and rolled directly towards the outside of the city. Wherever the flamestorm passed, the ground was scorched black and the demonic beasts outside the city were in chaos. One of the demonic leopards, with a leap of its body, opened its huge mouth. A force of wind appeared as well, and the flamestorm disappeared. At this moment, the demonic beasts within the city had already been hunted down. The crowd sat on the ground, breathing heavily. The martial artists repairing the walls were replaced with another group. The walls on both sides are nearly finished being repaired. Sumo stood on top of the repaired city wall and looked at the demonic beasts outside the city. Dense red eyes, reflecting the darkness into a canopy of blood. Sumo looked at the martial artists who were still repairing the city walls. The body transformed into a ghost. But two heads shot up into the sky. Blood sprayed over the walls. Sumo's sudden decapitation left the crowd puzzled. At this moment, Sumo pulled out their spatial rings. After using his divine sense to break through, he really saw the hidden explosives inside. Other martial artists who repaired the city walls were eager to finish the repair immediately. Only these two were sloppy, looking left and right. The heaven-treading realm powerhouse standing in the sky continued to confront the demonic beast after glancing down. The 12-headed heaven-treading realm demonic beast saw that the city had quieted down. Kill. The python's body moved and flames appeared. The rest of the treading heaven realm demonic beasts no longer continued to hide and kept striking out. Haul them elsewhere. The walls have just been repaired and are not yet stable. One of the human martial artists at the 4th level of the heaven-treading realm spoke. And try to stop us. The demonic beasts spit out human words and explosives were all thrown at them. Upon seeing this, the human martial artists quickly stepped in to block the explosives from advancing. Attack the city. The heaven-treading realm demonic beasts ordered, and the densely packed demonic beasts attacked towards the city walls. There were also quite a few demonic beasts that looked like they were building a heavenly ladder. Sumo's expression changed after seeing this scene. Many demonic beasts have explosives in their bodies. Chopper. Sumo quickly struck out, and the blade flashed. Kill 3, 000 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 12, 300 kill points. Sumo then moved his body and came outside the city walls. The explosives collected earlier were directly thrown out by Sumo. The fire attribute appears. Rumble. A huge wave radiated out. Many demonic beasts were already engulfed in flames before they could react. Kill 50, 000 level 3 demonic beasts and gain 167, 000 kill points. Kill 30, 000 level 4 demonic beasts and gain 1, 338, 000 kill points. Sumo returned to the top of the city wall and suddenly realized that the ground shook. Not good. Retreat. Sumo's voice had just fallen. Rumble. A huge giant wave of flame rose up from the ground. Dense cracks appeared on top of the freshly repaired walls. Rumble. Rumble. There was a sudden surge in the shadows of those who were repairing the walls at the moment, holding something in his hand. Immediately after the fire exploded, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The recently repaired walls came crashing down. Even quite a few martial artists were caught in the waves and blown into a bloody mist. Sumo's expression was low, and a bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. These people really deserve to die. Sooner or later they will have to be uprooted. The martial artists within the city who were still resting briefly revealed despair in their gazes after seeing the city walls destroyed once again. Chapter 116 Not good. Its target is Sumo. Quickly return to defense. Those heaven-treading realm demonic beasts exuded bloodlust in their huge gazes after seeing this scene. Go, destroy the human city. Leave not a single life behind. Kill them all. One of the treading heaven realm demonic beasts ordered. The black god in Sumo's hand trembled and took a deep breath. The only way to stop the demonic beasts from attacking was to build the walls up. The most troublesome thing right now, on the other hand, were the shadow demons, which were so pervasive and disgusting. The most important thing is that they carry explosive packages. All participants in the examination, follow me, Sumori ordered. In no time at all hundreds of people gathered around. Sumo's domain opened. Kill with me and hold back the demonic beasts while you continue to build the walls. This time Sumo no longer held back. The god of killing domain opened up and enveloped the surrounding 17 meters. As long as the demonic beasts that enter Sumo's domain all of them will be turned into blood mist. Kill 50 3rd level demonic beasts. Gain 162 kill points. Kill 30 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 135 kill points. At the moment, Sumo was like a walking killing machine. Wherever they passed along the way, the demonic beasts were cut down under their swords. There were also students from the 5 key academies in the North Courtyard who stood side by side with Sumo after seeing this scene. Hundreds of martial artists, the lowest of which was at the Transcendent Realm, cast a wall. The martial artists in the back who were still resting took a deep breath after seeing this scene. Brothers, go, we can't let them face it alone. After saying that, they followed Sumo and the row behind them, and as long as there was a missed demonic beast, or a demonic beast that still had a hint of breath left, they would make up for it. After the Black Panther in the sky saw this scene, his gaze was fixed on Sumo. He could tell this young man was the backbone of the group. You guys stop them. Black Panther spoke to the demonic beast next to him. After saying that, the huge body suddenly blew a gale, and countless fallen leaves turned into flying daggers, impacting at Sumo. Sumo raised his head and looked at the Black Panther's attack. If you hurt my Northern Academy's young house, you still have to go through me. A teacher from the North Courtyard appeared and fended off the Panther's attack. At this moment, Sumo was still slashing the demonic beast. Sumo took a step forward. Those demonic beasts wanted to retreat, but there were too many densely packed demonic beasts behind them, and as long as they retreated, they would be trampled into mush. Since leaves can be transformed into knives when empowered by the wind, isn't it true that everything can be a knife? Anything can be enchanted with sword intent and turned into a weapon. At this moment, Sumo was in a strange state again. The people who were still lined up side by side with Sumo had their hearts and minds tightened and their cold hair stood on end as they felt an aura of death. Bayu's gaze shook after seeing this scene. Everyone stay away from Sumo. Hearing Bayu's words, they glanced at Sumo and realized that Sumo was a bit off. No way. This guy isn't going to break through again. Light emanated from above the black god, enveloping it with Sumo. Sumo lowered his head like an emotionless machine. The knife in his hand was subconsciously waving. The demonic beasts were more than capable of sensing the danger, and sensing the terrifying power brewing in Sumo. They had been dumbfounded. I am the knife and the knife is me. Sumo's head snapped up, a bright light emanating from his eyes. Chopper. A 30-meter blade suddenly erupted out and charged straight ahead towards Sumo. The demonic beasts that passed along the way let out miserable cries and were directly cut in half. Looking at the hundreds of meters long gully, at this moment, whether it was human martial artists or treading heaven realm demonic beasts, all of them stopped. The human martial artists were the first to react. Ha ha ha, well, it's worthy of being the young house of the Northern Courtyard. It's actually a 7-fold blade intent. It's too powerful. After the dozen or so treading heaven realm demonic beasts reacted, they stared at Sumo with bloodlust in their eyes. I'm going to kill this human today no matter what I say. Go on, kill him at all costs. When the human martial artists saw Sumo break through the 7th level of blade intent, there was incredulity in their eyes. How is it possible that even the 6th weight skipped right over? Bayu was similarly shaken in her heart and soul. 7-fold blade intent. Don't look at the fact that Sumo is only at the 7th level of Divine Soul right now. The 9th level of Divine Soul is not Sumo's opponent. At this moment, Sumo was traveling with his Imperial Sword. The field unfolds. With a wave of his hand, the fallen leaves on the ground suddenly floated. Buzz off. Only the blade intent began to appear on top of the leaves. The demonic beasts of the heaven-treading realm in the distance had a feeling that they were going to crack after seeing this scene. This damned human has comprehended the Tao of the blade, not the intent of the blade anymore. He must be killed. He cannot be allowed to live. Bayu took a deep breath. She also thought that Sumo had comprehended the 7-fold blade intent, but she did not think that she had already comprehended a hint of the Tao of the blade. The leaves floating up at this moment turned into a knife in Sumo's hand. Sumo floated in the sky. His leaves transformed into knives, constantly killing the demonic beasts on the ground. Kill 20. 000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 600 kill points. Sumo stepped on the sword. Waving his fingers, the leaves transformed into the sharpest demon killing weapon. Brothers, follow me and kill these demonic beasts. Let them know that attacking our human city was their biggest mistake. Rustling. At this time Sumo waved his fingers and the leaves suddenly flew off into the distance. Kill 15 Transcendent Realm Shadow Demons. Gain 62 kill points. The demonic beast looked at Sumo with horror in its gaze and kept roaring low. Sumo's eyes flickered. Those traitors actually still don't make a move. Sumo fell and waved his fingers. Thousands of fallen leaves turned into weapons and swept toward the front. The humans in the sky were in a good mood when they saw it. Fine. These demonic beasts have come to offend my northern district even though they don't care about themselves. They must be beheaded here today. When the teachers of the North Courtyard saw how valiant Suro was, their bloodlust had been aroused. The moves were also getting more and more severe. It was becoming more and more difficult for the Treading Heaven Realm's giant python to invoke. Give me death. The teacher from the North Courtyard's chi surged as wind power appeared and enveloped the giant python. Pust. The head was cut off directly and fell to the ground. The smell of blood kept spreading. The spirits of the human martial artists below were shaken. Good. Magnificent. The remaining Treading Heaven Realm demonic beasts, whose expressions changed, suddenly had one less. After Black Panther saw this scene, the aura on his body began to roll over. This guy's gone berserk. Watch out everyone. The Black Panther opened its mouth and a gale appeared. Hundreds of meters of tornadoes blew through the sky. The teacher from the North Academy had a grave face. The tornado swept up yellow sand, corpses, bones, and flesh and blood. Not long after, a red tornado appeared and blew toward the North Courtyard teacher. The Black Panther's gaze flickered for a moment, and his figure was as fast as it could be. The huge body suddenly broke away from the battlefield and descended from the sky. Its sharp claws transformed into the sharpest weapon and grabbed at Suro. Not good. He's targeting the young house. Chapter 117, Slaying the Black Panther. Grade 7 Demonic Beast appears. The human martial artists in the sky changed their expressions after seeing this. Suro had already noticed the Black Panther long ago, and when the Black Panther was fighting the human martial artist, his gaze was fixed on him. Watching the Black Panther descend from the sky, the corners of Sumore's mouth rose. Sister Shiroyuki, it's coming down. Suro rushed at Shiroyuki and said. The corners of Bayu's mouth rose. Before she wanted to be exposed, Suro said to let her wait. A sword appeared in Shiroyuki's hand. A jump to the panther. Chop! Horror emitted from the Black Panther's pupils. This woman was actually at the Heaven Treading Realm as well. How is that possible? Looking so juvenile. Chopper. Suro was holding the Black God. A sword was swung out, and the sword intent was added with the power of gold. Invulnerable. Bang. A large head rolled off. Suro took a deep breath. Just now using the leaves to kill the demonic beasts had consumed too much. This strike caused the power in Sumore's body to be almost depleted. Watching the Black Panther being killed, those Heaven Ascension Realm demonic beasts in the sky froze for a moment. Human martial artists. Not martial virtues. Ha ha. Kill. White Moon's figure stepped into the air. Her domain opened up and she met the opposite demonic beast to kill it. The opposite side had two less Treading Heaven Realm demonic beasts, and the human side had one more Treading Heaven Realm, and the level wasn't low. For a time, the remaining Heaven Treading Realm demonic beasts in the sky were all falling back. Even they want to run away. Boom boom boom. Just as the crowd was unable to react, the darkness in the distance suddenly exploded and a pillar of flaming light suddenly appeared. Run! Su Stray exclaimed. Buzz. Dang. A golden wall suddenly appeared and stood in the sky. Sumore glanced back and realized that Zhao Maniac had already appeared, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. At this moment even Bayu took a deep breath. It was too dangerous just now. The mists dispersed and a demonic beast close to thousands of meters appeared. The huge body stood like a human, with two flames on its shoulders and a body that looked like it was formed from stone. Flaming Stone General. Zhao Maniac's face froze after he saw the figure that appeared. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was only at the third level of creation. The Heaven Treading Realm demonic beasts in the sky looked like they had found their backbone. Converge around the Flaming Stone General. Human. Killing my men. Looking for death. After the Flame Stone General finished speaking, he waved his arm. The ground suddenly trembled, and densely packed rocks appeared. The stone was instantly red hot and a layer of flame appeared on it. Flintstone swung his arm around. Thousands of fireballs fell from the sky and smashed against the human walls. Golden light spread out and appeared on Zhao Maniac's body, and in no time, a huge golden wall appeared. The flaming stones were all warded off. The Flame Giant General's body moved and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhao Maniac. Clenching his fists, he attacked at Zhao Maniac. After Zhao Maniac saw this scene, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. The Flamestone General noticed the change in Zhao Maniac's expression, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. It was too late to pull back. The power of gold was spread all over the body. Bang! A punch is thrown. Flamestone sent his body flying backwards with horror in his eyes. You're not the third level of creation. Zhao Maniac stood in place. When did he say that he was the third level of creation? As his body moved, golden light appeared in the sky and descended from the heavens. The demonic beasts on the ground couldn't dodge. Bang! 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 Tens of thousands of demonic beasts died under one strike. Sumore secretly let out a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. The next step was to harvest the lives of the demonic beasts. Faint bit of blade path plus field. As long as Sumore passed by, all the demonic beasts all turned into corpses. Kill 10. 000 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 22. 000 kill points. Kill 8. 000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 25. 600 kill points. After stabilizing his body, Flamestone General stood in the middle of the sky, impotently raging at the sight of his men who were constantly being hunted down. Aren't you guys going to make a move yet? When these words came out, the crowd quieted down, and Sumo's gaze coalesced. A human demon appeared in the dark, with swords in their hands. Every one of them was in the realm of the demiurge. There were even quite a few divine soul realms. Zhao Maniac's heart sank after seeing this scene. Sumore's eyes narrowed. If these human devils came in, quite a few human martial artists would die. Watching the human demon reappear, Sumore's domain opened up. Die. As the voice fell, the human devils who stepped into the realm were already turned into corpses before they could resist. Sumo had already rushed towards those few divine soul realm human devils to kill them. At this moment, Zhao Maniac stared at the person who appeared with a heavy gaze, dressed in a black robe. He could not see his face. A powerful sense of oppression came over him. Similarly, he was also a powerful person of the creation realm, and he didn't know how many levels it was. The black-robed figure moved and came before Zhao Maniac. Zhao Maniac's pupils contracted. Bang! The fists of the two men collided. Zhao Maniac's body took 2 steps back, and the black-robed man didn't move a muscle. Zhao Maniac's heart sank. Flamestrike will breathe a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. With a wave of his hand, thousands of fireballs appeared and smashed at Sumore. Unbridled. Another strong person appeared in the dark, with the same flames appearing on his body. The flames of the Flamestone General were directly cancelled out. Many more human devils appeared in the dark, transforming into ghosts and killing towards Sumore. Even the Shadow Demon had appeared, holding explosives in his hands. Sumore's pupils contracted. That damned Nightling. Sooner or later I'll have to kill that guy. Rumble. Sumore flew with his sword, while a sword blade chopped over. Kill 10 divine soul realm human devils. Gain 58 kill points. Not good. Run. At this moment, Sumore suddenly shouted. Many martial artists had not yet reacted. Sumore's body moved and the domain opened. Stacked waves. The blade intent swept away in a continuous stream. Kill 10. 000 poisonous insects. Gain 35. 000 kill points. Ah! There were also human martial artists who exclaimed. Immediately after the body collapsed to the ground, and within a few moments, black gas began to rise from his face. Quickly use the antidote. Sumore reminded a sentence. Many martial artists took out pills and hurriedly swallowed them, while stuffing them inside the mouths of the poisoned martial artists. Sumore's heart settled down after seeing this scene. After seeing this scene, the Blood Flute in the shadows secretly said that it was a pity. I didn't expect it to be you. Blood Flute turned around and took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. Lu Bai, the elder brother of Willow Demon. Zhang Jingxin looked at Lu Bai with a look of disbelief and more anger. Teacher, don't look at me with such eyes. I already know what will happen to me if I choose to expose myself. After Lu Bai finished speaking, black blood began to emerge from the corners of his mouth. Why? Zhang Jingxin did not understand why Lu Bai went to become a traitor when he was also a genius. My mission is accomplished. Your attention has been focused on me. After Lu Bai finished speaking, his body collapsed to the ground and was no longer silent. Zhang Jingxin's pupils contracted when he heard about it. At this moment, Sumore finished killing the demonic beasts and landed on the ground, his face changing. The hard ground suddenly became soft, like a quagmire. In the blink of an eye, Sumore's body had already disappeared inside. Those poisonous insects around them quickly gathered together. Rumble. The flames rose up to the sky, illuminating the dark sky. Chapter 118. Disappearing Sumore. Anger rises. Baiyu had been paying attention to Sumore and saw Sumore's demeanor change as his body quickly disappeared on the ground. Shirayuki rushed forward. Immediately afterward the fire shot up into the sky. Huge giant waves of flames kept engulfing everything. Many demonic beasts and human martial artists were swept in. Even the walls that had just been repaired were already cracking again. A deep ruin appeared on the ground. Zhang Jingxin walked out from the shadows with a frighteningly gloomy face. The black-robed man as well as the flamestone would have already disappeared in silhouette when the sound of the explosion rang out, leaving behind a dozen or so Ascension Realm demonic beasts trembling. They hadn't thought by 1,000 calculations that the boss would actually abandon them. Kill. At this moment, Zhang Jingxin, Zhao Maniac's body erupted with endless killing intent. In just a few minutes, all the demonic beasts were turned into corpses. Quickly notify the Dean, the Vice Dean and the others. Zhao Maniac spoke to Zhang Jingxin. I've just informed them. At this time Bai Xiu also came over and looked at the two teachers. Teacher, Sumore he. Shirayuki's eyes had moistened. There was concern in his eyes. Thousands of calculations did not expect that Lu Bai had already secretly operated the poisonous insects for layout. We were all fooled. He gave us the false impression that he could only manipulate demonic beasts with his flute. From the time we captured Suro, he laid a trap for us to manipulate demonic beasts using the flute. Zhang Jingxin's fists clenched as his face gradually became gloomy. There were also other martial artists who reacted. They were far away and didn't get affected. With the explosion just now, at least hundreds of human martial artists had disappeared. Zhang Jingxin's expression changed as he watched Baiyu going out. Come back. You go out and find Sumor is not their opponent. The dean will come over in a while. At that time, we are out of the city. Just as they froze. At this moment, there were martial artists running in the distance. It's bad. It's bad. A large number of demonic beasts have appeared in D6 City as well. Zhang Zhengxi looked unsightly, estimating that the walls of D6 City had been blown up. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to deliver the news that the walls of D6 City had been blown up. Previously, Lu Bai was in that place guarding the city gates. Go to D6 City. Zhang Jingxin ordered. I'm not going. Sumor is still in danger. Those people are making such a big move just for Sumor. If Sumor has problems, their plan will be complete. Zhang Jingxin looked at Baiyu and did not say anything. Crackle. Suddenly a streak of thunder appeared and Vice Dean Lei's figure appeared. Old Zhao, keep an eye here and hasten to get the walls built. Old Zhang, I show you to hurry to D6 City now. Shirayuki, you follow me. After Vice Dean Lei finished speaking, he took Baiyu with him and had already left, rushing towards the outskirts of the city. Dean Rei, what exactly is your plan? And what exactly does Master think? Shirayuki knew there was a plan plotted between them. The plan was suggested by Sumor. Sumor exposing his strength, cultivating so fast, and having 3 attributes perfected is fishing with himself. The reason the dean and the other 3 vice deans didn't show up was because they had already left the city long ago and were waiting. Those sons of ES have been eyeing our northern district and building quite a few research bases around the outside of it. Sumor is so important. They'll definitely bring Sumor to the main research base on this side of the northern district. We're just finding the main research base, and we're sure to get quite a bit of information by then. So we might be able to pull out all the research bases around the northern district. Those human devils will be destroyed by us as well. And we will uproot the traitors in the northern district when the time comes. Baiyu's heart shook after hearing the general plan from Vice President Lei's mouth. That's the plan Sumor came up with. And it's putting himself in complete danger. Vice President Lei only chatted a few words, but it was difficult to implement this plan. So everything today is also part of your plan. Shirayuki took a deep breath. There's no mistake. We've already anticipated the demonic beasts attacking the city, even D6 City. We've already made arrangements long ago. There won't be any problems. Even the entire Willow family has been targeted, and whoever is a traitor dies. As for the C3 City Lord's drama, it wasn't good at all. It was too fake to be true, and that one called Nightling is still complacent. Shirayuki didn't say anything. Those people were actually traitors. Traitors who had directed their own drama. Shirayuki couldn't figure out why they were putting on this show though. Suddenly it occurred to Shirayuki that it was impossible for so many explosives to appear at the same time. So that's how it was. They attracted everyone's attention, and at that time, Lu Bai cooperated and was able to transport the explosives. It's a pity about those martial artists who were blown up. Shirayuki sighed with emotion. Not a pity at all. You really think they're ordinary martial artists? Shirayuki's eyes snapped open. Those people are not cuties. With so many martial artists blown up, if they weren't traitors, how would we treat their families when the time comes? Shirayuki didn't say anything. Needless to say, anyone who saw it would respect it because they were the families of heroes. What if all their families are traitors too? Vice President Ray took a deep breath. Or that kid has already thought of it long ago. He guessed that Nightling would think of this move. The ones that aren't traitors, we've been notified a long time ago to keep them away. Baiyu took a deep breath. It turned out that without realizing it, Suemo had already grown to such an extent that he could lay such a chess game. As long as this plan succeeds, our northern district will be quite peaceful for the rest of the year, and we may even be able to delay it until you grow up. Vice President Ray looked ahead. Not long after, Shirayuki saw 3 figures. Master, Dean, Long Lin Tian took a deep breath. Let's go. No matter if this plan fails or succeeds, Sumor's life is the most important thing. Vice President Ray and the others nodded. After saying that, a few people's figures disappeared. At this moment, in the mist, several powerful human devils were carrying a stretcher. On it lay a man, breathing evenly. Nightling is standing next to a demonic beast, the swamp beast of the 9th level of creation. It was the one that captured Sumor over. The corners of Nightling's mouth rose as he looked at the sleeping Sumor. This time he was able to capture Sumor. He was able to take credit for it. And when the time came, his rank within the organization could be raised, and he might be able to become a full-fledged staff member, no longer a supernumerary. It was a pity about the blood flute, but what he was promised, Knighting would help him do. Let's go. Pick up the pace, don't get caught. After Nightling finished speaking, he threw away all the electronic devices on his body. He even searched Sumore's body and threw away all the electronic equipment. A light appeared on the swamp beast's body, and several people disappeared. Chapter 119, I told you I'd stick dynamite in your mouth. At this moment, Sumore didn't really pass out. His consciousness was still awake. The consciousness was already immersed in the panel, and at the moment Sumore was a bit hesitant. Master and the others don't know how long it will take them to get there. Even if one's strength broke through the Ascension realm, it would still be difficult to escape. Not to mention the others, a swamp beast could press and hammer Sumore. In the end, Sumore still chose to add all of his kill points to the spatial attribute. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Soul 7th level, 0 of 170. 000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Wavy, 0/500000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade, Perfect. Treading Snow, Shin Grade, Perfect. Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade, Perfect. Dao Intent, Sevenfold Blade Intent. Domain, Killing God's Domain, Primary, 17 meters, 0 of 1. 000. Weapon, Black God. Spiritual Attributes, Gold, Affinity 100, Wood, Affinity 30, 0/3000, Water, Affinity 28, 0/2800, Fire, Affinity 100, Earth, Affinity 29, 0/2900, Wind, Affinity 100, Thunder, Affinity 13, 0/1300, Space, Affinity 15, 0/15,000, Time, Affinity 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 895673. Directly adding the spatial affinity to 43, Sumore's kill value had already been consumed and there was still more than 50,000 left. Directly adding it to time, the time affinity became 10. The kill value is completely gone. If he encountered danger, he could utilize the power of space, and he would have a much better chance of escaping then. Sumore was originally in the middle of waking up. Nightling was still a bit uneasy after glancing at Sumore, nodding at the swamp beast. There were gases appearing on the swamp beast's body, and this time Sumore completely fell into a deep sleep. Time passed for an unknown amount of time. Cool water was poured directly on his face, and Sumore woke up with a dazed look in his eyes. At this moment, Sumore realized that he was already lying within an apparatus. Nightling appeared in front of Sumore and stared at him. Sumore, this is considered to be our first meeting, but it's a pity that after this meeting, it's your time to die. Sumore wanted to struggle. His hands and feet were already bound. Don't struggle. Even if you're in the realm of creation you can still break free. After Nightling finished speaking, he covered the lid of the machine. Not long after that, there was gas coming out. Sumore held his breath. But there are things appearing in the pipes around the instrument. It's interesting that it can't actually pierce his skin. One of them appeared wearing a white coat and a mask. Surprise flashed in his eyes after seeing the bent needle. It was not long before the special needle was replaced, which pierced Sumore's skin. Sumore felt the pain coming from his arm and didn't stop it. Even holding his breath, those fumes were penetrating Sumore's skin. Before long, Sumore began to drift off to sleep again, trying to stay awake and still hear their conversation. There are special powers contained in his blood, and it looks like our research wasn't wrong. Attribute power has a lot to do with blood gas value. 3 attributes of Sumore, which has the highest blood chi value content among the samples we've collected. Sumore kept trying to stay awake, trying to hear what these people were saying. It's a shame Sumore can't be studied by us. This is someone the organization wants. If Sumore gives us research, I believe it won't be long before I can become a full member and know more secrets. I've already notified the organization. I guess it won't take long for them to come over and take Sumore away. After hearing this, the people who were studying it looked at Nightling with envy in their gazes. You'll be a full member this time, so I can congratulate you in advance. Nightling laughed out loud. Don't worry, I'm sure it won't be long before you're a full-fledged officer as well. When I become a full member, I'll have access to more secrets, and when I do, I'll gain access to making more human demon ranks. Maybe I'll have a chance to take the whole North End. I really envy those who have participated in the disappearance of the 10th district. They have long since become full members, know many secrets, and can even increase their strength in various ways. Unlike us, the researcher lamented after putting down Sumore's blood. I reckon that when the organization succeeds in researching Sumore, perhaps our chance will come. When the time comes, the organization will definitely use the North District to open up, and having already disappeared a 10th district before, there's no difficulty in wanting to disappear a North District at all. The most troublesome ones are also those in the north courtyard. After Nightling finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the instrument that enclosed Sumo. No, just in case, there's something else to inject him with. This guy is so devious. We have to be careful. Nightling pressed the button on the machine, and Sumo didn't move. This was because the swamp beast was within the research room, surveying Sumo from time to time. Various probes appeared inside the instrument and zapped at Sumo's body. The temperature began to drop rapidly. Sumo's remaining bit of consciousness was still praying. Master, if you don't show up, I'll have to use my spatial ability. Just as Sumo prayed, the entire research room suddenly shook. With a thud, the research room had been reduced to 2 halves. Sumo saw the figure suspended in the sky. The mind relaxes and the consciousness is gradually consumed by darkness. When the swamp beast saw Long Lintian, there was fear in its eyes. The researchers and also Nightling's pupils contracted when they saw Long Lintian. No, how did you guys get over here? How did you find this place? It's impossible. We don't have any tracking devices on us. Long Lintian condescendingly glanced at Nightling. How can a mole cricket speculate on the might of a giant dragon? The swamp beast's gaze flickered, fear in its huge eyes, and its figure shifted a bit, about to flee. The researchers and also Nightling looked even more fearful after they felt it. The swamp beasts were the most powerful ones they had here. If the swamp beasts all ran away, what would they use to fend off Long Lintian? Long Lintian glanced at him. Die. Long Lintian gave a grip to the swamp beast, only to see it turn into slag. Space stand still. A field appeared around Long Lintian, and wherever it passed, everything was stilled. Old Thunder, gather up all the information. Dean Lay nodded. Every time the old dragon made a move, it gave him a shock. After seeing that instrument, Bayu's face changed and her body moved to the side of the instrument. Long Lintian pointed at the instrument and it directly shattered. Bayu hugged Sumo. At this moment, a layer of ice had appeared on Sumo's body, and the temperature had dropped to a minimum. Long Lintian was also startled, and the power in his body transitioned inside Sumo. It wasn't long before Sumo awoke. Master, if you don't come over, my little life will be gone. Sumo's plastic Dao technique was running, and it took a while for his body to recover. Sumori walked up to the researcher with his knife, was considering whether to kill him or not. After all, this guy knows a lot. Kill it. The information has already been gathered by me, and this person's skills aren't that great. Vice Dean Lay's voice rang out. After Sumo heard this, he no longer hesitated to chop off his head with a single slash. Just stuck him with a needle. There was still one Nightling remaining, and Sumori looked at him. I told you I'd put dynamite in your mouth. Chapter 120, Jumping Clown. You burned your own parents. Broken defense Nighting. Nightling's throat rolled, wanting to move. His body was firmly fixed by Long Lintian. Dog, I thought a lot for this plan. I just didn't think of you blowing up my parents' grave. Zhao Yan's grave. Your behavior is as ugly as your face. Nightling's emotions fluctuated a little when she heard the word ugly. After Sumo finished speaking, he grabbed Nightling's right hand and placed it on the table. You're a big fan of pushing buttons with this hand, aren't you? You enjoy looking at people's terrified, fearful eyes, don't you? After Sumo finished speaking, he chopped off Nightling's middle finger. Ah! A sound of pain resounded through the research room. Sumo! You wait for me. Nightling was still threatening Sumo. The corner of Sumo's mouth rose. Threatening is it? I will let my hands rub your self-esteem. Ha ha, Sumo. Have the guts to keep coming. You don't even know. I fried your parents. Zhao Yon's grave mood, how cool. Come on, kill me. Ha ha ha, chop me up now. Bang, bang, bang. Sumo chopped off the fingers of Nightling's right hand one by one. Long Lintian was indifferent after they saw it. Even Vice President Lay sighed. For this plan, Sumo paid a lot. After seeing Nightling's maneuver, they all hated to chop this guy to death. After all 5 fingers were chopped off, Sumo cut off his arm again. Kill me. Have the ability to kill me? What is the ability to torture me? Have the ability to kill me? Nightling's voice hissed. Can you be cool like a man? Sumo ignored it and picked up Nightling's left hand. Nightling's left hand struggled vigorously, and when Sumo saw it, he pinched at the right wound. Sumo, you shameless thing, you are so vicious. Sumo sneered. Don't you love working on this stuff? I'll let you taste what it's like to have your hands cut off. This time Sumo wasn't chopping, but pulling, watching the knife slowly sink into Nightling's flesh and blood. Immediately after that, Sumo tore apart Nightling's ghost face, revealing that hideous face. Don't think we don't know. That was a bad scene you put on. You think you're so smart. Arrogant fool. Nightling's pupils shifted, looking at Sumo's teasing eyes, his gaze tinged with questioning. It was impossible. How could they have found out? Sumo, Don't you dare try to make me account for things in such a way. Have the guts to kill me. What's the point of torturing me like this? Nightling growled. Sumo ignored Nighting's rant and took out his cell phone and set it up. I'll film you being miserable and broadcast it in the North End. You like creating a stir so much? It'll be a relief to show people how miserable you are when the time comes. You show the people of the North End your arrogance, and I'll show them your pity. Also, I don't want to get any information out of you. You're so powerful. I thought you were an official member of the Eternal Life Organization, but it turns out that you're just a little Yakuza too. If I had known, I wouldn't have had to waste so much effort. I'd have died head over heels if I were you. It's been so long since I've been mixed up as a full member. And you can't either. Ugly fine dog. Nighting was like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. Shut up. Shut up. I told you to shut up. Don't say I'm ugly. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Sumor. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Sumor's hand rose up and chopped the flesh off of Nightling's face, directly stuffing it inside his mouth. Ugly fine dog. Arrogant fine dog. Stupid fine dog. You ugly thing. Shut up. I told you to shut up. I told you to shut up. I ordered you to shut up. Nightling yelled as he broke his defense. The corners of Sumor's mouth rose, condescending and staring contemptuously at Nightling. You made up a good story, and guess what we investigated later? You're disfigured because you set yourself on fire, and that's not all. You burned your parents. You shut up. It's not like that. It's not like that. Shut up. I told you to shut up. Sue Stray. You shut up with me. Nightling yelled and screamed, even trying to bite Sumor. I didn't do it. They were killed by the lord of the city and their eldest uncle, the ones who set the fire and tried to burn our family. Sue Stray pressed his head. What? Break your guard. Create all this commotion. Deflect things onto someone else. Delude yourself into transferring evil onto someone else. And then garner sympathy for self-paralysis. With a dumbass like you, I wouldn't even agree to you becoming a full member if I were in the Forever Living Organization. You caught me in the act. Do you think the Forever Organization will kill you all? Stupid. Stupid from a young age. Setting your parents on fire. You're a real rebel too. Your parents gave you the best of everything. And because you rebelled, your parents tried so hard to persuade you. You resented it and set the fire while they were asleep. When the time comes, I'll broadcast all these real things in the North End, so that everyone in the North End will know what kind of person you are. Or maybe I'll turn on the livestream and show everyone in the North End what you look like. When Nightling heard Sumor's words, the arrogance in his eyes turned into fear. Oh, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please kill me. I was really wrong. Nightling fell to his knees and cried out in pain. The body suddenly surged up and slammed up against the knife in Sumor's hand. Suoma kicked him to the ground. Hands up and cut the legs off. Ah. Sumor took the ring off of Nighting's finger. A 500 cubic meter space ring. Sumor took a deep breath. It was full of explosives. After taking out a few, he looked at Nighting. Sumor, you shall not die. Nightling watched Sumor's movements. His pupils contracted and he roared loudly. The immense pain was already about to suffocate him. Sumor didn't care and even took out a bag of salt and sprinkled it on his injured wound. Give me a pain. Please, give me a pain. Sumor shoved the dynamite inside Nighting's mouth, and gave it a firm tap. You, even the dead are not spared. Sooner or later one day I will clean up your Eternal Life Organization. One by one. Bang. The sound of an explosion rang out, and the firelight reflected Sumor's face in red. Bayu stood beside Sumor without saying anything. Kill all the human demons here. After returning to his senses, Sumor rushed at a few people and said, Long Lin Tian was about to make his move. Master, let me blow this place up with this. Long Lin Tian nodded his head as he looked at Sumor. Rolling. Flames rushed up in the sky. Kill 4,000 human devils of the transcendent mortal realm. Gain 17,600 kill points. Kill 30 divine soul realm human devils. Gain 166 kill points. Kill 30,000 level 5 demonic beasts and gain 157,200 kill points. Chapter 121, Plan wrapping up. Destroying hundreds of human demon research institutes. It was still because of the swamp beasts that so many powerful demonic beasts were gathered here. However, demonic beasts of the Ascension realm would be hard to blow up, and would be directly obliterated by Vice Dean Lei and the others. Sumor's heart hurts. It's all about the kill value. Over the next few days, rushing fires appeared in places around the North End that didn't move. Vice President Lei took a deep breath as he watched the last place get blown up. For once we're quite a bit safer in the North End. And the next thing is the Traitor. Long Lindian also took a deep breath. So it turned out that without realizing it, hundreds of institutes had already appeared. There are a large number of human demons among these institutes. It's good that these human devils are dead. If that Nightling gets a higher authority, I'm afraid that the human devil's strength will still increase. So maybe there will really be a big crisis in the Northern District. Sumo took a deep breath. They had blown up all the institutes in the past few days. The North End should be a lot quieter next. 2. Let's go. The matter is settled. The traitor is next. After Long Lindian finished speaking, he brought a few people to penetrate through space and disappeared in the same place. When Sumor appeared, he found that he had already returned to the North Courtyard. Get some rest. Don't worry about catching traitors. We'll take care of those things. Vice President Lei patted Sumor's shoulder. Sumori nodded. Baiyu followed Sumor and left together. The corner of Long Lin Tian's mouth rose as he looked at their backs. It's better to be young. I have to say this kid has a pretty good plan. We can put ours on hold. Old Thunder, the traitor is in your hands. Vice President Ray nodded. Sumor returned to the place where he lived, and after seeing the bed, the two eyelids had begun to fight. The body collapsed onto the bed, and within moments, there was already the sound of even breathing. Baiyu took a deep breath when she saw Sumor in this state. This brat, didn't he say he had a gift for people after the program was over? This kid can't have forgotten. But seeing Sumor's tired face, he shook his head, closed the door and walked out. It's better to let the boy rest. The next few days caused a furor throughout the Northern District. The North Academy and the 5 key academies looked like they had gone crazy, killed one group after another. Many people throughout the North End were filled with questions. The North Yard hasn't been this crazy before, especially this time. Even a number of martial artists were killed. They were all waiting for an explanation from the North Court. 2 days later, the Dean of the North Academy explained this one in person. The anticipation in the North End began to build after the posting of the North Court. Just in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed in the midst of all the anticipation. A live stream has opened in the North Yard. Within the office, Dean looked at Shiroyuki. Hasn't that boy woken up yet? Shiroyuki shook her head. If not for the fact that Sumor was still breathing, she would have thought that Sumor was already cold. Time 2. Long Lin Tian began to explain this time. Everyone look at the top of the screen. Hundreds of millions of people had flooded in on the live stream, looking at those pictures with horror in their eyes. So familiar. Isn't this the place where Sumor destroyed the research human demon before? Indeed. Murphy has something to do with this one. Haven't you noticed that the hundreds of pictures are all different? Hiss. It's still true. It can't be. We're not surrounded in the North District already, are we? We were already in the midst of demonic beasts. And now that so many human demons have appeared, our Northern District is even more dangerous. Alas. Hurry up and cultivate. The city walls were blown up in the past 2 days. So many martial artists died. If the demonic beasts attacked the city drastically, in a matter of moments, we would be turned into rations for the demonic beasts. Long Lindian moved his finger and hundreds of photos appeared once again. Ha, look guys, all those institutes are in ruins. It's really true. Could it be that all the martial artists from the Northern Courtyard have made their moves? Great. It was a shock to destroy so many institutes at once. The North Yard deserves to be the sanctuary of my North District. Well done. You guys. Is there a possibility that all of the institutes established outside of the Northern District were destroyed? I think so. No wonder the North Academy and the 5 key academies are making such a big move. Surely the ones killed are traitors. Hiss. Now that I think about it, it's true. Well, that's really good. It's better to kill all the traitors so we'll be safe. The Northern Courtyard sheltered their safety, and when they go to be traitors, they should be killed. One caught and one killed, and never tolerated. Long Lin Tian switched photos once more. In a huge apparatus lay a man, eyes closed, face pale, and various other tubes inserted in his body. The entire North End was nonplussed after this photo appeared. What's wrong with my Morbo? Lord Dean. Sumor is fine, right? I'm willing to use 10 years of my life for Sumor's peace. I would trade my life for Sumor's. Damn it, Sumor won't be dead. That day when the demonic beasts attacked the city, Sumor was captured. It's over. This live broadcast won't be for us to mourn Sumor. Shut up upstairs. Shut up if you can't talk. It's you who will die, and neither will Sumor. But look at Sumor's pale face. And there are all kinds of tubes on his body. It must be that Sumor was targeted by those bad people, and they killed him and wanted to study him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lord Dean hasn't spoken yet. Don't even speculate. Something might have really happened to Sumor. Sumor died, and the Dean Elder was only so angry that he destroyed all the research laboratories and then killed all the traitors, just to avenge Sumor. The people who were still discussing the matter were all quiet after seeing this speculation, and they also had a bad feeling in their hearts. Long Lin Tian took a deep breath. Don't worry everyone. Sumor is fine. He has been rescued and is still resting. It won't take more than a few days for you to see him. Hearing Long Rinchen's words, the pop-ups instantly went crazy. Good. I knew Sumore's good fortune would not cause any problems. Great. It's good that nothing happened to Sumore. Morpa is really the best. A genius with 3 attribute affinity of 100. Those trash still want to kill Sumore. They are simply delusional. I see Sumore quickly find 100 or so daughters-in-law and quickly have babies. Don't waste such a good talent. Good idea upstairs. I suggest we all get in line and I'll be first. I'm the second one. I have the twin gene in my family, so maybe I can get 2 at once for Sue. There are still quadruplet genes in my family. Shouldn't I be first in line? After hearing that nothing happened to Sumore, the pop-up screen began to distort the building again. This time, destroying hundreds of research institutes and beheading the traitors in the city were all Sumore's plans. Chapter 122 Breakthrough. 4th level of Ascension Realm. After hearing that it was Sumore's plan, the pop-ups floated up again. Morbo is really smart. Worthy of being my husband. Awesome. It's a pity that I can only do something shy to the Morbo inside the screen. Big stupid spring upstairs. What are you doing? Don't insult Sumore. It's Sumore's plan again. Last time Z9 City was also Sumore's plan. Wasn't it? Decimating millions of demonic beasts in one go and drawing out quite a few traitors. Yes. I didn't think that this time the plan was so desperate. Destroying hundreds of institutes and decimating another wave of traitors in the city. I really want to see Sumore. Forget it. Sumore is still resting. Long Lindian puts up a few more pictures. None other than Nightlings. This guy is dead. It's labeled with his deeds. So don't be deceived. As Long Lindian put the photo up, it was labeled with what Nightling had done. What? What he said before was actually false. His parents were actually burned to death by his own hands. I see. This guy just wants to use other people's sympathy to satisfy his ego's anesthesia. So it's a clown. I'm sure he's been bad since he was a kid. No wonder he went to be a traitor. Such a person really deserves to die. It's really cheap. It's getting heartbreaking. Sumore. Sumore's parents. Zhao Yong's grave were all blown up by this guy for the sake of the plan. Even the house his parents left for him. Ugh. What a pity for Sumore. I really want to hug him. Do we want to help Sumore build it? Do we all have it together? Don't try to screw upstairs. Let Sumore do it herself. Some things make a lot more sense for Sumore to do on her own than for us to do. The specific content of the plan was not explained by Lone Lintian. Sumore had told him that none of the official personnel of the Forever Living organization had shown up. Not to mention the fact that whoever that person was who brought Su Rouge back to life has yet to show any sign of it. The beginning and the end are already known. Next, I hope you all cultivate well. We can shelter you for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Every man for himself. Together. After Long Rinchen finished speaking, he closed the live broadcast. At this moment, quite a few people in the North District found Sumore's account and left a message below. Sumore, get some rest. We're all waiting for you. Sumore, when you want a girlfriend, say oh. I'll definitely take the initiative to send you to the door. Awesome. Worthy of my husband. Keep up the good work. Brother come on. You have everything you want here. Sister Peace has come out again. This is staring at Sumore. Every time something happens to Sumore, Sister Peace will appear right on time. At this moment, Sumore had opened his eyes in a daze. Feeling the harsh sunlight outside, he subconsciously squinted. Immediately afterward 2 black objects intruded into the eyes. Awake! Bayu's gentle voice rang in Sumore's ears. Sumore opened his eyes and raised his head to meet Bayu's eyes. Bayu had a worried look in her eyes and reached out to touch Sumore's head. You guys sleep for days. If you don't know, you'll think you're dead. Sumore stretches a lazy back. Bah! Dog! Are you hitting on me? Sumore froze. His clothes still had a bottom left. Sister Shiroyuki, what have you done to me? Bayu's eyes held a snicker in them as her body slowly approached Sumore. Red lips came close to Sumore's ear. Alone. What do you think your sister will do to you? Bayu watched Sumore's face begin to turn red, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Okay. No kidding. Get up now. After Bayu left, Suemo lay on the bed in a 2 shape, then sat up and looked at the system panel. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Soul 7th level, 0 of 170. 000. Heart technique, Shaping the Wave 0/500000. Martial skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth grade. Complete. Dao Intent, 7-fold Blade Intent. Domain, Killing God's Domain, Primary, 17 meters. 0 of 1. 000. Weapon, Black God. Spiritual attributes, Gold, Affinity 100, Wood, Affinity 30, 0/3000, Water, Affinity 28, 0/2800, Fire, Affinity 100, Earth, Affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity of 100, thunder, affinity of 13, 0/1300, space, affinity of 43, 0/43,000, time, affinity of 10, 0/10,000. Kill points, 3846925. When he saw the kill points, the corner of Sumor's mouth rose. 3,800,000 kill points. This was the benefit gained from the Bombing Research Institute. Sumor didn't hesitate and directly chose to add points. Divine Soul 8, 9. A roaring sound came from inside the body. Strength had broken through the Ascension realm. The shaping of the way skill is also going to break through, with an additional point of $500,000. Looking at the remaining kill points, needless to say, continued to add points to his strength, and in the blink of an eye, his strength had already reached the 4th level of Ascension. Looking at the remaining kill points, Sumor chose to add them to Spatial Affinity. He hadn't thought that Master was actually mastering the spatial attribute as well. Master is very handsome when he uses it. It directly pierced through space and appeared in another place. There were still close to 2 million kill points remaining, and Sumor directly added all of them to the Spatial Affinity. There were still over 10,000 points left in the kill value, and the Spatial Affinity was only 75. Sumor sighed. The promotion was still too slow. When we settle down, we still need to continue hunting demonic beasts. Sumor put on his clothes and walked towards the outside. At this moment, Bayu was sitting at the dining table and was waiting for Sumor. After Sumor washed up, she looked at the food on the table with surprise in her eyes. Did you make this? Bayu didn't say anything and kept staring at Sumor. It had only been a short while, and she felt a great change in Sumor. That kind of change she couldn't tell. Of course I made it. Didn't you say before that I was a terrible cook? This is something I specially asked someone to teach me. How about you try it? Sumor bravely, after tasting a few mouthfuls, his eyes lit up. Not bad. It hadn't occurred to me that Shirayuki had this talent. Shirayuki looked at Sumor expectantly. Not bad. About to pass me. When Bayu heard Sumor's compliment, her eyebrows curved up like a crescent moon. Watching Sumor wolf down his food, Bayu actually had the satisfaction of raising a pig. When Sumor put down the dishes, Bayu looked at Sumor. Now that your plan is complete, is there nothing you want to say? Shirayuki asked as if offhandedly. Sumor's eyes flickered when he heard Bayu say this. Shouldn't Master have told you? And you know my plan. Do I need to explain it to you again? Shirayuki grunted coldly. Stinky Sumor, are you doing this on purpose? Didn't you say you had a gift for me? The corners of Sumor's mouth rose. Remember, of course I do. It's not like there's no time to prepare. You're waiting. It won't take long. Shirayuki let out an subtle sound and didn't continue talking. It was while the two were silent. There was a knock on the door. Sumor stood up and opened the door to find that it was Mr. Zhao Maniac. Zhao Maniac's gaze was also filled with excitement when he saw Sumor awaken. It's just as well that the young house is awake. Willow Demon wants to see the young house. Chapter 123, $100 billion and you sold yourself? What are the results of the investigation now? Sumor rushed to the teacher and asked. We didn't expect it to be Lu Bai before. The talent was so good that he actually went to become a traitor. But there was no difference in the Lu family. Willow Demon wants to see the young house. She said that once she sees the young house, she'll talk. I came over just to see if the young house had woken up from their nap, and it looks like I got lucky. Shirayuki also came over after hearing the commotion. In that case, let's go see that Willow Demon. I'm also a little curious as to why Willow White is working with those people. After Bayu finished speaking, the three of them walked towards a secret room in the northern courtyard. After Sumor came in, the people who were still interrogating stood up. Zhao Maniac spoke to them and the men left. Lu Demon took a deep breath after watching Sumor come in. It was obvious that this big man was a straight man, and she was willing to trust Sumor. The rest she didn't trust. Sumor didn't interrogate after glancing at Lu Demon. Grabbing up the key on the table, he unlocked the chains that had trapped Demon Willow. Bayu. Zhao Maniac didn't say anything. Come on, there's nothing more for you to do. Sumor said that he was going to turn around and leave. The moment he saw Lu Demon, Sumor saw relaxation and coziness in her eyes. As for why Lu Bai became a traitor, on the way here Sumor already had a rough guess. Before he found Su Rouge. Why? Wasn't it because he wanted to get some information? Willow White being a traitor is either for that thing or there are other reasons. The first time they met, Lu Bai left a deep impression with Sumor. Demon Lu stood up and looked at Sumor. You haven't asked yet, and you're not afraid that I'm a traitor too? Sumo's gaze condensed, turned around and smiled at Demoness Lu, and did not answer. There were still a few things left to take care of, and he didn't have time to waste his efforts here. Willow White should have been through something, and what he wants is for those things too. That's a matter for your Lu family. Instead of letting others prove it to you, you should prove it to yourselves. Sumor turned around and left after he finished speaking. At this moment, Zhao Maniac followed out and followed behind Sumor. Confused. Young house, you're confusing me with this whole thing. Resurrection. Sumor just spat out 2 words and didn't have any extra explanation. Zhao Maniac froze after hearing this. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Everything can be explained. Baiyu walked up and followed Sumor. She felt that Sumor was being perfunctory and already had other ideas. Now Sumor is a black sesame-filled dumpling. Let's go and find Master. Not long after the two found Long Lintian's office. The 4 vice deans were also there at this moment, and their eyes lit up when they saw Sumor coming over. Vice President Lei walked over to Sumo and sized him up, and after realizing that Sumo had no problems, the corners of his mouth rose. Reaching out, he clapped his hand on Sumor's shoulder. Brat, this time you've made a great achievement. The Divine Soul Realm comprehending a domain is truly unprecedented. Blade Intent breaks through the 7th level and also comprehends a trace of the Tao of the Blade. Not bad, not bad. Is there any interest in leaving the old dragon and becoming my disciple? Sumor let out a bitter laugh. Dean Ray, don't tease me. Vice President Lei did not continue to snicker. Long Lindian looked at Sumor with relief in his eyes. Diligent, motivated, and gifted. No one would dislike such a disciple, right? Now that you're awake, tell me if you have any ideas for what's next? Sumor took a deep breath and looked serious. This time we blew up the institute and captured a number of traitors. Surely there are deeper traitors hidden. Even their hierarchical authority has surpassed Knightlings, and they won't expose it until they have to. The first thing that needs to be addressed is the internal problems. After experiencing this demonic beast attack on the city, I think those demonic beasts won't dare to act rashly unless it means that there is a great change of events. So the next step is to dig up the well-hidden traitors. At least I'm sure there's definitely a big fish hidden in the north end. Hearing Sumor say this, Long Lindian and the others nodded. And this was also something they were discussing. The one who resurrected Su Ballad seems to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. Long Lin Tian was also secretly investigating. There's not a single eyebrow. It's like that guy just appeared out of thin air. We've captured quite a few traitors before, and the rank authority is so low that it's not useful at all, so we can only say that they are small shrimps, and they can't even be counted as peripheral members. Even when we investigated multiple times, they disappeared without a trace, as if the person didn't exist, or the trail inexplicably breaks down. Those people are in the dark. We are in the light. Vice President Ray sighed. Sumor's eyes flickered. Long Lingtian's gaze rose after he noticed Sumor's demeanor. Sumor, I'll leave the investigation to you. I'll give you people if you want them, and I'll give you money if you want them. Sumor looked at Long Lin Tian with his mouth open. Master, I haven't rested well. Long Lin Tian took out his cell phone. Your martial artist badge arrived at $100 billion. Don't worry, Master. It's incumbent. Looking at Sumor's sudden righteousness, the eyes of the people within the conference room were inexplicably odd. Baiyu covered her face and shook her head. This guy, $100 billion and sold yourself. When are you not a financial fan? The 4 vice deans opened their mouths, actually not knowing what to say. Well, get out. By the way, here's what you asked for. Long Lindian moved his finger and 2 boxes appeared. Sumor's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he put it in his spatial ring without hesitation. Master is so powerful. My disciple excuses himself. Sumor followed Baiyu and left after he finished speaking. The corner of Long Lingtian's mouth rose after he saw Sumor leave. Just leave it to this kid. He's smart. Vice Dean Lei looked at Long Lintian. Dean, isn't it a bit too much for you to exercise someone in this way? This kid isn't even 19 yet. I'm scared when you keep putting him up front like that. This kid has already thought that there is still the existence of a special research institute within the city. And isn't he wasting so much effort to paralyze others just because he wants to secretly investigate? No one's growth is smooth sailing. So while we old guys can still hold out for a while, train them up. In the future, even if we die in battle, there will still be hope for my northern district. Long Lin Tian stood up and looked outside, not knowing what he was pondering. The 4 vice deans stood beside the dean, looking at Sumor and also Baiyu's back as they left to scuffle. Yeah, they grew up to be much more powerful than us. Especially this kid. This kid looks like he's usually playing around and being cheeky, but he's transparent in his heart. Vice President Lei shook his head. Dean, if we let it go on, I am worried about the northern district. Yi Yujian's gaze held worry. The best of the best and the worst of the worst. Lately I've noticed powerful demonic beasts awakening. A lot of people in the North End have lost the idea of living in peace. We can shelter for a time, not for a lifetime. These walls are protection and shackles. Before we popularized the common sense of cultivation and told them the methods, how many persisted? What should be done we have done, with a clear conscience. Chapter 124, The Northern Academy Posts. Sumore becomes the next dean's successor. After Baiyu and also Sumore came out, Shiroyuki stared at Sumore strangely. Sister Baiyu, if you look at me like that, I'll think you're interested in me. Shiroyuki rolls an eye. $100 billion and you sold yourself. Don't you know that old man has more money than he can spend? Don't you know to order more? Baiyu had an angry look on her face. Sumore opened his mouth. I thought you would say something. So it was this question. Sister Baiyu, this is something for you. Take a look. Baiyu took out the 2 boxes and her gaze froze after seeing the protective clothing inside. Is this the gift you said you'd give me? Shiroyuki inquired. Yeah, didn't I say before that I'd give you a gift like that when the program was done? I purposely asked my master to make this. This thing can withstand the attack of a heavenly fate realm demonic beast a few times. That's the same reward I asked for master. Baiyu looked at the smile on Sumore's face and hugged Sumore after putting the protective clothing away. Sister Baiyu, I like it when you smell good, but please also let go of me. Otherwise I suspect you're murdering and I can't get out of breath. Baiyu blushed after releasing Sumore. I'm rewarding you for this. I didn't realize you were still thinking of me. Looks like my help wasn't in vain. Baiyu looked at Sumore's back as he walked ahead, his gaze tinged with disappointment. Maybe that's not what she wants. After the matter was resolved, Suemo had left the North Courtyard after settling down for a few days. Z9 City Cemetery at this moment. Sumore clapped his hands and looked at the re-established graves of his parents. Even Zhao Yong's grave had been repaired. Sumore opened the cake he had bought in front of his parents' grave. Plug the candles in. Mom and Dad, this is the 6th year you've been away from me. After Sumore finished speaking, his fingers stroked the picture above the tombstone. My son is sorry for you all. For the humiliation he put you through for that guy. Mom and Dad, you spring to mind. Please forgive my son. At this moment, Sumore's eyes gradually moistened, and his gaze couldn't help but carry memories. Think of the bits and pieces of your life as a child. Every time his parents came back from hunting demonic beasts in the city, they would bring him delicious food. As long as Sumore wanted, they would do their best to fulfill it. One of the things Dad always said was, my son is the best and will definitely surpass him in the future. What Mom said was that as long as the stranger is healthy and grows up disease-free. Sumore unwrapped the candle and inserted it. Mom and Dad, it's my birthday and I'll be 19. I'm an adult too. You know, my son is now at the 4th level of ascension, and his blade intent has reached the 7th level. Dad, I've realized what you said before, but I can only talk to your pictures. If you guys weren't dead yet, you'd be dragging me for a drink. Glad I have the strength I have now. I'm sure Mom should be complaining by then. Again, about our drinking. Sumore sat in front of the tombstone. The candle just burned, reflecting Sumore's face red, and there were crystals flickering on both sides of his cheeks. Other people get tired and can go home and complain to their mom and dad, but I have to carry it all on my own now. Mom and Dad, I really miss you guys. Sumore closed his eyes and folded his hands, and after opening his eyes, he blew out the candle. Dad, come on, son, I'll cut you a big piece. Of course the most fruit is Mommy's. Mommy loves fruit. After Sumore divided it, he cut himself a piece. The cool wind blew slightly, curling up the corner of Sumore's coat, like a hand pulling at the corner of his shirt to wipe the tear tracks from Sumore's face. 2 figures stood under a large tree in the distance, looking at the backs on the cemetery and not coming forward. Sister, why don't you go over there? Now that you're over there, you're sure to move him to wow and cry in one fell swoop. Baishio looked at Suemo in the distance and spoke to Baiyu. Leave him alone. This has become his only support. We still have our relatives and someone to talk to when we are aggrieved. He's all alone. He has no one to talk to about his grievances, and everyone else sees him as shining. A demon with all 3 attributes reaching 100 affinities. 18 years old at the Divine Soul Realm. Comprehending the 7th blade intent. Laying out twice. Killing millions of demonic beasts. Capturing tens of thousands of traitors. And destroying hundreds of research institutes. But he's tired. Baishio opened his mouth and didn't retort. Looking at that one back with a complexity in his gaze. Maybe it's possible. No one wants to be like that. It was not until the sun had set that Sumore stood up. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. There are more important things to accomplish next, and all sorts of dangers await me ahead. Maybe we'll live together by accident. Surely you don't want to see that. At this moment, in the middle of the North Courtyard, Long Lindian looked at the 4 vice-deans. Begin. Consider it a gift for his 19th year. The North Court has already deliberated, and Suemo is determined to be the next successor of the North Court. When this post came out, the entire North End blew up. What? Sumore has been confirmed as the next heir of the Northern Courtyard. So soon. Hiss. Terrifying as hell. In the history of the Northern Courtyard, Sumore seems to be the youngest heir, right? If the heir were someone else, I might be skeptical. If it were Sumore, I can only say that it is well deserved. Not bad, devising 2 ploys, decimating millions of demonic beasts, killing as many traitors as possible. Even those institutes around the northern district were destroyed by the hundreds. Right. Not to mention Suro is only 18 years old and accomplished such a feat. Just ask who at 18 years old can do this. Suro has already become the heir to the North Courtyard at the age of 18. My son is 18 and still opens his mouth and shuts his mouth aba, and can eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. Why would the North Court want to talk about such an exciting topic at night? Doesn't it make me prone to reverie? I have all the material for dreaming tonight. I can't imagine how happy I would be if my husband were Suro, taking me with him at this time, flying in the sky with his imperial sword, admiring the northern district. I can imagine that scene as a guy. It's awesome. Wake up upstairs. Have you paid off your mortgage? Have you paid off your car loan? Are you still single at your age? Other people have their second child, and you're still a spare tire. Upstairs, I advise you to withdraw. A friend of mine broke defense. This is the legendary friend from nowhere. Suro became the heir apparent, which I had already anticipated, and I have to say that it was well received. There's no need for you to say that. Look at what Suro has done. Who can easily do that? Not to mention the other things. Let's just talk about his strength. 18 years old at the Divine Soul Realm. You look up the history of the North End. There's never been anyone like that. I have a premonition that the future Suro will definitely be able to surpass the most powerful Sage Realm. I can't even imagine how glorious our North End will be at that time. Chapter 125, The way the Immortality Organization can work with demonic beasts. With the post in the North Courtyard blowing up, Suro was still unaware of this matter. After Suro stood up, he walked towards the bottom and saw the 2 figures standing under the tree at a glance. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, like they had said everything and nothing. Baishio came forward. From now on, we'll have to call you Xiaoyuan when we see you. Baishio's gaze was tinged with emotion. It had only been a few short months. Suro had actually changed so much. Strength soared, growing from a tender boy who needed the help of others before, to an existence that could shelter others now. If we give Suro another 2 years, we can't even imagine how terrifying Suro will be by then. Sumo's gaze was surprised. Many teachers in the North Academy also like to call him Xiaoyuan. Previously, Suro thought that because he was Dean Long Lintian's disciple, that was all. Looking at Suro, who was still confused, Baiyu took out her cell phone and found the post posted by the North Courtyard. After Suro saw it, his complexion was stagnant, and he wasn't as happy as he had imagined, because for him, the burden on his shoulders was heavier. I don't know what those old guys were thinking. The 3 men paired up and headed for the bottom of the hill. Guess you'll need to build your own squad next. You may have a choice of people now. You can choose me. I'm a thief. Why don't I show you what I'm made of by doing a street dance with you first? Baiyu as well as Suro glanced at each other, and the 2 of them ventured the same thought. It's not that he's sick. How about it? Handsome or not? I just learned it. Maybe when the time comes I'll get first choice of spouse once I jump in the North Academy. Looking at Baishio's smug face, the 2 covered their faces, feeling like they didn't have the face to see anyone with this guy. Suro walked over to the bombed-out house and looked at the ruins. Shiroyuki's fingers tightened, killing intent in her gaze. Go. After Suro glanced at it, he no longer paid attention to it. Aren't you going to get someone to build it? It was bequeathed to you by your parents. Sumori shook his head. You're afraid that if you fix it, it will still be destroyed by those winged organizations. Sumori shook his head. If all the people in the Eternal Life Organization were such classless people, I wouldn't worry about it instead, because such people don't have a brain. Whether it's Lu Bai or Night Ling, they can only be considered as supernumerary members, and are just pawns. With such a big commotion this time, I guess those full members will show up, and the trouble they're creating is definitely not just a star. Baishio nodded, which he agreed with. This time the institute outside the northern district had basically been blown up, and he would have been furious if he were from the Forever Living organization. Not to mention that there are too few secrets to be gained from these supernumerary members, and more secrets can only be gained by capturing those who are full members. It's better to know your roots so you don't get passive. And right now the North End is still passive. Internal and external troubles still exist, and there are still traitors who are hidden to the depths. Plus there are still demonic beasts attacking the city from time to time. Even those traitors can work with demonic beasts. The Northern Courtyard also attempted to work with demonic beasts before. It shouldn't have been completed. Sister Baiyu should know something about it. After Sumor finished speaking, his gaze fell on Baiyu. Shirayuki nodded. Not bad. Did try to cooperate, ended in failure. I really don't know what those immortal organizations used to accomplish that. It's also incredible that Shirayuki brought this up. Bloodline. Sumor spat out 2 words. Baishio as well as Baiyu looked at Sumor at the same time. What demonic beasts care about most besides their strength is the reason for their bloodline. If there is a way to help demonic beasts raise their bloodline, do you think those demonic beasts will cooperate? Sumo looked at the distance. This was also the result he could think of. As for whether it was true or false, he had not verified it yet. The Northern Courtyard has also guessed this result. It's too difficult to raise the demonic beast bloodline. It's been researched before and the result was a huge disappointment. I can actually imagine a little bit of why. Some geniuses suffer ostracism and injustice when they have not yet revealed themselves. Shirayuki said a few words and then stopped speaking, even though the dean of the Northern Courtyard knew that there was nothing he could do to change it. People are selfish. Even relatives can get killed over a little money, let alone others. There are some things we all know by heart. That's why so many people are chilled. Why do traitors get to research a lot of things? And when you think about what happened to those people, don't they have to work hard if they want their revenge back? These people who think they've marginalized others are still complacent. By the way, Master asked you to investigate the matter of the traitors. Do you have an idea yet? Baiyu looked at Sumo. This stupid brother was bought by $100 billion. Where is this thing so easy to do? The opportunity was not given to us. Willow White. Hearing this name, Bai Xiao and also Baiyu had regret in their eyes. They were in the same class as Lu Bai. They also didn't expect that the person who summoned the poisonous insects was actually Lu Bai. Let's go. Tomorrow I'll be able to meet Demoness Lu. Sumo's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth rose, clearly having had an idea for a long time. Bai Xiao and also Baiyu froze, and the two of them looked at each other, feeling a bit unable to keep up with Sumo's thoughts. After returning to the North Courtyard, the night was already deep. Early the next morning, in the middle of a cafe in the North Courtyard, Sumo and Lu Demon sat opposite each other. I thought you really weren't interested. After Lu Demon took a sip of coffee, she put down the cup and her gaze sized up Sumo. Who would have thought that the guy in front of him had become the heir to the North Courtyard? There really is a big enough difference between people. Sumo took out a piece of information inside his hand, and it was none other than Lu Bai's. It has a detailed record of what happened to Lu Bai. After my big brother's mother died, my father found another mother, and that's how I came to be. But my mother sees him as her own son, which is why my big brother and I are so close. After my older brother died, my family still can't figure out why my older brother became a traitor. Sumo raised his head and looked at Demon Lu. Su Ballad has come back from the dead. Willow Demon stood up violently, suddenly realizing something, and then sat down with horror in her expression. Could it be that Big Brother wants to resurrect his mother? It's impossible, even if he could. How can he resurrect her if he doesn't even have a body anymore? The sages can't even do that. At this moment, Willow Demon was a bit incoherent. Quiet. Think carefully. Is there another reason? Willow Demon took a deep breath and suppressed the horror within her heart. I can't imagine any other reason than that. Sumo looked at Lu Demon's emotions could not be calmed for a long time, and also no longer continue to pursue the question. Go home. Think about it, and call me when you do. We're friends, and I want to help you investigate the beginning and the end. Willow Demon nodded, stood up and turned to leave. After seeing Lu Demon leave, Sumo took out another piece of information. Looking at the content on it, the corners of Sumo's mouth rose. Chapter 126, Terrifying Anomaly appears. All parties move. Sumo had detected a little bit of an eyebrow, and still needed to be sure. At this time, a figure came running in a hurry. When Sumo saw Baiyu, there was surprise in his gaze. He had never seen such an anxious look on Shirayuki's face before. Sumo, look at the martial artist forum. Quickly. Baiyu's voice came. Sumo opened his cell phone, and his pupils contracted. Z9 City Vision. There are only 5 short words on the post. A black cloud appeared in the sky, with red light tumbling through it from time to time. Dense cracks had appeared on the ground, smoldering with black smoke, and every now and then something fiery red flashed by. Sumo hadn't reacted yet, and this time Beisteen Lei had already come over. Young Courtyard. Baiyu, quickly follow me to Z9 City. Something big has happened. The demonic beast that appeared this time is not trivial. After saying that, he brought Sumo and also Baiyu to take off into the air. It had to be said that Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouses were just as fast. It didn't take more than a few hours for a few people to arrive at Z9 City. Strong people from the Northern Courtyard are also on their way. The Dean needs to sit down and can't come in person. There are movements elsewhere. The other 3 vice presidents have gone to monitor other places. Vice President Ray quickly brought the situation to light. Numerous people had already converged around the vision at this moment. Many people were still taking pictures with their cell phones. What the hell is this? Never seen it before. I don't know. Just for a moment, the ground shook a little, and densely packed cracks appeared. Sumo looked at the sky, a large black cloud, converging overhead. The cracks in the ground are still growing. A black cloud came over the city. Sumo took a deep breath. It was also the first time he had seen such a horrifying sight. Dean Lei, have you ever seen such a terrifying vision? Vice Dean Lei was a strong person and had seen a lot, so he should have seen this kind of scene before. This is also the first time I've seen such a scene. There have been other visions before, but there were only demonic beasts awakening, and those demonic beasts didn't act rashly, and continued to fall into a deep slumber after waking up. In these 30 years, there has never been such a terrifying vision. It was only a dozen years ago that there was a disturbance, and our 4 vice deans decapitated that one demonic beast. At that time, that one demonic beast had only broken through the heavenly fate realm. Sumo took a deep breath, and the visions were still tumbling. Sumo felt her heart involuntarily beating faster. Bang! Bang! At this time 2 voices came from the distance, like the beating of a heart and the sound of war drums beating. Click! 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 The ground cracked faster. Even black smoke came out quite a bit. Sumo took a deep breath and looked at the ordinary people who were still converging in this place. His face ugly. All leave. It's dangerous here. What are you doing in this place? Hearing Sumo's voice, many people turned back to their senses. Let's go. Sumo has given the word. Let's leave quickly. Hurry up and go. Such a scene has not been seen before, and it is expected to be in great danger. I do think there might be a treasure out there. Maybe some exotic treasure will appear and then allow me to obtain it and become a heavenly pride like Sumo. There were also some whimsical thoughts. Hearing this, many people were moved. In case there really was some exotic treasure. Isn't it true that when a foreign treasure appears, a large number of visions will appear? The thing about exotic treasures is that they are all acquired by those who are destined to have them. Sumo stood on top of the city wall. Hearing these people's words, his gaze coalesced, then he shook his head. Vice President Ray shook his head similarly. Whimsical fools, such people are not worthy of death. Self-righteous cleverness is harmful to people and themselves, so don't bother with it, and more dangers will arise in the future. Living in the middle of the city, any dangers are solved by martial artists in secret, and they have lost their sense of reverence. Shiroyuki turned her head to look at it before continuing to pay attention. I believe Sumo. It's better to leave quickly. Maybe a powerful demonic beast has appeared. Not bad. Didn't you see that even Vice Dean Lei showed up? At this moment, several more figures appeared in the distance and came to the city walls. They nodded at Vice President Lei, Sumo, and Bai Yu, their gazes simultaneously looking into the distance. The mists outside the city had tumbled out. It's hard to see exactly what's going on. Vice President Lei, do you think that if the demonic beasts, they will really attack the city this time? The ones who came were the vice deans of the 5 key academies, and they and Vice Dean Lei had already been acquainted with each other for a long time. I don't know. The vision this time is not small. I'm afraid that some powerful demonic beast has awakened. Such a powerful demonic beast hasn't appeared for so many years, and I don't know what's going on. Just between their words, the ground in the city shook at the moment. The earth outside the city walls began to crack, and a crack several meters wide suddenly appeared. The sudden scene caused several people's gazes to freeze. At this moment, many martial artists within the city began to converge, ready to fight at any time. Everyone duck out of these cracks. Danger might pop up, so be careful. At this moment, Zhao Maniac, Zhang Jingxin 2 teachers reminded. Many teachers from the 5 key academies also came, all standing on top of the city walls, staring at the fluctuations in the distance. At this moment the dark clouds in the sky rolled up and kept dispersing. It was only a few minutes before the dark clouds disappeared completely. The shaking of the ground also stopped as if nothing had happened. Standing on top of the city wall, Vice President Lei exhaled a breath. It's possible that a powerful demonic beast passed by, which caused the vision. The other powerhouses relaxed. Chao Yue, the vice president of Qingyi Academy, looked into the distance. Many powerful demonic beasts were dormant and are now gradually awakening, and human martial artists haven't increased much. After saying that, he glanced at the humans who were still watching the show, and there was disappointment in his gaze. Previously, Dean Long joined forces with our 5 key academies and compiled books for them to hammer their chi and blood. Even if you can't break through as a martial artist, with the increase in chi and blood, the talent of the children you give birth to in the future will be much stronger. Unfortunately, the gains were few and far between, and the mutual infighting was a handful. The others shook their heads in the same way after hearing this, with disillusionment in their eyes. Maybe one day the North End will be gone too. I guess we'll be in the ground by then. We deal with all kinds of dangers in secret, and have all kinds of injuries in our bodies, and they think we're the ones who are powerful. After saying that, he looked at Sumo. Sumo, sometimes you have to learn to give up. Some people are just burdensome. You have to learn to give up when it's time to give up. Sumo's gaze held surprise. And Vice President Lei patted Sumore's shoulder. Those of us who have fought side by side as brothers speak from the heart. Remember that. You're not like us. In the future you can even surpass the old dragon. Self-focused. Chapter 127 An even more terrifying demonic beast attack. Seniors, you're saying this whole thing is putting me under a lot of pressure. The boat is naturally straight. It's said that when a man reaches 70, he's a decade in ignorance and a decade in pallor. And there are still a few years left in between. Plus the difference between day and night makes the time even shorter. It is good to ask for the future. And the future will come. Hearing Sumore's words, the crowd laughed out. I didn't expect you boys to see so through. The vice presidents of the other academies looked at Sumore with incredulity in their gazes. Only 18 years old and already with such knowledge. Vice President Lei patted Sumore's shoulder. A good questioning heart is good. The old man has not misjudged you. See the movement in the distance gradually quieting down. Elder, I have an ominous premonition. They say it's all quiet before the storm comes. I don't know why, but I got a chill down my spine. Sumore stared at the darkness in the distance as he felt a heavy depression. We have that feeling too. That maybe this time it's something extraordinary. At this moment, Vice President Lei's expression also stared down, looking at the darkness in the distance. Hoo. By this time, the breeze began to flood in, becoming progressively more frenzied. The mist in the distance was directly dispersed. Rumble. The sound of violent tremors suddenly came from the mists. At this moment even the people in the city sensed that something was wrong. Looking down, the ground jumped as if it were a shaking sieve. The faces of those who were watching the show before changed and sat on their asses. At the moment they could no longer stand comfortably on the ground. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? I don't know. It's not right. It's really not right. No. Run. I feel something big happening. At this moment, even the martial artists within the city were gripping the weapons in their hands. With the gate blocking them, they couldn't see the view outside the city. However, their years of experience in killing demonic beasts made them foresee that today's matter was not trivial. Sumore stood on top of the city wall, looking at the blood-red eyes in the mist. His expression tensed up. The other martial artists guarding the city walls saw the demonic beasts in the distance and their faces were equally ugly. Quickly, guard the city walls. The demonic beasts are attacking the city. Vice Dean Lei's voice gelled as he looked at the demonic beasts in the distance. Even he had a feeling of his scalp going numb. Almost all of them are third-grade demonic beasts. First-grade and second-grade demonic beasts are almost never seen. This one is not trivial. Ho. A low, depressing growl sounded. The demonic beasts in the distance were rapidly approaching the city walls. It was as if they were building a ladder to the sky, climbing up against the walls. There were also densely packed iron-eating beasts, gnawing away at the city walls. After Vice Dean Lei saw this, there was thunder power appearing in his hands, fingers on top of the walls, crackling. The demonic beasts lying on the city walls all turned into blood mist. At this moment, those demonic beasts smelled the scent of blood and became even more frantic. Sumore's gaze was grave. Vice President Lei looked away from the distance and stopped continuing to strike. Sumore, lead them to hunt demonic beasts. Sumore nodded. The black god had already appeared in his hands, and as long as the demonic beasts that climbed up, all of them were cut down by Sumore. Feeling the vibrations below the city walls, Sumore took a deep breath. The iron eaters were the most troublesome things, and it wouldn't take long for them to make a big hole in the city wall. The whole wall will come crashing down by then. Sumo's body moved and stepped into the sky. Vice Dean Lei's pupils contracted, and there was horror in his gaze. Even Baiyu froze at this moment. The teachers of the other colleges, the vice deans looked at Sumore. This kid actually broke through the Ascension realm. When did this happen? I thought this guy was already demonic enough when he broke through the Divine Soul realm at the age of 18. Who knew that he's already in the Heavenly Ascension realm now? This kid is already 19. Not 18. Vice Dean Lei looked at them saying Sumore's age wrongly and explained. What's the difference? 19 years old at the Ascension realm. How terrifying will this kid be in the future? Sumo descended from the sky. These demonic beasts that were attacking the city now were not particularly powerful. It was just the right time to use them to enhance their strength. After the domain unfolded, the sevenfold blade intent was added. When the demonic beasts attacking the city saw Sumore coming down, there was bloodlust in their gazes. What greeted them was a roiling sword intent. Kill 4,000 level 3 demonic beasts and gain 12,000 kill points. Kill 3,000 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 1,400 kill points. Sumore landed on the ground and a 20-meter vacuum directly appeared. Those demonic beasts lunged towards Sumore. At this moment, Sumore's hand lifted up. The surrounding stones and leaves all floated up, and the power of gold had been added to them. Added to the enchantment was the intent of the blade. All of these things were manipulated by Sumo and turned into sharp weapons to kill demonic beasts. But, within a few moments the blood mist was rising. Sumo's figure transformed into a ghost, and where he passed by, any demonic beasts did not have the power to stop him. Those soldiers guarding the city walls had admiration in their gazes after seeing this scene. Vice President Lei looked at Sumo. His eyes narrowed with shock. This kid's field had reached 20 meters. Scary enough. At this moment, the vice presidents of the other academies looked at Sumo with the same shock in their gazes. Hiss, old thunder, you North Courts have really picked up a treasure. People with such powerful talent will rarely appear in the Northern District in the future. Domain. Ascension Realm, comprehending a hint of the Tao of the Blade, not to mention the age of 19. Old Lei, after this one is over, lend us Sumo. Bull *********. No loan. Don't think I don't know what you old guys are thinking. Vice President Lei's eyes narrowed. Open the city gates and let them go out to hunt demonic beasts. Only martial artists who experience blood can grow. The vice deans of the 5 key academies looked grave after hearing this. Are you serious? If Sumo can, why can't any of them? This kid's strength is growing so fast. You guys can see that he's been complacent. Ever since I've known this brat, he's either on his way to kill demonic beasts or on his way to hunt them. Like a machine that doesn't know how to get tired. Why else would it be able to comprehend the blade intent? Don't you think that we human martial artists have always been too passive? Never striking passively. You all know about what happened back then. This kid swept through 30 miles of demonic beasts outside the city, and with the last ploy, almost weak demonic beasts don't exist anymore. We humans are living in smaller and smaller places, so why not be proactive? Now that the 9 regions are divided by demonic beasts, we'll take the initiative and maybe we'll be able to fight our way through. A few others felt that Vice President Lei was a bit whimsical and too hard to do. When they saw Vice Dean Lei staring at Sumo, their gazes revealed a dawning realization that there might actually be a chance. Open the city gates and take the initiative to hunt demonic beasts. After the order was given, the human martial artist revealed an incredulous expression. After the city gates opened, they saw that one figure. Any demonic beasts that came close all turned into blood mist. Chapter 128 showing space power. Shocking the crowd. Look, there's so more. Hiss, how many demonic beasts is this hunting? When did he start hunting demonic beasts? Come on, let's go over there too. After Baiyu, who was currently standing on top of the city wall, saw this scene, her body moved and came not far away from Sumo, and her domain unfolded. The 9th realm of ascension was revealed. The realm spread out, and the water attribute transformed into droplets. Those raindrops were like sharp swords that directly pierced through the demonic beast's head. After Sumo turned his head to look at this scene, there was incredulity in his gaze. It was worthy of being Sister Baiyu, the youngest martial artist before the Northern Courtyard. At 23 years old, he was already a martial artist of the 9th realm of ascension, with 2 ascension realm powerhouses joining in. The demonic beasts that converged in the distance looked like earth-shattering. Wherever Sumo passed, large swathes of demonic beasts fell. Roar! At this moment, a dozen or so demonic beasts suddenly appeared in the distance, transforming into residual shadows and impacting over at Sumo. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the panel. To add spatial affinity, he still needed quite a bit of kill value. Name Sumo. Age, 19. Strength, Ascension 4, 0/240000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Way 6th level, 0/1. 000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete. Tao Intent, 7-fold Blade Intent. Domain, Killing God's Domain, Primary, 21 meters. 0 of 1. 000. Weapon, Black God. Spiritual Attributes, Gold, Affinity 100, Wood, Affinity 30, 0/3000, Water, Affinity 28, 0/2800, Fire, Affinity 100, Earth, Affinity 29, 0/2900, Wind, Affinity 100, Thunder, Affinity 13, 0/1300, Space, Affinity 75, 0/75,000, Time, Affinity 10, 0/10,000. Kill points, 168925. Careful. Shirayuki reminded. Sumo took the Black God and disappeared with a single movement. Chopper. As the blade slashed through, the 3/6 heavy demonic beasts directly fell. The blade flashed, and the densely packed demonic beasts in the distance were directly cut down. Kill 3/6 heavy demonic beasts and gain 18 kill points. Kill 3,000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 10,006 kill points. At this moment, Sumo closed his eyes, and the leaves around him, and the stones suddenly hung in the air. Chop! As Sumo's voice fell, the leaves and stones suddenly formed into a large sword. Bang! 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 100-meter-long blank area suddenly appeared in front of Suro. At this moment, all the demonic beasts were staring at Suro with awe in their gazes. Kill 4, 000 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 17, 000 kill points. Kill 5, 000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 16, 700 kill points. The martial artists who ran out from the city were shaken in spirit after seeing this scene. Suro is awesome. Suro, you are my god. Good. Good. Worthy of being the heir of the northern courtyard. Just awesome. Ha ha ha. Brothers, kill. Kill these demonic beasts that don't dare to offend my northern district. Kill all these demonic beasts. The human powerhouses standing on top of the city wall at the moment had the same incredulity in their gazes after seeing this scene. Old Thunder, this young courtyard of yours is really something. He's using a stance he's comprehended, right? Vice President Lei nodded and looked at Sumore's back with a pleased look in his gaze. I have to say that Suro is just giving him the North Dean face. Stacked waves. Chopper. At this moment, Sumore's voice kept coming. With each of Sumore's attacks, a large number of demonic beasts were slaughtered in the surroundings. At this moment, Suro looked at Bayou, and an idea suddenly popped up in his heart. Suro gradually converged in the direction of Bayou. After Bayou felt it, there was surprise in her gaze, as well as disbelief. The two men's domains collide with a bit of resistance. Sumore's gaze flickered as the domain weakened. Shirayuki was also sensing something. The field weakened, and the wave of resisting power was slowly disappearing. Stacked waves. Sumore's saber intent suddenly erupted out with the help of Bayou's water attribute. At this moment the blade intent looked like it was transformed into a shocking wave. Rumble. A continuous stream of blades enveloped the area in all directions. Kill 8, 000 level 5 demonic beasts. Gain 43, 200 kill points. Kill 10, 000 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 34, 600 kill points. A blank area suddenly appeared in a 100-meter radius. At this moment all the demonic beasts wanted to avoid the two. As soon as Sumo moved, low roars came from the group of demonic beasts, and their bodies kept retreating. Shirayuki was also stunned by the scene in front of her, turning his head to stare at Sumore incredulously. At this moment, Sumore had stopped. Shirayuki, be careful. At this time, Vice Dean Lei, who was standing on top of the city wall, let out a cry of alarm as his body moved and rushed in the direction of Bayou. Bubbling. In the middle of the ground, it suddenly rolled. Shirayuki's face changed as she felt her legs sink into the swamp. Snort! Snort! Vice President Lei stopped in his tracks and stared incredulously into the distance. At the moment, Shirayuki had a stunned look on her face. At the moment, Sumore was holding her. Vice President Lei's throat rolled a little. There was shock in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, at this moment, Sumore was using the power of space. After Sumore put down Shirayuki, he held the black god in his hand. The fluctuations on the ground had disappeared. Sumore's expression was grave. It was another swamp beast, and its strength was not weak. Snort! Snort! Sumo's figure appeared here at this moment. The next moment appeared in another place. Every time Sumore appeared, several treading heaven realm demonic beasts would be beheaded. When Sumore finally appeared beside Vice President Lei, he was breathing heavily, and a fine layer of sweat had appeared on his forehead. Vice Dean, something's wrong. I feel a terrifying pressure appearing. Bayou came to Sumore's side. All of you, get back, now! Sumore shouted at the distance. All the martial artists wanted to draw back after hearing this, but the numerous demonic beasts were like hungry wolves, blocking their retreat. Sumore took a deep breath. The figure disappeared. Many martial artists looked at Sumore, who suddenly appeared in front of them with horror in their eyes. Chopper, get back to the city. Something's wrong. Many martial artists looked at Sumore's serious face and no longer hesitated, running towards the city. At this moment, the powerhouses on the city walls finally reacted and glanced at each other, seeing the unbelievability in their eyes. If I'm not dreaming, that's a spatial property, right? There's no mistake. It's the spatial attribute. How many things is this Sumore hiding? 3 attributes being perfect is enough to shock the world. It didn't occur to me that he's also hiding the spatial attribute. Seeing that he can easily use the spatial attribute, the affinity is definitely more than 70. Vice President Lei looked at Sumore, who was already gasping for air, and carried them back to the city wall. Bayou supported Sumore and stood next to him. The eyes looked off into the distance. Roar! A low growl came from a voice. The mists were instantly dispersed. Immediately afterward everyone's pupils contracted. At this moment even the attacking demonic beasts were prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling.